In a world where the underdog triumphs, the system manifests, and one stands unparalleled, Liang Chen evolves into an omnipotent prodigy. The young Liang Chen possesses astonishing medical skills, remarkable agility, and navigates the world with ease. He can heal, charm, fight, perceive beyond the ordinary, and withstand any challenge. Ding! The multiverse search system has been bound, and is now initializing the personal attributes of the host. Around 8 in the morning, in a subterranean rental unit within a dilapidated district of Shanghai City, Liang Chen, still cocooned in his blankets, was jolted awake by an electrifying sound resonating in his mind. Bewildered, he pondered a system? What on earth is happening? He had indeed dreamt of acquiring a system. Could it possibly be real? Wait a moment, multiverse search system. What on earth does that entail? What is it prompting him to search for? Just as doubts clouded his thoughts, a cascade of data illuminated his mind. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 0 gold coins. Experience: 0 points. Strength: 0 points. Magic: 0 points. Vitality: 0 points. Store: not yet opened. Dungeons: not yet opened. Gazing at his attribute panel, Liang Chen was left utterly speechless. The system has been activated. Please enter your search query. As Liang Chen stood there, utterly dazed, a pop-up appeared. A search query? What kind of nonsense is this? Still groggy, he scratched his head and casually inquired, "Can I search for anything? Then help me find out if there's a gold mine nearby. Ideally one with over 500 tons of gold." Ding! The host's search command has triggered the system's automatic mining function. Due to the host's current lack of strength, the search radius is limited to a 10 square kilometer area surrounding the host. Ding! Searching for suitable gold mines within a 10 square kilometer radius. As soon as Liang Chen's words faded, the electric sound in his mind surged once more. What's happening? Did he merely utter a casual remark, and this peculiar search system is genuinely seeking out gold mines for him? Ding! Significant metallic mineral fluctuations detected beneath the host's feet. A gold mine containing 500 tons of gold has been discovered. Would you like to collect it? Caught in the whirlwind of the system's revelations, Liang Chen was left in astonishment as the electric voice continued. The multiverse search system actually found him a gold mine with a staggering 500 tons of gold. Good heavens, this is simply unbelievable. For a moment, Liang Chen stood in a daze, but he quickly confirmed the system's collection command. Ding! The 500 tons of gold have been completely collected. Ding! The host has gained 500 experience points. Ding! The store function has been activated. The host can refine the ore or sell it to the store for gold coins. Gold coins have 3 uses. 1. They can be used to purchase items in the store. 2. They're equivalent to real currency, which can be withdrawn to the host's personal bank account for actual consumption. 3. They can be combined with experience points to enhance the host's attributes, thereby strengthening the host's overall power. The minerals collected by the system can be sold to the store, and the proceeds can even be withdrawn. This is truly an astonishing operation. As he absorbed the shimmering information in his mind, Liang Chen's heart swelled with elation. He had struck gold. Truly he had. Fortune had smiled upon him, and just when he was at his lowest, he was bestowed with such an incredible system. To possess such a remarkable mineral search system meant that all underground resources were at his disposal for collection. From this moment forth, even if he had no desire to become the richest person in the world, no, the richest in the universe would be within his grasp. Suppressing his excitement, Liang Chen proceeded to sell the 500 tons of gold. Upon witnessing the astronomical amount of gold coins he had received from the store, he was nearly blinded by the sheer value. 800 billion gold coins. Could his eyes be deceiving him? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and once he confirmed the amount was indeed 800 billion, he was on the verge of exploding with joy. According to the system's prompt, this wealth was equivalent to RMB. 800 billion gold coins equated to 800 billion renminbi. As a recent university graduate living in dire straits, unable to pay the rent for this shabby unit, Liang Chen had never even dreamt of such a colossal sum. Notably, even the most celebrated tycoons in the domestic wealth rankings, such as the two Mas and a Wang, combined, seemed to possess less than he did. Moreover, this 800 billion was pure cash flow. For Liang Chen, this was merely the system's initial demonstration, having discovered a single gold mine for him. If he were to seize all the global resources, the wealth he would amass would undoubtedly reach unfathomable astronomical figures. Good heavens, this system is simply beyond comprehension. Gazing at the astronomical figures flashing before him, Liang Chen forcefully calmed his racing heart and entered his bank account details. Then he proceeded to withdraw. However, he did not withdraw all the gold coins, he merely transferred 100 billion to his bank account. After all, possessing such extraordinary wealth, even withdrawing just 100 billion would surely send shockwaves through the financial sector. He did not wish to attract too much attention. Moreover, various high-tech products in the store required gold coins for purchase, so he needed to retain a sufficient amount for future needs. Ding! The host has successfully withdrawn 100 billion gold coins. Dear user, your account ending in 5329 has received 100 billion renminbi. Soon, a pair of notifications appeared before Liang Chen's eyes. Good heavens, this is not a dream? It is indeed real. Liang Chen stared blankly at the bank notification on his phone, quickly retrieving his bank card and sprinting at full speed to the nearest branch. Inserting his card into the ATM, he confirmed the balance was indeed 100 billion, and he was nearly overcome with exuberance. Having wealth is truly exhilarating. At this moment, Liang Chen yearned to proclaim to the world with pride, "Bro, my family has a mine." Chapter 2. This car is mine. Now that he had come into wealth, Liang Chen was determined to fully indulge in the exhilarating experience of being a nouveau riche. Gazing upon the bustling streets, he resolved to spend lavishly. Money would flow freely. In the fleeting span of a human life, to forego enjoyment would be a disservice to one's very being. Spotting a car dealership by the roadside, Liang Chen decided to procure a vehicle. Upon entering the dealership, he was immediately dazzled by the myriad of automotive brands on display. As an international metropolis, Shanghai boasted this dealership as the premier automotive hub in all of Asia. Here, one could encounter a plethora of international brands, including world-renowned luxury cars. Fortuitously, the dealership was hosting an auto show that day, and Liang Chen had arrived just in time. He had made up his mind. If he was to savor life, he would undoubtedly select the finest automobile available. As he entered the exhibition hall, Liang Chen disregarded all vehicles priced below $1 million, heading straight for the luxury car section. Snap, snap. The moment he stepped into the luxurious display area, he noticed a crowd gathered around a particular vehicle, their cameras flashing incessantly. The bright lights reflecting off the car's surface nearly blinded him. What a stunning automobile! As he looked closer, he found himself captivated by a stylish super luxury coupe. The fervor for cars is, without a doubt, a shared passion among all men. Even though Liang Chen had once been a reclusive individual, he could not escape this commonality. Moreover, he possessed a profound knowledge of various luxury cars from around the globe. With just a glance at the showcased vehicle, he recognized it as the 2019 Bentley Continental GT. Its deep blue exterior and streamlined design could only be described as the pinnacle of luxury coupes. This was the one. Upon first sight, he had already made his decision. With ample funds in his account, purchasing this multi-million-dollar luxury car would be a mere trifle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2019 Bentley Continental GT. Embodying powerful performance, exquisite craftsmanship, and cutting-edge technology. This vehicle boasts dynamic aesthetics and muscular lines, accentuated by chrome embellishments that elevate the Bentley Continental GT's sporty, fashionable, and ultra-luxurious aura, captivating all who appreciate the thrill of driving and the pursuit of style. The family-inspired design exudes nobility and sportiness, and the Continental Series' unique proportions render it irresistible to any connoisseur of beauty. In front of the showroom, the manager of the Bentley flagship store was passionately promoting the car to a throng of onlookers. Bentley's headquarters held the Chinese market in high regard. This newly launched vehicle was designated as a trial release in China, and it was one of the limited editions. This exhibition was particularly significant. If successful, the profits for the flagship store would be substantial. Thus, the manager, usually accustomed to a life of luxury and seldom seeking customers, found himself compelled to take action today. Listening to the manager's pitch, the crowd's eyes widened with desire and excitement as they gazed at the imposing luxury car. However, when they heard the price, astonishment swept through the crowd. 12 million. Indeed, the car was a supreme luxury vehicle. But that price was astronomical. Although those who ventured into the luxury showroom were undoubtedly wealthy, very few possessed the means to acquire such a multi-million-dollar automobile. 12 million. Ha! Just 12 million, Liang Chen declared boldly. Stepping forward without hesitation, I'll take it. His sudden proclamation startled everyone present. Wow, who has the audacity to drop 12 million on a car without a second thought? As the crowd turned to look, they were surprised to see Liang Chen, an unassuming young man, making such a bold claim. Doubt and even derision flickered across their faces. Are you serious? This car is worth 12 million, not 1,200. Can you truly afford it? One voice piped up. Yes, young man. Reaching too high is one thing, But boasting without substance is another matter entirely. The crowd erupted into laughter, mocking Liang Chen's audacity. Yet, amidst their jeers, Liang Chen remained unfazed, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase this vehicle?" the manager asked, surveying Liang Chen with skepticism yet intrigued by the potential sale. "Swipe the card. I'll pay in full," Liang Chen replied, a calm confidence radiating from him as he handed over his bank card. Very well, sir, please hold on." The manager, filled with elation, accepted the card with a smile. Handing it to a sales associate, a profound silence enveloped the showroom as the crowd exchanged incredulous glances. They still could not believe Liang Chen had the means to make such a purchase. Yet they were compelled to acknowledge his formidable presence. Could it be they had misjudged him, not realizing he was a hidden tycoon? Or was he merely a pretender? The same questions echoed in their minds. Yet they remained silent, their gaze fixated on the sales associate processing the transaction. "Hello, Mr. Liang, your payment has been successfully completed. Here is your card. Please keep it safe." The sales associate returned shortly, beaming with respect as they handed Liang Chen back his card. "What? This young man truly has 12 million to spend." The murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd, including the manager, who was flabbergasted. "Boss," a commanding middle-aged man and a slender young man in the crowd exchanged glances, the former's eyes gleaming with interest. "Let us observe before making any conclusions," the middle-aged man instructed, his gaze fixed intently on Liang Chen, a subtle glint of danger in his eyes. "Understood." The muscular man nodded, swiftly pulling out his phone to relay orders to his subordinates. Chapter 4. The euphoria of wealth. As Liang Chen drove his multimillion-dollar luxury car through the streets, he reveled in the astonished gazes and whispers of passers-by. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. Just as he was savoring the moment, his phone rang urgently. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was his colleague, Yu Deshui, calling. Liang Chen slapped his thigh in realization. Today was the company's annual meeting. The annual meeting was a significant event, mandatory for all employees. But what thrilled Liang Chen even more was that it was also the birthday of his girlfriend, Zhou Bingrua. The mere thought of her filled him with pride. Zhou Bingrua was a white-collar worker, widely recognized as a beauty within the company. Liang Chen had invested considerable effort to win her affection, earning the envy of his colleagues. His friend, Yu Deshui, had often remarked that Liang Chen must have struck gold to have captured Zhou Bingrua's heart. After speaking with Yu Deshui, Liang Chen realized there was still time before the annual meeting began. He drove directly to a shopping mall, spending 200,000 on an exquisite LV handbag for Zhou Bingrua. What girl doesn't adore luxury items? Zhou Bingrua was no exception. In the past, she had often requested expensive cosmetics, clothing, and bags, but Liang Chen had lacked the means to fulfill her wishes. However, times had changed. Now, Liang Chen was ready to surprise his girlfriend, determined to make her the happiest woman in the world. He instructed the staff to carefully wrap the bag in a gift bag before heading to the venue of the company's annual meeting, the New City Grand Hotel. The New City Grand Hotel is a 4-star establishment. In the city of Shanhushi, where star-rated hotels abound, it may not stand out prominently. However, the company where Liang Chen works is not merely a small enterprise with a handful of employees. The fact that the company's president can hold an annual meeting here signifies a certain level of prestige. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Liang Chen opted for a more understated approach. Instead of driving his luxury car into the hotel grounds, he parked it on the roadside and walked into the hotel. "Chunzi, why are you so late? The banquet is about to start." As Liang Chen approached the entrance, he was greeted by a jovial, rotund man, Yu Deshui, his only confidant in the company. "I just went to buy a few things, got delayed," Liang Chen replied with a smile, gesturing towards the gift bag in his hand. "Wow, who is this gift for?" "Haha, I know. It's for your esteemed lady, my sister-in-law, isn't it?" Noticing the tightly wrapped gift bag Liang Chen held, Yu Deshui's small eyes squinted with mischief as he reached out to pry it open. "Hey, let me take a peek at what treasures you've hidden inside." "Get away." Liang Chen was determined to let Zhou Bingru unwrap the bag herself for a surprise, and he swiftly swatted Yu Deshui's hand aside. "Haha, Qianzi, you are guarding it so fiercely. It must be something valuable. What else with the sudden extravagance? Are you planning something for your esteemed lady?" Yu Deshui, true to his name, was as blunt as a waterway. Laughing heartily. "What are you talking about? You fat fool. Keep talking nonsense and I'll seal that mouth of yours shut." Liang Chen shot him a glance, uninterested in further conversation. Just as they prepared to step into the hotel lobby, a black BMW X5 screeched to a halt beside them. Liang Chen's brows furrowed upon recognizing the vehicle. It belonged to Su Jieqiao, the the son of their supervisor. While not exactly a rich second generation, Su had adopted the reckless demeanor of a spoiled brat, flaunting his father's authority as a department head with a six-figure salary, behaving arrogantly in the company. Bah, what's the big deal? It's just a worthless BMW. Does he think it's a luxury car? Upon seeing Su Jiechao, Yu Desui's anger flared. He detested bullies like him. Come on, don't be sour just because you can't afford a grape. Even if it's not a luxury vehicle, it's still worth hundreds of thousands. Liang Chen, though no fan of Su Jiechao, had little to do with such people and simply chuckled at Yu Desui's outburst. Hundreds of thousands. That still his father's money. In my eyes, he has nothing but scum. Yu Desui grumbled defiantly. Just as he was about to say more, he was struck dumb by the sight of two figures emerging from the car. What's going on? Your girlfriend, how did she end up in that scoundrel-less vehicle? With a loud thud, Liang Chen felt as if his heart had been mercilessly crushed upon seeing Zhou Bingru step out, linked arm in arm with Su Jiechao. His eyes blazed with fury, and he dropped the gift bag he held, oblivious to its fall. Chapter 5. Picking up a worn-out shoe yet feeling proud. I thought it was someone important. Isn't that Liang Chen? How does a lowly employee like you get to attend the company's annual meeting? Su Jiechao, far from apologetic, tightened his grip around Zhou Bingru. Casting a provocative glance at Liang Chen, Su Jiechao, are you looking for death? You dare to touch my brother's woman? Yu Desui's temper flared, ready to charge forward. Fatty, this is my personal affair. Let me handle it. Liang Chen pulled Yu Desui back, fixing his gaze on Zhou Bingru with a seething anger. What on earth is going on? What is going on? Liang Chen, stop deluding yourself. When I got out of the car and saw you, I felt a moment of regret. But now, facing your queries, I feel completely justified. Zhou Bingru's demeanor shifted. With a disdainful glance at Liang Chen, she spoke mockingly. Liang Chen, can't you see? We've broken up. I am now Su Xiao's woman. What do you, a nobody, have to compare with Su Xiao? Do you have a car? A house? A position in the company? You have nothing. How could I possibly be with a loser like you? You? Liang Chen's face turned ashen with fury at Zhou Bingru's cruel words. He had never expected such degrading insults from the woman he had been with for 3 years. While she had previously enjoyed comparing herself to others, she had always maintained a sense of decorum. Now, the woman standing before him was nothing but a cold-hearted social climber. Chunzi, what's happening? Yu Desui was equally baffled, his mouth agape, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice for Liang Chen. It was hard to believe that his best friend had once devoted himself to this woman, preparing a birthday gift for her, only to discover she had transformed into someone so vile. Kid, listen up. Bingru is now my woman. Stay away from her, or else you'll regret it. Su Jiechao, relishing Liang Chen's dismay, glared at him menacingly. Unbelievable. I can't stand this any longer. Yu Desui exclaimed. Su Jiechao, even if it means losing my job, I'll tear you two apart and seek justice for my brother. Yu Desui was fiercely loyal and, with his temper flaring, he clenched his fists, ready to strike. I said, this is my business. I'll handle it myself. Liang Chen blocked Yu Desui again and turned his cold gaze towards Su Jiechao. Sneering disdainfully, you picked up a discarded shoe, and you're feeling proud? I truly wonder what there is to be proud of. What did you say? Both Su Jiechao and Zhou Bingru were taken aback by Liang Chen's words, their expressions darkening. Why, Yu Desui caught on immediately. You're absolutely right. Qianzi, this woman is indeed a worn-out shoe. You played with her for 3 years. You must be tired of her by now. Yet someone still treats her as a treasure, flaunting her in front of us. You. Hearing Yu Desui's scathing retort, Su Jiechao and Zhou Bingru's faces turned a sickly green. Chapter 6. The boyfriend of a senior white-collar worker as more company employees arrived for the annual meeting. Zhou Bingru, desperate to escape the embarrassment, turned her ire back to Liang Chen. Liang Chen, no matter how much you say, you'll always be a pathetic loser, and no woman would ever look your way. So what if I have played around? I have had more women than you have ever seen. Su Jiechao's expression turned venomous. Liang Chen, you're nothing. Prepare to be a lifelong bachelor. Who said he'd be a lifelong bachelor? I'm his girlfriend now. Just as Su Jiechao and Zhou Bingru were relentlessly attacking Liang Chen, a woman stepped forward from the crowd and stood beside him. This stunning beauty had eyebrows like crescent moons, her eyes sparkling, lips naturally red, and her figure tall and graceful, dressed impeccably. She exuded an aura of sophistication. It was undeniable that this woman, in terms of appearance, figure, and elegance surpassed Zhou Bingru by leaps and bounds. Wow, isn't that our company's top beauty, Lin Yulua? Why is she standing up for Liang Chen? Are you stupid? Didn't you hear Lin Yulua just say? She's Liang Chen's girlfriend now. Of course, she'd step in to defend him. Wow, I never expected Liang Chen to have won over our senior white-collar worker. That's impressive, as the crowd buzzed with surprise. Su Jieqiao and Zhou Bingru were left speechless. Even Yu Desui was taken aback, scratching his head in disbelief. Lin Yulua was Liang Chen's girlfriend? When did this happen? How was he, Liang Chen's closest friend, unaware of such a development? Liang Chen understood that Lin Yulua was there to rescue him. The annual meeting is about to start. Let us go inside. As Liang Chen opened his mouth to speak, Lin Yulua flashed him a radiant smile and, in front of everyone's puzzled gazes, took his arm affectionately. Seeing Liang Chen and Lin Yulua so intimately linked, Su Jieqiao and Zhou Bingru were consumed with jealousy. Su Jieqiao seethed, having long coveted Lin Yulua's beauty, yet all his attempts to win her favor had been in vain. Now, the company's most beautiful woman had been claimed by Liang Chen. As for Zhou Bingru, her envy was palpable. She realized she could never compare to Lin Yulua. Believing she had left Liang Chen, she had not anticipated that he would find someone even better. Ha ha! The chubby fellow's mind raced with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing the situation, he immediately grasped that Liang Chen and Lin Yulua were engaging in a genuine act. Chunzi, didn't you mention today that you wanted to surprise Yulua? Quickly, present her with the gift you've prepared. The chubby man, ever the instigator, saw an opportunity to stoke the flames of the situation. With a glint in his eyes, he stepped forward and snatched the gift bag from Liang Chen's hands. Brother Chen, let me see what you've prepared for my future sister-in-law. As he spoke, he swiftly tore open the gift bag. He was well aware that the contents had been meticulously chosen by Liang Chen for Zhou Bingru. Even if they weren't extraordinarily expensive, they certainly wouldn't be lacking in value. Since Zhou Bingru failed to appreciate Liang Chen's feelings, why not use this opportunity to humiliate the materialistic woman? Chubby, you. Liang Chen attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The bag was already opened. When the latest LV handbag was revealed, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This is my goodness. That bag must be worth at least 200,000. Chapter 7. The gift I present will undoubtedly outshine yours. As the LV handbag was unveiled, shock rippled through the attendees. The company they worked for was a foreign trade firm, and they were all well-versed in luxury goods. They knew Liang Chen's financial situation and initially presumed he would offer a modest gift. However, they were astounded to discover that he had presented a handbag valued at over 200,000. Such a gift could only be afforded by someone truly wealthy. Even a phony rich kid like Su Jieqiao wouldn't dare to give such an extravagant present. Whispers filled the room as everyone struggled to comprehend how Liang Chen had suddenly become so affluent. Although some criticized the chubby man for meddling, a handbag priced at over 200,000 was merely a drop in the bucket for Liang Chen. Moreover, since he had already broken up with Zhou Bingru, the bag served no purpose for him, and gifting it to Lin Yulua as a token of gratitude seemed quite fitting, in front of everyone. Liang Chen decided to embrace the misunderstanding and personally handed the bag to Lin Yulua. Smiling as he said, Yulua, just a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Liang Chen, this bag is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Lin Yulua's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the handbag before her. Clearly, Liang Chen's gesture had caught her off guard. She had intervened on his behalf purely out of disdain for Su Jieqiao and Zhou Bingru, never anticipating such a lavish gift from him. Oh come on, sister-in-law, you and Brother Chen are family now. It's only natural for him to buy you a gift. Don't be so polite. Just accept it. The chubby man, surprised by his own fortunate interference, insisted that Lin Yulu take the bag. No, this can't be. Liang Chen is just a broke loser. How could he possibly afford such an expensive bag? You've never bought me anything like this before. How suddenly do you have the means to buy such a fine gift? It must be a fake. Zhou Bingru, unable to accept the situation, screeched at the top of her lungs. Exactly, it must be a counterfeit. Liang Chen, you have no shame. If you can't afford it, don't pretend to buy luxury items and fool people. Su Jieqiao, wearing a scowl, chimed in with renewed vigor after Zhou Bingru's outburst. Fake? Himph, Su Jieqiao, Zhou Bingru, how can you work in a foreign trade firm and not distinguish between genuine luxury items and fakes? Before Liang Chen could respond to Su Jieqiao's arrogance, Lin Yulua let out a mocking laugh. Unfolding the authenticity tag of the bag and displaying it for all to see, inviting everyone to verify its legitimacy. The employees, accustomed to dealing with luxury goods, especially the same model of LV handbag, quickly assessed the bag's quality. This leather is undoubtedly genuine Australian cowhide. I've handled similar bags multiple times, and this one is definitely authentic. Yes, even if counterfeits exist, they can never replicate the authenticity tags. After a thorough examination, the staff unanimously concluded that the LV handbag was indeed genuine, leaving Su Jiechao's face a deep shade of green. Humph, even if it is real, I'm sure you've exhausted all your savings to buy it. Just wait and see. The gift I'll present later will undoubtedly overshadow yours. Su Jiechiao, speechless and infuriated, glared at Liang Chen before stomping away with Zhou Bingrua, seeking refuge in the hotel, as the excitement dissipated. The crowd began to disperse. Chapter 8. Allow me to show you what a valuable gift truly is. Liang Chen, this bag is far too lavish. I really cannot accept it. After everyone had left, Lin Yulua attempted to return the bag to Liang Chen. As a reserved woman, she could not bring herself to accept such a generous gift without hesitation. Moreover, she was acutely aware that the bag had not been intended for her. Yulua, just keep it. A gift from me will never be reclaimed. Liang Chen insisted, refusing to take no for an answer, and together they entered the hotel. Although the company was not large, they were determined to host an extravagant annual meeting. As promised by the company's president, after enjoying a few artistic performances, the banquet officially commenced. Liang Chen's girlfriend, Lin Yuluan, naturally took a seat beside him. The chubby man sat on Liang Chen's other side, feeling elated to be in the presence of the company's most beautiful employee. Liang Chen, do you mind if we join your table? Su Jiechiao, still nursing a grudge from earlier, seized the opportunity to sit down with Zhou Bingrua at Liang Chen's table. Noticing 2 empty seats. You ask if I mind? Isn't that like taking off your pants to fart? Liang Chen scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Su Jiechiao, prompting laughter from the entire room. You? Himph. I am a cultured person and refuse to stoop to your level. Su Jiechiao's face flushed crimson, struggling to contain his anger. Ha, Su Jiechiao. Is that what you call self-promotion? If you were truly cultured, even pigs could teach school. The chubby man chimed in, eyes rolling with sharp wit. How dare you? Su Jiechiao fumed, his complexion darkening. This chubby fellow had done nothing to provoke him yet continued to throw obstacles in his path. Are you angry now? Shall we settle this outside? The chubby man raised his hefty fist, a smirk playing on his lips, showing off his confidence despite his size. Humph, I wouldn't deign to engage with a fat pig like you. Though Su Jiechiao was on the verge of exploding with rage, he felt defeated by Liang Chen's calm demeanor, realizing he was already at a disadvantage. Suppressing his fury, he feigned indifference and sneered at Liang Chen. Liang Chen, don't think that just because you presented a 200,000 yuan bag, you're impressive. I'll now show you what a truly valuable gift looks like. Valuable gift. At Su Jiechiao's words, the room fell silent. Not only the people at their table but also dozens of curious eyes from other tables turned to Su Jiechiao. Could it be that he had prepared a gift for his girlfriend? Amid the curious gazes, Zhou Bingrua's eyes shone with anticipation, casting a provocative glance at Liang Chen. See, Su Xiao has prepared something even more extravagant for me. I in front of Su Xiao, you, Liang Chen, will forever remain a pauper. Bring it forth. After basking in the envious glances, Su Jiechiao snapped his fingers at the attendant. Su Xiao, here is the gift box you had previously stored. The attendant approached cautiously, placing a small gift box before Su Jiechiao amidst the multitude of eyes watching intently. Open it. Feeling the weight of attention on him, Su Jiechiao's pride swelled as he commanded the attendant. Of course, Su Xiao. The attendant complied, revealing a brand new, jewel-encrusted women's wristwatch from the box. Chapter 9. The Power of Wealth, the Unfailing Method to Win Hearts. The guests present were all connoisseurs of luxury goods. They immediately recognized that the wristwatch Su Jiechiao displayed was worth at least 400,000. Such an extravagance undoubtedly surpassed Liang Chen's earlier gift of the LV handbag. Su Xiao truly is magnificent. What a lavish gift. To be his girlfriend is indeed a blessing, indeed. Su Xiao's generosity is evident. Unlike some, who exhaust all their savings just to show off, barely measuring up to Su Xiao's standards. Ha, you're referring to the one who just gifted the bag, aren't you? Indeed, he doesn't even realize his own limitations, daring to compete with Su Xiao. In an instant, the entire assembly was taken aback by Su Jiechiao's audacity, and the murmurs of the crowd overwhelmingly favored him while disparaging Liang Chen. Amidst the discussions, Zhou Bingrua wore a beaming expression, her eyes glimmering with admiration for Su Jiechiao. How extravagant he was! She felt proud of her discernment. If she had followed someone like Liang Chen, a mere nobody, what prospects could she have hoped for? Witnessing Su Jiechao's smug demeanor and the sycophantic attitudes of others, the rotund man clenched his fists in fury, nearly ready to overturn the table. Though he had known Liang Chen for a short time, they shared a camaraderie, supporting one another. Seeing his friend subjected to such ridicule was intolerable. In contrast, Liang Chen remained unfazed, subtly signaling to his friend to hold back, though not engage. With the crowd's mocking laughter ringing in the air, Lin Yulua stood up for Liang Chen. Just as she was about to defend him, Liang Chen discreetly gestured for her to remain silent and let Su Jiechiao continue his performance. A Vacheron Constantine watch, at most worth 500,000, was hardly a fraction of what Liang Chen possessed, who had access to global resources. Since Su Jiechiao foolishly chose to flaunt his wealth, Liang Chen resolved to let him revel in his moment before he would retaliate and bring him down a peg. Ah, this is what is happening. Initially, when Su Jiechiao showcased the Vacheron Constantine watch, everyone presumed it was a gift for Zhou Bingrua, and she too believed it. But suddenly, the situation shifted. Su Jiechiao intended to use this watch to entice Lin Yulua. Chapter 10. This bet is intriguing. Such an overt display of fickleness caught everyone off guard. In the banquet hall, guests exchanged bewildered glances. Although they disapproved of Su Jiechiao's behavior, his status as the supervisor's son silenced any dissent. Su Jiechiao, you ungrateful wretch, I must have been blind to mistake you for a man of worth. Zhou Bingrua, a recognized beauty and white-collar worker, could not maintain her composure and began to throw a tantrum. Slut! Who do you think you are? Just a discarded shoe. I was merely toying with you. Dio, you really think you're worth anything to me? But before she could continue her outburst, Su Jiechiao's eyes turned cold, and he struck her hard across the face, hurling a scathing insult. Zhou Bingrua, unable to withstand the blow, fell to the side, blood trickling from her mouth upon rising. That slap had jolted her back to reality. She was filled with regret, lamenting her poor judgment in forsaking a good man like Liang Chen for a scoundrel like Su Jiechiao. Tears streamed down her face as she cradled her bruised cheek, casting a pleading glance at Liang Chen. Yet, Liang Chen remained as cold as ice, not sparing her even a sidelong glance. The atmosphere grew tense with silence, all present taken aback by the farce. As for Zhou Bingrua, most regarded her plight as self-inflicted and unworthy of sympathy. Su Jiechiao, you have gone too far, striking a woman. Only Lin Yulua expressed her outrage, admonishing Su Jiechiao. Yulua, don't misunderstand. I was merely having fun with this woman. A discarded shoe like her. Do you really think I would take her seriously? Ridiculous. Su Jiechiao shamelessly pressed closer to Lin Yulua, ignoring her rebuke. Get away from me, you despicable creature, Lin Yulua retorted with disdain. Attempting to distance herself. Did you hear that? Stay away from Lin Yulua. Liang Chen suddenly rose, shielding Lin Yulua behind him, casting a chilling glare at Su Jiechiao, a mere nobody. How dare he act so arrogantly? Su Jiechiao intended to lash out, but upon locking eyes with Liang Chen, he was startled by the ferocity in Liang Chen's gaze, his bravado instantly waning. Liang Chen, regardless of whether Lin Yulua accepts me or not, at least my gift is the most extravagant. Do you think your pathetic little handbag can compare? Though he dared not explode in public, Su Jiechiao still protested, extravagant? It's just a watch. How can you boast so? Liang Chen scoffed coldly. What do you mean? Can you offer a gift of greater value? Su Jiechiao's frustration boiled over. Ha! What if I can? Liang Chen smirked. Listen well, if you can present something more valuable than this watch today, I will call you grandfather. But if you fail, you must concede Lin Yulua to me and bow 3 times, calling me grandfather in front of everyone. What do you say? Do you dare to accept? Su Jiechiao, puffing out his chest arrogantly, replied, very well, this wager is indeed intriguing. I accept. Upon hearing this, Liang Chen's expression turned icy, and he solemnly agreed. The spectators were astonished as the two struck a wager. In truth, many found Liang Chen's earlier bravado hard to believe. Not only Su Jiechiao doubted him, but the bystanders did as well. Although Liang Chen's ability to produce a handbag worth over 200,000 was astonishing for a mere employee, it was hard to fathom that he could go up against Su Jiechiao's wealth. As Su Jiechiao made his bet, a few eager onlookers began to cheer, and the anticipation among the rest grew. Liang Chen, Chenzi. Among the crowd, Lin Yulua and the rotund man appeared anxious, wishing to dissuade Liang Chen. Even Zhou Bingrua wore a tense expression, seemingly wanting to convince Liang Chen to abandon this unwinnable wager. Do not worry, I have a plan, Liang Chen smiled, nodding at Lin Yulua and the rotund man, yet he did not even glance at Zhou Bingrua. Seeing Liang Chen disregard her, Zhou Bingrua bit her lip, her face filled with disappointment. Chapter 11. A more extravagant gift. The employees were filled with anticipation regarding the wager between Liang Chen and Su Jieqiao, eager to see what extravagant gift the so-called nobody could produce. Waiter, please summon your manager. Liang Chen, ignoring the crowd's skepticism, snapped his fingers at a waiter. The waiter, equally captivated by the wager, promptly fetched the hotel manager. Sir, how may I assist you? Despite understanding the situation, the hotel manager approached Liang Chen with polite inquiry. Manager, this fellow seeks to purchase the most extravagant gift. He likely lacks the funds and wishes to borrow from your establishment, Su Jieqiao interjected, presuming Liang Chen was merely posturing, and he snickered at the manager's expense. His comment drew laughter from the crowd. Indeed, manager, do not lend him any money. He is just betting against Su Xiao. Be cautious, manager. Even if you lend him, it'll be like giving meat buns to a dog, gone without a trace. The employees, seasoned in workplace dynamics, quickly joined Su Jieqiao in jeering. The manager felt awkward, intending to explain that hotel funds were not available for loan. Before he could speak, Liang Chen was already pulling him down to sit, casually pointing to a private room. Manager, who names these rooms? For instance, this one, Chunhua Pavilion, sounds rather tacky. How about this? I'll offer 50,000 to rename it Yulua Pavilion. What do you think? Yulua Pavilion? The moment those words were uttered, not only the manager was taken aback, but Lin Yulua, the rotund man, Su Jieqiao, and the other staff stood in stunned silence. Wow! Liang Chen clearly intends to rename the room after Lin Yulua. Is this the extravagant gift he mentioned? If so, renaming a room after someone is indeed unique and rather sophisticated. Liang Chen seemed to sense Lin Yuluo's heartfelt intentions, and as she gazed at him, an inexplicable sense of gratitude surged within her. At that moment, she found herself wishing that Liang Chen were truly her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Su Jieqiao and Zhou Bingrua exhibited reactions that were equally intriguing. Su Jieqiao's complexion turned pale, inwardly chastising himself for not having conceived such a sophisticated plan earlier. Had he thought of it sooner, perhaps the goddess Lin would have already fallen for him. He now hoped that the manager would refuse Liang Chen's request. As the son of a prominent company executive, how could he possibly be outdone by someone like Liang Chen? Simultaneously, Zhou Bingrua's expression grew increasingly complex as she observed Liang Chen's remarkable performance, which had utterly surpassed her expectations. It was bewildering how she had previously overlooked such an exceptional man. Sir, are you jesting? The hotel manager, after a moment of confusion, finally grasped Liang Chen's intent. With a sardonic smile, he pointed to the plaque above the private room and remarked, Do you know who named these rooms? It was our hotel's enigmatic owner, Du Xiaoma, a formidable figure in the underground world of Shanhu. Each room name carries profound significance. They cannot be whimsically altered by just anyone. Chapter 12. Casually offering 1 million Du Xiaoma? The name sent a chill through the crowd. In the entire Shanhu region, everyone knew that Du Xiaoma was one of the few top-tier overlords. His vast array of enterprises spanned numerous industries, and his influence permeated every sector, making him a genuine force to be reckoned with. Rumor had it that Du Xiaoma was ruthless, capricious, and utterly indifferent to the law. Anyone who dared to offend him had long since vanished from existence. In Shanhu, not only ordinary people feared him, but even other powerful figures dared not provoke him lightly. Now, Liang Chen audaciously sought to alter a room name designated by Du Xiaoma. Was this not a death wish? Observing the situation, Su Jieqiao couldn't help but smirk with a sense of satisfaction, envisioning Liang Chen's impending downfall. You foolish boy, I shall witness how you meet your demise today. Liang Chen, however, disregarded Su Jieqiao's schadenfreude, calmly lifted his teacup for a sip, and continued his negotiations with the manager. The manager, with a cold smile, remained silent. It was evident that Liang Chen was a naive young man, but little did he know of Du Xiaoma's terrifying methods. 20,000? If that's not acceptable, how about 30 or even 40,000? Liang Chen appeared undeterred by the manager's demeanor, persistently escalating his offer. 1 million. When he finally mentioned the staggering figure of 1 million, the previously unimpressed hotel manager's expression shifted dramatically, his body involuntarily trembling. In fact, not only the manager reacted strongly, everyone else was left dumbfounded by Liang Chen's audacity. Was he truly willing to spend 1 million just to change a room's name? The manager could no longer remain composed, staring at Liang Chen in astonishment. Of course. Liang Chen replied, his expression resolute, not even flinching. The manager, visibly hesitant, understood that 1 million was no trifling sum for anyone. Even Du Xiaoma would not be entirely indifferent to such an amount. Manager, Do not listen to his empty boasts. Seeing the manager's wavering attitude, Su Jiechao urgently interjected, "This kid is nothing but a loser. He cannot possibly have 1 million. Do not be deceived." "Humph. To deceive me is to deceive Du Xiaoma. Who in their right mind would dare attempt that?" Before Liang Chen could retort, the manager shot Su Jiechao a fierce glare. Silencing him, Su Jiechao's father was merely a mid-level executive. He was hardly a rich second-generation heir and was terrified of the underworld, promptly recoiling under the manager's intimidating gaze. "Manager, if you facilitate this matter, I will grant you an additional 100,000 as a reward." Casting a disdainful glance at the pale-faced Su Jiechao, Liang Chen addressed the manager with unwavering confidence. Without hesitation, he took the manager's phone and transferred 100,000 to his Alipay account. Upon hearing the notification of the transfer, the manager was finally convinced of Liang Chen's financial credibility. In this world, wealth equated to power, and with wealth came the ability to command respect. Very well. "Esteemed guest, please wait here. I will promptly fetch Du Xiaoma." The manager, not daring to offend such a potent figure, showered Liang Chen with compliments before personally reporting to Du Xiaoma. As the manager departed, an eerie silence enveloped the restaurant. Countless eyes turned towards Liang Chen, who had once been viewed as an absolute nobody. Now, he was extravagantly offering 1 million merely to change a room's name. Chapter 13. Du Xiaoma. While the crowd was astonished by Liang Chen's boldness, they were unaware that for him, 1 million was but a drop in the ocean. As someone who had begun with an astounding 800 billion and commanded global mineral resources, money was merely a numerical figure to Liang Chen. Despite the astonished gazes from onlookers, including the rotund man and Lin Yuluo, who urged him to abandon such reckless behavior, Liang Chen remained composed, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. After a considerable pause, a group of individuals stormed into the hotel. The leader, imposing and fierce, was none other than Du Xiaoma, the notorious overlord of Shun, whose underground realm. "Who dares to stir trouble in my domain?" Du Xiaoma bellowed upon entering the hotel. His thunderous voice sent shivers through the crowd, causing some to instinctively retreat, unwilling to confront the wrathful figure. Having risen from a petty thug to a powerful player over the years, Du Xiaoma exuded an aura of menace that none dared challenge. The manager, meticulously following Du Xiaoma, immediately stepped forward. Pointing at Liang Chen, "This kid had the audacity to change the name of the room I named. Does he understand the deep significance these names hold for me?" Du Xiaoma narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming as he fixed his gaze on Liang Chen. "For instance, the name of this room, Spring Flower Pavilion, was specifically chosen for my woman, Chun Hu. You think it can be altered so casually?" "Indeed, Du Lauda, I understand your intentions. However, might I share the reason for my desire to change the room's name? Furthermore, I assure you that my offer is quite substantial." Liang Chen remained unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Du Xiaoma's fierce glare. "Oh, is that so?" Du Xiaoma shot Liang Chen a penetrating look, a serpent-like sneer curling at the corners of his mouth, before shifting his attention to the others present. As he locked eyes with them, they instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. "Very well, then follow me. I'm curious to hear what compelling reason you have. Remember, if your reasoning fails to impress me, you shall face dire consequences." Du Xiaoma warned ominously before striding into the Spring Flower Pavilion. "Liang Chen, perhaps you should reconsider." Lin Yuluo and the rotund man exchanged concerned glances, attempting to dissuade him from following Du Xiaoma. "Do not worry, I will be out shortly," Liang Chen reassured them with a nod and a serene smile as he stepped into the private room. The restaurant remained tense until Du Xiaoma's departure, at which point the crowd's anxiety began to dissipate. "This fool is utterly deluded, daring to offend Du Lauda. He is certainly courting disaster." Su Jiechao sneered, fixated on Liang Chen's retreating figure. "Indeed, Su Xiao is absolutely correct. Liang Chen fails to comprehend who he is up against. Challenging Du Lauda is tantamount to a death sentence." The others chimed in, their consensus overwhelmingly against Liang Chen's audacity. However, moments passed, and as the door to the Spring Flower Pavilion remained shut, puzzled murmurs spread through the crowd. "What is happening?" Just as they grappled with confusion, the door swung open. Chapter 14. Brotherhood with the Overlord. To their astonishment, Liang Chen emerged from the Spring Flower Pavilion not only unscathed but also with an arm draped around Du Xiaoma's shoulders, both of them referring to each other as brothers. What was happening? The sight of Liang Chen and Du Xiaoma in such a friendly embrace left everyone dumbfounded. "Bring me that plaque. According to Brother Liang's wishes, we shall rename it the Yuluo Pavilion." Before anyone could process the situation, Du Xiaoma's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Had he genuinely acquiesced to Liang Chen's request for a name change? A multitude of incredulous gazes turned towards Du Xiaoma. Yet he remained aloof, offering no explanation to the gathered onlookers. He walked directly in front of Lin Yulua, smiling as he said, "Ha ha, sister-in-law, my brother's feelings for you are truly profound. It's genuinely touching. From this day forth, this private room will be named after you, and whenever you come to dine here, it shall be free of charge." Lin Yulua was evidently taken aback by how events had unfolded. Initially, she had merely pretended to be Liang Chen's girlfriend to help him out, but she never anticipated that Liang Chen would take the farce seriously, gifting her such a lavish gesture. In an instant, Lin Yulua felt a wave of shyness wash over her, unable to articulate the complex emotions surging within her heart. Meanwhile, Su Jieqiao appeared utterly dejected, his expression a portrait of despair, wishing he could vanish into the ground. "Young Master Su, you haven't forgotten the wager we made earlier, have you? Now that the outcome is clear, it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain," Liang Chen coldly remarked, ignoring Su Jieqiao's discomfort. The wager was nothing but nonsense. He would rather not attend such a banquet. Su Jieqiao, filled with indignation, could not bring himself to address Liang Chen as grandfather in public. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, he attempted to leave. "Young Master Su, I am well aware of the wager between you and Liang Xiao. Since you have lost, you must honor it would be quite inappropriate to back out at this juncture." Just as Su Jieqiao prepared to escape, the manager had already blocked his path. Coldly stating this, faced with the pitying and scornful gazes of the crowd, Su Jieqiao's humiliation deepened. He could only manage a forced smile as he pleaded with Du Xiaoma, "Master Du, my father is Su Kuan, and he once had the fortune to dine with you. Might you consider my father's reputation, Su Kuan?" "Who is that?" Unexpectedly, before Su Jieqiao could finish, Du Xiaoma interrupted him sharply. With an icy demeanor, he fixed his gaze on Su Jieqiao. "I don't care who your father is. If you dare offend my brother Liang, you are courting death. Enough talk. You will fulfill the terms of your wager as you agreed. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving my territory intact today." The weight of Du Xiaoma's words struck Su Jieqiao like a thunderbolt, causing his face to drain of color. "Are you questioning my authority? Do you believe I won't call your father right now and have him witness me breaking your legs?" Du Xiaoma's cold gaze bore down upon Su Jieqiao, each word dripping with lethal intent. "And no, I wouldn't dare." Seeing Du Xiaoma's fury, Su Jieqiao was paralyzed with fear, lacking the courage to utter a single word of defiance. He collapsed in front of Liang Chen, repeatedly calling him grandfather. "Humph, a worthless grandson like you is not worth keeping. Just go." Liang Chen scoffed, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling to the side. Su Jieqiao felt utterly humiliated. Yet in the presence of Du Xiaoma, he dared not retaliate, instead slinking away in disgrace. Clutching his head. Chapter 15. Seizing his entire fortune, this scene left all the employees in the company in a state of shock. No one had anticipated that Liang Chen, whom they considered inconsequential, would rise to prominence today, not only befriending Du Xiaoma but also thoroughly dealing with Su Jieqiao. Henceforth, who would dare to underestimate Liang Chen within the entire company? In no time, everyone began to regard him with newfound respect. Especially those who had previously fawned over Su Jieqiao, sensing the shift in power, quickly pivoted to extol Liang Chen's virtues. Liang Chen, however, paid them little mind, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Brother Liang, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I won't interrupt your meal any longer." As the commotion subsided, Du Xiaoma smiled and shook hands with Liang Chen before departing the hotel. "Boss, that guy seems quite wealthy. He was willing to spend $1 million to change the room name. Why didn't you take it?" As Du Xiaoma's entourage settled into the car, his trusted aide, Hong Qi, inquired with curiosity. "Humph, $1 million is nothing. What I desire is his entire fortune." Through the car window, Du Xiaoma glanced back at Liang Chen, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. "Tell the brothers to maintain their vigilance over this lad. I am convinced he is a significant catch." "Understood," Hong Qi replied. Driving away. Inside the hotel, the company's annual meeting concluded and employees began to leave. Liang Chen as Liang Chen and his portly friend prepared to exit, they heard Lin Yulua's voice behind them. "Hee, Chunzi, I won't interrupt your romantic TTE any longer. I'll take my leave first." Seeing Lin Yulua's bashful expression, the portly friend slyly signaled to Liang Chen before departing with a chuckle. "Yulua, don't listen to this blubbering fool." Liang Chen turned to Lin Yulua, his expression somewhat awkward. Although they had interacted as colleagues before, he was immensely grateful for her assistance today. "No, It's nothing. Lin Yulua lowered her head, suddenly hesitant to meet Liang Chen's gaze. For some reason, she felt the nature of their relationship had become more complicated and tinged with something deeper. Was this merely Liang Chen's act, or was it possible that her feelings for him were not entirely platonic? Yulua, did you drive here? Let me give you a ride back. Sensing the tension in the air, Liang Chen offered to drive Lin Yulua home, recalling that she had taken the bus. Okay. Lin Yulua agreed, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Liang Chen, have you bought a car? Yes, my car is just outside. Let us go. Liang Chen nodded, and the two exited the hotel side by side, heading toward the Bentley parked outside. Meanwhile, some employees lingered in the hotel, observing Liang Chen and Lin Yulua, a perfectly matched pair, especially as they climbed into a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Envy filled the eyes of many. Only Zhou Bingrua, seated in a corner, watched them with jealousy and regret. It was all her fault for being blind, not realizing Liang Chen was an invisible wealthy man. But now, it was too late for regrets. No, Liang Chen belonged to her, and she would not allow that wretched Lin Yulua to take advantage of the situation. Seeing Liang Chen and Lin Yulua laughing and appearing close, Zhou Bingrua's jealousy flared, fueled by the alcohol. As she stood up and stormed out of the hotel, she was determined to reclaim Liang Chen. Liang Chen was her boyfriend. Despite her many faults, he should forgive her. She would never let him slip away. Chapter 16. Get rid of this crazy woman. Liang Chen. Darling. Wait. Inside the car, Liang Chen was about to start the engine when Zhou Bingrua, tears streaming down her face, blocked his way. Darling, it's all my fault. I regret it so much. Please forgive me just this once. Can we reconcile? I promise to treat you well and will never mention breaking up again. Move aside. You are not my darling, Liang Chen replied coldly, refusing to spare her a glance. Darling, I know you and she are not truly together. This is just a performance to provoke me, right? I promise it won't happen again. Zhou Bingrua clung desperately to the front of the car, her face a mess of tears, refusing to let Liang Chen leave. Security? Liang Chen chuckled icily, tossing a few bills to a nearby security guard. Get this crazy woman away. Right away, young Master Liang. Liang Chen had established camaraderie with Du Xiaoma, and the security staff dared not neglect his request. Moreover, with the promise of tips, two security personnel promptly approached, forcibly removing Zhou Bingrua. Keep this money. Consider it your severance pay. We have no further ties. It's best if we never meet again. Liang Chen coldly regarded the weeping Zhou Bingrua, expressionless as he tossed her a stack of cash before driving off. Watching the car recede into the distance, Zhou Bingrua collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by regretful sobs. After dropping Lin Yulua off at home, Liang Chen planned to withdraw some cash at a nearby bank. Although it was the era of mobile payments, and one could easily transact without cash, as a lavish spender, having some cash on hand for display was still quite necessary. Entering the bank, he presented his card to a beautiful teller named Xiaoying, who had only recently begun her internship. Excuse me, could you help me withdraw 100,000? 100,000? Xiaoying's brow furrowed slightly at the request. However, maintaining her professional demeanor, she smiled and explained, I am sorry, sir, but for large cash withdrawals, you must make an appointment with the bank in advance. Do you have an appointment? Appointment? Liang Chen was momentarily taken aback. To him, withdrawing 100,000 was merely for convenience. A trivial sum, and he hadn't considered the need for prior arrangements. I'm sorry, but if you don't have an appointment, you can only withdraw up to 50,000 today. The remaining 50,000 will have to wait until tomorrow. Seeing Liang Chen's dazed expression, Xiaoying continued patiently. Only 50,000? It seems spending money has become a challenge. Liang Chen frowned upon hearing this. Humph, this fellow looks like a penniless fool trying to play the part. He knows full well that the bank requires an appointment for large withdrawals, yet he pretends otherwise. Indeed, observing his destitute demeanor, I am led to question whether he possesses even 50,000 in his account. Hey, impoverished fellow, cease wasting everyone's time. If you lack funds, learn to conserve, and certainly do not put on airs. The individuals in line, finding themselves bored, began to tease Liang Chen. Chapter 17. You aren't worthy to carry my shoes. Liang Chen, disinterested in engaging with these gossips, intended to withdraw 50,000 and be done with it, when a fashionably dressed young man approached. This young man exuded an air of arrogance, parting the crowd with ease to lean against the counter. Playfully addressing Xiaoying, sister, it's my birthday today. How about you join me for a meal later? From his appearance and tone, it was clear he was a wealthy second-generation heir, and his demeanor towards Xiaoying was decidedly domineering. As if he were assured of her compliance. I'm sorry, I'm quite busy and have no time. Zhuang, evidently unimpressed by the young man's entitled behavior, refused to meet his gaze and continued reviewing her documents. Cut it out, Zhuang. Don't you see my intentions towards you? Cheng Pengfei, the affluent heir, was undeterred by her dismissal and persisted in his advances. I have plenty of money. If you agree to accompany me, I assure you a life free from worry. Really, I must insist. I'm busy and would appreciate it if you didn't interrupt my work. Zhua Ying cast a disapproving glance at Cheng Pengfei, interrupting him decisively. Zhua, Cheng is a valued client of our bank. How could you treat him so dismissively? Just as Cheng Pengfei was about to respond, a striking woman clad in professional attire approached. The bank's lobby manager, Zhao Li. Zhao Li admonished Zhua Ying briefly before turning to Cheng Pengfei with a warm smile. Cheng, as a VIP client of our bank, please allow me to personally assist you. Ha, splendid. Cheng Pengfei, having been rebuffed by Zhua Ying before, showed no anger and, ignoring the many clients present, audaciously placed his hand on Zhao Li's curvaceous figure while grinning. Manager Zhao, my father sent me to withdraw 1 million. Kindly prepare the cash, of course. Not a problem at all, Cheng. Please follow me to the VIP room. Zhao Li feigned modesty, blushing slightly before shamelessly linking her arm with Cheng Pengfei as they made their way to the VIP room. Witnessing this scene, Liang Chen felt a surge of displeasure and couldn't help but mutter, does your bank truly differentiate between clients based on wealth? I can withdraw 100,000, and he can take out 1 million without even waiting in line? Though Liang Chen spoke softly, his words were clearly heard by Cheng Pengfei and Zhao Li, instantly chilling the atmosphere in the bank lobby. Humph, you seem quite discontented, young man. Cheng Pengfei turned, casting a disdainful glance at Liang Chen. Noticing Liang Chen's shabby appearance, Cheng's contempt deepened. Do you think withdrawing 100,000 makes you significant? What right do you have to compare yourself to me? You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Is that so? From your words, it seems you are quite affluent. Liang Chen replied with a cold smile. Naturally, in his previous impoverished state, he would not have dared to confront such a wealthy heir. However, now, he had no fear of these spoiled brats, of course. Cheng is the son of Cheng's Construction, a company with nearly 100 million in assets in our city and a significant client of our bank. Before Cheng Pengfei could retort, Zhao Li interjected, young man, Cheng's words hold truth. Someone like you truly lacks the qualification to even carry Cheng's shoes. Do not embarrass yourself here. Zhao Li, who was inherently opportunistic, seized the moment to belittle Liang Chen further, eager to impress Cheng Pengfei. Didn't you just claim our bank differentiates between clients? You are correct. Cheng is a VIP client and enjoys preferential treatment, while regrettably, you are merely a lower-tier client. If your account had 10 million, or even just a few million, we would certainly extend you superior service. Understand? Chapter 18. Account balance. 1 trillion. Zhao Li's barrage of words left Liang Chen speechless. And even the bystanders and Zhua Ying frowned, finding her remarks exceedingly harsh. Do you hear that? Young man, one must possess self-awareness. Quality service in this society is reserved for the wealthy. If you lack funds, remain a commoner and do not aspire to compete with others. You simply do not qualify. Seeing Zhao Li thoroughly reprimand Liang Chen without needing to intervene, Cheng Pengfei felt a sense of triumph. Cheng, let us not waste time with this plebeian. Let us proceed to the VIP room. Zhao Li dismissed Liang Chen with a disdainful glance and led Cheng Pengfei away. By the way, if you truly wish to withdraw money, this grand bank is not for you. Isn't there a rural credit union next door? Perhaps they will allow you to withdraw a few hundred. Cheng Pengfei turned back, casting another mocking glance at Liang Chen before bursting into laughter as he entered the VIP room. Though labeled a VIP room, it was merely separated by a glass door. However, as onlookers peered through the glass, witnessing Zhao Li's attentiveness to Cheng Pengfei, serving him tea and offering him a seat, envy rippled through the crowd. Damn, being rich is truly delightful. If only I could be wealthy too. I would surely outshine Cheng Pengfei. While they envied Cheng Pengfei's affluent lifestyle, they also seized the opportunity to ridicule Liang Chen, who dared to challenge them. Hey, can you all show some restraint? Why do I feel like you're worse than Cheng Pengfei? Aren't you all just as impoverished? What qualifications do you have to belittle others? Seeing the crowd turn against Liang Chen, Zhua Ying, unable to tolerate it any longer, scolded them with a frown. The other clients, feeling guilty, fell silent. Sir, how about this? I will register your request, and you can return tomorrow to withdraw your funds. After dispersing the crowd, Zhua Ying cautiously approached Liang Chen and inquired, no need. Liang Chen replied, his expression impassive as he placed his bank card on the counter. Since I cannot withdraw cash, I can at least transfer funds? Right? Please transfer the entirety of this card's balance to this bank account with that. He produced a transfer slip, filled out another bank's account number, and handed it to Zhua Ying. Very well. Seeing Liang Chen's demeanor, Zhua Ying thought to herself that this man was rather petty. Why harbor resentment over such a trivial matter? Besides, he wasn't even wealthy. Mr. Liang, may I ask how much you wish to transfer? Zhua Ying inquired while inserting the bank card into the reader. Transfer it all. I will deposit it into the rural credit union instead. Liang Chen replied coldly, alas, it's merely 100,000. Why go through all this trouble? Our bank's interest rates are significantly higher than those of the rural credit union. Upon insisting on the transfer, Zhua Ying found herself at a loss for words. But as her gaze fell upon the computer screen displaying the account balance, she was utterly stunned, letting out a high-pitched gasp. 100 billion. What? How much is this? My heavens, could it be 1 trillion? As she counted the series of zeros in disbelief, Zhua Ying felt her eyes nearly bulging out. Who exactly is this client named Liang Chen? His account holds an astonishing 1 trillion. Chapter 19. The most distinguished client 1 trillion. What does that even mean? Wealth rivaling nations. Such an asset would undoubtedly place one among the top 10 on the national wealth rankings. And such a formidable entity had just been mocked by a crowd? Miss, could you expedite the process? I have urgent matters to attend to. While Zhua Ying remained transfixed by the screen, Liang Chen impatiently drummed his fingers on the marble countertop, urging her to act. Mr. Liang, please hold on. The amount you wish to transfer is substantial, and I need to consult with the bank president. Zhua Ying finally regained her composure and quickly grabbed the phone to call the president's office. It must be said, Liang Chen was undoubtedly the largest client the bank had ever encountered. For such a client, the bank was eager to cultivate a relationship, and Zhao Li, even with the greatest audacity, would not dare allow such a colossal sum to slip through her fingers. In the president's office, Jiang Hangfeng sat anxiously at his desk, repeatedly dialing a number. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he called, the response was either that the number was out of service or turned off. Unable to reach this number, Jiang Hangfeng felt an unshakable unease. Earlier that day, a regular depositor named Liang Chen had suddenly accrued a staggering 1 trillion in his account. Jiang Hangfeng was astonished, not by the sudden wealth of an ordinary client, but because, after thorough investigation, he confirmed that the funds in Liang Chen's account were all legitimate transfers from foreign banks. The origin of the money is entirely legitimate, devoid of any suspicion of money laundering. The identity of the account holder, Liang Chen, remains a mystery to Jiang Xingfeng, who is only aware of a mobile number left at the time of account opening. The bank's upper management has issued a strict order for him to retain this lucrative client at all costs. Should another bank lure Liang Chen away, it would jeopardize not only Jiang's position as the branch manager, but also his future prospects in the industry. Thus, throughout the day, Jiang has been attempting to contact Liang. Yet the phone number he possesses appears to be out of service, thwarting his efforts. Just as Jiang is consumed by worry, the front desk phone rings. Hello. He answers absently, but upon hearing the news, his excitement nearly propels him from his chair. Really? Excellent. Xiaozhua, please keep that client engaged. I will come personally. Hanging up, Jiang, brimming with exhilaration, hastily departs his office, heading downstairs. Uncle, what's the rush? Jiang Qingyan, the bank's VIP client manager and Jiang Xingfeng's niece, nearly collides with him in the lobby. Though initially appointed to the bank due to her uncle's influence, her promotion to client manager is a testament to her own capabilities. Xiao Yin, come quickly. We must attend to an esteemed client. Without waiting for a response, Jiang pulls her into the elevator. What esteemed client? Jiang Qingyan is bewildered by her uncle's uncharacteristic urgency. Normally composed, he seems unusually flustered today. You'll understand once we reach the lobby, Jiang Xingfeng replies, his mind racing with thoughts on how to best accommodate the distinguished Liang Chen. As they hasten toward the lobby, Liang Chen grows increasingly impatient at the counter. Urging Zhua Ying for assistance, Mr. Liang, please hold on. Our branch manager will be with you shortly. Zhua Ying carefully places Liang's bank card before him, feeling its weight as if it were a burden. She hopes the manager arrives soon to alleviate her predicament. Mr. Liang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. As Zhua Ying struggles to delay Liang Chen, Jiang Xingfeng and his niece emerge from the elevator. Jiang, visibly excited, greets Liang with fervor. Mr. Liang, I am Jiang Xingfeng, the branch manager, and this is my niece, Jiang Qingyan. This is not an appropriate place for a discussion. May we speak privately in my office? There's no need for that. I simply wish to transfer my funds and will not be returning to your bank. Liang Chen retorts dismissively. I implore you to reconsider, as you are now our most valued client. We will ensure your experience here is nothing short of exceptional. Jiang Xingfeng is determined to prevent Liang from withdrawing his substantial funds and discreetly signals to Jiang Qingyan. Together, they usher Liang into the elevator. The onlookers in the lobby are left astounded. Why is the branch manager treating this seemingly ordinary individual with such deference? Speculations abound regarding Liang's true identity. Among them, some inquisitive souls approach Shuaying, who, though uncertain of the full story, recognizes Liang as a significant figure, thus Jiang's deference is hardly surprising. However, as a mere intern, she refrains from divulging any details about Liang's impressive account balance. Mr. Liang, please take a seat. Enjoy this exquisite white tea I have cherished for years. Would you like a smoke? Jiang Xingfeng continues to shower Liang with hospitality, fully aware of the stakes involved. Mr. Jiang, what is your intent? I must be frank. I am dissatisfied with your bank service and efficiency. Kindly facilitate the transfer of my funds, Liang insists, his demeanor unyielding. Despite the tea and cigarettes, Liang's expression remains resolute. Jiang Xingfeng, sensing the urgency, laments, Mr. Liang, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Allow me to summon Zhuang for clarification. Rest assured, as our most esteemed client, your interests are paramount. We will provide a satisfactory resolution today. After ordering Jiang Qingyan to fetch Shuaying, the tension escalates. As Shuaying approaches the office, she is racked with anxiety over her earlier failure to meet Liang's expectations. Having secured her position at the bank through considerable effort, she fears that this incident might jeopardize her fledgling career. Mr. Jiang, you called for me, she stutters upon entering the office, where Liang sits regally. And Jiang stands sternly beside him. It's not me seeking you out. Mr. Liang wishes to inquire about the earlier incident, Jiang explains, his frustration evident. Mr. Liang is our most distinguished guest. If you cannot manage the situation, you must inform me immediately. You cannot afford to treat him with such disregard. Jiang reprimands her sharply. Shuaying, feeling cornered, stammers, I was simply adhering to the bank's policies regarding withdrawals exceeding 50,000, which require prior notice. Why should I apologize when I was merely doing my job? How was I to know he was wealthy? If he needed cash, he could have approached a client manager instead of queuing at the counter. Shuaying's frustration simmers beneath her surface. However, she realizes that to protect her position, she must shoulder the blame. Mr. Liang, I sincerely apologize for my ignorance regarding your status, she manages to say, her expression strained. Status? I am but an ordinary person, Liang replies, recognizing her as a scapegoat in this scenario. Seeing Jiang's hopeful expression, Liang coldly asserts, No, your bank's service is inadequate. I will not leave my funds here any longer. Mr. Jiang, your words hold no weight. Please proceed with the transfer. No, please, Jiang, in a state of desperation, produces a key and places it before Liang. Mr. Liang, a brand new BMW X6 awaits you outside, and here's the key. Additionally, we will ensure your deposits earn the highest market interest, safeguarding your returns. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Xingfeng disregarded everything and forcefully pushed his beautiful niece Jiang Qingyan in front of Liang Chen. Mr. Liang, my niece graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in finance, and she's quite presentable. As long as you don't withdraw your investment, I will have her serve as your personal client manager, capable of fulfilling any of your requests. The latter part of Jiang Xingfeng's statement was unmistakably explicit, bordering on the obscene. It was as if he were offering his niece outright. Ultimately, his message was clear. As long as Liang Chen, the financial benefactor, did not pull out his funds, any condition was negotiable. Chapter 22. The power of the wealthy, boundless and unfathomable as a woman, being so blatantly pushed forward, even by one's uncle, would typically be unacceptable. However, at this moment, Jiang Qingyan was already aware that Liang Chen was a billionaire, and she found him rather appealing. Though she was being marketed in such a crude manner, she felt no anger. Instead, a subtle joy crept into her heart, and her cheeks flushed with color. If Liang Chen were indeed to take a liking to her, it would mean an ascent to greater heights for her future. Witnessing Jiang Xingfeng's willingness to go so far as to offer both a car and a woman to achieve his aims left Liang Chen utterly speechless. As for Shuaying, she was left in a state of shock. The influence of the wealthy truly knows no bounds. Jiang Qingyan's beauty did not escape Liang Chen's notice, making it difficult for him to refuse her. Mr. Liang, please, I implore you to grant my request. Do you realize that you are now the most esteemed client under our headquarters watchful eye? If you were to withdraw your funds from my branch, I would be jeopardizing my livelihood. Have pity on me. Seeing Liang Chen hesitate, Jiang Xingfeng, in a fit of desperation, knelt down, grasping Liang Chen's leg, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded. This scene left not only Liang Chen dumbfounded but also Shuaying and Jiang Qingyan. Their mouths agape in disbelief. It turned out that the usually authoritative and commanding branch manager Jiang Xingfeng was not above engaging in flattery when it suited his needs. Very well, Manager Jiang. Given your earnestness, I shall temporarily refrain from withdrawing my investment. Seeing Jiang Xingfeng reduced to tears, Liang Chen felt a surge of compassion. He helped him to his feet and agreed to continue his deposits. Ah, wonderful, this is splendid, Jiang Xingfeng exclaimed with joy, quickly standing up and instructing Jiang Qingyan and Zhuo Ying. What are you two dawdling for? Quickly assist Mr. Liang in processing his VIP procedures. No, expedite the issuance of our highest-tier Supreme Black Card for him. Furthermore, I shall arrange for a vehicle to personally escort Mr. Liang back. In the midst of the bustling bank staff attending to him, Liang Chen found himself once again in the grand lobby. As Jiang Xingfeng and Zhuo Ying busily managed his affairs, Liang Chen took a seat. Awaiting their completion, it was not long before he noticed the lobby manager, Zhao Li, accompanying the wealthy heir Cheng Pengfei, both of them laughing as they emerged from the VIP room. Cheng Xiao, the business transaction went exceedingly well. I hope we can continue to collaborate in the future, Zhao Li said, casting flirtatious glances at Cheng Pengfei. Her demeanor undeniably suggestive. Rest assured, that shall be the case, Cheng Pengfei replied smugly, casually draping an arm over Zhao Li's shoulder. How about we catch a movie tonight? I've heard the newly released The Wandering Earth is quite good. Then, we could book a hotel to discuss business in depth. Cheng Xiao, you're so mischievous. Zhao Li feigned shyness, pushing him away, her eyes sparkling with allure, capturing the attention of the envious onlookers in the lobby. All right, it's settled then. Wait, why is this fellow still here? Cheng Pengfei, wearing a smug grin, suddenly turned and noticed Liang Chen seated nearby, his expression shifting to one of irritation. Chapter 23. Zhuo Ying's boundaries are not to be transgressed. Hey, kid, haven't you withdrawn your money yet? Didn't I suggest you go to the neighboring credit union? Perhaps they might take pity on you and allow you to withdraw some holiday funds. Cheng Pengfei mocked, his tone dripping with arrogance. Get lost? Liang Chen dismissed him with a roll of his eyes, returning to his phone. Well, it seems the pauper has some nerve. Cheng Pengfei grumbled, his irritation rising. Just as he was about to retaliate, he spotted Zhuo Ying hurrying over with a document in her hands. Mr. Liang, the paperwork is nearly complete. Could you please sign here? Certainly, Liang Chen replied, swiftly signing the document. Ah, it appears this kid has actually managed to secure some funds? Cheng Pengfei observed, a sneer creeping onto his face. He turned to Zhao Li with a mocking gaze. Zhao manager, has the bank's standards suddenly plummeted? It seems anyone can be treated as a VIP now. Perhaps I should consider switching banks. Please, don't. Zhao Li was caught off guard by Cheng Pengfei's open ridicule. She understood his intent and quickly composed herself. Addressing Zhuo Ying with a reprimanding tone, Little Zhuo, what is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten our bank's protocols? How could you allow a mere low-tier depositor to overstep his bounds? Remember, you are still just an intern. If you continue this way, I could easily have you dismissed. But the branch manager. Zhuo Ying stammered, her inexperience showing as she became flustered. She opened her mouth to explain. Cheng Pengfei interrupted, his demeanor shifting to mockery as he obstructed her path. Zhuo Ying, it's clear this incident is not your fault. That kid must have been pestering you for money, right? No need to be polite. Simply deny him access to his funds and see what he does. That's not how it is, Zhuo Ying began, desperation creeping into her voice as she glanced between Zhao Li and Cheng Pengfei, unsure of how to articulate her defense. She could not possibly reveal that Liang Chen was a billionaire. Such a revelation would undoubtedly terrify the arrogant pair. All right, Zhuo Ying, no need to elaborate. Just do as Cheng Xiao suggests, Zhao Li interjected, eager to support Cheng Pengfei's position. Rest assured, no matter how much is in his account, he remains a mere pauper. He cannot compete with me. I've already informed my father about a forthcoming deposit of 1 million this autumn, which will be made here, bringing you business, Cheng Pengfei added. His tone dripping with arrogance. At this moment, the other female staff members cast envious glances at Zhuo Ying, wishing they could align themselves with a wealthy heir like Cheng Pengfei. The prospect of such a connection was a dream come true for them. If Cheng Pengfei was willing to secure a deposit for Zhuo Ying, refusing such an offer would be sheer folly. I'm sorry, but I will manage my own business without your interference, Zhuo Ying declared, her voice firm as she outright rejected Cheng Pengfei's proposition. However, as everyone expected Zhuo Ying to succumb to the temptation, she stood her ground against Cheng Pengfei's advances. She recognized his character all too well and could not stoop to the level of leveraging her appearance for financial gain. If that were the case, she would not have waited until now to assert herself. Chapter 24. This woman possesses a unique charm. Zhuo Ying, you're asking for trouble. Cheng Pengfei's embarrassment turned to rage at her public rejection. His expression darkened as he pointed a finger at her, cursing, "You insolent girl. Who do you think you are? Some country bumpkin? I've been courteous to you, yet you dare to act so high and mighty. Let me be frank. If you continue to defy me, a mere word to the branch manager will see you out of here." Cheng Pengfei's words were vicious, and Zhua Ying, with her innocent disposition, had never faced such open hostility. Tears welled in her eyes, though she managed to hold back her sobs. "Enough, Cheng Xiao. There's no need to stoop to the level of a country girl." Zhao Li interjected, sensing Zhu Ying's distress and pulling Cheng Pengfei away. Just then, the specialized vehicle for the VIP guest arrived outside. Zhao Li quickly changed the subject. "Cheng Xiao, your car is ready. Please calm down and head back. I will speak with little Zhua. Perhaps next time you visit, she may reconsider." "Humph." Cheng Pengfei huffed, casting one last contemptuous glance at Zhua Ying before storming out, his voice echoing, "Do you see this? I am a VIP at the bank, treated with the utmost respect, while you, a mere commoner, have nothing." As he strutted past Liang Chen, he raised his voice mockingly, "Ha ha." Liang Chen merely smiled coldly, uninterested in engaging further. In truth, Liang Chen had already spotted the foremost figure emerging from the chauffeur-driven vehicle. It was Jiang Xingfeng. Clearly, Jiang Xingfeng intended to personally drive him home. Poor Cheng Pengfei, however, was utterly oblivious, mistakenly believing the car was meant for him. "Mr. Liang." Just as Liang Chen prepared to follow, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning, he saw Jiang Qingyan approaching, breathless and flushed. "Manager Jiang, is there something else?" Liang Chen replied with a slight smile, his gaze towards Jiang Qingyan imbued with a hint of flirtation. It was worth noting that this woman was a recent gift from Jiang Xingfeng to him. "Mr. Liang, you left in such a hurry earlier that you didn't leave me your contact information." Jiang Qingyan blushed as she felt the warmth in Liang Chen's eyes. Fortunately, the crowd's attention was focused on Cheng Pengfei at the entrance. Leaving Liang Chen and Jiang Qingyan unnoticed, "Here is my business card, which contains my phone number and home landline. If you need anything, feel free to call me. I am at your service." Jiang Qingyan shyly extended her card to Liang Chen. "Really, anytime?" Liang Chen's eyes sparkled with mischief as he accepted the card, gently squeezing her delicate hand in the process point. One could not deny that Jiang Qingyan was the epitome of beauty. Her complexion was as smooth as a peeled boiled egg, exuding an ethereal charm that was delightful to touch. "Mr. Liang." Jiang Qingyan shivered at his touch, her entire being tingling as she blushed and retreated. "Ha ha ha." Liang Chen brought his hand, which had just brushed against her skin, to his nose, chuckling as he watched her retreating figure. This woman was indeed captivating. If given the chance, he would certainly pursue her. Chapter 25. A tycoon, even the bank president dares not offend Cheng Xiao. "Please this way, Cheng Xiao, watch out, there are steps here." While Liang Chen and Jiang Qingyan were engaged in their flirtation, Cheng Pengfei, guided by Zhao Li and several security personnel, was making his way towards the black SUV parked at the bank's entrance. President, you're here too? Such trivial matters as pickups should be handled by a driver. You needn't do it personally." Zhao Li looked up and was startled to see President Jiang Xingfeng standing solemnly before the car. Seemingly awaiting Cheng Pengfei's arrival, it was well known that although Jiang Xingfeng was merely a branch president, this bank was one of the key financial institutions in the nation. Countless individuals in the city scrambled to curry favor with him. Now, Jiang Xingfeng had personally come to see Cheng Pengfei off. This gesture seemed excessively grand. "Well, he is our most esteemed client in the history of our bank. We cannot afford to be negligent." Jiang Xingfeng's expression brimmed with excitement as he glanced behind Zhao Li. "Not only must I welcome him personally, but I will also drive him home." "What? The president is personally driving Cheng Pengfei home?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Li's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. Cheng Pengfei was merely the son of a small construction contractor. Their family's assets barely reached several tens of millions. Typically, such clients would not even catch Jiang Xingfeng's attention. Even Cheng Pengfei's father would be lucky to receive a glance. Why, then, was there such an unprecedented display of courtesy towards Cheng Pengfei today? President Jiang, this is too much. I feel unworthy of such honor." At that moment, Zhao Li was not the only one taken aback. Even Cheng Pengfei himself felt as if the sun had risen from the west. It was utterly unbelievable. Putting on a facade of astonished humility, he hurried forward to shake Jiang Xingfeng's hand. "Who are you? Excuse me, please move aside and do not block Mr. Liang's path." Unexpectedly, before Cheng Pengfei could reach Jiang Xingfeng, the latter's face turned stern as he brusquely pushed him aside. Then, with a respectful smile, he addressed the figure behind him. "Mr. Liang, your vehicle is ready. Please this way, behind." Mr. Liang. Upon hearing Jiang Xingfeng's words, Cheng Pengfei and Zhao Li stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. They certainly recognized the person behind them, the one they had just ridiculed as a penniless fool. He was Mr. Liang. How was this possible? Cheng Pengfei remained in a state of shock, while Zhao Li quickly regained her composure, realizing that the individual she had previously looked down upon was, in fact, a wealthy tycoon whom even the bank president dared not offend. In an instant, Zhao Li felt as though a knife was suspended above her head, fearing that one word from Liang Chen could cost her her job. President Jiang, there is no need for such formality. I drove here myself. Ignoring the astonished gazes from the crowd, Liang Chen walked past the stupefied Cheng Pengfei and headed towards his vehicle parked outside the bank. Upon seeing Liang Chen's car, a luxury vehicle worth millions, the crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps. Even Jiang Xingfeng and Zhuo Ying, who were well aware that Liang Chen was a billionaire, were visibly shaken at the sight of the top-tier automobile. Mr. Liang, for your safety, we should have arranged for a dedicated vehicle to escort you. Since you drove here, would you allow my personal driver to take the wheel? Jiang Xingfeng regarded Liang Chen as a living embodiment of wealth and was eager to seize any opportunity to flatter him. Very well, Liang Chen agreed, instructing the driver to get in. By the way, Jiang Xingfeng personally opened the car door for Liang Chen, who was about to enter when he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned back to glance at the crowd. Chapter 26. The interest in a year exceeds your family's total assets. Upon meeting Liang Chen's gaze, Cheng Pengfei, Zhao Li, and others felt as if they were pricked by needles, their expressions filled with discomfort and wishing to vanish into thin air. Particularly Zhao Li, who lowered her head, unwilling to face Liang Chen, her heart pounding in a frenzy, terrified that a single word from him could obliterate her livelihood. However, Liang Chen had never taken such a petty clown seriously. His gaze quickly swept past them, a disdainful smirk escaping his lips. He then pointed at Zhuo Ying from a distance and said, President Jiang, I would like her to be my dedicated client advisor. Specifically responsible for managing my deposits. Is that agreeable? Certainly, Jiang Xingfeng responded without hesitation, casting a glance at Zhuo Ying. From this moment on, you are officially promoted to VIP client manager, exclusively serving Mr. Liang, with a doubled salary. Ah? The room erupted in astonishment at Jiang Xingfeng's declaration to elevate and in turn to a managerial position based solely on his words. Other bank employees looked at Zhuo Ying with envy. Just moments ago, they had relished her misfortune with Cheng Pengfei, but in less than a few minutes, she had ascended to a superior status, eclipsing all others. Zhuo Ying was overwhelmed with joy, gazing at Liang Chen, unsure of how to express her excitement. Work diligently. I hope that when I return, you will have matured further. Liang Chen nodded to Zhuo Ying and then climbed into the car. Yes, Mr. Liang, I will certainly strive to meet your expectations. As Liang Chen's vehicle departed, Zhuo Ying's eyes glistened with tears of excitement. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Liang Chen's exit, Zhao Li felt the weight on her heart lift. Yet, simultaneously, she was grateful that Liang Chen had refrained from publicly humiliating her. Although she recognized that he had chosen not to stoop to her level, she vowed to be more discerning in the future and not to judge others based on appearances. As for Cheng Pengfei. After a moment of disbelief, rather than gaining clarity about the disparity between himself and Liang Chen, he defiantly approached Jiang Xingfeng, raising his voice in protest. President Jiang, your bank's operations are truly unfair. What do you mean unfair? Who are you to say that? Jiang Xingfeng was in a good mood, having finally managed to secure Liang Chen's continued patronage. His delight rendered him oblivious to the inappropriate tone in Cheng Pengfei's voice, prompting him to ask with a smile, Humph, how is it not obvious? Cheng Pengfei pointed angrily at the bank's car that was originally intended to transport Liang Chen. My father is also a VIP client of your bank. That vehicle was meant for me, yet you used it without my consent to send that nobody. Is this not a case of preferential treatment? Ah, I recall now. Your father is Cheng Xiezi, isn't he? No wonder you carry yourself with such arrogance. You are just like him. Upon hearing Cheng Pengfei's words, Jiang Xingfeng finally recognized who he was. With a cold sneer, Jiang Xingfeng cast a disdainful glance at Cheng Pengfei and remarked, What you just said holds some truth. Our bank indeed must treat you and Mr. Liang differently. After all, one cannot compare individuals indiscriminately. What qualifications do you possess to stand alongside Mr. Liang? This contemptuous statement incensed Cheng Pengfei, nearly causing him to explode with fury. As a scion of a wealthy family, he was accustomed to being pampered and indulged, and had never encountered such disdain, not even from Jiang Xingfeng. Jiang Xingfeng, you are truly overstepping your bounds. I shall call my father immediately and instruct him to withdraw his investment. He has 10 million deposited with your bank. Let us see how your bank compensates for such a loss. Chang Pengfei raged, poised to make the call. Humph, Jiang Xingfeng scoffed, regarding Chang Pengfei with the eyes of one looking at a fool. Feel free to call your father to withdraw his funds, however, before he does so. He should repay the 10 million loan our bank extended to him. The withdrawal of 10 million would indeed be a significant blow to a small bank, but Jiang Xingfeng was unfazed. Having secured a staggering 100 billion from Liang Chen, moreover, he held leverage over Cheng's construction firm, rendering him unperturbed by the prospect of a capital withdrawal. Chang Pengfei was acutely aware of his family's financial situation within the bank. Upon hearing Jiang Xingfeng expose their vulnerabilities, he deflated like a punctured balloon and collapsed to the ground. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat to Liang Chen, whom he considered beneath him. After a prolonged silence, he weakly inquired, Uncle Jiang, why do you treat us so differently as customers? I refuse to believe that the money that boy has in the bank surpasses what my family possesses. Jiang Xingfeng, unfazed, replied with a cold laugh, let me put it this way. The interest that gentleman earns in a year exceeds your family's total assets. The revelation struck Chang Pengfei like a bolt of lightning. Leaving him nearly speechless in the office of the president of New City Hotel, Du Xiaoma savored the exquisite red wine while reiterating the intelligence his subordinate had relayed. Boss, it appears this young man is indeed quite wealthy. Standing behind him, Hong Qi poured more wine into Du Xiaoma's glass and scoffed. While the Chung family's total assets may be under 100 million, they still boast at least 70 to 80 million. If this young man's annual interest exceeds 100 million, it proves his savings must be at least 500 billion. How intriguing, Du Xiaoma mused, placing his glass down, a glint of cold amusement in his eyes. It seems I underestimated him, boss. Since we have confirmed this, I suggest we act without delay, Hong Qi urged, his demeanor increasingly agitated. Patience, Du Xiaoma interjected, raising a hand to halt him. Theo possess over 500 billion in liquid assets is no mere coincidence. This individual wields substantial cash flow. Intensify the investigation until we can ascertain absolute certainty before we proceed. Understood, Hong Qi nodded, leaving the room. Inside, Du Xiaoma raised his glass once more, not in haste to drink, but gazing through the glass at the crimson liquid, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Meanwhile, Liang Chen remained oblivious to Du Xiaoma's focus on him. Upon returning to his rented apartment, his phone rang. To his delight, it was a call from Sister Su, eliciting a smile from him. Sister Su, whose full name was Su Xueshan, was Liang Chen Sr. from university and also his landlord. She had always treated him kindly, never pressuring him for rent and often providing financial assistance, showing great concern for his well-being. Liang Chen held her in high regard and had long wished to repay her kindness. Now that he had wealth, she was the first person that came to mind. Sister Su, I have something to discuss with you, Liang Chen exclaimed excitedly upon answering the phone. Yes, that's so, Aiken. It seems we share a telepathic connection. Su Xueshan's melodious voice chimed through the line. However, I must first address my matter before hearing yours. Go ahead, Sister Su. I'm listening, Liang Chen responded enthusiastically. Earlier, I received a call from Zhou Bingrua, who lamented that you had broken up with her and seemed quite distraught. She asked me to persuade you to reconsider. What transpired between you two? Su Xueshan inquired calmly. She was well aware of Liang Chen's relationship with Zhou Bingrua and had discerned her materialistic nature, often advising Liang Chen to part ways with her. However, Liang Chen had previously disregarded her counsel. Sister Su, I have seen through Zhou Bingrua. Even if she were the last woman on earth, I would not take her back. Liang Chen replied, his tone icy and resolute. Very well, Aiken. Had you possessed this clarity earlier, I wouldn't have needed to expend so much effort. Liang Chen had anticipated Sister Su would offer comforting words to coax him back. But instead, her response was refreshingly direct, almost congratulatory. Since you agree with my decision to end things with Zhou Bingrua, I suppose I can share what I wanted to say. Liang Chen began to shift the topic, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Xueshan. Aiken, forget about Zhou Bingrua. I have already identified a suitable girl for you named Xiesi Xuan. Why not meet her tomorrow? What? Liang Chen nearly exploded, incredulous. Are you serious? I just broke up with my girlfriend, and you want to introduce me to someone new? Your matchmaking efficiency is astounding. Sister Su's insistence left Liang Chen speechless. Aiken, you can't avoid relationships forever. You're not getting any younger. How can you remain single? Don't let one bad experience dictate your future. Relationships are inherently complex, and not everyone will go smoothly. Besides, the girl I have in mind is genuinely wonderful. Meet her. Converse, and if you find a connection, establishing a relationship can come later. Unfazed by Liang Chen's reluctance, Su Shueshan continued to press on, her determination evident. Aiken, it feels like your methods for avoiding matchmaking surpass even my mother's. Liang Chen thought, utterly exasperated. I don't care. I have already arranged for you to meet the girl tomorrow morning at the park. Regardless of your feelings, you will go. With that, Su Shueshan swiftly provided the time, location, and basic information about Xuan before hanging up. Hello, Sister Su. Liang Chen was left staring at the busy signal, feeling utterly defeated at it. Seemed he had little choice but to comply with this matchmaking endeavor. Yet, at least he retained the autonomy to simply say he wasn't interested upon meeting her. After dinner, Liang Chen found himself at leisure and decided to access the system once more. Ding! His personal attribute panel materialized in his mind like a cascade of flowing light. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 700 billion gold coins. Experience: 500 points. Strength: 0 points. Magic: 0 points. Vitality: 0 points. Mall: open dungeons. Not yet open. The multiverse search system was indeed impressive. During his first attempt, Liang Chen had discovered a gold mine weighing 500 tons, netting him an astounding 800 billion. He could hardly fathom the riches that awaited him as he delved deeper into the system. Moreover, it appeared that the primary function of the multiverse search system was not solely to mine for treasures. There seemed to be even more wondrous capabilities waiting for him to uncover. Looking over his personal panel's attributes, Liang Chen noted some similarities to a game. The strength attribute likely influenced his attack power, explosive force, and defense. The magic attribute would affect his insight, perception, and potential. As for vitality, it pertained to his stamina, life force, and agility. Evidently, these three attributes were intrinsically linked to his overall strength. Enhancing them would correspondingly elevate his prowess. However, all current attributes were at their initial state, and to augment them, he would need to expend gold coins and experience points. Fortunately, he had a staggering 700 billion coins at his disposal, but the experience points felt somewhat paltry at just 500. Regardless, gold coins and experience points can be earned through the activation system. Currently, feeling utterly powerless, the priority is to enhance overall strength. Resolute, Liang Chen no longer hesitated and began to allocate attribute points. Chapter 29. The exorbitant cost of attribute enhancement. Undoubtedly, strength, mana, and vitality are equally significant. As Liang Chen's capabilities were still weak, he could not afford to focus on enhancing a specific attribute. Thus, he opted for a balanced approach to steadily elevate his overall strength. He commenced by boosting his strength attribute. Ding! To increase strength by 1 point, 10, 000 gold coins and 100 experience points are required. Upon confirming the addition to his strength, Liang Chen was taken aback by the system's displayed data. Wow, that is quite steep. To enhance one attribute point costs 1 million. I could buy a Bentley with that. However, this attribute was crucial for his personal safety, and no matter how exorbitant the price, he had to strengthen it. Reluctantly, Liang Chen gritted his teeth and confirmed the enhancement. Ding! To increase mana by 1 point, 10, 000 gold coins and 100 experience points are required. Ding! To increase vitality by 1 point, 10, 000 gold coins and 100 experience points are required. Each attribute point's initial enhancement consumed the same amount of gold and experience. Considering his insufficient experience, Liang Chen allocated 2 points each to strength and vitality and 1 point to mana. After enhancing his attributes, the effects were immediate. Liang Chen felt invigorated, his senses heightened, and his entire being brimming with boundless strength. It seemed that the expenditure of 50 million was indeed worthwhile. The enhancement of attributes proved more effective than any worldly elixir. He reopened his personal attribute panel. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 699,950 million gold coins. Experience: 0 point. Strength: 2 points. Mana: 1 point. Vitality: 2 points. Marketplace: open dungeon. Not yet available. The 50 million spent was but a drop in the ocean compared to Liang Chen's account balance. However, the shortage of experience points posed a significant dilemma. Last time, after mining for 8 billion, he only gained 500 experience points, which barely enhanced his attributes by 5 points. At this rate, it seemed he would need to exhaust every mine on Earth to accumulate sufficient experience. Yet, this was clearly unrealistic since underground minerals are non-renewable resources. Once depleted, they are gone forever. The gold mine he previously uncovered was still a resource undiscovered by the state, making it exceedingly rare. The system would struggle to locate another mine of such magnitude in a short time. If he were to target known mineral resources, it would inevitably attract the attention of the authorities, even inciting panic. Thus, even without a prompt from the system, Liang Chen would refrain from exploiting mines already surveyed or being mined by the state. Liang Chen firmly believed that wealth and experience could not solely be obtained through mining. Especially for accumulating experience akin to a game, the system must possess numerous functions awaiting his exploration. For instance, the yet-to-be-released dungeon piqued Liang Chen's anticipation. Perhaps, if he could complete the dungeon tasks, he would undoubtedly reap greater rewards in gold and experience than through mining. With this realization, Liang Chen ceased to dwell on attribute points, closed his personal panel, and peacefully drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, Liang Chen felt invigorated. His physique transformed from that of a reclusive homebody to one brimming with vitality. Ideas of martial arts surged into his mind, and he began practicing diligently. After a vigorous session, he felt rejuvenated. After breakfast, as he prepared to head to the company, he received a call from Sister Sue. It turned out that Sister Sue was concerned Liang Chen might feign compliance and avoid meeting CSE Xuan, prompting her to call and remind him. Understood, Sister Sue. I'm on my way. Regarding Sister Sue's somewhat forceful approach to matchmaking, Liang Chen was left speechless but agreed reluctantly. He had little interest in women driven by materialism. Unsure if CSE Xuan was such a woman, he decided to test the waters by pretending to be less affluent and opting to walk instead of driving. If CSE Xuan were indeed materialistic, she might choose to decline Sister Sue's invitation without him having to voice his disinterest. With this plan set, Liang Chen deliberately dressed down and stepped out. Chapter 30. Activating the System's automatic search function as usual, Liang Chen left home, intending to wait for the bus at the nearby stop, when he noticed a crowd gathered by the roadside, accompanied by the sound of a woman weeping. What had transpired? Puzzled, Liang Chen pushed through the crowd and discovered many bystanders surrounding an Audi A8, engaged in hushed discussions. Beside the Audi was a police car, and a middle-aged couple appeared to be anxiously conversing with several officers. This couple looked like successful individuals, particularly the man, who exuded an air of sophistication and seemed to be a prominent businessman. Despite his evident anxiety, he remained composed, grasping a police officer's hand, and urgently implored, "Captain Mo, please help me find my child. I am willing to spare no expense. My child's mother is unwell, and after losing our child, she has fainted several times. As middle-aged parents, our child is our lifeline. We cannot afford to lose him. Mr. Fong, please remain calm." Captain Mo held the man's hand firmly, offering reassurance. "Director Xia has issued strict orders. All police personnel are mobilized. We are reviewing surveillance footage from major intersections and sealing off all exits from the city to prevent the traffickers from taking your child away." Yes, that's good. Thank you all. Please rest assured, as long as we can find my child, I will reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, his expression filled with hope. Realizing what was occurring, Liang Chen quickly understood that the couple's child had been abducted. Prompting them to contact the police, it was evident that they held considerable influence in society. Otherwise, the police would not have mobilized such extensive resources. Unfortunately, this area was remote, lacking surveillance cameras, and despite the police's efforts, there had been no progress. What should we do? What should we do, Junbi? It's been so long, and there is still no news of Xiaohua. The middle-aged woman was in tears, utterly distressed. Don't worry. All the police forces have been deployed. Raohua will be fine. Fang Junbi tried to suppress his anxiety while attempting to comfort his wife, yet his heart was equally heavy. Unsure if the search system could locate the child, Liang Chen, moved by the couple's plight, resolved to test the system's capabilities in hopes of assisting them. "Excuse me, sir, what is your child's name, and how old is he? Do you have a photo?" After a moment of contemplation, Liang Chen approached Fang Junbi directly. Oh. Though Fang Junbi was frantic, he recognized Liang Chen's good intentions and nodded, producing a photo of his son from his phone. My child's name is Fang Xiaohua. He is 5 years old. An hour ago, while we were conducting business with a client, he was taken by someone. Could you please share my child's photo on social media or forward it to friends and family to help in the search? I would be immensely grateful. Upon seeing Fang Xiaohua's photo, the onlookers quickly joined in, spreading the word on social media to express their compassion. System, please assist in locating Fang Xiaohua's current whereabouts. Liang Chen promptly entered the photograph and details into the system. Ding. The host search command has activated the system's automatic search function. Ding. The system is currently scanning for matching targets within a 10 square kilometer radius of the host. As soon as Liang Chen input the information, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. A target's movement trajectory has been detected 2 kilometers from the host. Target identified and locked. Would you like to send the target's precise location? The system's notification echoed in Liang Chen's mind. Soon, the system accurately identified the missing child, Fang Xiaohua, and relayed his location and surroundings. Excellent. Seeing the system's visual display indicate that Fang Xiaohua was being concealed by two traffickers in a private illegal taxi. Liang Chen felt a surge of elation. Brother Fang, don't worry. I know where the child is. Chapter 31. The system's experience reward armed with the system's precise location. Liang Chen, accompanied by Fang Junbi and several police officers, swiftly stormed the illegal taxi, apprehending the startled traffickers and safely rescuing the captive child. As they embraced their son, Fang Junbi and his wife were overwhelmed with emotion. Little brother, thank you so much. Fang Junbi grasped Liang Chen's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Here is a card with 5 million. Please accept it if it weren't for your help today. I truly don't know if I would ever see my Xiaohua again. Fang Junbi presented a card to Liang Chen as a token of thanks and no need for that, brother Fang. I helped you find your child not for money, and besides, I am not in need of it. Liang Chen smiled, declining the card. As Liang Chen encountered the couple Fang Jun and B, they exchanged puzzled glances. As merchants, they were well aware of the power of money. They could see that Liang Chen, dressed modestly, was evidently an ordinary worker. Faced with the substantial sum of 5 million, he remained utterly unfazed. Little did they know that, for Liang Chen, 5 million was but a mere drop in the ocean. Well, since you have found your child, I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Liang Chen waved cheerfully and prepared to take his leave. Hey, we don't even know your name. Could you please leave us your contact information? Upon witnessing Liang Chen's indifference to the money, Fang Jun grew anxious, hoping to retain his name and contact details for a future opportunity to repay his kindness. What a serendipitous encounter. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. Yet, Liang Chen merely smiled and waved goodbye to Fang Jun, disappearing into the crowd. As they watched his retreating figure, the couple exchanged bewildered looks with the police officers. It appeared that altruistic individuals like Liang Chen, who performed good deeds anonymously, were indeed rare in today's society. Having assisted the couple, Liang Chen felt a surge of joy. What thrilled him even more was the reward from the system. Ding. The host has located the abducted child and earned 1,000 gold coins and 1,000 experience points. Wow, how delightful. As he absorbed this information, a light of realization dawned upon him. It seemed that utilizing the system's mining function yielded different rewards compared to other search functions. The minerals obtained through mining could be sold for substantial gold coins, rendering experience points relatively scarce. Conversely, activating the search function for missing persons provided a considerable amount of experience points. This discovery perfectly compensated for his previous lack of experience. He had not anticipated that this universal search system could be so user-friendly. Without hesitation, Liang Chen spent 100 million gold coins to evenly distribute the recently acquired 1,000 experience points across his 3 main attributes. Upon opening his personal panel, he distinctly felt his strength had surged beyond its previous limits. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 699,850,000,000 1,000 gold coins. Experience: 0 point strength, 6 points magic, 4 points vitality, 5 points store. Open dungeons. Not yet activated, just as he completed the distribution of his attribute points. His phone rang again. It was a call from Sister Sue. Seeing her number on the screen, Liang Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Oh no. He had left home today following Sister Sue's instructions to meet Xie Sichuan at the park. Who would have guessed that he would encounter Fang Jun and get so involved in finding the child that he completely forgot about their blind date? Hello, Sister Sue. How are you? Liang Chen answered the call, feeling somewhat embarrassed, fearing that Sister Sue would unleash her wrath over the phone. I'm not well. Sure enough, as soon as Liang Chen finished speaking, he heard Sister Sue's irritated voice on the other end. Ah Chan? This is unacceptable. Xiaoxia has been waiting for you at the park entrance for ages and has left in frustration. I'm really sorry. I got caught up with something and lost track of time. Liang Chen expressed his sincere apologies. Although he currently had no interest in finding a girlfriend, he couldn't refuse Sister Sue's goodwill. Enough with the apologies. Call Xiaoxia immediately and explain the situation. Try to arrange another meeting. Sister Sue's tone left no room for argument, as if she would personally drag him to the date if he refused. All right. Liang Chen acquiesced, feeling exasperated yet resigned. Chan, this time you better not stand me up again, or I will make sure to teach you a lesson. Satisfied with his agreement, Sister Sue ended the call. Reluctantly, Liang Chen dialed Xie Sichuan's number as instructed by Sister Sue. Hello, is this Xie Sichuan? As soon as the call connected and he was about to exchange pleasantries, a cold voice interrupted him from the other end. You are Liang Chen? You are terribly late. I dislike unreliable people. Liang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, yet the icy tone piqued his interest in this unseen woman. I'm sorry, can we reschedule our meeting? I was held up by some matters. In his previous life as a downtrodden man, he might have hung up in frustration. However, after his newfound wealth, he found himself more gentlemanly. Besides, he didn't want to disappoint Sister Sue. Rescheduling? Fine. But I will choose the place. Do you dare to agree? Xie Sichuan scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. She had already guessed Liang Chen's financial status and was determined to choose the most extravagant location to intimidate him. Sure. Liang Chen smiled slightly, seemingly already aware of Xie Sichuan's intentions. Choose any place within the city of Shanhushi. All right. Let us meet at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong, where I worked. Do you dare to come? The Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong was renowned as the most luxurious hotel in Shanhushi. Known as an unceasing city, it was one of the most economically developed cities in China, where Eastern and Western cultures intertwined beautifully. The Mandarin Oriental was celebrated for its opulence, boasting the largest and most extravagant presidential suite in the entire city, spanning 788 square meters, costing over 100,000 yuan for a single night. Even staying in a standard room would cost at least 3,000 yuan. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Upon hearing Liang Chen's silence, Xie Sichuan taunted, if you're scared, I will hang up, to my knowledge. The Mandarin Oriental Hotel isn't quite a suitable venue for a date. It's more for casual encounters, Liang Chen retorted with a smirk. In today's materialistic world, he found materialistic girls rather unremarkable. But those who were both materialistic and short-sighted genuinely irritated him. He realized there was no future with Xie Sichuan. So he joked, half seriously, are you suggesting we get a room there? On the other end? Xie Sichuan clearly became furious with Liang Chen's remark. Fine, you broke man. If you can afford to stay in the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, then I will play along with you. The longer you stay, the longer I will entertain you. The presidential suite, is it? Agreed. Just wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Upon hearing this, Liang Chen couldn't help but smile as he hung up the phone. Without further ado, he drove straight to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong. As a super 5-star hotel, the Mandarin Oriental had strict requirements for its guests. Generally, without a certain social standing, security would prevent entry. Had Liang Chen been in his previous state of poverty, he wouldn't have dared to even think about stepping foot in such a hotel. However, times had changed. Since Xie Sichuan sought to provoke him, he would show this material girl how lavishly he could spend money. Welcome to our hotel, sir. It must be said that this dazzling luxury car, worth millions, was undoubtedly a symbol of status. Even though Liang Chen was still clad in bargain bin attire, no one dared to look down upon him. A doorman approached, opened the car door for him with utmost respect. Please park my car. Liang Chen glanced at the doorman and handed him a few crisp red bills along with the keys. Certainly, sir. The doorman accepted the money respectfully and went to park the car. Sir, may I inquire if you are here to stay or dine? As Liang Chen entered the hotel, a hostess dressed in a cream-colored qipao, swaying gracefully, approached him with a professional smile. Here to stay. Liang Chen responded calmly while appraising the hostess. Was this the same woman Xie Sichuan mentioned working at the hotel? Nonetheless, that thought merely flickered through his mind. Although the hostess was decent-looking, he surmised that Xie Sichuan's confidence indicated she was likely more attractive. Excellent. Please follow me. The hostess smiled and gestured for Liang Chen to follow her to the front desk. As he followed her, entranced by her slim waist and swaying hips, Liang Chen found himself lost in thought. Sir, welcome to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, where we offer the finest facilities and exceptional service to provide you with an experience of luxury and style. Upon reaching the front desk, the beautiful receptionist introduced the hotel's overview and service philosophy before smilingly asking him what level of room he required. That moment, Liang Chen was still dressed in his inexpensive attire. Though the receptionist could not discern his true identity, she sensed a remarkable confidence emanating from Liang Chen. It is no wonder, for while many in this world enjoy flaunting their wealth, there are also those who, despite possessing great riches, feign poverty. However, in the eyes of the receptionist, Liang Chen merely appeared to be a nouveau riche seeking to experience the services of a high-end hotel, likely only reserving a standard suite. Consequently, her demeanor, while devoid of any rudeness, lacked any particular regard, her smile being strictly professional. I wish to book the presidential suite. Upon gazing at the beautiful woman before him, Liang Chen seemed to have guessed her identity. With a smile, he produced a bank card and gently placed it on the counter. Sir, you are Liang. As the receptionist heard Liang Chen mention the presidential suite, she was immediately taken aback, her complexion shifting dramatically. Haha, monsieur, you guessed correctly. I am indeed Liang Chen. A cryptic smile played at the corners of Liang Chen's lips. Monsieur, I hope you remember your earlier words. Please prepare my room key. I intend to stay in the presidential suite for an entire month, without fail. Chapter 34. A grand ambition, rare in a lifetime presidential suite? A stay of 1 month. Though Liang Chen's words were spoken lightly, the effect they produced was akin to a thunderclap. The receptionists and guests present cast astonished glances in his direction. Who was this unexpected wealthy individual, treating the presidential suite as if it were a roadside inn? Everyone knows that the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong is the most luxurious and expensive in all of China, and indeed, across Asia. A single night stay costs over 100,000. Could this young man, dressed in such ordinary attire, truly afford such opulence? And to book it for an entire month, no less. Mr. Liang, are you certain you wish to reserve the presidential suite? Among the crowd, none were more shocked than Xie Sichuan. She had initially thought her earlier remark would deter Liang Chen from revealing himself, yet here he was, bold enough to speak such astonishing words. The cost for 1 night in our presidential suite is 160,000 during work hours. While Xie Sichuan refrained from expressing any overt disrespect towards a guest, her tone betrayed an underlying skepticism. She could not possibly believe that a penniless individual could afford the presidential suite, especially not for a month. Such bravado was simply outrageous. Of course, I am certain. Liang Chen was unfazed by the astonishment and doubts expressed by Xie Sichuan and the others. This was precisely the effect he sought, since she looked down upon him. He resolved to demonstrate his wealth. 160,000 per day, for 30 days, 480,000, is it? Please, charge it to my card. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Liang Chen smiled as he pushed his bank card towards Xie Sichuan. He then leaned closer, whispering into her ear, every night at 9, be ready in my presidential suite, undressed. Remember, I intend to enjoy your company for a month. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Xie Sichuan's face flushed crimson. She stared at him in indignation, her mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Though the others could not hear what Liang Chen had said, they all gasped at his self-assured demeanor. They had assumed he was merely posturing. Yet it turned out that he was indeed a genuine tycoon, lavishly spending without concern. A month's stay alone would cost 480,000. A display of ambition rarely witnessed in their lives. Quickly, Miss Xie, expedite the check-in process for this esteemed gentleman. We must act swiftly. Liang Chen's actions had created a significant stir, prompting the hotel manager to rush over, instructing Xie Sichuan from a distance. Good day, sir. I am Yang Xiuqi, the Hotel S-Room Division Manager. You have now become our hotel's supreme VIP, and we shall provide you with the highest quality of service. From this moment on, you shall enjoy the finest dining, spa, and wellness services, along with discounts on your accommodation. Yang Xiuqi approached Liang Chen, showering him with compliments and extending a hand in greeting. As a hotel manager, he had encountered numerous wealthy patrons, yet he had never seen anyone quite like Liang Chen. This man was clearly a fortune incarnate, and Yang dared not offend him. Haha, Manager Yang, do you look down on me? Discounts? I am not in need of such trifles. Liang Chen chuckled boisterously, waving his hand dismissively at Yang Xiuqi. Then gestured towards Xie Sichuan. I only require her services. As for how she serves me, I trust you understand. Certainly. Absolutely. I understand. Yang Xiuqi, momentarily taken aback, quickly donned a knowing smile and nodded vigorously, assuring Liang Chen that he would experience a sense of home during his stay. Having booked an entire month in the presidential suite, there was no way Yang Xiuqi would dare show any negligence. While he continued to flatter Liang Chen, he exchanged knowing glances with Xie Sichuan, saying, Miss Xie, it is a rare opportunity for young Master Liang to take an interest in you. You must ensure to perform splendidly. Do not delay in escorting young Master Liang to his room. Xie Sichuan's face was now flushed with embarrassment, her discomfort palpable. While she indeed desired the luxuries that came with wealth and often dreamed of securing a wealthy partner, being under such scrutiny in front of everyone made her feel as though she were selling herself. Chapter 35. The gentle and beautiful Su Xueshan. Just as Xie Sichuan wrestled with her mixed emotions, Liang Chen's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Su Xueshan. Promptly answering it. Hello, Aiken. How is it going? Have you met with Miss Xie? What do you think? As soon as the call connected, Su Xueshan's eager voice came through, demonstrating her deep concern for Liang Chen. I have met her. As for my feelings, they are just as expected. Liang Chen glanced at Xie Sichuan, who was still standing behind the counter with her head bowed, and a mischievous smile crept onto his face. How can you say that? I find Miss Xie quite charming. She is beautiful and well-mannered. Upon hearing Liang Chen's seemingly unsatisfied tone, Su Xueshan became anxious. Well-mannered? Haha, I don't see that at all. It is all about the money for her, I assent it. All right, Sister Sue, let us not dwell on this matter. Where are you now? Let us meet somewhere. I have something to discuss with you. Liang Chen quickly shifted the topic. Hoping to avoid any further discussions about CSC Xian, I asked, there's something that cannot be discussed over the phone. Why aren't you talking to Miss Ye properly? Why are you asking me to meet? Su Xueshan reproached him, exasperated. Of course, it's something very important that I wish to discuss with you in person. Liang Chen replied mysteriously. Very well, I'm at the office now. If you're free, come by. Don't worry, Sister Sue. I'll be there shortly. After hastily exchanging a few words with Su Xueshan, Liang Chen, having finally adjusted his mindset, decided to leave the matter concerning CSC Xuan behind and hurriedly exited the hotel. Liang Chen Yu. Seeing Liang Chen ignore her completely, CSC Xuan felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, stomping her foot in frustration at his retreating figure. Liang Chen drove swiftly to the securities investment company where Su Xueshan worked, parked outside, and entered the building. Knock, knock. Familiar with the route, Liang Chen arrived at Su Xueshan's office door and lightly tapped twice. Come in, a voice from within beckoned him. Liang Chen opened the door to find Su Xueshan inside. At 26 years old, Su Xueshan worked as an investment consultant in a securities company, embodying the archetype of an urban white-collar beauty. Naturally mature and alluring, her attire today accentuated her charm even further. Having not yet borne children, her figure remained tall and curvaceous, with flowing hair that shimmered like silk, a prominent nose, and moist, glistening lips that seemed to invite a kiss. Clad in a pale yellow sleeveless top, her arms were exposed and her blue jeans showcased her perfect curves without reservation. Sister Sue, Liang Chen greeted as he entered, instinctively taking a seat on the sofa. Aiken, what is going on? I think Miss Ye is quite good. Why don't you appreciate her? Upon seeing Liang Chen, Su Xueshan immediately opened up the conversation, steering it back to CSC Xian. In her efforts for Liang Chen, Su Xueshan seemed to be deeply invested, to the point where an outsider might think they were siblings. Sister Sue, didn't we agree not to discuss this? Come, let me transfer the rent to you. Liang Chen shook his head in exasperation, then took out his phone and directly transferred 500,000 to her account. But you said there's no rush for the rent. Settle your own matters first. While Su Xueshan was speaking, she suddenly received a notification of the transaction. Upon checking her phone, she was left dumbfounded. Aiken, where did you get so much money? Staring at the multitude of zeros on her phone, Su Xueshan found it hard to believe her eyes. Though she considered herself middle class in Shanghai, 500,000 was not an exaggerated sum for her. However, the fact that it was Liang Chen who had sent it made her astonished. She did not know him well but was aware that he had only recently graduated from university. With an unstable job that barely covered his rent, how could he suddenly possess such wealth? Moreover, she was a person of principles and would never accept money without a valid reason. Chapter 36. Who says money isn't everything? There is indeed something I have yet to mention to you. The events that transpired in my life are quite shocking, and naturally, Liang Chen would not divulge the truth to Su Xueshan. However, unwilling to arouse her suspicion, he concocted a fabricated tale. I have an uncle who, many years ago, found himself abroad and has been out of contact ever since. Recently, however, news has reached US. It turns out he has built a prosperous business overseas. And as he has no children, I, being the only male heir in the family, am set to inherit his vast fortune. Although Liang Chen was not adept at deceit, his calm demeanor made Su Xueshan believe his words. So that's the case, haha, you are indeed fortunate, she exclaimed. However, she added, but Chen, even if you inherit such a fortune, you must not squander it. No, I cannot accept this money. I insist on returning it to you. Su Xueshan did not doubt Liang Chen's claims, but remained adamant about not accepting his money, insisting on transferring it back to him. Sujia, do you know how much I stand to inherit? This 500,000 is but a drop in the bucket for me. If you return it, you are looking down on me, Liang Chen exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious as he blocked her from making the transfer. You stubborn fellow, fine, I cannot argue with you. Let us consider this money as mine to safeguard for you. Whenever you wish, I shall return it. After a prolonged tug of war, Su Xueshan relented. By the way, Chen, if you inherit this fortune, does that mean you will be moving abroad? I must admit, I will miss you. After they settled back into their seats, Su Xueshan's expression suddenly shifted to one of melancholy. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had sensed Liang Chen's integrity and trusted him as a friend. Yet, witnessing her friend's sudden rise to wealth made her feel a pang of loss, realizing they no longer shared the same status. My dear sister, the inheritance is managed by trustworthy individuals. I need only to be a hands-off heir. There's no need for me to relocate abroad. The matter of inheritance was entirely fabricated by Liang Chen. Not wanting to reveal his ruse, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Su Jia, I plan to move out today. Please advertise this place for rent. Liang Chen nodded with a smile, adding, indeed, with your newfound success. This place is inadequate for you, Su Shueshan agreed, then inquired. So where do you plan to move? Have you found a new place? For now, I am staying in a hotel. I will buy a villa later. There is no rush, Liang Chen replied leisurely. Yes, although villas in Shanghai are expensive, for you, they are hardly a concern. Su Shueshan sighed in amazement, then asked, now that you are wealthy, have you bought a car? What brand is it? Ah, Su Jia, let's go. I have been wanting to show you my car. We can take a nice drive together. Upon hearing Su Shueshan mention cars, Liang Chen's spirit soared, and he snapped his fingers with delight. All right, let me bask in the glow of your newfound wealth today. Su Shueshan shrugged, speechless, and walked out with Liang Chen. They exited the securities company and arrived at the parking lot. When Liang Chen retrieved the car keys and unlocked a striking cobalt blue Bentley, Su Shueshan's eyes lit up. The Bentley Continental GT. This is a global limited edition released by Bentley this year. How could you have acquired it? As a high-ranking professional, Su Shueshan was well aware of the car's worth. Astonished, she caressed its exterior, exclaiming, this car must cost at least 10 million, 12 million, just picked it up from the dealership. The plates aren't even on yet. Liang Chen replied with a smile, relishing the admiration in Su Shueshan's gaze. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Who says money is not everything? I am increasingly savoring the joys of affluence. Chapter 37. Appearance matters. Quick, Liang Chen, drive fast. Let me experience the thrill of riding in a $10 million luxury car. Su Shueshan couldn't contain her excitement as she circled the car several times before eagerly jumping into the passenger seat. Although she was not a materialistic woman, the allure of wealth is something no one can resist. Su Jia, since you wish to experience it, why not take the wheel? Liang Chen offered with a grin, handing her the keys. No, this car is too extravagant. I cannot drive it, she laughed, declining the offer. Very well. Whenever you wish to drive, just ask for the keys, Liang Chen replied, not bothering with pleasantries as he took his seat and drove out of the parking lot. Shanghai is a bustling metropolis, with a constant flow of traffic and luxury cars in abundance. However, the vehicles they passed were merely in the 100,000 range, while Liang Chen's standout luxury car was a rare sight. This eye-catching vehicle naturally drew the attention of countless pedestrians, many of whom pulled out their phones to snap pictures of Liang Chen's car, eager to flaunt it on social media. After taking a leisurely drive, the two decided to go shopping. Su Jia, let's find you some lovely clothes. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street, Liang Chen pulled Su Shueshan directly to the upscale women's clothing section. Although Su Shueshan was a high-ranking professional with a generous salary, she was quite frugal, often wearing casual and inexpensive clothing, with her most expensive outfit not exceeding 1,000 yuan. Now that Liang Chen had come into wealth, he intended to buy her a few respectable garments as a token of gratitude for her past kindness. Oh no, Chen, the clothes here are very expensive. Let us not go in. Seeing Liang Chen leading her toward the high-end women's section, Su Shueshan grew anxious. Though aware of his newfound wealth, she believed such spending unnecessary. The upscale area was filled with international brands. Even the most basic items would cost several thousand yuan. We must go, Liang Chen insisted, refusing to let go of her hand. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Su Jia, with your figure, wearing those cheap clothes is a disservice to your beauty. Today, allow me to choose some fine clothes for you. With no other option, Su Shueshan reluctantly allowed Liang Chen to lead her into the high-end women's section. They entered a boutique specializing in women's fashion. Welcomed a woman in her 30s greeted them, but upon realizing that Liang Chen and Su Shueshan did not exude an air of wealth, her smile quickly faded. She showed no intention of assisting them, instead continuing her conversation with a colleague about a recent television show. Such disdainful behavior from the staff irked Liang Chen. He contemplated confronting the saleswoman, but upon noticing Su Shueshan discreetly signaling him not to cause a scene, he refrained from making a fuss. Chapter 38. The wealthy are our gods. As Su Shueshan browsed the store, she soon spotted a coat she had long desired. Her face lit up with delight, yet she hesitated to express her interest to Liang Chen. This moment did not escape Liang Chen's notice. He approached the saleswoman and asked, "Excuse me, could you please tell me the price of this coat?" "Why ask? The price is clearly marked. Can you not read?" The saleswoman, engrossed in her conversation, rolled her eyes at Liang Chen's inquiry. "What kind of attitude is that?" Liang Chen's expression darkened as he felt a surge of anger. In the past, he might have accepted such disrespect, but now, He could no longer tolerate it. You insolent fool. Bringing a woman here to indulge in a little vanity. This coat is over 10,000. Can you even afford it? Perhaps you should leave before embarrassing yourself. The saleswoman, clearly underestimating Liang Chen, became increasingly brazen in her taunts. Just then, another young woman, around 20, rushed over and scolded the saleswoman before turning to Liang Chen and Su Xueshan, apologizing profusely. I am so sorry. Do you need assistance with this coat? This garment is a new addition to our store. Priced at 13,800. If you wish, I can offer you a 10% discount. Xiaozhou, why waste your breath on these impoverished souls? At such a price, how could they possibly afford it? It's best not to squander time on them. Lu Jia, feeling her limelight stolen by Xiaozhou, approached with an irate demeanor akin to a fierce matron. Lu Jia, your behavior is unacceptable. Manager Lu has repeatedly emphasized that we must treat every customer as if they were a deity. Without prejudice, Xiaozhou retorted, clearly displeased with Lu Jia's attitude. Just as she was about to counter Lu Jia's remarks, Lu Jia, now incensed, scoffed, deity? Humph, Xiaozhou, you are still too young to grasp Manager Lu's true meaning. The wealthy are our deities. As for someone like him, he should return whence he came. If he can afford this garment, I shall swallow it whole. Lu Jia's contemptible words provoked Liang Chen beyond endurance. Although he had never resorted to violence against women, her abhorrent behavior left him no choice. Just as he prepared to deliver a slap to Lu Jia, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Startling him, to his astonishment, it was Su Xueshan who had struck Lu Jia. Though known for her gentle disposition, Su Xueshan was not devoid of spirit. Initially inclined to endure Lu Jia's insults, she could no longer contain herself upon witnessing Lu Jia's relentless aggression and personal attacks against Liang Chen. Chapter 39. Someone is bullying me. The slap caught Lu Jia unawares, causing her to stagger backward, clutching her face. It wasn't just Lu Jia who was stunned. Xiaozhou and the other staff members were equally taken aback by Su Xueshan's boldness. Who is this madwoman daring to strike me? I am not to be trifled with. I shall retaliate. Lu Jia, recognizing her own pride wounded, rose to retaliate, but Su Xueshan was equally fierce. Before Lu Jia could launch her attack, Su Xueshan deftly evaded and retaliated with another slap, sending Lu Jia sprawling to the ground, where she erupted into a torrent of foul language. The commotion attracted a throng of onlookers from the bustling pedestrian street, eager to witness the spectacle. What happened? Who did this to you? Xiao Lu? Amidst the chaos, a middle-aged man in a black suit squeezed through the crowd, alarmed to see Lu Jia on the ground. Old Wang, you arrived just in time. Someone is bullying me. You must stand up for me. Lu Jia, upon recognizing her affluent paramour, Wang Shikue, began to weep openly. How dare anyone have the audacity to strike my woman? Wang Shikue, a small-time construction company owner who had recently struck it rich, was furious. Upon seeing his beloved mistreated, he turned his ire toward Liang Chen and Su Xueshan. I at you. I will make you pay. Wang Shikue, upon recognizing Liang Chen and Su Xueshan, assumed it was Liang Chen who had struck Lu Jia. His eyes narrowed in fury as he prepared to confront Liang Chen. Liang Chen, however, merely scoffed, his gaze filled with contempt, unfazed by Wang Shikue's posturing. Stand down. Su Xueshan, unaware of Liang Chen's newfound strength, mistook his inaction for fear and bravely stepped forward. I am the one who struck her. He is not involved. With her chest thrust forward, she glared defiantly at Wang Shikue. How dare you, you filthy woman? Wang Shikue, accustomed to wielding power due to his wealth, exploded in anger. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he caught sight of Su Xueshan's stunning beauty, his rage dissipating as he became entranced. Old Wang, it was this vile woman who struck me. You must teach her a lesson. Lu Jia, sensing the shift in Wang Shikue's focus, hurriedly pointed at Su Xueshan. Very well, I shall handle it. Wang Shikue replied distractedly, his eyes glued to Su Xueshan. You? Lu Jia stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. Though irritated, her fear of Wang Shikue's influence silenced her protests. Chapter 40. I have endured you for too long. A misunderstanding. This must be a misunderstanding. Wang Shikue, having regained his composure, now wore a disarming grin as he approached Su Xueshan. Such a beautiful lady, how could you ever strike someone? What? Let it go. How can it just be forgotten? She just slapped me twice, and it still stings. Lu Jia interjected, unable to accept Wang Shikue's dismissal of her grievances. Understandably, this old woman is simply asking for trouble. A few slaps will suffice. Wang Shikue dismissed her. turning back to Su Xueshan with a renewed, eager expression. Since all is well, we shall take our leave. Disgusted by Wang Shikui's demeanor, Su Xueshan grasped Liang Chen's hand. Ready to exit? Wait, beautiful, don't rush off. Wang Shikui blocked her path, his expression predatory. You came here to shop, right? The prices here are steep. You may not be able to afford them. Indeed, I cannot afford them, but my brother can buy them for me. Su Xueshan replied, dismissing him with a gesture toward Liang Chen. He can afford it. Ha, look at him, dressed like a beggar. He couldn't even buy a scrap. Wang Shikui sneered, dismissing Liang Chen with a contemptuous glance. How about this? I have money that if you agree to spend time with me, I will buy you several outfits. What do you say? Wang Shikui proposed, believing that all beauties had a price, and he was more than willing to pay. How dare you? Liang Chen seethed, his fists clenching at Wang Shikui's brazen disrespect toward Su Xueshan. Do not provoke him. Su Xueshan, noticing Liang Chen's rising anger, swiftly pulled him aside. Dealing with such a lecher does not always require violence. I have a more effective strategy to leave him speechless, Sujia. Liang Chen was puzzled by her confidence, but chose to bide his time. Chapter 41. You may choose any garment here, sir. Are your earlier words indeed sincere? Su Xueshan turned to Wang Shikui, a radiant smile gracing her lips. These garments are quite extravagant. Are you truly willing to purchase them for me? Of course. Wang Shikui. Never go back on my word, he proclaimed, utterly captivated by her charm. Choose any garment you desire. I have more than enough money. Upon witnessing the ludicrous demeanor of Wang Shikui, the crowd was beset by a wave of revulsion. Particularly, Sister Lu was incensed by his gluttonous expression, her face turning a shade of green as she cursed him in her heart, even extending her ire towards Su Xueshan. Very well, since the gentleman is so forthcoming. I shall not hold back. Su Xueshan had awaited this very declaration from Wang Shikui. Seeing him publicly assure her, a knowing smile crept across her lips as she turned to Xiao Zhou, exclaiming, Dear sister, please take me to choose some garments. All right. The server, Xiao Zhou, was utterly bewildered by the scene, taking a moment to gather herself before hastily following Su Xueshan in retrieving the clothing. Initially, Liang Chen was perplexed by Su Xueshan's intentions. However, upon witnessing her silent yet vigorous selection of garments, he quickly grasped her true motive. She intended to extract a hefty price from the self-satisfied nouveau riche. Wang Shikui, this piece, I shall take. That one too, and this one as well, all to be packaged together. Unbeknownst to Wang Shikui, who sat smugly observing the goddess select her attire, he was oblivious to the fact that Su Xueshan's approach was decidedly unorthodox. It resembled a frantic attempt to procure every item she might ever desire in a lifetime. Within mere minutes, she had chosen over 20 garments, each priced at no less than 10,000 yuan. As the brand Fa Hengxi was renowned among the top 10 international women's fashion labels, if the garments she selected were to be calculated at the minimum price, the total would amount to a staggering 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Furthermore, there was no indication that Su Xueshan intended to cease her selections. This was not the tempo one would expect. Even if Wang Shikui were indeed a wealthy man, he could hardly sustain such expenditures. The more he observed, the more he felt a pang in his wallet, and upon realizing Su Xueshan's relentless pursuit, he could no longer remain seated. With a trembling resolve, he stood, swallowing hard, and awkwardly remarked, Miss, are you perhaps selecting a few too many garments? Too many? Is Mr. Wang feeling a bit pained? If that is the case, I shall forego these garments. Upon witnessing Wang Shikui's discomfort, Su Xueshan found amusement in her heart. However, she feigned disappointment and expressed regret to Xiao Zhou. I truly apologize, Xiao Zhou. Since Mr. Wang is reluctant, please return these garments. Very well. Xiao Zhou was momentarily stunned. She had been taken aback by Su Xueshan's extravagant shopping spree, and even now, with the prospect of returning the clothes, she felt it was within reason. After all, no matter how wealthy one might be, such behavior was hardly typical. Please, do not return them. Wang Shikui, desperate to maintain his pride, was alarmed at the prospect of Su Xueshan genuinely returning the clothes. He hurriedly produced a bank card and thrust it into Xiao Zhou's hands. Package all these garments and tally the total. Though he could not return the clothes, he could not allow Su Xueshan to continue her relentless selection. He needed to settle the bill quickly, lest his modest fortune be utterly depleted. Chapter 42. This wretched woman is toying with me, All right, Xiao Zhou, still in a daze, accepted the card and soon calculated the total. Mr. Wang, your total expenditure amounts to 453,500 yuan. Rounded off, that will be 450,000. Upon hearing this exorbitant sum, Wang Shikui's face contorted in agony. Yet, when he glanced at Su Xueshan, who was smiling at him, the thought of potentially spending the night with the goddess brought him some solace. Damn it, for this exquisite goddess, this 450,000 is worth every penny. Heh, beautiful lady, now that the garments are purchased and the bills settled, what do you say we? Feigning nonchalance, Wang Shikui had already succumbed to his desires. Inching closer to Su Xueshan. Xiaozhou, may I borrow a pair of scissors? Su Xueshan, repulsed, evaded Wang Shikui and suddenly addressed Xiaozhou. What do you need scissors for, sister? Xiaozhou, though puzzled, complied and fetched a pair. With a swift motion, Su Xueshan seized the scissors and without a word, sliced one garment in half. The onlookers were taken aback by her actions, bewildered as to her intentions. Only Liang Chen, arms crossed and a smirk on his lips, stood silently observing. If she intended to punish Wang Shikui, she would need to employ some tactics. Slicing away, Su Xueshan continued until she had shredded several garments. Wang Shikui, finally comprehending her intentions, stammered, Miss, what are you doing? He wished to intervene but could not fathom her purpose, his anxiety mounting. You shall soon find out, Su Xueshan continued, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she tore apart all the garments she had selected. Despite destroying hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of clothing, a look of satisfaction graced her face, while the onlookers expressed their dismay. What a waste! Such fine garments, all ruined. This is not how one squanders wealth. Sister, what does this all mean? Wang Shikui, equally pained, approached her in a daze. In no meaning at all. I simply did not fancy these garments. Therefore, your affections are wasted on me, farewell. Without so much as a glance at Wang Shikui, Su Xueshan took Liang Chen's arm and prepared to leave. Damn it, this wretched woman is deliberately toying with me. Realizing that Su Xueshan intended to leave, Wang Shikui's slow comprehension finally dawned upon him. He understood that his 450,000 yuan had vanished into thin air. Trying to leave? Not so easily. Enraged, Wang Shikui lunged in front of Liang Chen and Su Xueshan, seething, You filthy woman. Do you not know who I am? If I do not teach you a lesson today, I shall not remain in Shanghai. With that, Wang Shikui, akin to a furious beast, reached out a hand towards Su Xueshan. Although Su Xueshan had anticipated that her actions would provoke Wang Shikui, she never expected him to dare lay a hand on her in public. In that moment, as he lunged forward, she was taken aback. Retreating while urgently calling to Liang Chen, Chen, quick, call the police. While she acknowledged that her mockery of Wang Shikui was somewhat misplaced, she felt assured that once the police arrived, he would not dare harm her or Liang Chen. Call the police? That's unnecessary. However, Liang Chen did not heed Su Xueshan's request to call for help. Instead, he coldly chuckled and advanced toward Wang Shikui, seizing his wrist. Chapter 43. I happen to be feeling feisty. Trouble! A fight is breaking out. While the crowd had initially gathered merely to witness the spectacle, upon seeing Liang Chen and Wang Shikui genuinely engage in combat, they erupted in startled cries and scattered. Bang! Just as Wang Shikui was about to reach Su Xueshan, Liang Chen firmly grasped his wrist. Liang Chen's grip, though not capable of shattering bones, was far beyond what Wang Shikui could endure. Bound by Liang Chen's hold, Wang Shikui winced in agony, helplessly glaring with bloodshot eyes as he howled, You brat, you're courting death. Release me, grandson. I care not who you art, if you dare offend Sister Su. You shall pay the price. Liang Chen refused to grant him any reprieve, delivering a swift kick to his knee. Wang Shikui let out a pained cry, collapsing to his knees before Su Xueshan. Quickly apologize to Sister Su. Liang Chen glared at him, increasing the pressure on his wrist with an authoritative shout. Wang Shikui, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, surprisingly did not cower. Instead, he gritted his teeth, defiantly proclaiming, Brat, if you have the guts, kill me. I have connections in both the underworld and above. I will make you pay 100-fold. I would like to see how long you can endure. Liang Chen sneered, applying even more force. Chen, let's go. Seeing the crowd closing in, Su Xueshan, concerned for their safety, tugged at Liang Chen, urging him to leave. Brat, mark my words, you will pay for this. Just wait until I summon my men. Though released by Liang Chen, Wang Shikui was unable to swallow his indignation, hurling insults at him from behind. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Go ahead and summon your men. Liang Chen turned, a cold smirk on his face as he scrutinized Wang Shikui. He emphasized, You had best call a substantial number, lest you claim I was bullying you with fewer people. You are quite audacious. Soon, You shall learn what it is to be unable to die. Wang Shikue glared at Liang Chen, pulling out his phone to make a call. After a brief conversation, he hung up, glaring at Liang Chen with malice. Brat, consider yourself unlucky today. My boss is nearby and will arrive shortly. Prepare to meet your fate, Chen. We must leave. Upon hearing this, Su Shuashan grew anxious, pulling Liang Chen away. Sister, worry not, I just happen to be feeling a bit feisty and could use them for practice. Liang Chen, however, appeared utterly unafraid. He genuinely wished to ascertain the extent of his combat prowess following the enhancement of his 3 primary attributes, since there were those who willingly approached the blade. He might as well use them as a means to test his strength. How audacious! Who dares to provoke my brother Hong Qi? It seems that what Wang Shikue mentioned earlier was not mere idle threat. Before long, a group of ruffians surged into the crowd. At the forefront was a burly figure, unmistakably a seasoned troublemaker accustomed to brawling, who parted the masses and bellowed upon entering. This individual sported a face full of flesh and exuded an arrogant demeanor, resembling a fierce and menacing deity. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Liang Chen, his expression faltered, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Liang Chen regarded him with a hint of familiarity and after a moment's reflection, recognized him as Hong Qi, one of Du Xiaoma's subordinates. He had seen this man trailing behind Du Xiaoma at the New City Hotel the previous day, clearly a trusted confidant. Encountering Du Xiaoma's subordinate here took Liang Chen by surprise. What astonished him even more was that this Hong Qi was, in fact, the boss of Wang Shikue. No wonder Wang Shikue had been so audacious. He was backed by a man under Du Xiaoma. Chapter 44. Du Ye's friend boss? It's this brat. He colluded with that wretched person to swindle my money and even laid hands on me. Upon witnessing Hong Qi's arrival, Wang Shikue's courage swelled, pointing at Liang Chen as he lamented to Hong Qi, Boss, you must seek justice for me today. Upon seeing this band of ruffians, the crowd could not help but feel anxious for Liang Chen. Yet, before Wang Shikue could finish his complaint, Hong Qi suddenly slapped him across the face. This slap not only left Wang Shikue dazed but also bewildered Su Shuashan and the onlookers. What on earth is happening? You ignorant cur, do you know who this is? After striking Wang Shikue, Hong Qi shouted at him. This young master's name is Liang Chen, a friend of Du Yi. Even Du Yi holds him in high esteem. How many heads do you possess to dare offend young Master Liang? A friend of Du Yi. Wang Shikue was utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. He had Du Yi backing him. Wang Shikue was well aware of Du Yi's reputation. As a mere nouveau riche, he lacked the qualifications to even be a subordinate of Du Yi, let alone offend someone under his protection. In fact, not only was Wang Shikue shocked, but the bystanders also exhibited a newfound apprehension in their gazes directed at Liang Chen upon learning of his connection to Du Xiaoma. Some timid souls even retreated quietly from the crowd. Chen, how did you get involved with Du Xiaoma? Upon hearing Hong Qi's words, Su Shuashan looked at Liang Chen with confusion, her tone laced with reproach. After all, Du Xiaoma was a notorious figure in the underworld, and associating with someone of his ilk could only lead to misfortune. Su Shuashan had always cared for Liang Chen, not wishing for him to fall in with such dubious characters. Su Jie, it's a long story. I will explain it to you in detail later, Liang Chen replied, aware that with Hong Qi and the others present, he could not elaborate further. What are you dawdling for? Quickly apologized to young Master Liang. Just then, Hong Qi glared at Wang Shikue and barked at him. Wang Shikue, startled by the reprimand, broke into a cold sweat. Forgetting his pride, he hastily knelt before Liang Chen, tears streaming down his face. Young Master Liang, please forgive me. I truly did not know you were a friend of Du Yi. Had I known, even if I had 100 guts, I would not dare offend you. You have not offended me. You should know to whom your apologies are due. Liang Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded Wang Shikue with icy indifference. Yes, this young lady. No, this esteemed lady, it's all my fault for not recognizing the esteemed. Wang Shikue hastily addressed Su Shuashan, desperate to appease her. Enough, get up. Su Shuashan simply wished to extricate Liang Chen from the situation without further ado. After a brief exchange with Wang Shikue, she took Liang Chen by the arm and left, unwilling to linger amidst such unsavory individuals. With her disdain for scoundrels like Hong Qi surpassing that for Wang Shikue, she was determined to shield Liang Chen from straying down the wrong path. Young Master Liang, please take care. Hong Qi, initially wanting to engage Liang Chen further, revealed a sinister smirk as he witnessed Liang Chen being forcibly led away by Su Shuashan. Hong Lauda, who is this person? What makes him worthy of Du Yi's protection? Wang Shikue, sensing something amiss in Hong Qi's demeanor, cautiously inquired. Slap, however. Hong Chi seemed disinclined to answer, delivering a sharp blow to Wang Shikui's forehead. King Lao San, remember this well. If you encounter this individual in the future, it would be best to steer clear. Don't come crying to me when you find yourself in trouble. Yes, yes. Wang Shikui, a mere petit nouveau riche, was far from capable of engaging with the underworld's affairs. He immediately recoiled at Hong Chi's words, repeatedly affirming his understanding. As Liang Chen's figure faded from view. Hong Chi's eyes darkened further, and he pulled out his phone to report the situation to Du Xiaoma. Chapter 45. This boss has plenty of money. Su Shuishan pulled Liang Chen away, evading Hong Chi and his ruffians as if they were a plague. Along the way, she bombarded Liang Chen with questions about how he came to associate with Du Xiaoma. Liang Chen, pressed for answers, recounted the events from the previous day at the New City Hotel to Chun. Du Xiaoma's character is highly questionable. He has a notorious past, even involving murder. You must avoid associating with him in the future to prevent any harm from befalling you. Su Shuishan warned, her concern palpable. Rest assured, Su Jia. I will exercise caution, Liang Chen assured her, recognizing that individuals like Du Xiaoma, with their cunning and influence, were best kept at arm's length. He was genuinely grateful for Su Jia's sincere concern for his well-being. Having left the clothing store empty-handed, Liang Chen took Su Shuishan to another shopping street, where he lavishly spent hundreds of thousands on exquisite clothing and cosmetics for her. Initially reluctant, Su Shuishan eventually acquiesced to Liang Chen's generosity, accepting the gifts as he displayed his willingness to spend without restraint. As they strolled and shopped, they gradually found themselves drawn to the dinner hour. Liang Chen suggested dining at a French restaurant named Dreammant, renowned in the culinary scene of Shanghai. Naturally, the prices were exorbitant, deterring the average patron. During his university days, Liang Chen had worked as a waiter in such establishments, thus was familiar with the steep costs. Previously, he had served others. Now, he found himself in the role of the esteemed patron. Good evening, sir, madam. How may I assist you today? As they entered the restaurant, a young waitress approached, smiling and bowing politely. Liang Chen, having experienced this himself, recognized her as a diligent student seeking to ease her parents' financial burden. In today's materialistic society, the purity of campus life had diminished. Many young women sought lucrative opportunities. Yet few chose the demanding role of a waitress. Su Jia, please feel free to order whatever you fancy. Liang Chen smiled at the waitress, displaying gentlemanly decorum as he presented the menu to Su Shuishan. Ha, Liang Chen, if you insist, I shall not hold back. Su Shuishan, seemingly accustomed to Liang Chen's extravagance, did not bother to peruse the menu but cheerfully addressed the waitress. Young lady, what are your most expensive dishes? The most expensive dishes? The waitress, momentarily taken aback, seemed to struggle to comprehend Su Shuishan's unconventional inquiry. Who in their right mind would ask for the most expensive items without first inquiring about the tastiest? Even at Dreammant, one of Shanghai's premier establishments, such opulence was unheard of. We have Australian lobster, fresh abalone, and shark fin soup. Despite her confusion, the waitress quickly regained her composure and began listing the offerings. Excellent, we shall have all of those, as long as they are the most expensive. Su Shuishan replied with a smile, casting a playful glance at Liang Chen. This boss has plenty of money. We ought to indulge in the finest. The waitress, clearly bewildered once more by Su Shuishan's playful yet earnest words, turned to Liang Chen for confirmation, knowing he was the one footing the bill. Chapter 46. The two of them. A meal costing 200,000. Let us proceed as Su Jia suggested. To the waitress's surprise, Liang Chen agreed with remarkable decisiveness. By the way, do you have red wine? I've heard the 1982 Lafite is quite exquisite. Isn't it several thousand for a small glass? Let us start with 2 glasses to cleanse our palates. Beefed. Several thousand for a glass of Lafite, just to cleanse our palates. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, not only did the waitress's eyes widen in surprise, but the gazes of other patrons in the restaurant were also drawn to him in unison. Who is this young man? So extravagant. The few dishes they had just ordered must cost over 100,000. And with 2 glasses of 1982 Lafite, it surely wouldn't be less than 200,000. 2 people, dining on 200,000. While it is true that those who dare to dine at Dreammont are either affluent or noble, spending tens of thousands on a meal is hardly remarkable. Yet, one has never encountered someone as lavish as Liang Chen, simply throwing money around, isn't it? Although less than half a day has passed since his sudden windfall, Liang Chen seemed accustomed to the envious glances of others. In fact, it was not only Liang Chen who was immune to such stares, but also Su Shuishan. After all, with this unexpected fortune, Liang Chen had already entered the ranks of billionaires. Why not flaunt a bit of prestige? As they dined and conversed, noticing that the evening was growing late, Su Shueshan decided it was time to head home. Since both had indulged in considerable amounts of wine, Liang Chen called a designated driver service, intending to have his own car take them back. Shortly thereafter, the driver arrived. The designated driver was a robust young man in his 20s, looking capable and honest. However, upon seeing Liang Chen's luxury car valued in the millions, he was instantly taken aback. Staring at the vehicle for a while, the driver shook his head vigorously and said, "Liang Xiao, could you possibly cancel the order?" "What? Cancel the order? Why would I do that?" Liang Chen asked, perplexed. "Liang Xiao, your card is simply too precious. I fear I might scratch it, and even if I were to sell myself, I couldn't afford the damages." The driver chuckled nervously. So that's your concern?" Liang Chen replied nonchalantly, patting him on the shoulder. "It's fine, brother, just drive it. Even if something were to happen, I wouldn't make you pay." "Really?" The driver, clearly viewing Liang Chen as a wealthy heir, looked at him with awe and astonishment. Liang Chen's words surprised him, revealing that he was unlike the arrogant, rich kids he had encountered before. "Of course, I never speak falsely," Liang Chen nodded, offering a trusting smile to the driver as he helped Su Shueshan into the car. "Thank you, Liang Xiao." The designated driver expressed his gratitude repeatedly, filled with excitement as he took his place behind the wheel. The Bentley Continental GT was indeed a top-tier sports car, and this was the latest limited edition model, a rare sight even online. "Brother, don't be nervous, just drive slowly." Noticing that the driver was taking his time familiarizing himself with the car's controls, Liang Chen encouraged him with a smile. After a while, the driver managed to calm his nerves and began to drive attentively. "Wow, this truly is the world's premier sports car. Driving it is an absolute delight. You're doing well. What's your name? Would you be interested in being my full-time driver? Your salary is entirely negotiable." Liang Chen began to chat with the driver, appreciating his steady driving skills. "My name is Lu San." The driver, Lu San, responded, slightly anxious. "Liang Xiao, are you serious? I could be your personal driver?" "Absolutely. I mentioned earlier that I never lie." Liang Chen replied with sincerity. Although his own driving skills were respectable, he recognized the importance of recruiting loyal subordinates for his future endeavors. He sensed that despite Lu Sen's few words, he was trustworthy. Good. Lu Sen realized at first glance that Liang Chen was destined for greatness. Working under someone like him was an opportunity he could hardly pass up. "Liang Xiao, I accept. Salary doesn't matter. I live simply and only require enough to get by. The salary is what you deserve. It cannot be disregarded." Liang Chen smiled at Lu Sen's acceptance. "How about this? I'll offer you 20,000 a month, with full benefits and a year-end bonus. What do you think?" Thank you, Liang Xiao." "No, thank you, boss." Lu Sen was overjoyed at the generous offer, heartily expressing his gratitude. It was known that although he made extra from his part-time driving, his total income barely reached 10,000 monthly. Now, with Liang Chen offering a guaranteed salary of 20,000, who would refuse such an opportunity? Chen, congratulations." Seeing Liang Chen's confidence, Su Shueshan couldn't help but feel proud of him. At that moment, she could distinctly perceive the different temperaments exhibited by individuals in adversity versus prosperity. Catching Su Shueshan's gaze, Liang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. Su Shueshan, slightly tipsy and already harboring feelings for him, found their eyes locking, her cheeks flushed from the wine, radiating an alluring warmth. Sujia. For reasons unknown, Liang Chen boldly draped an arm over Su Shueshan's shoulder. Chen, his gentle touch. Su Shueshan shivered as if struck by electricity. In an instant, her gaze toward Liang Chen became filled with charm, and she let out a delicate sigh, leaning slightly against his shoulder. Thump, thump. The sensation of holding such beauty was exhilarating, sending Liang Chen's heart racing uncontrollably. Su Shueshan was a mature and captivating woman. Embracing her, inhaling her fragrance, Liang Chen was utterly entranced by her tenderness. Unable to contain his impulses, he disregarded the presence of Lu Sen driving and embraced Su Shueshan wholeheartedly. Lu Sen, seated in the driver's seat, could hear the soft rustling from the back, feeling as though his heart was being pricked by a monkey's paw. Yet, he knew he couldn't turn around or be distracted. Although he had just been hired by Liang Chen, his loyalty demanded unwavering focus. At this moment, Liang Chen was completely lost in Su Shueshan's charm. Had it not been for Lu Sen's presence, he would have certainly indulged in a passionate encounter with her in the car. Even without fully realizing that dream, Liang Chen had memorized every inch of Su Shueshan's form, eagerly waiting for the next opportunity to explore further. Finally, they arrived at Su Shueshan's residence, and Lu San let out a sigh of relief. Sujia, good night. Liang Chen personally escorted Su Shueshan upstairs, embracing her for a lingering kiss before reluctantly returning to the car. As Lu San prepared to drive Liang Chen back to the hotel, his phone suddenly rang. Boss, let me take this call. Seeing that it was his girlfriend Xiao Yu calling, Lu Sen's expression turned excited as he quickly informed Liang Chen. Then pulled over. Xiao Yu, I have some good news to share. Ecstatic, he was about to reveal Liang Chen's generous offer when he was met with a cold voice on the other end. No need? Lu Senator, we're not suitable. Let's break up. What did you say? For Lu Sen, this statement was akin to a thunderclap. He nearly dropped his phone, staring blankly ahead. Lu Sen, we really aren't compatible. Your income simply can't support me. So let's just end it here to avoid wasting each other's time. Xiao Yu's words were firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao Yu, I admit my salary was low before, but things have changed. Lu Sen, clearly a persistent individual, knew well that his girlfriend was materialistic, yet he couldn't bring himself to let go. He glanced at Liang Chen beside him, attempting to salvage his relationship. I just met a big boss who promised me 20,000 a month, plus year-end bonuses. 20,000 a month. Even if that's the case, you'd only earn a little over 200,000 a year. After a pause on the line, just as Lu Sen thought Xiao Yu might reconsider, a chilling voice rang in his ears. Do you know that Xiao Yu receives far more than that just in pocket money from me each month? What do you, a poor boy, have to compete with me? Who are you? Why are you with Xiao Yu? The sudden voice startled Lu Senator, however. In that instant, he seemed to grasp the situation, his face turning pale as he shouted hoarsely. Who am I? You, a poor loser, have no right to know. But I can tell you clearly, Xiao Yu is now mine. If you are sensible, do not disturb her, or I will make you regret being born. The ominous voice threatened Lu San before abruptly hanging up. This sudden blow was too much for Lu San to bear. He sat there, dazed, as if his soul had left his body. Liang Chen, seated next to Lu San, had heard their entire conversation clearly. Upon witnessing Lu San's despondent demeanor, Liang Chen shook his head and let out a gentle sigh, inevitably reminded of his former girlfriend. Zhou Bingrua. Alas, why are there so many materialistic women in this world? Oh dear, boss, I doubt I've lost my composure. Allow me to drive you home immediately. The sound of his sigh roused Lu San, who then straightened his posture and repeatedly apologized to Liang Chen. He dialed back, seeking to ascertain the whereabouts of that unworthy couple, determined to reclaim the dignity he had lost. Liang Chen's icy gaze fixed on Lu San, each word he uttered like shards of ice. Forget it, I have no money. I cannot provide Xiao Yu with happiness. Lu San gripped the steering wheel tightly, striving to suppress the anger and humiliation swelling within him. Such a woman is unworthy of the happiness you offer. All you need to do is slap her face, do it with fervor. Liang Chen spoke in a low voice, disregarding Lu San's astonished reaction as he seized his phone and dialed Xiao Yu's number. Lu San, do my words need further clarification? Please refrain from calling again. Just as the call connected, Liang Chen heard Xiao Yu's voice. Where are you? Liang Chen coldly interrupted her. Who are you? Upon realizing it was not Lu San's voice, Xiao Yu was taken aback. Have that man beside you answer the phone. Liang Chen, unwilling to waste breath on such a superficial woman, spoke with unwavering finality. You, who are you? What, do you intend to defend this good-for-nothing? I was just about to check into the new Greenland Hotel. If you have the guts, come. The voice of the wealthy young man dripped with provocation through the receiver. Perhaps, from his perspective, Liang Chen was merely a pathetic fool defending another. The new Greenland. After hanging up, Liang Chen spoke directly to Lu Senator. Boss, let it go. We can't afford to provoke such people. Allow me to take you home first. Despite the indignation swelling within Lu San, he could not bear to see Liang Chen suffer because of him, wishing to relent. Drive, however. Liang Chen disregarded Lu San's counsel, leading Lu San, with resignation, to drive towards the new Greenland Hotel. Chapter 49. Do you think your wealth allows you to act with impunity? The new Greenland Hotel, though somewhat renowned in the Shanghai hospitality sector, could only be considered a mid-range five-star establishment, utterly incomparable to the luxurious Oriental Mandarin Hotel where Liang Chen resided. Nonetheless, even this hotel's pricing left the average worker in a WE.IT was said that the starting rate for a room was around 1,000 yuan. And while there were no presidential suites, the finest rooms cost a staggering 10,000 yuan per night. As Liang Chen and Lu San made their way to the hotel, Xiao Yu and her affluent new beau stood at the entrance. Anticipating Lu Xin's arrival to thoroughly humiliate this presumptuous fool, Li Shao, everyone is gathered and just waiting for your command to teach him a lesson for offending you. The head of security, accompanied by several burly guards, approached Li Shao, bowing and nodding in respect. Excellent, rest assured, Captain Wang. As long as your men perform well, I will reward them handsomely. Li Shao nodded in satisfaction, tossing a thick stack of cash to Captain Wang. The pile was substantial, easily amounting to 20 or 30,000 yuan. Thank you, Li Shao, thank you. Seeing the money, Captain Wang's eyes squinted with delight as he hurriedly accepted it. Li Shao, that Lu Xan is utterly loathsome. When he arrives, make sure to teach him a good lesson so he won't pester me again. Xiao Yu cooed, clinging to Li Shao's arm, her demeanor almost desperate for his attention. Heh, my little beauty, rest assured. That kid dares to provoke my woman. This time, I will break a leg. Li Shao sneered, his arrogance palpable. Just then, as if on cue, a striking blue Bentley glided through the night and came to a halt at the hotel entrance. Wow, that car is simply stunning. The sight of the ostentatious luxury vehicle captivated everyone outside the hotel. Not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Li Shao's expression turned envious as he gazed at the car. Although he considered himself affluent, his father's wealth was merely in the tens of millions from real estate development, and his own vehicle was only worth a mere 100,000. In contrast, this car's value was surely in the millions. Just imagine the stature of someone capable of affording such a lavish vehicle. Witnessing this, Li Shao suddenly felt a desire to befriend the owner, momentarily forgetting his intention to confront Lu Sr. Just as Li Shao prepared to approach the Bentley's driver for a connection, Xiao Yu, upon seeing who emerged from the car, gasped in astonishment, frozen in disbelief. To her shock, one of the two individuals stepping out was Lu San. Initially, Xiao Yu had shared Li Shao's intentions, hoping to charm the Bentley's owner, perhaps using her allure to cast Li Shao aside. However, upon recognizing Lu San, she was left utterly dumbfounded. How did this possible? Hello, I am Li Xianjia, the young master of Li's construction. May I inquire who you two are? Li Shao, oblivious to Xiao Yu's state of shock, stepped forward, extending his hand in an attempt to ingratiate himself. Didn't you say we wouldn't dare to come? Here we are now. What do you intend to do? Liang Chen stood tall before Li Xianjia, his demeanor as frigid as ice. This is Li Xianjia, clearly taken aback, failed to comprehend the cold reception he was receiving. When he turned to see Xiao Yu's expression of sheer horror, the realization struck him. You? Indeed, it is us. Liang Chen fixed an impassive gaze upon Li Xianjia, his tone laced with mockery. Though you think that your wealth grants you the right to act with impunity, I am eager to see just how affluent you truly are, and if your money can pave your way. Chapter 50. Such women are not worthy of love. At this, Li Xianjia was momentarily rendered speechless. His face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to respond. Though accustomed to arrogance, he could discern that Liang Chen far surpassed him in both presence and power. This young man undoubtedly overshadowed him. Lu San, I was wrong. It was my momentary folly. Please forgive me this once, and let us reconcile, shall we? I swear, I shall never mention our breakup again. Xiao Yu stood there, dazed for a while, before finally snapping to attention. Grabbing Lu San's hand, she sensed that Lu San was no longer the same. Even though she knew the car did not belong to him, the fact that he could summon such a wealthy individual to stand up for him hinted at Lu San's promising future. Pa, you shameless woman, stay away from me. Regardless of Xiao Yu's desperate attempts, Lu San remained resolute, shaking her off. Earlier, while engulfed in the pain of heartbreak, he had been enlightened by Liang Chen's south guidance throughout the drive. He now realized that a woman like Xiao Yu was not worth his love. Seeing Lu San disregard her, Xiao Yu felt a wave of shame wash over her, burying her face in her hands as she began to softly weep. Shameless woman, I knew you were no good. Witnessing Xiao Yu's public apology to Lu San, Li Xianjia felt his masculine pride severely undermined. Unable to retaliate against Liang Chen, he directed all his pent-up fury towards Xiao Yu. Raising his hand to strike her, however, before his arm could descend, Lu San seized it. Though I may no longer want this woman, it does not mean you can strike her at will. With a fierce motion, Lu San hurled Li Xianjia to the ground. Li Xianjia, a pampered youth lacking any physical prowess, crumpled to the ground, his face meeting the pavement with a painful thud. How dare you hit me? Li Xianjia, filled with rage and humiliation, bellowed at the security guards. What are you waiting for? Beat him. Captain Wang and the other guards exchanged glances, hesitating. Their reluctance to confront Lu San stemmed not solely from his imposing stature but from the fact that Lu San was associated with Liang Chen. This wealthy young man, driving a $1 million car, was not someone they could afford to offend. Captain Wang, I'll offer you an additional 20,000. Make sure to teach him a lesson. Seeing the guard's hesitation, Li Xianjie felt his dignity further slip away, disregarding his pride as he pressed Captain Wang. If you want to hit him, I'll give each of you 50,000 for the job. Just as the guards were stirred by the prospect of money, Liang Chen tossed a bank card to Captain Wang, his voice calm yet firm. There's 300,000 in here. You all can divide it among yourselves. Upon hearing Liang Chen's offer, which was far more lucrative than Li Xianjie's, the guards were invigorated. Without needing further instruction from Captain Wang, they surged towards Li Xianjie, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Lu Xin, let us go. Liang Chen cast a disinterested glance at the howling Li Xianjie, signaling to Lu Senator understood. With Liang Chen standing up for him, Lu Xin felt a surge of vindication and promptly made his way to the car. Lu Xin, you didn't let him hit me. You must still have feelings for me. I beg you, grant me another chance. Xiao Yu was filled with regret, yearning to retain Lu's Senator. However, the response she received was a resounding slap from him. Covering her stinging face, she glanced at Lu Xin's resolute demeanor and could only retreat in despair. Ha ha ha, you wretched harlot. Did you think he truly loves you? He is merely toying with you like the rest of us. Damn it, you filthy whore, you brought my misfortune upon me. Li Xianjie cackled mockingly at Xiao Yu's plight. Xiao Yu's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shame and embarrassment. Yet, witnessing Lu Xin's indifferent expression, her heart plummeted to icy depths. But who could she blame? If anything, she could only chastise herself for her own folly. Chapter 51. My subordinates do not tolerate cowardice. Heh, you wish to toy with her, do you? I hear you've already booked a room? As Li Xianjie flaunted his arrogance, Liang Chen stepped forward and kicked him down. Grabbing him by the collar, Liang coldly stated, very well, I shall let you experience the taste of longing for what you cannot have. With that, Liang turned back, casting a chilling glance at Lu Xin, and pointed at Li Xianjie and Xiao Yu, declaring, Lu Xin, even the garbage you discard is not for just anyone to touch. Go, teach them a lesson. Lu Xin trembled at Liang's words, left momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, both Li Xianjie and Xiao Yu wore expressions of terror. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Liang's piercing gaze bore into Lu Xin's soul. Lu Xin, do not forget. You are now my subordinate. My subordinates do not embody cowardice. Thank you, boss. I understand what to do. Lu Xin respectfully bowed to Liang, his expression reflecting not only gratitude but also a profound sense of reverence. All right, I will wait for you in the CART. Be swift. Liang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded and entered the vehicle. Lu Xin's countenance shifted dramatically as he stared at Li Xianjie and Xiao Yu, his expression turning fierce. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized them both and marched toward the hotel. No, Lu Xin, how dare you humiliate me to my face? I will make you wish you were never born. Li Xianjie's complexion turned ashen, letting out a monstrous howl. Though he had yet to pursue Xiao Yu, she was now free from Lu Xin, and thus, in his eyes, she was fair game. The thought of Liang instructing Lu Xin to humiliate him only fueled his fury. Crack, Lu Xin, a man of few words but fierce action, disregarded Li Xianjie's protests and suddenly exerted force, snapping his arm. Li Xianjie screamed in agony, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet he remained conscious. Lu Xin snorted coldly, unceremoniously discarding the flabbergasted security guards, dragging the two unfaithful souls into their reserved room. Liang Chen waited patiently in the car for over an hour before Lu Xin finally emerged from the hotel. Boss, I apologize for the wait. Opening the car door, Lu Xin noticed Liang sitting calmly and felt a flicker of guilt mingled with respect. No worries, drive on. Liang smiled nonchalantly, gesturing for Lu Xin to take the wheel. Without needing further inquiries, Liang discerned from Lu Xin's relieved demeanor that he had achieved the desired outcome. Liang valued Lu Xin greatly, aware that the incident with Xiao Yu had left him psychologically scarred. The sole remedy for such a shadow was to unleash his pent-up emotions. Like a demon unleashed, now, undoubtedly, during that tumultuous hour, Lu Xin had vented all the humiliation and anger he had endured. Henceforth, Lu Xin would remain a fierce warrior, eternally loyal to his master. Boss, we have arrived. Lu Xin parked at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong, respectfully opening the door for Liang. Lu Xin, return and manage your affairs. I will notify you in a few days to meet again. Liang nodded to Lu Xin as he entered the hotel. Yes, Lu Xin replied dutifully, watching Liang's figure fade from view before departing. Chapter 52. A beauty awaits in the room. Young Master Liang, you have returned. The hotel manager, Yang Xiuqi, was busy arranging work in the lobby but quickly approached Liang with respect upon his arrival. Yes, is my room ready? Liang inquired calmly, glancing at the time. It was already 9:30 p.m. It is ready. Yang Xiuqi replied, smiling profusely, adding with a mysterious air, Young Master Liang, we have prepared everything as per your instructions. I am confident you will be thoroughly satisfied. As a supreme guest of the hotel, Liang enjoyed royal-level service, a fact Yang Xiuqi was acutely aware of. Good. Liang said no more, though a cold smile surfaced within him. It was evident that Yang Xiuqi had exerted considerable effort in pleasing him. In the corridor leading to the presidential suite, rows of elegantly dressed female attendants awaited. Upon seeing Liang, they greeted him with angelic smiles and bows. By this time, Liang had shed the mindset of a nouveau riche. He responded to their flattery with indifference, maintaining a stoic gaze as though oblivious to their presence. However, this facade of composure vanished entirely upon entering the lavish presidential suite, which indeed was worth its exorbitant price of 160,000 a night. Spanning over 700 square meters, this suite epitomized luxury and elegance. With opulent amenities in the bedroom, living room, kitchen, dining room, study, and bathroom, it offered vast spaces and stunning panoramic views of the Bund and the magnificent skyline. It was an experience of utmost extravagance. After surveying the suite with satisfaction, Liang felt a profound sense of contentment. Even more delightful was the woman who had been waiting in the bedroom for him to indulge with. Young Master Liang, upon his return, Xie Sichuan's face radiated joy, infused with eager anticipation. Her beauty, already striking, was further accentuated by her meticulous preparations. Yet, upon seeing Liang, her emotions were complex. She had initially perceived him as a mere commoner. Unaware that he had transformed into a wealthy figure, Xie Sichuan felt a deep sense of regret for her prior misjudgment. Thankfully, she still had the opportunity to make amends. Tonight, she vowed to serve this young Master Liang to the best of her abilities. Ah, it seems you are ready. Liang, gazing at Xie Sichuan, felt an overwhelming urge welling up within him as he stepped closer, lifting her chin. Yes, young master, I now belong to you. The warm water is prepared. Please allow me to accompany you for a bath. A blush spread across Xie Sichuan's cheeks as she slowly began to remove her clothing. Liang's lips curled into a gentle smile as he embraced her delicate form, leading her toward the steam-filled bathroom. After some time, as the heat dissipated like a receding tide, Liang observed the crimson stains on the sheets with surprise. He could not help but feel astonished. In an age where material desires reigned, chastity was often deemed worthless. For someone like Xie Sichuan, a woman driven by status, to have preserved her innocence until now was indeed commendable. You must think I am cheap, she murmured, breaking the silence after their tender encounter. And no longer the cold figure from their previous phone conversation, she nestled against Liang like a gentle rabbit. Though I am your first man, I cannot guarantee that you will be my only woman. Liang's response seemed evasive. I understand, Xie Sichuan replied, her gaze lowered, her lashes fluttering. You are an extraordinary man. I do not wish for much. I only hope you can provide what I desire. Heh, you are indeed a clever woman. Rest assured, whatever you wish for, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. Liang regarded Xie Sichuan with a newfound appreciation. Chapter 53. The timed watch. The following morning, upon awakening, Liang found the beauty beside him absent. Leaving only a lingering fragrance and the remnants of their passionate night, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he temporarily cast aside thoughts of their escapades, with nothing pressing to occupy him. He opened his personal system panel. Name, Liang Chen. Gender, male. Wealth, 699,850,000,000 gold coins. Experience, 0 point strength, 6 points magic, 4 points vitality, 5 points store. Open dungeon. Not yet open. The values on the attribute panel remained unchanged since his last check. Though his wealth was staggering, the lack of experience points stymied any potential for growth. It seemed he could only await the right opportunity to gather sufficient experience before enhancing his attributes. Closing the attribute panel, Liang noticed the store had been open for quite some time, and he had yet to explore it thoroughly. Why not take the opportunity to acquire some cutting-edge technology? With that thought, Liang clicked on the store. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received the new player gift package. As soon as the store opened, Liang was taken aback by the overwhelming display of light. However, when he opened the gift package and beheld its contents, he was overwhelmed with joy.to his astonishment. This so-called newcomer-esque grand gift was none other than a time control watch. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a time control watch. Product name, time control watch. Function, capable of pausing or reversing time. Usage instructions: press the pause button to halt time for 5 minutes. Press the rewind button to roll back time by 5 minutes. Usage limit: 2 times. The interval between uses must not exceed 1 hour, after which the watch will vanish, a watch that could freeze or rewind time. It was truly remarkable. Reading the description of the time control watch, Liang Chen was ecstatic. However, the only regret he felt was that this watch was evidently a one-time use item, with a maximum of only 2 uses. If only it could control time permanently, that would be incredible, Liang Chen mused, stowing away the time control watch and continuing to browse the marketplace. At present, the marketplace had only developed the first special effects cabinet for supernatural abilities. Moreover, the selection within this cabinet was scant, not only exorbitantly priced but seemingly lacking in practicality. For instance, the beauty-enhancing elixir priced at 8 million gold coins could elevate the host's appearance, but its effect lasted only 24 hours. The charisma-enhancing effect, Charming Essence, was priced at 10 million gold coins, granting the host an irresistible allure for a mere 24 hours. Liang Chen was utterly unmoved by these supernatural effects. In fact, he found them rather trivial. Regardless of external beauty or inner charm, he believed himself capable of captivating countless women. Well, of course, the main factor was wealth. With enough money, even someone like Sitsong could become a national heartthrob. As he continued to scroll, he stumbled upon a summoning-type supernatural effect, Medical Mastery, which piqued his interest. Upon clicking the effect, he found a detailed introduction, product name, summoning-type supernatural effect, Medical Mastery price, 100,000,000 gold coins function. By mastering this effect, one can summon a divine healer, granting the host instantaneous knowledge of all medical practices, enabling the cure of any ailment. This supernatural effect was indeed intriguing. It could transform someone entirely ignorant of medicine into a savior in critical situations. Although the price was exorbitant, 100 million gold coins, the utility was undeniably substantial, offering a permanent benefit. When the need arose, it would certainly be worth the investment. After browsing a while longer through various high-tech products, Liang Chen discovered that among the supernatural effects, the summoning-type effects were the most expensive and powerful. These effects, like Medical Mastery, could bind with the host to summon various deities, bestowing upon them a portion of divine power permanently. For example, the Return of the War God effect could summon the War God, granting the host immense strength. The Kitchen God effect could transform the host into a culinary deity, creating the most exquisite dishes imaginable. The Roar of Beasts effect could enable the host to become the Beast King, summoning the power of ancient ferocious beasts. The list went on. However, each summoning type effect required the host to possess a certain level of 3 core attributes. Liang Chen, with his current limited strength, could only bind to a few basic summoning type effects. Even if he forcibly bound others, he would not be able to unleash even a fraction of their power. Since he had no immediate need for them, Liang Chen decided to close the system and take a drive to clear his mind. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Liang Chen was about to get into his car when he noticed a small crowd gathered around it, taking photos. Standing in front of the car, striking poses, was a woman in her 20s, flanked by 2 men and another woman, all snapping pictures of her with their phones. Liang Chen had seen such vanity, people taking pictures in front of luxury cars and posting them on social media, many times before. Even before his rise to prominence. Initially, he thought to let them indulge in their superficiality and simply laugh it off, not wishing to confront them. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that these individuals were acquaintances. The woman posing was namely Feng Qing, while the 2 men and 1 woman beside her were Wang Jie, He Zhongfei, and Wei Jingtian, his university classmates. Having graduated nearly 3 years ago, one would typically feel excitement upon encountering old classmates. Yet, seeing these 4, Liang Chen felt a wave of discomfort. He had always considered himself to be of ordinary appearance, and his performance during university was hardly noteworthy in contrast. These 4 were the darlings of the campus. Especially Wang Jie and Li Fengqing, who not only excelled academically but also hailed from esteemed backgrounds, making them an enviable couple. Although Wang Jie had a refined appearance, he was cunning beneath the surface. He was a core member of the student council, feigning camaraderie while secretly sabotaging Liang Chen. He Zhongfei was Wang Jie's loyal sidekick, ready to attack at his behest, and had always been unfriendly towards Liang Chen. As for Li Fengqing and Wei Jingtian, they regarded themselves as superior and had never paid Liang Chen any mind during their university days. Liang Chen, not one to be magnanimous, found himself unwilling to engage with them, especially since he was now wealthy. Suddenly, he heard Li Fengqing call out, "Look, isn't that Liang Chen?" "Yes." Let's go stop him. Upon noticing Liang Chen, Wang Jie's sense of superiority surged as he exclaimed, "Haha, old classmate. What a surprise. It's been 3 years, and here we are again." Wang Jie approached Liang Chen with exaggerated enthusiasm, grasping his hand. "What a coincidence. Everyone is here." Seeing Wang Jie's feigned warmth made Liang Chen feel nauseous. Yet, since they were putting on a show, he decided to play along. "Come, everyone, meet our old classmate." After shaking hands with Liang Chen, Wang Jie gestured to the others, saying, "This is someone you all know, our class's ugly duckling." Liang Chen. Wang Jie was indeed malicious. While his demeanor appeared cordial, his words were laced with barbs. He even had the audacity to mention the nickname he had given Liang Chen back in the day. A clear attempt at humiliation. "Come on, we don't have amnesia. How could we forget this little chicken?" He Zhongfei chuckled, his tone dripping with mockery. "Have you all noticed? I think he seems quite different now." Li Fengqing remarked, examining Liang Chen with a hint of surprise. Though she was typically proud, she had a keen eye for people. Just a glance at Liang Chen revealed an extraordinary aura about him, one she had never perceived during their university days. Could it be? Has this ugly duckling transformed into a beautiful swan? Hearing Li Fengqing's comment, Wei Jingtian chimed in, intrigued. Wang Jie and He Zhongfei, engrossed in their taunts moments ago, were now taken aback by Liang Chen's transformation. Could it truly be that after 3 years, this once inconspicuous figure had become successful? How could that be? Exchanging incredulous glances, Wang Jie and He Zhongfei were evidently taken aback. "Ah, success is a strong word. I'm just doing a bit of small business to make ends meet," Liang Chen replied nonchalantly, internally mocking their expressions of disbelief. "Old classmates, what brings you here? Since we've met, why not join me for a meal?" Seeing their hesitant expressions, Liang Chen broke the silence with a smile. That's not necessary," Wang Jie replied, his face betraying his discomfort. However, as his gaze fell upon the luxurious Bentley parked nearby, an idea struck him. "Old classmate, to be honest, I just bought a new car. This one, it cost me over 10 million. I thought it would be nice to gather with a few classmates, and since you're here, why not join us for a meal? My treat." Hearing Wang Jie boastfully claim ownership of the multimillion-dollar Bentley, Liang Chen couldn't help but sneer internally. Even He Zhongfei, Li Fengqing, and Wei Jingtian felt their faces flush with embarrassment at Wang Jie's audacity. What a thick skin he had. There was no way he could afford such a luxury car. Wang Jie's father owned a small business, barely worth $1 million, and could at most buy a vehicle worth 500,000 to 600,000 to flaunt. It was unlikely he had even sat in a Bentley before. Liang Chen had never respected Wang Jie's character to begin with, and seeing him boast so shamelessly, he decided to show no mercy. With a cold smirk, he took out his car keys and pressed the button. With a click, the car door swung open, and Wang Jie's face turned ashen. He Zhongfei, Li Fengqing, and Wei Jingtian stood there, dumbfounded. What was happening? This car belonged to Liang Chen. How is that possible? "Old classmates, it's been too long since we last met. Let us catch up in the car. This meal is on me." As the crowd stood in stunned silence, Liang Chen nonchalantly entered the car, casting a disdainful glance at them. The exposure of lies left Wang Jie's face reddened and speechless, akin to a monkey's backside. "Humph." Li Fengqing, a woman of vanity, shot Wang Jie a resentful glare at the sight of his humiliation, and without a word, climbed into Liang Chen's car. To her astonishment, Liang Chen turned out to be a wealthy individual. He Zhongfei and Wei Jingtian dared not show any sign of negligence and also boarded the vehicle. Under normal circumstances, having suffered such embarrassment, Wang Jie, with any semblance of dignity, would have refrained from joining. However, unwilling to forfeit an opportunity to associate with Liang Chen, he eagerly followed suit, even claiming the passenger seat. "Ah, Chunzi, I never imagined you truly hit it big. I wonder where you are working now. Why not take your brother along to make some money?" Sitting beside Liang Chen, Wang Jie's expression mirrored that of a sycophant, lavishly flattering this former classmate he once deemed unworthy. "Well, I can't say I'm prosperous, just recently dabbling in stocks and earning a bit of money," Liang Chen replied dismissively, pretending not to notice Wang Jie's obsequious demeanor. "Wow, stocks are that lucrative? Liang Chen, your car must be quite an expense, right?" Although Liang Chen spoke lightly, the others gasped in disbelief, with Wei Jingtian expressing clear envy. "This car is far from cheap. It's practically a super luxury vehicle. It must be worth at least 10 million, Li Fengqing interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Liang Chen, barely concealing her envy. "Wang Jie, I hope you've seen it. Liang Chen is now a cut above the rest. You ought to learn from him." Wang Jie's expression turned painfully awkward upon hearing this, as he cleared his throat and pitifully gazed at Liang Chen. Fengqing is right, old classmate. I hope you'll look out for us in the future. Indeed, little brother Chen, you've made it big, but don't forget us old classmates. He Zhongfei, still in disbelief, chimed in, showering Liang Chen with flattery. Haha, we're all old classmates. I will certainly help wherever I can. Liang Chen replied with a concealed smirk. Truth be told, Liang Chen was not one to forget his roots. Had these individuals not tormented him in the past, he might have genuinely wished to assist them. Yet, seeing them now seek to ingratiate themselves simply because of his newfound success was intolerable. Despite his disdain for these ingratiating classmates, Liang Chen felt obliged to extend an invitation. After all, they shared a past as classmates, and it provided an opportunity to settle old scores. Liang Chen firmly believed in the principle of reciprocity. Kindness must be repaid, and grievances must be resolved. Without hesitation, he drove the coveted Bentley to a luxurious hotel for a lavish meal, sparing no expense on the finest dishes, costing hundreds of thousands. Such extravagance left Wang Jie and He Zhongfei intoxicated with delight, treating Liang Chen like a revered ancestor. Meanwhile, Li Fengqing and Wei Jingtian gazed at him with admiration. After the sumptuous meal, Liang Chen, still unsatisfied, invited them to a luxurious entertainment venue for karaoke. Wang Jie and He Zhongfei, clearly a bit tipsy, clung to the microphone, belting out off-key tunes to Li Fengqing and Wei Jingtian. Accustomed to their antics, sat beside Liang Chen engaged in conversation. Soon, Li Fengqing excused herself to the restroom. Observing her departure, a sly smile crept across Liang Chen's lips. You two keep singing. I'll step out for a moment, he said to the singing duo, following Li Fengqing outside. The private room was empty, with no other patrons around, and the corridor was devoid of staff. Please wait a moment. Liang Chen hastily approached her at the restroom door, blocking her way. What is it, Liang Chen? She asked, surprised to find him following her. Though she had always looked down on him, today, Liang Chen had undeniably impressed her with his wealth and charm in her eyes. Her boyfriend Wang Jie paled in comparison to Liang Chen, and of course, I have something to discuss, and it's quite the proposition. Liang Chen's smile remained playful as he leaned closer, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Little enchantress, you truly live up to your title as the former campus beauty. It's no wonder Wang Jie is so smitten. Ah? Li Fengqing was taken aback by Liang Chen's audacity, instinctively wanting to retreat. He whispered in her ear, play along with me. Name your price, and I will pay. Ah. How dare you? The words struck her like a blow, her cheeks flushed. While she was a woman of material desires, she was not frivolous. You, Liang Chen, you're overstepping. I'm your classmate and your brother's woman. How can you? Her face burned with embarrassment as she attempted to push him away, but Liang Chen's grip only tightened. Their bodies pressed closely together, and she could sense his intense desire. His woman? Humph. Hearing Wang Jie referred to as a brother amused Liang Chen. 100,000. Be my girlfriend. He pushed her into the women's restroom, initiating negotiations. Rather than resorting to sorcery or trickery, Liang Chen opted to leverage his wealth, convinced that money could buy anything. You're insulting me. My worth cannot be measured in money. Li Fengqing's countenance shifted between red and white as she struggled against his hold. Not enough. How about 200,000? 300,000? 50,000 is also an option. Liang Chen remained unfazed, slowly raising the stakes. He believed there were few women who would resist the allure of wealth. You? Liang Chen had accurately surmised that her refusal stemmed from the initial offer. Hearing 50,000 stirred her interest. It was a fortune she could not hope to earn in years of hard work. This opportunity was enticing, and she calculated that Liang Chen would be a far better recipient of her affections than the inept Wang Jie. 60,000. Noticing her wavering resolve, Liang Chen let out a scoff, raising the offer once more, confident she would relent. All right, Liang Xiao, I agree. Under the scrutiny of Liang Chen's piercing gaze, Li Fengqing finally capitulated, lowering her head in acceptance. Meanwhile, in the private room, Wang Jie and He Zhongfei continued singing, blissfully unaware of Liang Chen and Li Fengqing's prolonged absence. However, Wei Jingtian had taken notice. The moment Li Fengqing exited, Liang Chen followed closely behind, raising her suspicions. Choosing not to act hastily, she waited to avoid an awkward encounter. But as time stretched on and they remained absent, her doubts intensified. Without greeting Wang Jie or He Zhongfei, she ventured out. As she stepped through the door, she caught a faint sound emanating from the restroom. What is that noise? Intrigued, she tiptoed closer. What are you doing? Upon reaching the restroom door, witnessing the scene within, she gasped in shock. Simultaneously, As Wei Jingtian's exclamation echoed, Liang Chen swiftly produced a stopwatch, pressing the pause button. He admitted to himself that he had been reckless regarding Li Fengqing. With his current status and wealth, 60,000 could buy him anything. The reason he pursued Li Fengqing stemmed from her being Wang Jie's girlfriend. Wang Jie had always been underhanded, plotting against him during their university days. Now that Liang Chen had achieved success, Wang Jie sought to cling to him for advantage. Absolutely unacceptable. Recalling the insults Wang Jie had hurled at him in the past ignited Liang Chen's ire. The best way to exact revenge on Wang Jie was to claim Li Fengqing for himself, in his eagerness for gratification. Liang Chen had overlooked Wei Jingtian. Now, with this scene witnessed, the situation had become quite complicated. The only remedy lay in ensnaring Wei Jingtian as well. While Li Fengqing was well known as Wang Jie's girlfriend, Wei Jingtian had no such ties to He Zhongfei. Although He Zhongfei has persistently pursued Wei Jingtian, she has never revealed her stance. Perhaps, in Wei Jingtian's eyes, He Zhongfei is simply unworthy of her attention, much like how she once looked down on Liang Chen during their university days. Yet now, Liang Chen has transformed from a humble sparrow into a resplendent phoenix, suddenly becoming affluent, and Wei Jingtian has developed an interest in him. Little did she expect that Li Fengqing had already gotten the upper hand and was entangled with Liang Chen. Moreover, they audaciously dared to indulge in their affair right under Wang Jie's nose. Ding. The time pause function has been activated. Observing the words displayed on the time-controlling watch, and seeing Wei Jingtian and Li Fengqing caught in a suspended state, Liang Chen found himself with no choice. For a woman who presented herself so readily, he could only indulge. Regardless, Liang Chen had ultimately realized his plan. After some time, once Liang Chen had tired of his exploits and tidied up, he pressed the time rewind button. Wei Jingtian had witnessed his interaction with Li Fengqing, which could jeopardize his intentions. Thus, he had to reverse time and erase the memory from Wei Jingtian's mind. Time rewinds. It reverted to the moment Wei Jingtian was about to leave the private room. Ding! The time rewind function has been activated. After fulfilling its mission twice, the time-controlling watch quickly dissipated into nothingness. However, time returned as promised to 5 minutes prior. Someone is coming. I must leave. Liang Chen glanced at her and swiftly exited the women's restroom. Liang Chen, I thought. Just as Liang Chen's hand reached for the door, Wei Jingtian emerged from within. Where's Fengqing? I don't see her. Wei Jingtian inquired, peering into the corridor, puzzled by Li Fengqing's absence. She went to buy something. She'll be back shortly, Liang Chen replied casually. However, now he had reset time. This ability to manipulate time was truly extraordinary. Liang Chen was certainly not satisfied with that fleeting yet intense moment. Given the opportunity, he would savor that little girl thoroughly. Then, shall we go inside? Though Wei Jingtian was skeptical of Liang Chen's explanation, seeing his calm demeanor, she could find no flaw in it and nodded, following him into the private room. Inside, Wang Jie and He Zhongfei were belting out songs with fervor. However, these two were rather unique, choosing to sing outdated and excessively sentimental duet ballads. Chunzi, where did you go just now? We've all been waiting impatiently. Wang Jie, with bleary eyes, hurriedly poured a drink for Liang Chen upon his arrival. Come, Chunzi, let us toast. We brothers won't leave until we're drunk tonight. He Zhongfei was equally elated. Raising his glass to join in that moment, the door swung open, and Li Fengqing walked in. Although she had tidied herself up a bit in the restroom, her hair and clothes were still somewhat disheveled, and her cheeks were flushed. Upon entering, she met Liang Chen's gaze for just a moment before shyly averting her eyes. Wang Jie and He Zhongfei were oblivious to Li Fengqing's unusual behavior, yet Wei Jingtian, being perceptive, seemed to sense something amiss. Good brothers share deep feelings. Let us down this drink. Observing the ridiculous antics of these two, Liang Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he stepped forward to clink glasses and drink with them. Drinking alone is dull. We brothers must also sing a duet. Wang Jie downed his drink in one go and dashed to the karaoke machine. Selecting a song by Xiao Xinyang titled My Good Brother, he returned, grinning at Liang Chen. From now on, we three are lifelong brothers. Yes, from now on, we are brothers for life. He Zhongfei chimed in, his inebriated head bobbing eagerly, eager for Liang Chen to acknowledge their brotherhood and share some fortune with him. All right, good brothers, Liang Chen sneered, taking the microphone. Thus, the three sat side by side on the sofa, arms draped over one another, singing passionately. When you need me, I'll be there to accompany you through it all, my good brother. If you have sorrows, confide in me. We'll walk the road ahead together, even if it's a river. We'll cross it side by side. What is a little hardship or exhaustion to us? Having drank and sung, and indulged in a brother-s woman. Oh well, Liang Chen felt utterly exhilarated. Watching Wang Jie and He Zhongfei, oblivious and content with their green hats, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for them. You all keep singing. I have something to attend to and must leave first. Lai Fengqing felt somewhat guilty towards Wang Jie after their earlier encounter. Seeing Wang Jie still chummy with Liang Chen made her feel even stranger. She dared not look at either of them and hurriedly grabbed her bag, intending to leave. Fengqing, we old classmates rarely get together. We haven't had enough fun yet. Upon seeing Li Fengqing's intent to leave, Wang Jie furrowed his brow, wanting to stop her. But seeing her resolute, Wei Jingtian stood up to accompany her back. Prompting Wang Jie and He Zhongfei to relent as they watched the two women exit the hotel. Wang Jie suddenly cast a sly glance at Liang Chen and said mysteriously, Chunzi, I've heard this hotel is quite nice. Now that the ladies have left, what do you think about? Although Wang Jie appeared refined, he was already a seasoned player. However, he typically refrained from spending money on such escapades. Indeed, Chunzi, what Brother Jie said is quite right. He Zhongfei chimed in, his eyes darting eagerly, look, we finally managed to send Fengqing and Jingtian away. Why not indulge tonight? Just this once? Seeing the gleeful expressions of these two, Liang Chen felt a wave of disgust. Yet, a thought simultaneously crossed his mind. If these two want to play, why not let them have some fun? Very well, indulging just this once is only fitting. With a plan in mind, Liang Chen feigned enthusiasm and rang the bell, summoning the service staff to bring a few over. All right, everyone else, please leave. Once the selections were made, Liang Chen smirked slightly, standing up to signal the service staff to exit. What? Chunzi, aren't you choosing anyone? Wang Jie exclaimed, astonished that Liang Chen had not selected anyone. Typically, who would resist such temptation? If he had Liang Chen's wealth, he would certainly want to entertain several. Haha, I have other matters to attend to. So I'll take my leave first. You both enjoy yourselves, tonight's on me. Liang Chen suppressed his laughter, maintaining an air of indifference. How embarrassing. Wang Jie and He Zhongfei, lacking the means for such expenses, were relying on Liang Chen to pick up the tab. Upon hearing his generosity, they grinned widely. Laugh all you want. Enjoy your laughter while you can. The real spectacle is yet to come. All right, I'll take my leave. Enjoy yourselves and call if you need anything. Seeing Wang Jie and He Zhongfei's eagerness, Liang Chen nodded to them, exited, and closed the door behind him. Come on, little treasures. Inside the private room, Wang Jie and He Zhongfei let loose. Outside, Liang Chen had not yet departed. He stood at the door, listening to the commotion inside, and his lips twitched slightly. He then took out his phone and dialed 110. Hello, is this the police station? During this period of strict enforcement, with the police station merely a street away from the hotel, Liang Chen's call had barely been placed for 5 minutes before a squad of police stormed in, catching everyone inside the room red-handed. Upon hearing of the police raid, a crowd quickly gathered outside the hotel, surrounding it in thick layers. Wang Jie and He Zhongfei, clad only in their underwear, were mortified to see so many onlookers as they were escorted to the police car, covering their faces with their hands and slouching their heads in defeat. Among the crowd, Liang Chen observed their despondent expressions and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. After laughing, Liang Chen wasted no time and drove straight to the police station. In this world, it's tough to be a brother. Since I'm responsible for getting them in, I must also find a way to bail them out. Half an hour later, Liang Chen emerged from the municipal police station with Wang Jie and He Zhongfei. Thank you so much, Chunzi. If it weren't for you today, we'd be in big trouble. Yes. If my dad finds out about this, he'll kill me. It's so embarrassing. After their stint in the station, Wang Jie and He Zhongfei resembled two defeated roosters, trailing behind Liang Chen with their heads hung low. Though they felt defeated, they were filled with gratitude and respect for Liang Chen. After all, had it not been for Liang Chen's financial support to bail them out, they would have faced the shame of having the police notify their families and workplaces for ransom. Brother Jie, Brother Fei, we're all brothers. It's what I ought to do, no need for thanks among brothers. Liang Chen struggled to contain his laughter, dismissing their gratitude with a wave. He then feigned a remorseful expression, reflecting, it's all my fault for not considering the recent crackdown, putting you two in a difficult position. Chunzi, you mustn't say that. Wang Jie quickly countered. No one anticipated the police would conduct a surprise check in broad daylight. Alas, we were just unlucky. It's not your fault. Indeed, Chunzi, I barely had time to express my gratitude to Jiegu, so how could I possibly blame you? He Zhongfei echoed in agreement. Well then, I still have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Observing the profound gratitude etched on their faces, Liang Chen nearly lost his composure and promptly stepped into his car to depart. Who would have thought Liang Chen would be so considerate? Despite the way we treated him in the past, he not only harbors no grudges but also extends such heartfelt assistance to us. Yes, Jegu, you are right. This is what it means to have a magnanimous heart. If we continue to associate with him, we shall undoubtedly savor the finer things in life. Wang Jie and He Zhongfei stood dazedly watching Liang Chen drive away, tears of emotion welling up in their eyes. Chapter 61. I will arrive soon. What a satisfying turn of events. Reflecting on how he had just turned the tables on Wang Jie and He Zhongfei, Liang Chen felt that all the humiliation he had endured in the past had been repaid in full. However, he did not derive much of a sense of accomplishment from avenging himself against them. Perhaps one's state of mind is proportional to their circumstances. Previously, as a struggling individual, he often found himself bullied. He had longed for the day when he would be wealthy and powerful enough to reclaim all the injustices he had suffered, to demonstrate to those who looked down on him that Liang Chen was not to be trifled with. Now, he had indeed become a person of means. The dreams he once could only envision now seemed to have materialized. Yet, upon realizing this, he felt that it was all rather mundane. Just as Liang Chen was lost in his musings, a ringtone jolted him back to reality. The melody was the latest viral internet song, composed of obscure characters that even a university student like Liang Chen could hardly recognize. Hello, who is this? He lazily inquired upon checking his phone and discovering an unfamiliar number. Young Master Liang, it's me. The voice on the line was timid yet tinged with anticipation. It was unmistakably Li Fengqing. Oh, it's you. Remembering Li Fengqing's allure at the club, Liang Chen could not help but smile slightly, feigning ignorance. Yes, there's something you need? Young Master Liang, you mentioned the 600,000 earlier. Clearly, Li Fengqing had not forgotten the money Liang Chen had promised her, which he had yet to deliver. Haha, I am at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong. You can come and collect it. A peculiar smile crept onto Liang Chen's lips as he relayed his room number to her. The news of Liang Chen residing in the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai, particularly in the exorbitant presidential suite, left Li Fengqing both astonished and elated. Indeed, he was a man of wealth. A casual outing for him was worth hundreds of thousands. And aligning herself with such a tycoon was far superior to being with Wang Jie. All right, young Master Liang, please be sure to wait for me. I will be there shortly. At that moment, Li Fengqing was eager to kick Wang Jie aside and rush into Liang Chen's embrace. Liang Chen scoffed, hanging up the phone and driving back to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong. As he passed through the lobby, manager Yang Xiuqi spotted him and approached with a contingent of female attendants and security personnel to greet him. Such lavish praise was likely something even emperors would envy. Liang Chen exchanged pleasantries with them before returning to his room. Upon entering, he found Xie Sichuan waiting there, her demeanor respectful as she awaited his arrival. Seeing this woman stirred something within him. Haha, weren't you supposed to come later in the evening? Why the rush? Liang Chen approached with a smile. Giggle, young Master Liang is a distinguished guest of this hotel. How could I dare to delay your enjoyment? Haha, you truly are quite obedient. It is not in vain that I have cherished you. However, as Li Fengqing was about to arrive, he decided to send Xie Sichuan away first. Very well, young Master Liang, I shall take my leave for now, Xie Sichuan replied reluctantly, retreating from the room. Yet, just as she prepared to exit, another girl approached and entered Liang Chen's room. Seeing this scene, Xie Sichuan was momentarily taken aback. Liang Chen had just sent her away, only to allow another woman into his room. What was going on? Did she truly lack attractiveness? No, now that Liang Chen had become the ladder to her pursuit of a better life, she was unwilling to concede defeat to any woman so easily. Chapter 62. An anticipated transaction. You have arrived. Liang Chen assessed Li Fengqing, who entered with a hint of shyness, a sly smile gracing his lips. Come, serve me with your utmost enthusiasm, and let me determine whether it is worthwhile to continue investing in you. Liang Chen reclined on the bed, beckoning Li Fengqing with a smile. Li Fengqing understood that her transactions with Liang Chen extended beyond mere exchanges. In truth, she was filled with anticipation for this mingling of spirit and flesh. Young Master Liang, I will not disappoint you. Li Fengqing shed her shyness, growing more composed as she slowly disrobed and ascended onto the opulent bed. Soon, the most luxurious presidential suite in the hotel resonated with unabashed sounds. This time, Liang Chen was even more fervent, seemingly intent on releasing all the pent-up emotions he had previously kept concealed. Just then, Li Fengqing's phone rang. In the midst of heightened excitement, she glanced at her phone and her expression turned pale. The screen displayed none other than her boyfriend Wang Jie's number. Realizing that Wang Jie had called at such an inopportune moment, Li Fengqing instinctively refrained from answering that, of course, in the throes of passion, it would be absurd for Wang Jie not to deduce what was transpiring here. Answer the call, Liang Chen commanded, his voice firm yet calm amidst the fervor of the moment. It's Wang Jie, right? Haha, this fool has no inkling that his girlfriend is engaged in an indescribable rendezvous with me. Let him listen in. Perhaps it will humble him a bit. Hello, Wang Jie, Liang Chen answered. Taking the call, young Master Liang, where are you right now? Wang Jie's anxious voice came through the line. I'm at the hotel. What is up? Liang Chen's heart skipped a beat, nearly believing that Wang Jie had uncovered his affair with Li Fengqing. The latter was equally tense, holding her breath in silence. I see. All right, I will definitely come by tonight. As Liang Chen managed to suppress his anxiety and discern Wang Jie's purpose for calling, he breathed a sigh of relief. His sharp gaze turned toward Li Fengqing, a smirk playing on his lips. Rest assured, Wang Jie will never discover our secret. He has invited me to attend their company's Jade Stone Gambling Conference tonight. It turned out that Wang Jie's company was a nationwide chain specializing in the trading of jade raw stones. The headquarters of this trading center is situated in the bustling town of Tengchong along the China-Myanmar border. Specializing in the extraction of jade from Myanmar and distributing it to its branches located in major cities across the country. Shanghai, being a first-tier city with an exceptionally prosperous economy, boasts a significant number of affluent individuals, many of whom indulge in the gambling of stones. Consequently, the trading center in Shanghai is the largest of its kind. Wang Jie, having only recently gained entry into the raw stone trading center through connections, is primarily tasked with scouting for wealthy novices who are keen to gamble on stones. Though his family possesses some wealth, it only slightly elevates him above the working class. His social circle is limited, making it challenging to find wealthy patrons willing to take risks with their money. Just as he was feeling despondent about his inability to fulfill his boss's expectations, he fortuitously encountered his affluent classmate, Liang Chen, and immediately set his sights on him. In Wang Jie's eyes, Liang Chen, with his wealth and extravagant spending habits, was the perfect candidate. Brother Jie, how did it go? Did he agree? On the other end of the line, He Zhongfei eagerly inquired as soon as Wang Jie hung up. Yes, he promised to come tonight. A sly smile crept across Wang Jie's face as he muttered to himself, Liang Chen, while I appreciate your generosity, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. If blame must be assigned, it can only be for your excessive wealth. Indeed, Brother Jie is right. He Zhongfei chimed in, visibly relieved. With someone as wealthy as him, it would be a shame not to extract a little from him. The two exchanged a knowing glance, bursting into triumphant laughter. Wang Jie's ulterior motives were not lost on Liang Chen. Yet he paid them no heed. Did they think they could turn him into a fool with deep pockets? They were gravely mistaken. Little did they realize who Liang Chen truly was. He possessed a remarkable system that could even detect mineral deposits buried deep underground. What need had he to fear gambling on stones? As night fell, Liang Chen drove towards the Jade Raw Stone Trading Center designated by Wang Jie. Wang Jie had been waiting outside, accompanied by a well-dressed middle-aged man named Lu Haoyuan, who was the center's manager. Typically, someone of Lu Haoyuan's stature would not personally greet guests, but Wang Jie, eager to assert his presence, boasted about bringing in a wealthy fool, confident that he could persuade Liang Chen to part with a significant sum. Lu Haoyuan, initially skeptical, recognized the necessity of attracting extravagant spenders given the current economic downturn that had diminished the center's profitability. Look, that Bentley over there is my friend, Wang Jie exclaimed, spotting Liang Chen's car approaching. Without waiting for Liang Chen to exit, he introduced him to Lu Haoyuan. Chunzi, you've finally arrived. I brought manager Lu to welcome you. Wang Jie feigned enthusiasm as he opened the car door for Liang Chen. Welcome, Liang Xiao. I am Lu, the manager here. Lu Haoyuan greeted Liang Chen with a professional smile, extending his hand for a handshake. Hello, Manager Lu, Liang Chen responded, aware that the smile was insincere but adhering to social niceties. The stone gambling event is about to commence. Please follow me, Lu Haoyuan said, glancing at his watch as he led Liang Chen into the gambling hall. The gambling hall, located on the second floor of the trading center, was filled with various sized stones, while the nearby seating area was already occupied. Although those qualified to participate included a number of wealthy patrons, many were simply hopeful gamblers or intermediaries dealing in jade. The center regularly received new shipments, and today was one such occasion, drawing a considerable crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the gambling event is about to begin. Rest assured, the stones offered here are sourced directly from Myanmar's mining regions. While we cannot guarantee that every stone will yield jade, the success rate is higher than that of our competitors. Choose wisely, as we have professional evaluators on site to assist. Lu Haoyuan's announcement stirred the crowd into action as they eagerly approached the stone piles. Liang Xiao, I have other guests to attend to, so I'll leave you in the capable hands of Xiao Wang, Lu Haoyuan remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Wang Jie. Wang Jie, understanding the unspoken message, nodded discreetly. Liang Chen observed the exchange but feigned ignorance, aware that they intended to take advantage of his inexperience. Did they think he was merely a pawn to be exploited? He would soon demonstrate his acumen. Manager Lu, please attend to your matters. I'll be fine with Brother Jie. Liang Chen replied nonchalantly, concealing his amusement. Cousin Chen, no flattery intended, but as a wealthy individual, choosing these small stones seems trivial. As Liang Chen gravitated toward the smaller stones. Wang Jie, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, hastily intervened. I believe we should opt for the larger stones. They have a better chance of yielding jade, don't you think? In the past, it was common knowledge that larger stones had a higher potential for yielding jade. However, seasoned gamblers had learned that sellers often manipulated the sizes to play on their psychology, intentionally leaving misleading features on the stones to entice them. Once they experienced repeated failures, they became wary of falling into such traps. Additionally, as stones were priced by weight, larger stones carried greater risks and costs. Even the wealthiest individuals could not afford to gamble recklessly. Wang Jie's suggestion was a blatant attempt to deceive Liang Chen into purchasing less desirable, larger stones. Liang Chen, fully aware of Wang Jie's intentions, was not easily fooled. Lacking any prior experience in stone gambling, and without the supernatural abilities often found in protagonists of online novels, he would typically avoid such risks. Yet, equipped with the world search system, he felt confident. After all, wasn't jade merely a type of mineral? It could be revealed through the system's automatic mining function. Let us take a look together first, Liang Chen replied dismissively. Unfazed by Wang Jie's manipulations, Liang Chen feigned disinterest while secretly activating the system. Ding! The system is now active, scanning for minerals within a 10-kilometer radius. Ding! A small quantity of non-metallic mineral elements detected. A total of 500 kilograms of raw stones containing jade have been located. Ding! Due to the enhancement of host S3 basic attributes, the system will automatically refine the minerals. Processing is underway. Ding! Obtained 1.3 kilograms of old pit glass type imperial green jade, 2.5 kilograms of high ice young green jade, 5 kilograms of ice bottom oil green jade, and 6.8 kilograms of water type jade as the system activated. A series of electronic sounds filled Liang Chen's mind, bringing him immense joy. He was pleasantly surprised to discover such high-quality jade at a small raw stone trading center. Even more astonishing was the large piece of old pit glass type imperial green jade. Even as a novice, Liang Chen understood that imperial green was the pinnacle of jade. The 1.3 kilogram piece would easily fetch over 50 million. Liang Chen knew that the 3 attribute points were closely linked to his overall strength. Moreover, the system's ability to refine the collected minerals was an unexpected bonus. However, with the current scanning range limited to just 10 kilometers, he realized that enhancing his basic attributes was essential for expanding the search radius. Without further ado, Liang Chen opened the marketplace. Upon seeing the recovery prices for the refined jade, he was momentarily stunned. The total sale price for these jades amounted to 130 million, not to mention the other jades. The imperial green alone was valued at 56 million. At this stage, money was trivial for Liang Chen. What mattered more was the experience gained, 1,000 points, surpassing even the 500 tons of gold he had previously discovered. Wow, this is truly a windfall. Chapter 66. No one dares to cut stones anymore. The system's search process unfolded silently, unnoticed by anyone present. Little did they know that all the jade hidden within the numerous rough stones had been completely extracted by Liang Chen. Since the system extracted jade from within the stones, the rough stones appeared smaller in size but remained intact, leaving no visible trace on the surface. Furthermore, the total weight of the extracted jade was less than 30 kilograms, rendering it nearly imperceptible amidst the vast pile of stones. Therefore, even when Liang Chen sold all the jade he had extracted, no one in the crowd noticed any signs of the depletion. Chunzi, I believe these larger rough stones hold significant investment value. For instance, this heaviest one weighs 120 kilograms, has a large size and thick water quality, priced at 10 million. It might yield a fine green. Wang Jie, who had been trailing Liang Chen, grew anxious as he observed Liang Chen's indecisiveness while inspecting the stones. After all, several salespeople in the company relied on persuading clients to purchase stones. As he saw others making successful acquisitions while he remained empty-handed, Wang Jie couldn't help but feel urgency. After all, Liang Chen was a prime target. If not him, then who? Patience, patience, let us observe a bit longer. Look, those individuals over there haven't chosen yet either, Liang Chen replied, disregarding Wang Jie's anxiety as he pointed towards a few individuals wandering about. They are. Upon realizing these individuals were jade merchants waiting to purchase finished jade, Wang Jie fell silent. As they conversed, others had already been persuaded by the salespeople to carry selected stones to the cutting area. Buzz. The stone cutter methodically operated the cutting machine, slicing through several rough stones in succession. However, after several cuts, they revealed only a vast expanse of nothingness, devoid of any hint of green. What is going on? Not only did the stone buyers begin to sweat nervously, but the stone cutter also appeared perplexed. This shouldn't be the case. According to past experiences, even with a high probability of not yielding jade, there should still be some stones revealing jade. Otherwise, if there were consistently no signs of green, wouldn't that scare away all the stone gamblers? After cutting 7 or 8 stones, even those most anticipated yielded no green. This situation sent all the stone gamblers into a frenzy. Suddenly, no one dared to cut stones anymore. Moreover, those who had previously cut stones, hoping to strike it rich overnight, clamored that the trading center had provided counterfeit rough stones and demanded refunds from Lu Haoyuan. That's impossible. Everyone should know that the rough stones at this center are authentic materials sourced directly from various mines in Myanmar. It's inconceivable that they wouldn't yield jade. Lu Haoyuan, caught off guard, broke into a cold sweat, desperately attempting to calm the crowd. While he had employed sales tactics to persuade clients, his words were indeed truthful. The rough stones at the trading center were genuinely sourced from Myanmar's mining areas. Otherwise, the system couldn't have extracted such high-quality jade materials. Yet, no one could have imagined that all the jade within those stones had already ended up in Liang Chen's possession. Just because you claim they are top-quality materials doesn't mean they are. Who knows if you falsified them during transport? Compensate us for our hard-earned money. Indeed, if you wish to prove yourself, that's easy enough. Just cut a few stones here and now. If you can reveal even a single piece of jade, we shall refrain from further complaints. Chapter 67. Where did you buy this BYD? The crowd continued to stir restlessly, unwilling to let the matter rest. Lu Haoyuan, pressed by the crowd, turned pale and reluctantly agreed. Fine. I shall select a few stones and cut them right here for everyone to see. Having dealt with jade rough stones for many years, he possessed greater experience than most in desperation. He chose a few stones he believed had a high chance of revealing jade and delivered them to the cutting stage. Buzz. As the cutting machine roared to life, the stones Lu Haoyuan was confident about were sliced open, revealing not a hint of green. It's over. Witnessing this situation, Lu Haoyuan felt a chill run down his spine. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. He had staked his entire fortune on purchasing these stones. If you cannot reveal any jade yourself, how dare you speak so boldly? Compensate us. It turns out they were indeed counterfeit stones. Let us not fall for any more tricks. As the scene unfolded, the crowd grew more relentless. Well, since they are fake stones, I shall not waste my money. Brother Jie, you are being dishonest? Liang Chen cast a cold smile at Wang Jie. What is happening? Chunzi, let me explain. I don't know what is going on. Wang Jie, feeling like an ant on a hot stove, could hardly articulate an explanation to Liang Chen. Enough, no need to say more. I take my leave. Liang Chen turned away, uninterested in further discussion. Wang Jie, feeling frustrated, certainly did not want to lose this lucrative client. Just as he intended to follow and explain, he was surrounded by several agitated stone gamblers. Upon exiting the trading center, reflecting on the previous scene, Liang Chen felt both amused and vindicated. Did they think they could use him as a cash cow? They were sorely mistaken. Opening his personal attributes panel, Liang Chen was elated to see a series of data before him. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 699,980,000,000 gold coins. Experience: 1,000 points. Strength: 6 points. Magic: 4 points. Vitality: 5 points. Small. Open dungeon: not yet opened. What a delightful surprise. Gazing at the data on the attributes panel, Liang Chen was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Since experience points were available, he must enhance his personal attributes. Without further ado, Liang Chen balanced the allocation of his 1,000 experience points across the 3 main attributes. Closing the system, he was about to drive away when he noticed an elderly woman curiously gathered around his Bentley, occasionally caressing its sleek body, her face reflecting admiration. Since purchasing the car, Liang Chen had grown accustomed to such attention, typically from younger admirers. However, He had never encountered an elderly woman so intrigued by luxury vehicles. Initially, Liang Chen assumed this woman would behave like others, taking pictures of the car for keepsakes. However, to his surprise, she had not reached for her phone once, simply admiring the smooth surface of the car with continuous exclamations of wonder. After waiting for a while, seeing that the woman showed no intention of leaving, Liang Chen distanced himself and unlocked the door, getting into the car. "Oh my, young man, is this car yours?" As Liang Chen settled into the vehicle, the elderly woman approached with a look of admiration. "Yes," Liang Chen nodded in affirmation. "Young people really have good taste." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately gave Liang Chen a thumbs up and inquired, "Could you tell me how much you bought this BYD for?" BYD? Wow, that logo is indeed a big B." Liang Chen, in shock, took a moment to suppress his laughter and replied, Not expensive, just a little over 50,000. That's wonderful. The color is lovely. I think I shall buy one too next time." The elderly woman enthusiastically agreed. Yes, quite nice." Liang Chen could hardly contain his amusement at the woman's earnestness. He waved goodbye to her and drove away. Chapter 68. The Divine Healer. As Liang Chen drove to an intersection, he noticed a crowd gathered. People stood there, murmuring, with occasional sighs escaping their lips. Although he couldn't see what was happening, he surmised there had been a traffic accident. He parked his car aside and squeezed into the throng. Indeed, there had been an accident. A vehicle lay crumpled at the corner of the street, its front end mangled. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, appeared uninjured but was frozen in fear, dazed and unwilling to exit the vehicle. The reason? He had been driving under the influence and had struck a pedestrian. The victim was a woman, now lying motionless in a pool of blood, seemingly unconscious. Oh no. This woman, at first glance, Liang Chen felt a flicker of recognition. She looked familiar, as if he had seen her before. Upon closer inspection, he suddenly recalled that she was the university student who had served him and Su Shuishan at the Dream Mant restaurant the day before. This university student was indeed unfortunate. Juggling a part-time job as a server was already challenging, and now she had encountered a car accident. Moreover, given her current state, the situation appeared dire. Although some concerned bystanders had already called for an ambulance, it was peak traffic time, and the emergency services would take longer to arrive. Observing the woman's fading condition, it seemed unlikely she could hold on until help arrived. What to do? Liang Chen had always maintained his principles, whether in times of poverty or wealth. While he occasionally engaged in trickery, turning a blind eye to someone in peril was not in his character. Moreover, he held great respect for this university student. He resolved to save her. In the mall, there was a summon-type ability called Healer of the World, perfectly suited for saving a life in a critical moment. Without hesitation, Liang Chen accessed the mall and spent 100 million gold coins to purchase the Divine Healer ability. Ding! The host successfully bound the summon-type ability, Healer of the World. With the Divine Healer ability, one could cure all injuries and ailments. As the pulsating electronic music resonated in his mind, Liang Chen suddenly felt as if he were the reincarnation of a divine healer, with profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine inexplicably flooding his consciousness, while a few silver needles materialized in his hand. Time was of the essence. Observing the vital signs of the female university student gradually fading, Liang Chen disregarded all else and swiftly activated his miraculous healing abilities, commencing acupuncture on her. With a swift puncture, the efficacy of his divine skills, undoubtedly a billion-dollar technological marvel, became apparent. As Liang Chen administered several needles, the once near-lifeless student expelled the congealed blood from her mouth and gradually regained consciousness. Ding! The host has successfully utilized extraordinary abilities to save a life, triggering the reputation value system. Host reputation value 1. Ding! System rewards, 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. As the female student awoke, a sequence of electronic music played in Liang Chen's mind. Reputation value? What is that? Why was it absent from previous systems? Confused, Liang Chen perused the system's introduction to reputation value and soon came to a realization. It turned out that reputation was a numerical value associated with the system's sub-items, intricately linked to the host's fundamental attributes: strength, magic, and vitality. The higher the reputation value, the greater the enhancement of these core attributes. A supplementary value indeed. While he currently possessed but a single point, it was certainly better than having none. Moreover, the system had generously granted him an additional 1,000 experience points. Thrilled, Liang Chen wasted no time in accessing his personal panel, allocating the experience points to enhance his 3 core attributes. Compared to before, his data showed significant improvement, marking a qualitative leap in his overall capabilities. Name: Liang Chen gender, male wealth, 699. 750 million 1000 gold coins experience, 0 point strength, 12 points magic, 11 points vitality, 12 points reputation, 1 point store, open dungeon, not yet unlocked chapter 69. Money is not an issue, she is awake. She truly is. Who is this young man? His medical skills are nothing short of miraculous. He has revived someone so gravely injured. Such expertise could rival that of the world's foremost physicians. Earlier, as Liang Chen prepared to administer acupuncture, onlookers had expressed skepticism, with some even voicing objections. However, witnessing the miraculous revival of the dying student transformed their murmurs into awe. Not only that, but their gazes towards Liang Chen brimmed with astonishment and reverence. Such exceptional medical prowess at such a young age is indeed a rarity in this world. Is it you, who saved me? Thank you. The female university student murmured as she slowly regained consciousness, her pale face reflecting gratitude upon recognizing Liang Chen as her savior. Although she appeared weak and attempted to rise to express her thanks, Liang Chen gently pressed her back down. Do not get up. Your injuries are severe. I have merely stabilized your condition temporarily. You need to go to the hospital for proper treatment. No, I cannot go to the hospital. I must return home. The moment she heard Liang Chen mention the hospital, her expression grew increasingly anxious. She struggled to rise, but her frail body hindered even the simplest of movements. Young lady, given your current state, it is unwise to move around, Liang Chen softly reassured her. Then inquired with concern, is there something urgent at home you need to attend to? If you trust me, you may confide in me, and I shall assist you. He could tell she was a good girl. Even in such a dire condition, her thoughts were consumed by her family, an admirable quality that was all too rare in these times. Brother, I cannot go to the hospital. My family has no money. I do not wish to burden them. I can get up, the female student persisted, attempting once more to rise, yet failing miserably. Money is not an issue. I can manage that. You should focus on recuperating, Liang Chen replied with a reassuring smile. After calming the female student, the traffic police and ambulance finally arrived. Several medical staff hurriedly lifted the female student onto the stretcher and rushed her to the hospital. The drunk driver was also taken away by the police. Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. Just as Liang Chen prepared to accompany them to the hospital, he heard a female voice calling from behind. Turning around, he saw a composed young police officer, likely in her early 20s, approaching him. Officer, is there something you need? Noticing her rank as a squad leader took Liang Chen by surprise. To achieve such a position at her age suggested either connections or exceptional ability. May I know your name, sir? I heard you were the one who revived the injured individual. Would you be available to accompany me to the police station to provide a statement? The officer's tone was courteous. After all, Liang Chen was not the perpetrator but a lifesaver. I apologize, but I am pressed for time. With the female student on his mind, Liang Chen had no time to spare for police formalities. He offered a casual response to the officer before stepping into his Bentley and driving away. Hey, you. The officer fumed, stomping her foot in frustration as the luxury car kicked up dust and sped away. Captain Han, should we have the booth ahead stop him? I cannot stand these wealthy individuals. A traffic officer approached, attempting to curry favor with the female officer. Stop him for what? He hasn't broken any traffic laws. Stand down. The officer shot him a glare, then drove off in her police car. The traffic officer, feeling slighted, redirected his ire towards Liang Chen, thinking, that guy's car isn't even licensed. There aren't many luxury vehicles like that in the city. Once I return to the vehicle management office, I'll find out who he is. Just wait until then. I'll show you how to deal with me. Arriving at the city hospital, Liang Chen headed straight for the emergency room. Are you a family member of the injured? A nurse intercepted him as he entered. Please proceed to the billing department to settle the fees. Caught off guard, Liang Chen hesitated. Actually, he stumbled, intending to clarify that he was not the female student's relative and did not even know her name. However, he understood the hospital's policy. Treatment requires payment up front. Nurse, I do not know the injured party, but I can cover her medical expenses. I just need to know her name. Before he could finish explaining, another nurse rushed out urging, why aren't you paying yet? The patient urgently needs treatment. Here is her identification. It seemed the nurse had already gathered the details from the female student, but hospital regulations were strict. Someone had to foot the bill. All right, as long as I have her identity information, I will take care of the payment. Liang Chen quickly accepted the student's ID and rushed to the billing department. Chapter 70. Asking for money right away. The female university student was named Yijixin, 19 years old, a local resident living in the city's most impoverished area. It was no wonder she sought part-time work. Her university was a prestigious institution with exorbitant fees, far beyond the means of her impoverished family. However, for Liang Chen, any issue that could be resolved with money was no issue at all. He resolved to support Yi Jixin. Although they were not related, he could not bear to see such a pure-hearted girl's education hindered by financial constraints. Yi Jixin's injuries had been quite severe. But thanks to Liang Chen's timely intervention, she was no longer in life-threatening condition. Medical specialists at the hospital performed her surgery and, following Liang Chen's request, transferred her to a private recovery room. Brother, I truly thank you for what you did earlier. If it weren't for you saving my life, I would have. Despite still feeling weak post-surgery, Yi Jixin's complexion had visibly improved. Her gratitude towards Liang Chen was sincere. During her unconsciousness, she felt the cold grip of death beckoning. Had Liang Chen not rescued her from its clutches, she would surely have become a lifeless body. Jixin, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a small effort on my part, Liang Chen replied with a gentle smile. Saving a life was a merit in itself, and he genuinely did not require her gratitude. Daughter, where is my daughter? Just as Liang Chen completed the admission process and stepped into the hospital room, he heard a frantic voice from outside. Father. Upon hearing that voice, Yi Jixin's expression shifted, and she attempted to sit up. Do not move, I will check, Liang Chen instructed, ensuring she remained lying down. He stepped outside to find a middle-aged couple rushing in, clearly frantic. There was no need to guess. They were Yi Jixin's parents, Yi Changqing and Wu Xiulian. Ah, Xiaoxin, how are you? Yi Changqing exclaimed upon seeing his daughter lying on the hospital bed. Rushing into the room, I apologize. The patient has lost a significant amount of blood and needs rest. Please maintain silence. The nurse curtly informed Yi Changqing before departing. Yes, I understand. Yi Changqing, appearing to be a simple, earnest laborer, nodded repeatedly at the nurse's words. You little brat. Did you hit my daughter, Xiaoxin? You better pay for this. Just as Liang Chen was about to speak, Wu Xiulian charged towards him, seizing his collar and admonishing him fiercely. It seems being a good Samaritan truly comes with its challenges, regardless of who it may be. When someone is seized by the collar in such a manner, their expression is unlikely to be pleasant. Liang Chen was no exception. His countenance immediately darkened as he muttered, Aunt, you are mistaken. I did not cause the accident. Were it not for Yi Jixin's reputation, he would have erupted on the spot. It was utterly absurd. This woman was unreasonable, launching accusations without inquiry. Moreover, her actions displayed an overt greed, as she showed no concern for her daughter's injuries, immediately demanding money instead. Humph, how conveniently eloquent. If you are so benevolent, why not ensure she is admitted to the hospital yourself? Wu Xiulian was not inclined to heed Liang Chen's defense, remaining aggressive. Aunt, you truly misunderstand. Not only did he not hit me, but he also saved my life, even covering the cost for my surgery and hospitalization. Witnessing Liang Chen being wronged, Yi Jixin was nearly in tears. Aunt, upon hearing Yi Jixin address her thus, Liang Chen was taken aback. Could it be that this woman was not Yi Jixin's mother? No wonder he sensed a complete absence of maternal affection in her demeanor. However, one could not jump to conclusions based solely on a title. After all, in many regions of Huaxia, it is common for children to refer to their mothers as aunt. Be quiet, you foolish girl. Have you lost your mind, spouting nonsense? I say he is the one who hit you. And that is that, he cannot evade responsibility. With Yi Jixin's declaration, Wu Xiulian remained undeterred, still gripping Liang Chen's collar, adamant that he compensate her. Xiulian, this young man appears quite honest and does not seem the type to lie. Moreover, since Xiaoxin has already stated he did not strike her, you should. Seeing the situation escalate, Yi Changqing furrowed his brow and attempted to intervene. You too, be silent. Unexpectedly, before Yi Changqing could finish, Wu Xiulian shot him a glare. Rebuking, Yi Changqing, you useless man. Do you not realize I am doing this for your daughter's sake? For the sake of the Yi family. My eyes are sharp. I can see that this lad is wealthy. I do not care if he did not hit her. He is still involved. If he does not pay up, he shall not leave. Such unreasonable words illustrated her as a quintessential shrew. This is not right. Yi Changqing, a simple man, was at a loss for words, enduring his wife's tirade, casting an apologetic glance towards Liang Chen. How amusing. It appears this woman is attempting to extort money from me. Liang Chen inwardly scoffed at the unfolding drama. Aunt, would you kindly cease this unreasonable commotion? I shall reiterate, this gentleman is my benefactor. Your actions are tantamount to biting the hand that feeds you. In truth, before Liang Chen could lose his temper, Yi Jixin, unable to contain her frustration, gritted her teeth and spoke to Wu Xiulian, having just regained some strength and still connected to N4. Her pallor grew even more pronounced with agitation. Xiaoxin, do not get worked up. Though timid, Yi Chongqing was deeply concerned for his daughter and rushed to comfort her upon seeing her distress. You wretched girl, have you grown wings and thus forgotten your place? Do you no longer regard me as your stepmother? Do not forget that everything you eat, use, and even your school fees, along with the debts from your late mother's medical bills, are all my responsibility. Do you dare to defy me now? Have you truly grown bold? Wu Xiulian directed a fierce glare at Yi Jixin, completely disregarding her fragile state. Yi Jixin was infuriated, but refrained from making her father's situation more difficult, choosing instead to swallow her rage. Suddenly, without warning, Liang Chen delivered a resounding slap to Wu Xiulian's face. Caught off guard, she released her grip on Liang Chen's collar and staggered back 3 or 4 steps to avoid falling. Yi Jixin and her father were left dumbfounded, particularly Yi Chongqing, whose eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He was acutely aware that his fierce wife, known for her ferocity, had never before been at a loss. No one dared to strike her, let alone touch her clothing. Yet now, Liang Chen had delivered a blow that nearly sent her sprawling. Oh no, this explosive situation is bound to erupt. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? I will not let this go. As anticipated by the Yi family, mere moments later, Wu Xiulian, regaining her composure, lunged at Liang Chen like a wild beast. Chapter 72. No striking women, but uncovering the roof. Not striking a woman may be a principle that self-righteous male chauvinists uphold, yet Liang Chen had no intention of adhering to such self-deceptive norms. This woman clearly embodied the very essence of a shrew. If shrews are not to be struck, then the roof must be uncovered. As Wu Xiulian charged at him in a frenzy, Liang Chen seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive kick, sending her tumbling to the ground. Ah, my back, she cried, kneeling in pain, unable to straighten up. Observing her battered appearance, even Yi Jixin and her father felt a twinge of pity. Liang Chen, that was a bit excessive, don't you think? Yi Chongqing, you imbecile. Why are you still standing there? Your wife has been assaulted, and you do nothing. Attack him. Wu Xiulian, unable to rise, redirected her fury towards her husband, berating him. Yi Chongqing, caught in a moment of extreme awkwardness, glanced nervously between Liang Chen and his wife, utterly uncertain of how to respond. Brother, perhaps you should leave. There's no need to involve yourself here. Yi Jixin, understanding and perceptive, gently urged her father to refrain from complicating matters further. It's all right. This matter can be resolved amicably, Liang Chen said with a smile, approaching the kneeling shrew and squatting before her. What do you intend to do? Do not strike me. Though fierce, Wu Xiulian was still afraid of being hit and instinctively recoiled from Liang Chen's piercing gaze. Fear not, I shall not strike you. I simply wish to discuss something with you. To everyone's surprise, Liang Chen altered his demeanor, lifting her up instead of delivering further blows. Discuss what? What could we possibly have to talk about? Unless it pertains to money, as Liang Chen softened his tone, Wu Xiulian immediately attempted to assert her dominance. However, before she could finish her sentence, Liang Chen's gaze turned sharp, causing her to shiver and swallow her words. Indeed, aunt, you are quite astute. Let us discuss money. Liang Chen's expression shifted to one of playful mockery. You truly. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiulian's expression morphed through a myriad of emotions, her mouth agape in shock. Rendered speechless in that moment, not only was she bewildered, but even Yi Jixin and her father were left confused, unable to decipher Liang Chen's intentions. Did he strike first only to offer a treat afterward? Come, let us converse. Liang Chen disregarded the incredulous expressions of the three, patting Wu Xiulian on the shoulder as he stepped out of the hospital room. Though puzzled, Wu Xiulian found herself inexplicably compelled to follow him. Inside the room, Yi Jixin and her father exchanged glances, particularly Yi Chongqing, whose mouth hung open as if he could fit an egg inside. Had this domineering woman finally met her match? It seemed he would need to learn a thing or two from this young man. Xiaoxin, I'll go see. Unable to resist his curiosity, Yi Chongqing decided to follow Liang Chen and discover what he would say to his wife. Dad, let him handle it. Don't complicate matters, Yi Jixin, perceptive as ever, quickly stopped her father, sensing Liang Chen's intent to avoid unnecessary entanglements. Within less than 5 minutes, Liang Chen returned with Wu Xiulian. At this moment, her demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. She appeared far more nurturing than a typical mother. Oh dear, Xiaoxin, you must lie down. You've been so reckless. Seeing you like this truly pains me. For the next few days, I shall not go to work but will stay by your side, preparing you delicious meals. Once you recover, focus solely on your studies and do not worry about working part-time. Our family is not lacking in resources. Chapter 73. Money to crush you. Wu Xiulian's sudden display of maternal affection left Yi Jixin utterly astonished. Aunt, what is happening? She inquired, bewildered by her stepmother's drastic shift in behavior. What had Liang Chen said to elicit such a transformation? Yi Jixin's confusion was mirrored in her father's expression, both struggling to comprehend the situation. Xiulian, what is going on? Yi Changqing began to ask, but Wu Xiulian shot him a disapproving glance, scolding, Yi Changqing, why are you still standing there? Our daughter is injured. Hurry to the market and buy some old hens to nourish her. Ah? Yi Changqing, slightly bewildered, perked up his ears and stared blankly at Wu Xiulian. I told you to buy supplements. Why are you still standing there? Wu Xiulian, disregarding the presence of others, firmly tugged Yi Changqing by the ear, leading him out of the hospital room. Big brother, thank you. As soon as their parents exited, Yi Jixin looked at Liang Chen with profound gratitude. Although she was unaware of how Liang Chen had managed to persuade her stepmother, everything he had done for her today was more than enough for her to be grateful for a lifetime. It's nothing. Just take a good rest. I will visit you another day. Liang Chen replied with a calm smile, glancing at his watch as he prepared to take his leave. Hey, big brother. Just as Liang Chen was about to turn away, Yi Jixin called out to him again. What is it? Liang Chen asked with a smile. You saved me today and spent so much money on me. I still don't know your name. Could you please give me a way to contact you so I can repay you after I'm discharged? Yi Jixin looked at Liang Chen, hesitating. Haha, there's no need to repay me. Liang Chen waved his hand dismissively. But I can tell you my name. I'm Liang Chen. After saying this, Liang Chen stepped out of the hospital room. Thank you, Liang Chen. Repeating his name in her mind, a hint of color finally returned to Yi Jixin's pale face. Once Liang Chen exited the hospital, he couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled the scene of throwing money at Wu Xiulian in the corridor. Yi Jixin would never have imagined that Liang Chen had called her stepmother out to discuss matters, actually confronting her with cash. Liang Chen could see that although Wu Xiulian appeared fierce and unreasonable, making her husband and stepdaughter feel belittled, she was fundamentally greedy yet not entirely malevolent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used her own money to support Yi Jixin's education or take on the debts of the Yi family. The Yi family understood this, which is why they tolerated Wu Xiulian's behavior. Since Wu Xiulian had a good nature at heart, and Liang Chen had already subdued her fiery temperament with a few slaps, the next step was to consider how to support the Yi family. After calling Wu Xiulian out, before she could question him, Liang Chen pulled out a wad of cash from his bag and slapped it across her face. Initially, Wu Xiulian was furious, ready to explode, but when she realized the thick stack of red bills amounted to 10,000, she was left dumbfounded. This kid is actually throwing money at her? He is so wealthy? She thought, laughing inwardly, then let him throw even more. Finally, after Liang Chen had tossed over 100,000 in cash, he brushed off the dust that had clung to his hands and coldly glanced at Wu Xiulian. Is that enough? If not, I can bring more next time to throw at your house? Huh? Sure. That's enough, really enough. After receiving such a large sum, equivalent to the entire annual income of the Yi family, Wu Xiulian finally understood. This young man before her was indeed a prodigious benefactor. With such a wealthy individual, how could she not show respect? Immediately, Wu Xiulian changed her previous demeanor, kneeling before Liang Chen and promising, remember, be good to Jixin in the future, or next time you might not be so lucky to have money thrown at you. The moment Liang Chen finished his sentence, Wu Xiulian grasped the meaning, leading to a dramatic shift in her attitude towards Yi Jixin. Upon returning to the hotel, Liang Chen discovered that Xie Sichuan was already waiting for him in his luxurious presidential suite. At that moment, Xie Sichuan bore no trace of her former haughtiness. In Liang Chen's presence, she appeared as meek as a little rabbit. My master, you're back. Xie Sichuan approached Liang Chen, acting like a humble maid, ready to assist him. After she had seen another woman join Liang Chen in bed right after she left, she was deeply shaken. Though she was aware that she could not possess Liang Chen entirely, she was determined to compete for his affection against other women to secure her position. Haha, it seems your sense of service is maturing. Very good. I quite like it. Liang Chen lifted Xie Sichuan's chin, admiring her enchanting face, and his interest was piqued as he gently embraced her. After their passionate encounter, both Liang Chen and Xie Sichuan felt fulfilled. Liang Xiao, I want to, nestled in Liang Chen's arms. Xie Sichuan wore a blissful expression but seemed hesitant to speak. Feel free to say whatever is on your mind. Liang Chen squinted at her, suspecting she might be short on funds but was too shy to ask him directly. After all, she had previously worried about giving Liang Chen the impression of being a gold digger, and now asking him for money would further tarnish their relationship, making it seem transactional. Xie Xuan was a clever woman, certainly not comparable to Li Fengqing, and she was not one to be easily swayed by money alone. After a moment of hesitation, Xie Xuan struggled to voice her thoughts. Just then, her phone rang. "I'm sorry, Liang Xiao, I need to take this call." Seeing the incoming call, Xie Xuan frowned, biting her lip as she seemed to be making a difficult decision. After a moment's contemplation, she hurriedly dressed, disregarding Liang Chen's potential objections, and rushed out. Xie. Watching her hurried departure, Liang Chen furrowed his brows. He wanted to call her back, but after a moment's thought, he chose to remain silent. After all, to him, Xie Xuan was merely a plaything. Since he did not wish to intrude upon her life, there was no need to pry into her personal matters. If Xie Xuan truly had something difficult to articulate, forcing her would be of no use. Forget it, let things unfold as they will. Rising to his feet, Liang Chen walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the night scene, feeling his mood become as hazy as the starry lights below. Struggling to manage his chaotic emotions, Liang Chen decided to open the system once more. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 699,750,000,000 gold coins. Experience: 0 points. Strength: 12 points. Magic: 11 points. Vitality: 12 points. Reputation: 1 point. Mall: open dungeon. Not yet open. There had been no significant changes in his personal attributes. Just as Liang Chen was about to access the mall to purchase some high-tech gadgets, a pop-up window suddenly appeared. He was taken aback upon reading it. Please update to the latest version of the system to avoid data loss. A new version? Liang Chen was surprised. It seemed the Wanjie search system had a rapid update schedule. He had only acquired the system a couple of days ago, and a new version was already out? Nevertheless, he opted to update to optimize the data. Perhaps the new version would bring about unimaginable experiences. Updating to Wanjie search system version 2.1. Please wait. Amidst a whimsical tune, the system finally upgraded to the latest version. Ding! Welcome to version 2.1 of the Wanjie search system. This system has added an internet connection feature, allowing you to access the internet directly through your mind without the need for physical devices like computers or smartphones. Would you like to activate this feature now? Upon the successful upgrade, a message flashed in Liang Chen's mind. Wow, how incredible! He was elated. The system had a brain connection feature. This meant that no matter where he went, he could surf the internet at will. Although Liang Chen was not someone who was glued to his phone, in this rapidly developing digital age, life was indeed intertwined with the internet. The ability to navigate the web solely through thought, even manipulating it at will, was exhilarating. Connect me to the internet, Liang Chen exclaimed with excitement, confirming the connection. The system began to establish an internet connection. Ding! Network connection successful. Please download various application software at your leisure. Before long, a user interface materialized in Liang Chen's mind. This interface was distinct from typical computer or smartphone interfaces, merging elements from both into a streamlined, user-friendly design. Opening the App Store, Liang Chen began downloading various applications: QQ, WeChat, Weibo, Alipay, Douyin. Of course, he also included his favorite live streaming platform, Moer, Ding. All major applications have been successfully installed. Feel free to explore any software. Excitedly, Liang Chen clicked on the Moer live streaming software. In his previous life as a struggling individual, watching live streams had been his greatest pastime. However, the live streaming industry was notoriously unkind to those of modest means. It was a realm dominated by the wealthy, where a single tip from a rich patron could equate to several months' worth of wages for someone like Liang Chen. In the past, he could only silently observe as a bystander. But now, his identity had transformed entirely. If she doesn't flaunt herself on the platform, wouldn't that be a disservice to those female streamers who spend their days posing and preening for the camera? Logging into the Moer app after a year away, Liang Chen reflected on his absence, primarily due to financial constraints that relegated him to a mere spectator, cheering for the wealthy with a hollow 666. The familiar chime of the app stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. The streaming industry, much like a turbulent sea, has few who truly profit and enjoy consistent success. Upon logging in, Liang Chen discovered that many of the female streamers he once followed had ceased their broadcasts. Nonetheless, his interest remained undeterred, and he began browsing the nearby channels, which featured streamers from Shanghai and its surrounding cities. As he scrolled through the myriad of alluring images, he was taken aback to find a familiar face, Xie Xuan. To see her streaming was indeed a surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense for someone like her, with a penchant for materialism, to seek the company of affluent patrons through live broadcasts. Liang Chen recalled how she had left abruptly after receiving a phone call, leaving him puzzled. Without hesitation, he clicked into her stream to see what was unfolding. Chapter 76. Xie Xuan's live stream. Thank you, little star of the blue sky. Welcome to the live stream. Welcome, cat who doesn't like fish. It was evident that Xie Xuan's stream had only recently commenced, and her viewer count was modest, with merely 20 fans present. Only 3 had sent gifts, the top supporter contributing around 1,000 points, which indicated a meager donation. The username cat who doesn't like fish was Liang Chen Ascends. Observing Xie Xuan's lackluster popularity contrasted sharply with her usual haughty demeanor, evoking a sense of injustice within him. Although she was materialistic, her appearance was undeniably above average. In a world where beauty filters abound, a couple of wealthy admirers could easily elevate her to the top ranks. Regrettably, despite Amor's vast user base, mere beauty is insufficient for a female streamer to gain prominence. The crux lies in having supporters. In truth, Xie Xuan was not well versed in the platform's intricacies. She had only been streaming for a few days. While her motivation was indeed financial, it was not solely about chasing after wealthy men. A month prior, her father had fallen gravely ill, requiring 700,000 for surgery. With her family lacking such funds, she had resorted to borrowing from relatives and crowdfunding, still short by over 200,000. Desperate, she had heard that streaming could be lucrative, especially for someone attractive, and she thought she could raise the necessary money quickly. However, once she began streaming, reality proved different. Although a few fans appreciated her, they were mostly impoverished individuals who could only afford to donate modest sums. Witnessing her dismal situation, Xie Xuan's hope dwindled. Today, the doctor had warned her that if her father did not receive surgery promptly, his condition would continue to deteriorate, leaving no chance for salvation. With a heavy heart, she contemplated approaching Liang Chen for help. But the words eluded her. Just then, the hospital called, informing her that her father was unstable and demanding to be discharged. Urging her family to come and persuade him. In despair, she hastily left the hotel. After calming her father down, her thoughts turned to the bleak future ahead. This stream felt like her last chance. If no generous benefactor appeared, she planned to end the broadcast and seek Liang Chen's assistance. Regardless of how he might view her, she needed to muster the courage to ask him for help. After all, he was staying in a presidential suite costing tens of thousands per night. And if he were willing to assist, her father's condition could be remedied. Despite her own sorrow, Xie Xuan resolved not to transmit her gloom to her audience, singing a few songs with a hauntingly beautiful voice. Yet, even in her efforts to mask her inner turmoil, observant listeners, including Liang Chen, detected the sorrow woven into her melodies. Chapter 77. A rocket in the live stream. After finishing a song, tears welled in Xie Xuan's eyes. Dear friends, today might be my last opportunity to sing for you, as I may not have time for streaming due to some pressing matters in my life. Please forgive me. Her sincere expression and poignant words rendered her utterly pitiable, deepening the somber atmosphere in the already sparse audience. Xie Xuan, is something troubling you? Yes, if you're facing difficulties, please share. Although we are not wealthy, we will certainly help in any way we can. Exactly, 3 heads are better than 1. Please, tell us. The fans expressed their concern, their empathy palpable despite only knowing her in this virtual realm. No, it's nothing. Overwhelmed by their kindness, tears finally streamed down her cheeks. Yet, being a resilient woman, she refrained from divulging her troubles. I am just feeling a bit sad about leaving you all. Don't be like this. Whatever you're going through, stay strong. If you miss us, just stream again. We'll always be here. The enthusiastic fans offered their encouragement. Yes, I know. Thank you all. Xie Xuan nodded, touched by their concern. Just as she prepared to close the stream, a sudden whoosh echoed across the screen, followed by a dazzling rocket soaring through the air. This unexpected spectacle left Xie Xuan and her somber audience momentarily speechless. What just happened? Someone sent a rocket. Finally, a benefactor has appeared. A rocket is worth 1,000 yuan, a gift only the affluent could afford. Congratulations to the user cat who doesn't like fish for gifting Xie Xuan a rocket. Congratulations to user cat who doesn't like fish for leveling up and becoming the star user of this session. As the rocket's effects faded, the fan screens lit up with messages. The Amor platform also broadcasted the news, declaring the generous gift and encouraging others to witness the emergence of a benefactor in an instant. Curious viewers flocked to Xie Xuan's stream, once quiet, now buzzing with activity. Wow, a newcomer who has only been streaming for a few days has already attracted a wealthy supporter. This one has potential. Absolutely, I must follow her. She is truly charming. Without a doubt, Xie Xuan is destined to become a star. I'll follow her too. While I may not have much money, I can still send a few small gifts. As the comments flooded in, Xie Xuan's follower count skyrocketed. Thank you. Thank you. Cat who doesn't like fish, in her moment of despair. Receiving a 1,000 yuan gift filled her with gratitude and emotion, prompting her to express her thanks profusely. Chapter 78. Other talents observing Xie Xuan's tearful gratitude. Liang Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling a swell of emotion. He had always perceived her as just another materialistic woman, but now he glimpsed a different facet of her. Perhaps driven by life's pressures or genuine hardships. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to send her a gift as well. With great flair, soaring to new heights. Congratulations to user Cat who doesn't like fish for gifting Xie Xuan a rocket. In a moment of splendor, a user known as the Cat who does not enjoy fishy delights gifted a rocket in Xie Xuan's live stream, inciting a wave of admiration from all her fans. They rushed to witness the generosity of this affluent patron. The cat continued to lavish gifts, sending another 7 or 8 rockets, while the notifications from Emoer were incessantly ringing on users' phones, akin to an alarm clock. The sheer opulence displayed by this benefactor, showering a newcomer with such extravagant gifts, sent shockwaves through the entire Emoer community, drawing throngs of viewers to Xie Xuan's live stream. As her follower count surged dramatically to 20 or 30,000 in a short span. Xie Xuan was left speechless with excitement. Who was this cat who does not enjoy fishy delights? Why did they hold her in such esteem? Did they have any requests? The more she pondered, the more her heart fluttered with unease. Amidst her continuous expressions of gratitude, she attempted to temper her excitement. Dear cat, I wonder if you have any requests? Would you like me to sing? Or perhaps dance? Or showcase some other talent? Upon hearing this, Liang Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile. Your talents, I am quite familiar with, he thought, chuckling to himself, particularly in more intimate settings. But he remained silent. As a wealthy individual, maintaining an air of mystery was essential. Despite Xie Xuan's repeated inquiries, Liang Chen chose not to respond, leaving the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. The audience, filled with eager onlookers, awaited Liang Chen's reply, only to find that this enigmatic benefactor remained mute, leaving everyone on edge. Hey, Goddess Xie, it's quite clear what the wealthy patron wants. He is not interested in your performances, he just wants to meet you offline. They jested. Quickly, Xie, share your WeChat ID with him. Who knows, you might spend a cozy evening together. After a moment of restless waiting, the spectators could no longer contain themselves and began chattering excitedly. Xie Xuan's face flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. She was genuinely grateful to the cat who does not enjoy fishy delights, yet she had never seen this affluent individual before. Moreover, in reality, she had already become Liang Chen's possession, even though he viewed her as a mere plaything. How about I sing Desert Camel? Liang Chen teased, keeping everyone in suspense before finally typing a response. Desert Camel. All right. His words evidently relieved Xie Xuan from her predicament. She flashed a smile at the screen and began to sing. What spectral legends, what phantoms and demons, only the herons and eagles sing their haunting songs. Golden sands sweep across the sky. Day and night intertwine, so enchanting and graceful. There are too many paths ahead. Only persistence can lead to freedom. Emerging from darkness to embrace joy as she sang. The live stream was suddenly filled with dazzling special effects announcing the arrival of a luxury car. It turned out that a VIP member had entered the stream in any game. The affluent are treated as royalty, and Emoer was no exception. Such extravagant effects were reserved solely for VIP members, who had to pay a monthly fee of 1,000 RMB, an expense far beyond that of ordinary viewers. Thus, it was evident that the newcomer was either a tycoon or a rich second-generation heir. Upon seeing the ID of this new patron, the audience gasped in shock. The rich one has arrived. The name was ostentatious and audacious. In truth, anyone who had spent a month on Emoer would have heard of this user. While many wealthy individuals roamed the platform, few were as notorious as the top 10 crazy young masters of Emoer. Among them, the most famous was Lu Shuhai, known as Lu Xiao, who had outshined countless wealthy men and successfully courted numerous beautiful streamers. The rich one has arrived was merely Lu Xiao's underling, named Lu Dong. Who dares disturb my young master while he is streaming with Jia Yi? You're just a nobody. Upon entering the live stream, the rich one has arrived wasted no time in posting a barrage of comments, laced with insults. It seemed that the cat who does not enjoy fishy delights had unwittingly interrupted Lu Xiao's stream. And now the rich one was here to seek retribution. Indeed, while the cat who does not enjoy fishy delights was generous, they could not compete with Lu Xiao. Rumor had it that Lu Xiao once gifted over 200,000 to a streamer in one night. And if the cat had offended him, it could lead to serious trouble. Who knows, this cat might just be a small-time nouveau riche. He has no match for Lu Xiao, or even the rich one. The audience buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. With the rich one's comments igniting the atmosphere, the live chat erupted with chatter. Those who had been fawning over Liang Chen moments earlier quickly shifted their allegiance, their tone dripping with schadenfreude. Observing the comments and the barrage of taunts, Xie Sichuan's brow furrowed in concern for the cat. After all, it was this cat who had supported her when her confidence had waned, granting her newfound attention and rekindling her self-esteem. She could not sit idly by while the cat was bullied. "Excuse me, everyone." Just as Xie Sichuan was about to speak up for the cat, the rich one unleashed another volley of taunts directed at the cat. "Cat who does not enjoy fishy delights? Ha! You're just a cat that loves fish. You think you can disrupt my young master's affairs? I am here to teach you a lesson. You think you're impressive, throwing around 7 or 8,000. In my circle, we don't start below 10,000. As the rich one continued to boast, a notification appeared. "Congratulations to user Rich One for gifting Xie Sichuan a happiness Ferris wheel." With that, a vibrant display of fireworks erupted on the screen, followed by the majestic rise of a giant Ferris wheel, spinning gracefully amidst the colorful spectacle. This effect was not only visible in Xie Sichuan's stream but across the entire platform, as Emoer broadcasted the news. User Rich One has gifted Xie Sichuan a happiness Ferris wheel, inciting awe among fans. Everyone rushed to witness the wealthy patron. The audience erupted in excitement. Truly, Lu Xiao's sidekick was living up to his reputation, making a grand gesture with the top-tier gift of a happiness Ferris wheel, valued at a whopping 10,000 RMB. While extravagant gifts were often the stuff of legends, ordinary streamers and fans had rarely encountered such displays. And yet, in Xie Sichuan's stream, a wealthy patron had indeed gifted such a magnificent present. The commotion was akin to a bombshell, drawing even more viewers to her live stream, with the festive effects causing delays on their screens. "Look, do you see? This is what a real gift looks like. Don't think a few thousand makes you impressive in front of me. It's nothing but a drizzle." Lu Dong reveled in the chaos he had stirred, his comments growing ever more arrogant. Just as Liang Chen prepared to retaliate against this barking dog, a warning flashed across the system. Due to initial network connectivity issues, the system requires a reboot. Restarting now. Caught off guard, Liang Chen was left bewildered. What was happening? His system was the most powerful in the universe, yet it faltered during a simple connection. Frustrated, he could only wait in silence as the system slowly rebooted. Meanwhile, Xie Sichuan's live stream was in complete upheaval, with the rich one's audacious display serving as a blatant provocation to the cat who does not enjoy fishy delights. The live broadcast room was enveloped in an eerie silence, with all eyes fixed in anticipation. They were eager to witness how the cat that shunned the scent of blood would retaliate, to see what actions it would take to assert its status as a wealthy individual. However, after a prolonged wait, there was no sign of any counteraction from the elusive cat. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the cat had already vanished from the live stream. "Ha ha ha. I truly believed you were formidable, but it seems you were merely putting on a facade." Upon witnessing Liang Chen's disappearance, Lu Dong felt an overwhelming sense of glee, unabashedly bombarding the comment section with remarks. "Did everyone see that? The cat has long since fled. Humph, he dares to challenge me without knowing who I am. Indeed, that young man ought to consider who he was up against. You are a person of means. Lu Xiao, with just a casual donation, you could crush that young man with ease. He truly overestimated himself. Haha, I bet he is trembling in fear now, regretting having crossed paths with you." Seeing this unfolding scene, the opportunistic individuals in the live stream quickly shifted their allegiance, showering Lu Dong with flattery while simultaneously disparaging Liang Chen. Lu Dong, basking in their adulation, felt a swell of pride. He believed he had successfully undermined Liang Chen, and promptly turned his attention to Xie Sichuan. "What do you think, beautiful? That guy is a coward and won't show his face again. You should stick with me. How about we set a time to meet tonight?" Yes, Xie, you should seize this opportunity. Being with a wealthy man like him means you won't have to endure the grind of live streaming. Being a rich lady sounds splendid. The sycophants echoed in agreement. "Bah? Rich lady? Are you suggesting she should be with our young master? Our young master has discerning tastes and wouldn't look twice at such a person." Lu Dong interrupted their flattery, smirking. "But I enjoy this kind of boldness. Just follow me. Thank you for your generous donation. But While it was true that Lu Dong's contributions far exceeded those of the cat that shunned blood, and the latter had now gone offline, for some inexplicable reason, Xie Xuan still felt a deep sense of gratitude towards that cat. Observing the blatant slander against the cat, Xie Xuan felt quite uncomfortable. I don't think you should speak of him like that. Shouldn't he say that? Lu Dong sneered. Heh, little girl, could it be you actually fancy him? That guy is just a coward. Xie miss, there's no need to be coy. Being with Lu Xiao, enjoying luxury and comfort, is far better than associating with that frightened fool. Yes, Xie miss, don't hesitate, quickly accept Lu Xiao's invitation and go to a hotel. Before Xie Xuan could respond, the live stream erupted with a cacophony of onlookers clamoring for attention. You all! Infuriated, Xie Xuan was about to retort when a notification chimed through the live stream. Super member, the cat that shuns blood has entered the live room. The cat that shuns blood is back? Upon seeing this message, everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly Lu Dong and the earlier hecklers, whose eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Is this a joke? That coward actually dares to return? Chapter 81. The Battle of Wealth Wonderful. Cat brother, you've come. Upon seeing the cat return, Xie Xuan's face lit up with joy, disregarding the raucous crowd. My computer lagged and disconnected. I had to restart. Liang Chen chuckled, sending a comment. Computer issues? Kid, stop making excuses for your cowardice. Just as Liang Chen's comment faded, it was overshadowed by Lu Dong's irate message. Kid, I already donated. If you have the guts, keep it coming. Supreme Infinity, great love for the world. Congratulations to user, the cat that shuns blood, for donating the happiness Ferris wheel to Xie Xuan. The message echoed repeatedly, and before Lu Dong's comment could linger for 2 seconds, Liang Chen unleashed 2 happiness Ferris wheels in rapid succession. The combined effect of the 2 happiness Ferris wheels was spectacular, leaving all witnesses in awe. The user, the cat that shuns blood, sent forth the happiness Ferris wheel in Xie Xuan's livestream, inciting a wave of admiration from all fans, urging everyone to come and witness. As the screen dazzled with colorful effects, the official channel of MOAir sent out 2 announcements, occupying every user's reading window. Wow! Who is this wealthy cat, showering 2 happiness Ferris wheels in a single breath? This unknown streamer is destined for stardom. Captivated by the 2 dazzling donations, even the official channel couldn't resist sending an administrator into the live stream for a closer look. Watching the vibrant display on their screens, Lu Dong and his sycophants were left speechless. The cat that shuns blood truly had guts. Lu Dong had donated 1 happiness Ferris wheel, and yet the cat had doubled it. Was this a competition of excess? Lu Dong's indignation grew as he noticed Xie Xuan's demeanor toward the cat. With genuine emotion, she spoke into the microphone. Cat brother, please message me later. I will leave my WeChat ID for you. Wow, the goddess has taken the initiative to share her WeChat. This was a privilege every fan could only dream of, yet now, not even Lu Dong, who had spent lavishly, could partake in this special treatment. How could Lu Dong not seethe with anger? To make matters worse, the goddess had extended her WeChat to the cat, who remained unresponsive. Kid, don't get too cocky. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might as well quit MOAir. Enraged, Lu Dong quickly checked his balance, discovering over 40,000 left. He charged it all in one go and bought 4 happiness Ferris wheels, sending them all as donations. Supreme Infinity, great love for the world. Congratulations to user, I am wealthy, for donating the happiness Ferris wheel to Xie Xuan. The user, I am wealthy, sent forth the happiness Ferris wheel in Xie Xuan's livestream, drawing the admiration of all fans, urging everyone to come and witness. 4 dazzling fireworks soared across everyone's screens as the 4 happiness Ferris wheels followed in quick succession, immediately overshadowing Liang Chen's initial effects. I am wealthy donated 1 happiness Ferris wheel, while the cat that shuns blood doubled it. I am wealthy wouldn't back down either, continuing the escalation. This was clearly a battle of wealth. Chapter 82. Today, you've outdone yourself. How is it, kid? You think you can challenge me? You are still far too green. You, kid, are claiming to be a big spender. Let us see you try to double it again. Watch how I take you down. As 4 happiness Ferris wheels were sent, Lu Dong felt transformed into a savior, each word oozing with pity and disdain for Liang Chen. Lu Dong's provocation ignited the crowd, and the previously wavering supporters swiftly returned to his side, unleashing a torrent of mockery towards Liang Chen. Thank you both for your donations. I think we should end it here for today. I am preparing to sign off. The competitive atmosphere left Xie Xuan in a difficult position. Although she desperately needed the funds, she did not wish to embarrass the cat that shuns blood, especially since he had supported her during her most challenging moments, for which she held sincere gratitude. Do not sign off. Just as Xie Xuan's words fell, Lu Dong quickly typed a threatening comment. Today, I am determined to exhaust this kid. If you dare sign off, I'll blacklist you. Blacklist. A mere sycophant of a rich second generation dare to utter such threats. Lu Dong's arrogance clearly provoked the ire and dissatisfaction of the fans. Soon, voices arose in support of the cat that shuns blood, condemning I Am Wealthy for his questionable character, boasting of a few dirty coins, and urging the cat to crush this arrogant fool. However, a faction remained aligned with I Am Wealthy, and the live stream transformed into a battleground of insults. The user, the cat that shuns blood, sent forth the happiness Ferris wheel in Xie Xuan's live stream, inciting a wave of admiration from all fans, urging everyone to come and witness. Amidst the chaos, the previously silent cat that shuns blood unexpectedly began donating once more, and this time, the impact was nothing short of earth-shattering. 1, 2, 3, as the happiness Ferris wheels appeared on the computer screen without pause, the onlookers quickly counted. The cat that shuns blood had sent forth 40 happiness Ferris wheels in just 2 to 3 minutes. 40 happiness Ferris wheels, my heavens, that amounts to 400,000. As the dazzling Ferris wheel effects illuminated the screen, all eyes were riveted in awe. Behind the screen, Lu Dong gaped in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless. Although he had spent lavishly on the platform, the meager funds he wielded were merely pocket money bestowed by the affluent Lu Shuhua. Now, having depleted his resources, he found himself lacking the means to continue the contest. Come on, I am indeed wealthy. You're quite affluent too, aren't you? Keep up the bravado. Let's see how you fare against my feline companion, he taunted, attempting to assert his bravado. However, as the tide turned against him, not only did his detractors pounce upon his misfortune, but those who had once sided with him swiftly shifted their allegiance. Fine, I won't forget this. You cat who feasts not on fish, you've got some nerve today. Lu Dong, in a fit of anger and humiliation, could only hurl a few parting insults before retreating in disgrace. With Lu Dong's departure, the live stream grew increasingly lively. Cat brother, I have just realized that you are the true embodiment of wealth. Cat brother, might I serve as your humble disciple? I am willing to kneel before you. Cat brother, I too am a streamer. My avatar is indeed my likeness. Would you find me appealing? If so, I would be eager to share a room with you. In an instant, countless admirers clamored to capture Liang Chen's attention, transforming what was once a serene live broadcast into a spectacle akin to a cat-themed show. Amidst the flattery, Liang Chen maintained his silence, a serene smile gracing his face. Cat brother, do you have any requests? May I share my WeChat with you? Among the crowd, none were more excited than Xie Xuan. She had never imagined that this enigmatic figure, whom she had yet to meet, would be so extravagant, donating over 400,000 in one fell swoop. Such generosity was rare in the realm of streaming, let alone in the broader live broadcasting milieu. What were the intentions of this mysterious benefactor? Did he truly wish to meet with her, as many speculated? Xie Xuan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of eagerness and apprehension, torn between the desire to meet this cat who shunned fish and the fear of acting upon that desire. Wow, the goddess has extended her WeChat invite twice. Cat brother, your wealth and generosity have undoubtedly captivated her heart. Indeed, cat brother, what are you waiting for? Seize the moment and rendezvous with the goddess. The commentary section erupted with fervor, with comments flooding in at an astonishing rate. A date is unnecessary. As for WeChat, there's no need to add. Liang Chen chuckled lightly, conjuring a barrage of messages on the screen. The audience was left in shock. How could cat brother remain unfazed by such overtures from the goddess? Speculation ran rampant. Was this cat truly a formidable figure, uninterested even in the likes of Xie Xuan? Or was he merely playing coy, drawing out her intrigue? Amidst the swirling conjectures, Liang Chen paid no heed to the chatter. Quietly exiting the stream, the chat erupted in disbelief. Cat brother has truly logged off. Indeed, such a low-key tycoon is a rarity. If I were him, I would seize the opportunity to win over the goddess. As the news of the cat's departure spread, the virtual room buzzed with excitement. Yet, amidst the clamor, Xie Xuan's heart stirred with conflicting emotions. The mysterious benefactor's generous gift had provided her with the means to cover her father's medical expenses. Yet he had left without even a single condition or contact. Gratitude and curiosity intertwined within her. After concluding her stream, she promptly left a message for Liang Chen in the back end, sharing her WeChat ID. Despite her urgent need for funds, Liang Chen felt compelled to assist Xie Xuan. However, he found amusement in the idea of providing her with money through the live stream platform. Since she had hesitated to directly ask for help, He chose to embrace the persona of a whimsical, affluent benefactor. That night, he slept soundly, contemplating how Xie Sichuan would react if she discovered he was the very cat who shunned fish. The following morning, with leisure on his side, Liang Chen drove to the securities company where Su Shuishan worked. As a cosmopolitan city, Shenzhen was home to numerous securities exchanges. Su Shuishan's firm, Anong Securities, was among the more prominent ones. As a stock analyst, her role involved guiding clients through market trends, minimizing risks in their investments, and earning commissions. With her extensive experience, she had earned a stellar reputation among investors. When Liang Chen arrived, Su Shuishan welcomed him warmly into her office. "Chun, are you here to bid farewell?" she teased, pouring him tea. When a man acquires wealth, his demeanor truly transforms. You now exude the aura of a big boss. "Come now, Su Shuishan, even with wealth, I am still your subordinate." Liang Chen chuckled, savoring the tea. "Actually, I'm here to discuss stock investments." "Stock investments?" She raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Are you considering trading stocks? The risks can be quite substantial." "Risks?" Liang Chen replied nonchalantly, "You know me well enough. I'm not one to shy away from risk. Besides, with you as my broker, I have no reason to worry about losses." "Careful now. I'm no oracle. I can't guarantee profits on every trade," Su Shuishan retorted playfully, though she was genuinely optimistic about Liang Chen's financial prospects. "Well, since you're willing to assist, I'll leave it all in your capable hands," Liang Chen declared. "What stocks do you recommend?" Su Shuishan, knowing he would be unable to provide specifics, opened her computer and highlighted several stocks for him. "How about Blue Sky Technology, United New Materials, and Intelligent Control?" "Chun, these stocks possess immense potential. They have emerged as the dark horses of the stock index in recent months and are certainly worthy of investment in the short term." "Indeed, I trust Sister Su. So I will invest in these 3 stocks." Liang Chen never doubted Su Shuishan's judgment and promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well. How much do you plan to invest?" Liang Chen's unwavering trust in her deeply moved Su Shuishan, instilling her with great confidence. "I intend to allocate 30 million. I will invest 10 million in each stock initially and assess their performance for further investment," Liang Chen stated with conviction. Although he had complete faith in Su Shuishan, he regarded investing in stocks merely as a form of amusement. "Let us start with 30 million. If there's a profit, great, and if there's a loss, I'll consider it just a game." 10 million per stock is already a considerable amount. Su Shuishan nodded solemnly, thoroughly approving of Liang Chen's investment. After finalizing their agreement, Liang Chen picked up his phone and transferred 30 million directly to Su Shuishan's account. 30 million is by no means a trivial sum, even for billionaires. Su Shuishan's strong endorsement of Liang Chen's investment stemmed from her absolute confidence in these 3 stocks. With her keen insight, she believed that these stocks would experience explosive growth in the near future. Liang Chen's investment in these 3 stocks was bound to be profitable. "Chen, please hold on for a moment. I will purchase these 3 stocks for you immediately." As Liang Chen took a seat, Su Shuishan began to operate her computer. Liang Chen, reclining comfortably, sipped tea while admiring Su Shuishan's graceful demeanor as she worked. Suddenly, an alarming expression crossed Su Shuishan's face as she furrowed her brow. Her eyes wide with shock while staring at the computer screen. "What's wrong?" Liang Chen had never seen Su Shuishan so flustered. He immediately stood up and approached the computer to investigate. "The hacker has struck again. This time, they have unleashed a virus on my computer." Su Shuishan pointed at the screen, her expression grave. Following her gesture, Liang Chen noticed that the computer screen, which had been displaying stock indices, was now completely black. In the midst of the darkness, a dialog box appeared, emblazoned with a bold message. "This is merely a small lesson for you. If you fail to comply and transfer the money, I will take down your company's website next." Chapter 86. Even the impossible is difficult to reverse a hacker. Upon reading the message, Liang Chen quickly understood the situation. A hacker had infiltrated Su Shuishan's computer and sent her a ransom note. What audacity! Although Liang Chen had not studied computer science in college, he possessed a certain understanding of hackers. To him, true hackers were akin to chivalrous swordsmen, traversing the digital realm, righting wrongs with their skills. In contrast, those who employed hacking techniques to maliciously invade others' computers for extortion were undoubtedly scoundrels. "What exactly is going on? Why would this individual target your computer?" Liang Chen inquired, glancing at the hacker's threatening message. "I have no idea. Our company's security measures were once very robust. However, for some unknown reason, we have been subjected to malicious attacks recently. Although we hired experts from a software company to enhance our firewall, we still couldn't fend off their attacks. Initially, they merely tampered with our website, but it has escalated to threats and extortion. As for who they are, Even the security experts have been unable to trace their IP address. Su Xueshan looked helplessly at the unresponsive screen. Sister Su, allow me to speak with him. Upon hearing her words, Liang Chen furrowed his brow and sat down at the computer without hesitation. Liang Chen? Do you have any expertise in computer technology? Su Xueshan cast a puzzled glance at Liang Chen, doubting his ability to resolve the issue. After all, the company had previously enlisted the help of several antivirus experts, all of whom were at a loss. I know a little. Perhaps it will prove useful. But first, let us have a conversation with this individual. Liang Chen replied and immediately placed his hands on the keyboard. Typing rapidly, Hey there, who exactly are you? Are you simply trying to extort some money? Why the secrecy? If you want money, why not discuss it with me directly? Liang Chen's tone was markedly different from Su Xueshan's. The hacker quickly responded, Who are you? Are you the main party? I only negotiate with the main party. Liang Chen chuckled coldly, seizing the opportunity to engage in conversation while simultaneously activating his system to connect to the network of the computer before him. Since the system upgrade, Liang Chen's proficiency in using it had notably improved. Upon realizing the hacker had invaded Su Xueshan's computer, Liang Chen considered that if he could swiftly connect his system to the network, identifying the hidden hacker shouldn't pose much of a challenge. His assessment proved to be remarkably accurate. The system's response was indeed impressive. Liang Chen seamlessly connected to Su Xueshan's computer, gaining complete visibility into everything within the network. Ding! The system has detected an unknown IP intrusion signal. The signal is equipped with multiple layers of obfuscation. The system is currently conducting a targeted search for the precise origin of this IP address. The search will take 5 minutes. Please hold on. The system was searching. Listening to the electronic voice of the system, Liang Chen's heart swelled with elation. The multiverse search system was truly extraordinary. IT could not only locate buried resources but could also trace missing persons and even identify the whereabouts of hackers. With such a powerful tool at his disposal, it would indeed be difficult not to achieve extraordinary results. Chapter 87. Reverse invasion of the hacker's computer. Since the system required time to conduct its search, Liang Chen patiently awaited its results. The main party? Haha, indeed, I am, and I am the affluent main party at that. You desire money, don't you? How much do you require? Feel free to tell me, and I can provide it. Paying is not an issue, but there is no need to compromise someone's computer, as it is their means of livelihood. Cutting off someone's source of income is akin to killing their parents. To prevent the hacker from discerning his intentions and escaping, Liang Chen deliberately engaged him in casual conversation to buy time. From your tone, it seems you truly have money. Are you the owner of this stock exchange? If that is the case, I want to hold back. Transfer 50 million to me immediately. Rest assured, I only want the money. I have no interest in your pathetic website. Once the funds are received, I will withdraw without fail. Given that those involved in stock trading typically had ample funds, Liang Chen suspected that 50 million would be a trivial concern for him. Spending such a small amount to avert disaster is hardly significant. Is it? I'm not boasting. I dare say there are very few individuals in all of China capable of cracking the virus I've deployed. Whether the hacker was oblivious to Liang Chen's intentions or overly confident in his skills, he took his time chatting with Liang Chen as the minutes ticked by. Finally, 5 minutes elapsed. Ding! The system has accurately pinpointed the other party's IP address and is currently bypassing their firewall. The firewall has been breached, entering the other party's computer program, cracking the boot password and establishing audio-video connections. Soon, the system transmitted a stream of valuable information into Liang Chen's mind. As expected, it was the most powerful system, not only accurately locating the hacker's IP address but also stealthily executing a reverse invasion of his computer. Seeing the system's rapid progress, Liang Chen was practically elated. Regaining his composure, Liang Chen temporarily exited Su Xueshan's computer and activated his mental focus to enter the hacker's computer. He first noted the hacker's IP address and then, using the hacker's computer camera, observed that the individual hidden in the digital shadows was a 30-something man with thinning hair, short stature, and a rather unsavory appearance. With a receding hairline and deep-set eyes, he certainly matched the profile of a high-level programmer. However, rather than using his skills for the benefit of the internet, he sought to profit through unscrupulous means, which was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Liang Chen had no qualms about dealing with such individuals. He silently captured several photos of him using the camera. Next, he perused the files on the hacker's computer and discovered ample evidence of his extortion of other companies through his hacking skills. After compiling these findings, Liang Chen discreetly duplicated the files and the hacker's IP address in his mind. Quietly exiting the hacker's computer, Liang Chen returned his mental focus to Su Xueshan's computer. Finding the hacker utterly oblivious to the fact that his lair had been thoroughly searched, still sending Liang Chen messages and making demands. All right, You may return and await news. Rest assured, I will provide you with a surprise. An unexpected one at that. A cold smile graced Liang Chen's lips as he rapidly sent a message to the hacker, disregarding any response, and then exited the computer. What's going on, Chen? Are you really going to send him 50 million? Despite observing for a while, Su Xueshan remained utterly perplexed. However, she did not believe that Liang Chen had found a solution to the problem and urgently exclaimed, "Please, do not transfer any money to him. Perhaps we should report this to the police." Report to the police? Ha! Liang Chen chuckled, responding, "Sister Su, you are absolutely right. We must indeed report this matter and ensure that this scoundrel spends the rest of his life behind bars." Chapter 88. It's you. The emergence of this hacker, although not yet posing a direct threat to the security center, had already alarmed them. The fact that their system could be so easily breached and that they were being extorted online was a cause for serious concern. Upon learning that the hacker had infiltrated their system again, the company's owner immediately decided to report the incident. Hacking is inherently a cybercrime, and the audacity to demand 50 million constituted an extremely serious economic offense. After receiving the report, the police in Shenshu City sprang into action, dispatching a team led by a strikingly attractive young female officer named Han Lian. Despite her youth, Han Lian was recognized in the police force as a formidable figure, known for her decisiveness and her ability to solve complex cases. Within just a few years of service, she had risen to the rank of squad leader. "Ms. Su, please detail the specifics of the case," Han Lian urged, recognizing the significance of this incident. After all, the hacker's boldness in demanding 50 million clearly indicated that he was an experienced criminal, likely having committed similar extortion cases before. It's like this. Su Xueshan began to cooperate with the police investigation, but just then, Liang Chen turned from behind his chair and leisurely tossed a document towards Han Lian. "No need for that. I have already conducted a counter-intrusion against this hacker. Here's his IP address, along with previous evidence of his crimes, and even a photograph. But be warned, officer, this guy is rather sleazy, so prepare yourself psychologically to avoid regurgitating last night's dinner." What? Liang Chen had managed to conduct a counter-intrusion and retrieve not only the hacker's IP address but also detailed information about him. Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, both Su Xueshan and the others present were taken aback. Unable to believe their ears, "It's you. It's really you." Han Lian's gaze sharpened as she recognized Liang Chen. He was the extravagant man who had saved someone at the car accident scene. And her eyes widened in astonishment. That insufferable man. Recognizing Liang Chen, Han Lian felt a surge of indignation. Just yesterday, she had kindly invited him to the police station to give a statement, intending to award him a commendation for bravery. Yet, he had shown no gratitude and had fled before she could finish speaking. How infuriating. Officer, do you know me?" Liang Chen asked, bewildered by Han Lian's glare. After the whirlwind of events he had experienced, he certainly did not expect to have offended this impressive female officer just the day before. In fact, it was not only Liang Chen who was perplexed. Su Xueshan and the others were equally baffled. Wasn't Officer Han here to investigate the cyber extortion case? Why was she now confronting Liang Chen? Did they know each other? How can you still ask? Have you already forgotten about your heroics at the car accident scene yesterday? Han Lian shot him an annoyed look. Were it not for her subordinates being present, she would have loved to teach this oblivious fellow a lesson. Oh, I remember now. It was you. After receiving a few pointed glares from Han Lian, Liang Chen finally recalled the incident and responded with a mischievous smile. "Humph, we will settle yesterday's matters later." Han Lian shot him another glare, and before Liang Chen could react, she quickly changed the subject. "What you said earlier, was it true? You possess the ability to counterattack a hacker?" "Ha!" Liang Chen smiled, gesturing toward the stack of documents in front of Han Lian. "Officer Han, you will see the truth of my capabilities in this document." Earlier, while waiting for the police to arrive, Liang Chen had connected his system to an external computer at the securities company and printed out all the hacker's information. "Is that so? Let me see." Intrigued yet skeptical, Han Lian took the documents and began flipping through them. Chapter 89. "Sir, please wait, Chen. Have you really obtained the hacker's information?" Su Xueshan found Liang Chen's claim hard to believe. She leaned closer, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. The document contained a wealth of detailed information, including the hacker's identity and a list of previous cyber extortion cases he had committed. It seemed that Liang Chen's words were indeed accurate. This hacker was a seasoned criminal. However, he hailed from Sichuan province, nearly 1,000 miles from Shanshu, which indicated that capturing him would present considerable challenges. "Immediately inform the Sichuan Provincial Public Security Bureau to detain this individual," Han Lian commanded, her expression grave as she reviewed the document. Additionally, Report to Director Xia and form a special task force to apprehend him in Sichuan. Sir, thank you very much. Without the materials you provided, tracking down this hacker would have been akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Having quickly identified the suspect, Han Lian was elated. Eager to lead her task force, she hurriedly thanked Liang Chen without even asking for his name before rushing out of the security center with her team. Xu Shuishan was still in disbelief, struggling to accept that everything had transpired. It was only when she saw Han Lian and the officers leave that she finally processed the situation. Chun, you are truly remarkable. Looking at Liang Chen, admiration radiated from Su Shuishan's expression. Hee, Sister Su. I have always been quite remarkable. Liang Chen grinned, feeling satisfied that the matter had been resolved, and prepared to take his leave. Driving past an elegantly designed French restaurant, he realized it was time for a meal and decided to enter. Since his car was parked in the external lot, no one noticed that it was Liang Chen who had arrived. Moreover, his casual attire made him appear rather unremarkable, ensuring he attracted no attention. Sir, please wait. Just as Liang Chen was about to walk into the restaurant, a security guard blocked his path. What is going on? Am I being denied entry for just going out to eat? Liang Chen looked up, somewhat bemused, at the guard who had obstructed him. Apologies, sir. It's not that you're not allowed in. It's our restaurant's policy that requires all customers to wear formal attire. Though the guard spoke politely, his gaze conveyed a hint of disdain. After all, this was an upscale French restaurant, and anyone entering was presumed to be of high status. A mere commoner like Liang Chen could hardly expect to waltz in freely. Formal attire? Liang Chen chuckled upon hearing this, glancing down at his own clothing. Your restaurant is quite peculiar. One must dress formally just to enjoy a meal. Pray tell, where might I procure formal attire? Where can you get formal attire? The security guard was evidently amused by Liang Chen's question, and his gaze grew even more contemptuous. That is something that requires money to speak. As long as your pockets are lined, you can acquire formal wear wherever you go. Is that so? Liang Chen's eyes glimmered with a mocking smile. This world operates on the principle that wealth dictates status. Those with money are revered, while the impoverished are disregarded. Liang Chen was acutely aware of this reality, which is why he chose not to engage further with the guard's condescending attitude. With a sardonic grin, he glanced at the guard's uniform and remarked, Buddy, what you're wearing right now certainly qualifies as formal attire, doesn't it? The security guard's uniform was quite distinct from others, resembling a well-tailored black suit, elegant and sharp, befitting the restaurant's upscale ambience. Of course, this was a specially made outfit, costing over 2,000 yuan, and thus could indeed be considered formal wear. Upon hearing Liang Chen's question, a proud expression spread across the guard's face as he puffed up like a rooster. Sir, this is our restaurant's most premium private room. However, I must inform you that the minimum spending requirement for this room is 50,000 yuan. In other words, even if your total expenditure falls short of 50,000, you will still be charged that amount. After leading Liang Chen into the private room, the attendant, Xiaomei, expressed her concerns about his unassuming appearance. Minimum standard? Miss, are you looking down on me? If I'm here, I am certainly aiming for the highest standard. Liang Chen chuckled, snapping his fingers. Seeing Liang Chen's confidence, Xiaomei chose not to press the matter further. After all, anyone who could enter such a high-end restaurant was either wealthy or influential. Very well, sir. What would you like to order? This is a French restaurant. I'll fetch you the menu in Chinese. Xiaomei retrieved a Chinese menu, but as she was about to hand it to Liang Chen, he suddenly frowned, saying, Miss, are you looking down on me? Entering the French restaurant, he remarked, Why would I need a Chinese menu? Please bring me the French one. Sir, are you certain you want the French menu? Xiaomei replied, somewhat taken aback. It was known that this was Huaxia, where, although there were foreign diners, the majority were locals who rarely understood French. The restaurant had thus prepared a Chinese menu for the convenience of its patrons. Could this gentleman actually comprehend French? Listening to Liang Chen's words, Xiaomei felt a mix of surprise and admiration. She had initially thought he was just an ordinary person, but perhaps he was indeed extraordinary. Was he perhaps a scholarly type? While Xiaomei pondered this, Liang Chen began to peruse the French menu. Though he had encountered a few foreign languages during his university days, English was his primary focus, and he was quite unfamiliar with French. He pretended to study the menu, yet remained silent for an extended period. Noticing his lack of reaction, Xiaomei couldn't help but chuckle, suspecting he was merely posturing. Sir, we do have a Chinese menu available, she began, but to spare him embarrassment, she discreetly handed back the Chinese menu. Cough, that's unnecessary, Liang Chen replied, pushing the Chinese menu aside and pointing to an entire page of the French menu. I'll have everything on this page. What? Xiao Mei was incredulous. Everything on one page. Is that even a thing? And the dishes listed here are quite expensive, the cheapest being 1,000 yuan per plate. Yes, everything on this page. Is there a problem? Liang Chen responded calmly as he observed Xiao Mei's astonishment. Well, okay then. Xiao Mei, both speechless and astonished, hastily noted his order. She initially thought that such a quantity was excessive for one person. But what came next left her even more astounded. This page as well, and this one too, all of it. Liang Chen continued flipping through the menu, ordering with abandon as if the dishes were free. Sir, are you sure you want to order all of these? Xiao Mei felt overwhelmed by the sheer audacity of this wealthy young man. Of course, just bring everything. Money is no object. Liang Chen laughed heartily as he finally returned the menu to Xiao Mei. Very well then. Enjoy your meal. Xiao Mei thought to herself that she had certainly gained a broader perspective today and promptly went to arrange the order in the kitchen. Chapter 91. Using chopsticks for Western cuisine. Although the dishes at this French restaurant were quite pricey, one could not deny the speed of service. After a short wait, several wait staff entered the private room, bringing all of Liang Chen's orders. It was customary to have a server present during a Western meal. Xiao Mei was assigned to attend to Liang Chen. These dishes look truly enticing. I'm sure I'll have a delightful feast today, Liang Chen remarked, eyeing the table laden with sumptuous food. Giggling, Xiao Mei covered her mouth with her hand. Would you like to see me perform a trick? Liang Chen suddenly asked with utmost seriousness. Oh, what trick do you want to perform? Xiao Mei inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Do you believe I can eat all of this without touching any of it? Liang Chen replied mysteriously. Surely not. Are you saying you can perform magic? I don't believe you. Xiao Mei shook her head vehemently. Then why don't you fetch me a pair of chopsticks? Liang Chen shot her a look. Realizing she had misunderstood his intent. Oh, right. Xiao Mei finally understood. He wasn't trying to perform a trick. He simply wanted chopsticks. However, using chopsticks for Western cuisine seemed rather out of place. Sir, you're having Western cuisine. You should use a knife and fork, Xiao Mei pointed out, somewhat exasperated by this seemingly nouveau riche individual. Who says Western cuisine must be eaten with a knife and fork? I prefer chopsticks. Liang Chen insisted, disregarding her suggestion. He then offered a rather compelling rationale. Besides, we are in Huaxia, and chopsticks are a traditional heritage. They are far more convenient than knives and forks. All right then, please hold on. I'll get you some chopsticks. Xiao Mei, utterly speechless at his commitment to tradition, scurried off to fetch a pair. Once Liang Chen received the chopsticks, he deftly maneuvered them to tackle a plate of steak, mastering the technique with greater finesse than one would expect with knives and forks. Suddenly, an uproar outside interrupted their meal. It appeared that someone was arguing over the private room they were currently occupying. Liang Chen, already irritated by the interruption, soon learned that the instigators were none other than Lu Shihao and Lu Dong. Liang Chen was no stranger to these names. Lu Dong was the very individual with whom he had clashed in the livestream the previous day, while Lu Shihao was known as one of the city's wealthy elite. Chapter 92. Knowing the master when beating a dog. Recognizing that Lu Shihao and Lu Dong were the ones causing the commotion, Liang Chen decided it was time to teach these two a lesson. Before he could act, the doors swung open, and a group of individuals entered unceremoniously. At the forefront was the impeccably dressed Lu Shihao, exuding arrogance, while Lu Dong trailed behind, visibly intimidated. Lu Shihao's reputation as a wealthy playboy was well earned. He had money to spare for leisure, and his striking looks only amplified his appeal among women. Beside him stood a striking young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, exuding an air of grace. Yet, Liang Chen couldn't help but lament the fact that such beauty was wasted on someone like Lu Shihao. Hey, you! What are you staring at? Can't you see my master is here? Scram! Lu Dong shouted aggressively at Liang Chen, unaware of his identity. Liang Chen, unfazed, shot back with a cold glare. What rudeness, I am dining here. Why are you barking like a dog? Lu Shihao, look at this guy. He thinks he can just take over a huge room and order all this food because he has money. Lu Dong continued, trying to assert dominance. You think you're so rich and can flaunt it in front of me? You're nothing. Lu Shihao was determined to humiliate Liang Chen in front of his companion, eager to assert his superiority. Apologies, sir, but this room has already been reserved by Mr. Liang. Please vacate the premises, Xiao Mei interjected, defending Liang Chen. In her eyes, both Liang Chen and Lu Shihao were affluent, yet their manners were worlds apart. Liang Chen was courteous and sophisticated, while Lu Shihao was nothing more than a spoiled brat. You little girl, you dare to defy me. If I say a word, you'll find it hard to stay here. Lu Shihao threatened. Lu Shihao was evidently taken aback by Liang Chen's audacity to publicly reprimand him. His expression darkened as he turned to the restaurant manager who had just entered, exclaiming, "Manager, how do you run this establishment? You allow such uncouth servers to work here. I command you to have them all removed immediately. I'm truly sorry, young Master Liu, but I must assert that you are in the wrong here." The manager, without any inclination to curry favor with Liu Shihao, replied with a firm and impartial tone, "This gentleman has reserved this private room, yet you barged in to contest it. Such behavior is hardly gentlemanly. After all, this restaurant is owned by French nationals, who do not concern themselves with social standings and expect their staff to treat every patron with fairness." Liu Shihao, unaccustomed to his usual domineering tactics being ineffective, felt his face flush with rage. However, he recognized that this was not his territory. Despite the wealth of the Liu family, they were merely average among the affluent populace of Shanghai. Furthermore, it was rumored that the foreign owner of this restaurant was quite shrewd, which made Liu Shihao hesitant to overstep his bounds. Chapter 93. It seems there is more to this. Though Liu Shihao refrained from further harassing the restaurant staff, he felt no need to hold back his ire towards Liang Chen. He glared at Liang Chen, venting his frustration. "You brat, what are you so proud of? Do you think your wealth makes you special? You're still just a lonely bachelor, dining alone without anyone to accompany you." Believing he had struck a nerve, Liu Shihao erupted into a self-satisfied laughter. His loyal sidekick, Liu Dong, understood the timing and joined in the mockery with raucous laughter. How can you behave like this?" Watching the duo laugh unabashedly, Xiao Mei, the restaurant manager, and even the girl who had accompanied Liu Shihao displayed visible discontent. The pair's behavior was intolerable. Liang Chen had chosen not to stoop to their level, yet they continued their aggressive antics. "Young Master Liu, how fortunate you are to remind me." While others seethed with indignation, Liang Chen, instead of responding with anger, chuckled self-deprecatingly, "Look at my memory. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have forgotten I was still single. I thought being single was liberating, yet it seems it has become fodder for ridicule." As he spoke, Liang Chen unexpectedly rose from his seat, walking over to the girl accompanying Liu Shihao. Smiling as he asked, "Miss, could you kindly tell me your name?" The unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished. What was he doing? This was entirely out of character. "I'm Xia Yutong." Among the crowd, the most bewildered was undoubtedly the girl, who stood there for a moment before stammering out her name. "Miss Xia, is it? A pleasure to meet you. Your name is as lovely as you are," Liang Chen replied, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor as he extended his hand for a handshake. "Yutong, don't engage with him." Seeing Xia Yutong actually considering shaking hands with Liang Chen, Liu Shihao's expression changed instantly as he rushed to block her. "What do you want with her name? Yutong is my girlfriend. Keep your distance." His eyes glowered with hostility as he glared at Liang Chen. "Liu Shihao, please mind your words. Who is your girlfriend? If it weren't for my parents pressuring me, I would never agree to dine with you." Xia Yutong retorted, her dissatisfaction evident. "Yutong, we have a betrothal," Liu Shihao insisted. "Furthermore, your father has business dealings with mine." Being publicly rejected by Xia Yutong left Liu Shihao feeling utterly humiliated. His gaze turned to her, a mixture of fury and threat brewing within him. "Liu Shihao, you." Xia Yutong's face flashed with anger at his words, but she seemed to hold back, clenching her teeth and swallowing her retort. It seems there is much more to this." While others overlooked the subtle exchanges between Liu Shihao and Xia Yutong, Liang Chen observed keenly, a cold smile forming within. "Liu Shihao, I am in a good mood today and had no desire to engage with you. However, since you have chosen to provoke me, do not blame me for my methods." Chapter 94. "You're nothing but a nuisance, Miss Xia. Fear not. I am here, and he wouldn't dare threaten you." Liang Chen, having made up his mind, stood protectively in front of Xia Yutong, boldly declaring, "Miss Xia, what do you think of me? Why not consider being my girlfriend?" His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What was happening? Liang Chen was attempting to steal Liu Shihao's thunder right in front of him. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and contrary to expectations, Xia Yutong covered her mouth with a laugh, seemingly amused by Liang Chen's boldness. "You impertinent fool, do you realize what you're saying? Do you think I am invisible?" Liu Shihao bellowed, his fury escalating as he witnessed Xia Yutong's reaction. "Invisible? Ha! Do not flatter yourself. You're nothing more than a nuisance, barely more than a gas in this room," Liang Chen retorted calmly, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Shihao. Laughter erupted once more, and Xia Yutong giggled even louder, while Xiao Mei and the restaurant manager couldn't suppress their amusement. You infuriate me." Liu Shihao, accustomed to being in control, was enraged by this humiliation and charged at Liang Chen, fists clenched. "Young master, let me handle this scoundrel." Lu Dong rushed forward, adopting an aggressive stance and throwing a punch at Liang Chen. "Watch out!" Xia Yutong and Xiao Mei cried out in unison. Bang! "Get lost!" Liang Chen, possessing extraordinary agility, effortlessly kicked Lu Dong away before he could even reach him. Ouch! Lu Dong's body flew through the air like a rag doll, crashing to the ground with a thud, unable to rise. Lu Shihao was utterly astonished. Liang Chen's skills were unexpectedly impressive. If he had charged in recklessly, he would have been the one lying on the ground, howling in pain. "Miss Xia, did I not say it? While I am here, they wouldn't dare harm you. You can rest assured and be my girlfriend." Liang Chen laughed as he approached Xia Yutong, disregarding Lu Shihao's presence. "How can you be so certain you can become my boyfriend?" Liang Chen's playful demeanor elicited a smile from Xia Yutong, who appeared unperturbed. "Because you are quite beautiful, and you would make a perfect girlfriend for me," Liang Chen replied with a grin. "Just because I'm beautiful does not mean I'm suitable to be your girlfriend." Xia Yutong pouted, expressing her discontent. "There are countless beautiful girls in the world. Would they not all be your girlfriends?" "Exactly. That is my aspiration." Liang Chen laughed heartily, shamelessly responding. "All right, you have defeated me with your audacity." Xia Yutong remarked, exasperated by Liang Chen's arrogance. "I do not require your protection. Even without you, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. He has always treated me as his girlfriend," she declared, pointing at Lu Shihao. "Ha! His affection for you is one-sided. A scion of a wealthy family like him is unworthy of you. Only someone as charming and dashing as I am would be suitable." Liang Chen, following Xia Yutong's gaze, cast a scornful glance at Lu Shihao, then reached out to take Xia Yutong's delicate wrist. "So, Miss Xia, how about you come with me? You scoundrel. Remove your filthy hands and do not touch my girlfriend." Lu Shihao, infuriated by Liang Chen's blatant disrespect, was practically seething with rage. Ignoring Lu Shihao's fury, Liang Chen stepped forward, blocking his path. "You can leave, but do not think you can take my girlfriend with you. I will not let this go." Lu Shihao's anger peaked, his teeth grinding as he prepared to strike Liang Chen. Yet, recalling Lu Dong's fate, he hesitated. "You are correct, Lu Shihao. Leave if you wish." Xia Yutong, already fed up with Lu Shihao, had only agreed to dine with him due to familial pressure. She had long desired to rid herself of that spoiled rich kid, and now with the appearance of Liang Chen, she found herself unexpectedly relieved. Yutong, don't forget, your father." Upon witnessing Xia Yutong's audacious refusal in front of everyone, Lu Shihao's face turned a deep shade of anger. Suddenly, before he could threaten her again, Liang Chen swiftly intervened, delivering a resounding slap across Lu Shihao's face. "You brat, how dare you hit me?" Lu Shihao staggered back, caught off guard by Liang Chen's blow, nearly losing his balance. "I am targeting scum like you. If you dare to threaten my girlfriend." Liang Chen stood with his hands on his hips, feigning indignation. Hearing him repeatedly refer to Xia Yutong as my girlfriend left not only her speechless, but also Xiao Mei and the restaurant manager utterly dumbfounded, thoroughly defeated by Liang Chen's shamelessness. "Woo-woo, she is not your girlfriend. She is not." Lu Shihao, who had been spoiled since childhood, found himself utterly powerless against Liang Chen and felt a wave of grievance wash over him, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Hey, Lu Shihao, at least you're a man. You shouldn't be crying like this." Liang Chen had never before encountered a boy crying. If Lu Shihao had continued to confront him, it would have been easier to handle. But now that he had reduced his opponent to tears, Liang Chen felt somewhat bewildered. "Ignore him." Xia Yutong, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios, turned to Liang Chen and said, "Hey, you keep claiming you want to be my boyfriend. Do you know that I have high standards for boyfriends? Why don't you tell me what qualifications you have to be my boyfriend?" "Ha, that's simple. Let me elaborate." Liang Chen, invigorated by her challenge, grinned and said, "In fact, I possess numerous redeeming qualities. Among them, 3 are particularly evident, and I'm sure you will notice them." "What 3? Xia Yutong asked, intrigued. "First, I have exquisite taste," Liang Chen declared, a proud smile gracing his lips as he raised a finger. The others nearly burst out laughing at Liang Chen's self-praise regarding his taste. Exquisite taste? With that messy hairstyle, dressed in formal attire yet wearing sneakers, he seemed to be the antithesis of elegance. "Second, I am actually a person of great charm." Just as the crowd prepared to retort, Liang Chen raised a hand to silence them and continued to present his second point. Once again, laughter erupted from the audience. "Believe it or not, I possess an enigmatic allure that you all have yet to recognize." Liang Chen chuckled at himself, moving on to his third shining point, pointing at Lu Shihao with pride. Third, I am wealthier than him. While taste and charm may be subjective, wealth was something visible to the naked eye. As soon as Liang Chen finished speaking, he dramatically raised an arm, revealing a thick stack of cash. Everyone can see this, right? This stack of money must be worth at least 50 or 60,000. He waved the cash in front of Lu Shihao, casting a condescending glance. Nonsense, is 50 or 60,000 a lot? I can easily spend more than that. Lu Shihao, though speechless regarding Liang Chen's claims of taste and charm, found himself unable to remain silent when it came to wealth. How dare you flaunt 50 or 60,000 in front of me? You ignorant fool! I have enough money to crush you. Lu Shihao, already humiliated in front of everyone, was seething with rage as he pulled out several bank cards, shouting at Liang Chen, "Loser, see this. Each of these cards has at least 400 to 500,000. Yutong, I know your family is facing a crisis and needs money. Don't worry, if you agree to marry me, we will be family, and I will persuade my father to help your family through this tough time." Upon mentioning money, Lu Shihao seemed to regain his confidence and moved to grab Xia Yutong. Xia Yutong, who had previously dismissed Lu Shihao, was suddenly shaken by his mention of her family's crisis. A look of hesitation crossed her face, and she failed to notice Lu Shihao trying to approach her. "Stay away from my girlfriend. Do you hear me?" Yet before Lu Shihao could reach Xia Yutong, Liang Chen stepped forward, pushing him away and wrapping his arms around her. "You bastard, let her go." Lu Shihao was furious at Liang Chen's audacity to hold Xia Yutong in public. He had never even touched her hand. While this nobody had already embraced her, in truth, this scene left not only Lu Shihao speechless, but also Xiao Mei and the restaurant manager in shock. Liang Chen's methods of wooing women were undeniably impressive. "Hey, let go of me. This is quite unseemly." Xia Yutong's face flushed crimson as she attempted to wriggle free from Liang Chen's embrace. "Do not be afraid. As I mentioned earlier, with me around, no one can trouble you." Liang Chen gazed at the captivating beauty in his arms, and his heart stirred. He leaned down, whispering affectionately in Xia Yutong's ear, "Including the crisis your family is facing, there is no need to seek help from anyone else. I will help you resolve it." Liang Chen's words struck Xia Yutong like thunder. Startled, she looked up to find Liang Chen's eyes sparkling with confidence, along with an undeniable sense of trust that made her feel at ease. Could it be that this unremarkable young man truly has the ability to help her family out of their predicament? "You brat. If you don't let go of Yutong, don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing that Liang Chen not only refused to release Xia Yutong but held her even tighter, Lu Shihao erupted in fury, instructing Lu Dong to summon security. Today, Liang Chen had crossed the line. If this fool was so reckless, Lu Shihao felt justified in sending him packing. "Security, throw this guy out. I will give you 10,000. Liang Chen, enraged, shouted at the security personnel who had just entered. "All right, young master, do not worry. I will take care of it immediately." The security guard, who had been stationed at the entrance, initially thought he was lucky to earn 1,000 from selling a suit today. Little did he know that everyone could earn 1,000, and such a lucrative business was not to be missed. "Hey, you, did you hear me? Get lost, sir. Is that you?" As the security guard approached to carry out his orders, he froze upon realizing it was Liang Chen. "Here, take 50,000, and get rid of these two noisy interlopers." Liang Chen rolled his eyes and tossed a stack of cash towards the guard without even glancing at him. "This point 50,000? My goodness, 50,000? Haha, I'm rich now." The security guard's eyes lit up as he was struck by the thick wad of money, and without hesitation, he rolled up his sleeves and began to eject Lu Shihao and Lu Dong. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the private room was left in stunned silence. All right, the annoying flies have been chased away. At last, we can enjoy a moment of peace." Liang Chen clapped his hands cheerfully and turned to the seemingly still-dazed Xia Yutong, saying, "Miss Xia, since you are here for a meal, why don't we share a table and have lunch together?" Upon hearing Liang Chen's words, Xiao Mei and the restaurant manager exchanged incredulous glances. This guy's speed in wooing women was truly astonishing. He had just chased away her boyfriend and was already eager to dine with her. What would be next? A romantic evening? Nevertheless, this was Liang Chen's affair, and as long as Xia Yutong was willing, they could not interfere. "Please take your time dining, and if you need any service, just call for me." Xia Yutong exchanged a glance with the manager, realizing it was time to leave and not remain as an unwelcome presence. "Unexpectedly, you seem quite thick-skinned," she remarked with a chuckle. It was only after Xia Yutong and the manager departed that she turned her attention back to Liang Chen, playfully questioning, "How did you know I would agree to you? Isn't it obvious?" I possess more charm and sophistication than Lu Shihao, not to mention greater wealth. If you were to choose anyone else, that would be quite foolish, Liang Chen replied, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face, seemingly confident in his appeal to Xia Yutong. Hardly. Xia Yutong rolled her eyes at Liang Chen, her expression a mixture of playful reproach. Nonetheless, I must thank you for rescuing me just now. However, her demeanor shifted, darkening as she continued. Even though I genuinely loathe Lu Shihao, I find myself compelled to placate him due to certain circumstances. Do not fret. As I have assured you, I will resolve all your troubles, Liang Chen declared, his confidence seemingly unwavering. Can you truly? Xia Yutong's eyes brightened with hope, but as she glanced back at Liang Chen's self-assured visage, a tinge of disappointment washed over her. After all, no matter how exceptional or affluent Liang Chen was, he remained a distant entity in her world. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. Regardless, I appreciate your help today. If fate allows, I hope we meet again. Suppressing her disappointment, Xia Yutong swiftly lost her appetite, casting a fleeting glance at Liang Chen before turning to leave. Hey! Liang Chen opened his mouth to call her back, but reconsidered, shaking his head with a sigh as he watched her figure fade from view. Perhaps he and Xia Yutong were indeed just two parallel lines that would never intersect. Chapter 98. Make yourself scarce. Though Liang Chen felt a pang of disappointment at Xia Yutong's departure, he ultimately brushed it aside. After all, they were mere acquaintances, and even if she harbored secrets, it was unlikely she would confide in him. Moreover, in Xia Yutong's eyes, he might very well be perceived as nothing more than a brash buffoon. As Liang Chen exited the Western restaurant, his phone rang insistently. It was Fatty calling. Hey, Chen. Although you're now wealthy, we still need to show up for work, right? Once the call connected, Fatty's voice boomed in his ear. You have no idea. Yesterday, when you skipped work, Supervisor Su Jechao's father, was furious and claimed he would deal with you. If you have no pressing matters, you better hurry back. Oh, is that so? It seems I must pay a visit. Liang Chen replied with a cold chuckle before hanging up. The company he worked for had always paid meager wages, barely enough to scrape by. Ever since he had acquired the system, he had no need to report to work. Liang Chen had intended to submit his resignation in a few days for a smooth parting, but upon hearing about Supervisor Su's fury, he decided to confront the man personally. Of course, if the supervisor were anyone else, Liang Chen would not have been concerned about their anger. However, given that this man was Su Jechao's father, he felt compelled to settle some scores. It was said that like father, like son. Su Jechao's arrogance was largely due to the influence of his father. Su Kuan lacked true competence and was notoriously sharp-tongued, garnering little affection from his colleagues. Yet, owing to his connection as a classmate of the company's owner, he had secured the role of supervisor. Using intimidation to keep ordinary employees in line. In the past, Su Kuan had often turned a blind eye to his son's bullying of Liang Chen. But now that Liang Chen had risen to prominence, it was time to confront Su Kuan and settle old grievances. Having made up his mind, Liang Chen drove straight to the company. He was eager to see how Su Kuan would handle him this time. Fatty was right. Upon Liang Chen's arrival, he could hear Su Kuan's furious voice echoing from afar. What is the matter with Liang Chen? He is absent without leave and thinks he can get away with it? Su Kuan fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Fatty, nearly poking him in the nose. Supervisor Su, I just called him, and he is on his way, Fatty replied, trying to placate the irate supervisor, although he had little regard for Su Kuan himself. What do you mean he is on his way? It sounds to me like he doesn't want to work. Call him and tell him not to bother coming. He should pack his things and get out. Su Kuan shouted, his anger escalating. We have a visit from President Wang and President Fang today, and this boy dares to skip work. What a disgrace. Please don't be angry. I'll call him right now. Fatty said, feeling his courage wane under Su Kuan's wrath as he reached for his phone. Don't bother. I'm already here. Liang Chen's voice boomed from the entrance, just as Fatty was about to dial. Chapter 99. Su Kuan's outrage. Chen. You finally made it. Fatty sighed in relief upon seeing Liang Chen. Come over here, Su Kuan, with a stern expression, shouted at Liang Chen. Fatty, sensing the tension, intended to caution Liang Chen against confronting Su Kuan directly. However, Liang Chen merely smiled faintly at him and strode confidently towards Su Kuan. Humph. Liang Chen, what is your problem? You couldn't handle the copywriting job, and now you dare to skip work without notice. If you don't want to work, then get lost, Su Kuan bellowed, determined to assert his authority over Liang Chen in front of all the staff. Today, he was intent on teaching Liang Chen a lesson for all to see. Isn't this kid supposed to be impressive? Is he wealthy? Didn't he spend a fortune on a woman's private room? But no matter how impressive he is, this is still my territory. I can deal with him however I please. Indeed, Supervisor Su, you are absolutely correct. I truly don't wish to work anymore, Liang Chen replied, completely unfazed by Su Kuan's intimidation, his sharp gaze locking onto his opponent. However, whether I want to continue working or not is not for you to decide. What do you mean? Su Kuan's eyes narrowed in anger. Being challenged publicly by Liang Chen infuriated him, as the supervisor. He was used to being feared and respected, holding sway over the employment of every worker in the company. Yet, here was Liang Chen, a man he had always belittled, daring to confront him. Liang Chen? We cannot tolerate insubordinate employees like you. You're fired. Get out now, Su Kuan shouted, his face flushed with rage. Su Kuan, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I just said? Liang Chen replied, dismissively. I made it very clear that whether I want to continue working is not something you can dictate. The commotion had drawn the attention of all the employees, who were astonished to witness Liang Chen, typically unnoticed, standing up to Su Kuan. Whispers of disbelief filled the room. Though Liang Chen had performed admirably at the last company gathering, the fact remained that Su Kuan, as supervisor, wielded the power of life and death over the employees. Was Liang Chen truly willing to risk it all? However, as they considered Liang Chen's newfound wealth, they began to understand he had transformed into a person of means and would hardly be concerned about a few thousand in salary. In his position, they might have acted with equal boldness. Su Kuan felt his authority severely challenged, his face turning a deep shade of crimson as he struggled to find his words. Security! Security! In his fury, Su Kuan finally regained his composure and shouted toward the door. What are you waiting for? Get him out of here. Yes, right away. The two security guards exchanged glances, reluctantly approaching Liang Chen. In truth, everyone is within the same company, and the two security guards share a cordial relationship with Liang Chen. Deep down, they have no desire to chase him away. However, under the oppressive authority of Su Kuan, they feel compelled to comply in order to safeguard their jobs. Chapter 100. Collective Sabotage. Liang Chen? At this moment, Su's supervisor remains infuriated. Do you think you could? Although the guards were sent to expel Liang Chen, their demeanor was surprisingly gentle as they urged him to leave. May I ask, what is your salary as security personnel in this company? Despite being ordered to vacate, Liang Chen remained unhurried, smiling as he inquired. Up 5,000. The two guards exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Liang Chen's intent, and could only answer truthfully. Oh, and what about other companies? What is the salary there for security? Liang Chen continued to smile, maintaining his composure. It's about the same. The guards responded again with confusion, unable to fathom Liang Chen's motives. In reality, not only were the two guards bewildered, but Su Kuan was also taken aback. What on earth is happening? I've ordered you to leave, and yet you still have the leisure to discuss salaries with the guards? Do you wish to become one of them? Gentlemen, a monthly salary of 5,000 translates to an annual income of merely 60,000. If I were to offer each of you 50,000 now to resign and join another company, would you be willing? Just as Su Kuan and the guards were grappling with the situation, Liang Chen, with a beaming smile, continued his inquiries. What is going on? Upon hearing Liang Chen's proposal, the guards were once more left speechless. Their mouths agape, unsure of how to respond. To receive an entire year's salary to resign and seek employment elsewhere? Surely, anyone with a sound mind would find it difficult to refuse, even amidst the current job market's pressures. Transitioning to a new company and securing suitable employment is by no means insurmountable. We would be willing. Absolutely. The two guards, not lacking in intelligence, eagerly agreed, seeing Liang Chen audaciously attempting to sway his guards. Su Kuan was furious. He neglected to reprimand the traitorous guards, instead glaring at Liang Chen and bellowing, Liang Chen, what the hell do you mean by this? It means nothing. I merely wish to guide my colleagues away from this den of despair. Liang Chen's expression remained calm and composed as he turned his gaze to the other employees. If anyone wishes to leave this company and seek new opportunities, you may come to me for a year's salary. Upon hearing these words, a collective gasp erupted as if struck by thunder, leaving every employee in a state of shock. Though the company is modest, it employs at least 30 to 40 individuals, each earning an average annual salary of around 100,000. If everyone were to resign en masse, Liang Chen would need to produce at least 4 to 5 million. They could hardly fathom that the usually unassuming Liang Chen could unleash such formidable power. You, Liang Chen, you are inciting rebellion. As the crowd fell silent in response to Liang Chen's bombshell revelation, Su Kuan was both astonished and enraged. He was acutely aware that if all employees left, The company would struggle to recruit experienced workers in the short term. Even if it did not collapse immediately, it would suffer considerable damage. His authority within the company was derived solely from the boss's backing. If the company's interests were harmed, the boss would undoubtedly hold him accountable, marking the end of Su Kuan's good fortune. Inciting rebellion? Although Su Kuan was seething, Liang Chen regarded him with a look of indifference. Cold as ice. Su Kuan, you should examine yourself. The chaos you've caused will lead to an uprising eventually, even if I weren't here. Su Kuan's face flushed with rage, his eyes burning red. Yet he could not articulate a response. In truth, there was a way to prevent the staff from leaving. Seemingly oblivious to Su Kuan's fury, Liang Chen continued with steady composure. If you resign voluntarily, leaving the company, everything will be just fine. You're talking nonsense. Su Kuan, agitated, began to stomp his feet, shaking his fists as he roared, Kid, if I don't ruin you today, I want to bear the surname Su. Old Su, what is happening? Why are you so enraged? Just as the tension escalated, a resonant voice thundered through the assembly. Chapter 101. All blamed Su Kuan, that bastard. As the voice resonated, everyone turned to see two middle-aged men approaching side by side. The speaker, known to all, was the company's owner, Liang Chen. The other man was unfamiliar to most employees aside from Su Kuan. Presidently Manager Fong. Upon sighting the two, Su Kuan's expression momentarily froze, quickly recovering as he abandoned Liang Chen to ingratiate himself. Gentlemen, a junior employee is being disobedient. I am currently disciplining him. Presidently, this minor issue need not trouble you. I will handle it. Oh? Liang Chen glanced at Liang Chen, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, but since Manager Fong is present, please handle this matter appropriately and avoid making a fool of him. After speaking, Liang Chen adopted a nonchalant demeanor, addressing Manager Fong. Manager Fong, these are mere trifles. Su will take care of them. Please, come to my office. Liang Chen, being the company's president, viewed Liang Chen merely as an ordinary employee, hardly worth mention. As for Su Kuan, being his old classmate, he would naturally favor Su. Just as Liang Chen intended to invite Manager Fong into his office, he noticed that Fong had completely disregarded him and was eagerly approaching Liang Chen, grasping his hand warmly. Young brother, it's you? How wonderful. I haven't had the chance to thank you for the last incident. I've been trying to find you but to no avail, Manager Fong. It was just a small matter. Not worth mentioning, Liang Chen replied calmly, shaking Fong's hand. Upon their initial meeting, Liang Chen recognized Fong as the father from the recent incident involving a missing child. It was no small matter. Without your assistance, my wife and I might never have seen Xiao Hao again. However, I still do not know your name. Fong, filled with gratitude, held Liang Chen's hand tightly, reluctant to release it. What is happening? The sight of Liang Chen and Fong's warm interaction left Liang Chen, Su Kuan, and the other employees utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Liang Chen and Manager Fong were acquaintances? Moreover, it seemed Liang Chen had rendered a favor to Fong. Liang Chen's brow furrowed deeply. It was essential to note that Fong Junbi was his major investor. Without Fong's patronage, his company could not survive. Yet now, this ordinary employee, Liang Chen, was closely linked to Fong. While this should have been advantageous, it was problematic that Liang Chen had previously displayed disdain towards Liang Chen. It's all Su Kuan's fault. Had it not been for him, I wouldn't have neglected Liang Chen. Liang Chen's irritation mounted as he quickly shifted his anger towards Su Kuan. At that moment, Su Kuan was feeling equally miserable. Beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead, but he had no time to wipe them away. As the company's supervisor, he understood Fong Junbi's significance. Usually, he sought favor with Fong, but now he had unwittingly offended this esteemed individual. All of this stemmed from his inability to recognize Liang Chen's potential. Just as Su Kuan grappled with his guilt, he caught Liang Chen's icy glare directed at him. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and apologize to Manager Fong. Typically arrogant, Su Kuan now felt utterly humiliated. Yet, losing face was of little consequence. Preserving his job was paramount. Yes, Su Kuan replied, shamefaced, bowing to Fong Junbi, and cautiously pleaded, Manager Fong, it's entirely my fault for not recognizing your stature. Please forgive me, considering my ignorance. Silence. Fong Junbi interrupted Su Kuan's apology with a cold snort. You've offended Liang Chen. What use is it to apologize to me? Yes. Su Kuan's expression turned ghastly, and he could only meekly look towards Liang Chen. Liang. Young Master Liang, it's all my fault. There's no need to say more, Liang Chen interjected decisively, stating bluntly. As I mentioned before, if you wish for peace within the company, you must resign. Upon hearing this, Su Kuan's face drained of color, his lips quivering, desperate to articulate something, but unable to utter a word. In despair, he cast a pleading glance at Liang Chen. Chapter 102. Such individuals must be eliminated. Seeing Su Kuan's expression, Liang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wished to intercede on Su Kuan's behalf, yet he hesitated, turning his inquiring gaze toward Feng Junbi. Manager Feng. What do you suggest? Whatever Liang Chen wishes, Feng Junbi asserted firmly. At this moment, Feng Junbi showed no consideration for Liang Chen, forcefully waving his arm while half-warning, half-threatening. Liang Chen, I have long heard that there are significant issues within your company's management, and seeing it today confirms my suspicions. How could a company thrive when someone like Su Kuan, who bullies others with his authority, is allowed into the management? If you do not remove him today, our future cooperation will cease. Liang Chen, taken aback by these words, quickly expressed his stance. You are absolutely right, Mr. Feng. Such a person must be eliminated. It must be done. With that, Liang Chen turned and adopted a businesslike demeanor. Gesturing to Su Kuan, go to the finance department to collect your salary for this month and leave immediately. Su Kuan gasped in shock. He was well aware of his favorable treatment within the company. Losing his job today would leave him searching for a similar position elsewhere. With a pale face and a sorrowful expression, he pleaded with Liang Chen. Li Zong, please consider our past as classmates. However, Liang Chen would not allow him to finish, firmly refusing. There is nothing to discuss. You must go. Although he wished to spare Su Kuan for the sake of their shared history, he did not want to jeopardize his relationship with Feng Junbi. A significant benefactor, Su Kuan's lips trembled as he sought to plead once more, but knowing his dismissal was inevitable, he could only lower his head in resignation. Given Su Kuan's usual harshness, the other employees showed no sympathy. Some even relished his downfall. However, reflecting on Su Kuan's intentions to harm Liang Chen only to be ousted himself, the employees felt a sense of irony. Meanwhile, their views on Liang Chen's capabilities underwent a profound transformation. Mr. Feng and Mr. Liang, I have acted according to your wishes. I wonder if there are any shortcomings. Please feel free to correct me. After Su Kuan's dismissal, Liang Chen adopted a flattering demeanor, smiling at Liang Chen and Feng Junbi. Feng Junbi said nothing, but Liang Chen took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Liang Chen. Li boss, this is my resignation letter. Please approve it. Resignation letter? Liang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Even Feng Junbi looked puzzled at Liang Chen. Liang Chen had been performing well in the company. Why would he resign? If it was due to Su Kuan, who had now been dismissed, there was even less reason for him to leave. Mr. Liang, you are young and accomplished. You are the backbone of our company. I was just thinking of promoting you to a new supervisor. If you resign, the company will surely face dire straits. Liang Chen, perceptive as always, recognized the depth of Liang Chen's connection with Feng Junbi. By reinstating Liang Chen, he believed he could secure his relationship with this benefactor. Upon hearing Liang Chen's intention to resign, Liang Chen's expression turned grave. How could he possibly approve? Perhaps due to their earlier tension, Liang Chen realized he lacked any authority over Liang Chen and quickly cast a pleading glance at Feng Junbi. Liang Chen, why would you resign when you were doing so well? Feng Junbi also inquired, perplexed. All gatherings eventually come to an end. Mr. Li, there is no need to keep me. Liang Chen replied enigmatically, feigning depth. Well, if you wish to leave, I want to insist. That Liang Chen conceded, nodding reluctantly, and then asked with a humble tone. However, with the supervisor position now vacant, could you recommend a suitable candidate? That I can certainly do. Liang Chen smiled at this, his gaze sweeping over the employees present. Upon meeting Liang Chen's eyes, many felt a wave of apprehension, wondering if they would be the chosen one. Among the crowd, 3 individuals harbored particularly complex feelings: the fatty, Lin Yulua, and Zhou Bingrua. The fatty understood his own limitations. He was merely someone who coasted through life without ambition. His relationship with Liang Chen made him anxious that Liang Chen might show favoritism and recommend him for the supervisor role, which would be disastrous. Thus, he kept blinking at Liang Chen, signaling not to choose him. Lin Yulua, sharp and capable, did possess some leadership qualities. She aspired to advance, but only wanted to do so on her own merit. Indifferent to whether Liang Chen would recommend her. Therefore, when their eyes met, she responded with a calm smile. Zhou Bingrua's feelings were undoubtedly the most complicated. She had initially thought to leave behind her unambitious boyfriend Liang Chen for the wealthy Su Jieqiao, only to discover Liang Chen had transformed into a man of means, leaving her in regret. At this moment, she desperately wished to reconcile with Liang Chen, but his cold demeanor dissuaded her. Reluctantly, she settled for hoping Liang Chen might remember their past and elevate her. As Liang Chen's gaze swept across the room, every heart raced with anticipation. Time passed agonizingly. Let it be her. Finally, amidst the tense atmosphere, Liang Chen pointed towards Lin Yulua. Upon seeing Liang Chen's finger directed at Lin Yulua, the fatty exhaled in relief, his earlier anxiety dissipating. The others, though somewhat disappointed, felt no animosity. It was clear Lin Yulua was the most qualified candidate for the supervisor position. However, the reactions of Lin Yulua and Zhou Bingrua were notably distinct. Both women turned their eyes toward Liang Chen simultaneously, but their expressions conveyed entirely different meanings. Lin Yulua's gaze was gentle, filled with trust and gratitude, while Zhou Bingrua's eyes reflected sorrow and profound loss. It was evident that no matter her attempts at redemption, Liang Chen would not forgive her. Their paths would inevitably diverge. All right, since Mr. Liang has made the recommendation, it is settled. After scanning the room, Li Anren nodded and announced with clarity, I hereby declare that the new supervisor of the company will be Lin Yulua. As soon as Li Anren's declaration was made, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. The employees cheered and congratulated Lin Yulua, particularly the fatty, whose reaction was especially exuberant. Meanwhile, Zhou Bingrua stood frozen like a forgotten puppet in the corner, watching the celebration unfold around her. Liang Chen, however, did not spare her a glance, walking directly toward Lin Yulua. Liang Chen, thank you for your trust in me. As she looked at Liang Chen approaching, Lin Yulua's eyes sparkled with tears. She did not particularly care about the supervisor position, but valued Liang Chen's faith in her. This feeling, whether toward Liang Chen or herself, was subtle and precisely what she had hoped for. Do your best. I believe you will excel. Liang Chen smiled gently at Lin Yulua, saying little more. As evening approached, Fang Junbi laughed heartily and stepped forward. Brother Liang, I have yet to properly thank you for the last incident. Since fate has brought us together again, allow me to express my gratitude. I happen to have a banquet tonight, attended by prominent figures in the city. You must join me. Let me introduce you. Clearly, as a notable entrepreneur in Shenhushi, Fang Junbi was himself a person of significance, mingling with the upper echelons of society. Although Li Anren was the owner of a small company with grand ambitions, he had long sought to align himself with Fang Junbi, hoping for an invitation to such high-profile events. However, in Fang Junbi's eyes, Li Anren was merely an inconsequential businessman, and he had always politely declined. Li Anren could hardly fathom that the very gathering he so coveted was now being offered to Liang Chen. A wave of awe washed over Li Anren as he regarded Liang Chen, anxiety gnawing at him. If it had been he who offended Fang Junbi earlier, his small company would surely struggle to survive in Shenhushi. Well then, since you are so gracious, I can only humbly accept. Grasping Fang Junbi's hand and meeting his eager gaze, Liang Chen smiled and nodded. In his previous life as an impoverished individual, Liang Chen would have had no interest in attending such gatherings. It would only have made him feel uncomfortable. Yet now, as a man of means, he found it essential to experience the pleasures of the upper class. Very well, Brother Liang. It is settled then. Upon hearing Liang Chen's agreement, Fang Junbi was filled with immense joy. Grasping his hand tightly, he said, At 7 o'clock this evening, my dear brother, I will be at King Mengshuan. Let us not part ways, King Mengshuan. As soon as Fang Junbi mentioned the name of the restaurant, Liang Chen remained unfazed, but Li Anren, standing beside him, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Having navigated the business world in Shenhe for many years, Li Anren was well aware of the weighty significance behind the seemingly poetic name of King Mengshuan. Rather than merely a restaurant, it was more accurately described as an exclusive high-end private club. Although King Mengshuan offered dining, lodging, and even some upscale entertainment options, it held exceedingly high standards for its clientele. In other words, only those deemed cultured, with status and standing, were permitted to enter and enjoy the privileges of the establishment. Thus, only genuine dignitaries could cross the threshold of Qing Mengshan. As for the uncouth nouveau riche or ordinary folk, no matter how much money they might possess, they would find it nearly impossible to step foot inside. Seeing Li Anren's startled expression, Liang Chen merely chuckled, for the primary reason was his blissful ignorance of King Mengshuan's stature. Had he been aware, his composure would likely have dissipated. All right, it's settled then, my brother Fang, I shall see you tonight. After bidding farewell to Fang Junbi and his companions, Liang Chen left the company and drove back to his hotel. Chapter 105. Who dares to challenge, shall be a son. A few moments later, a dazzling blue Bentley, nearly blinding in its brilliance, entered the parking lot of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong. Welcome back, young Master Liang. The hotel escorters and attendants, upon seeing the arrival of the car, displayed expressions of joy, their smiles radiant, akin to courtiers welcoming a royal. Although many luxury vehicles frequented the hotel, including those worth millions, none received the same level of respect as Liang Chen. The reason for this was simple. Liang Chen did not carry himself with the arrogance typical of the wealthy. He treated the staff with courtesy and often rewarded them generously. Upon exiting the car and entering the hotel, Liang Chen noticed the premises were relatively empty during the day and with Xie Sichuan on a day off. He made his way directly to his presidential suite. With nothing pressing to attend to, Liang Chen activated his mental interface, connecting to the network. Ding! You have received a new message. As soon as the Mo Air software in his mind opened, several notification windows popped up. Upon reading them, Liang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out the messages were from the young master of the Liu family. Liu family young master? Wasn't that Liu Shuhua? Recalling the last encounter at the French restaurant, where he had dealt a blow to this spoiled brat and publicly undermined him, Liang Chen found it amusing. However, how did this fellow manage to acquire his Mo Air account? After all, he had disclosed not a hint of his identity during their last meeting. Kid, you think you're impressive? My Liu Shuhua's dog is someone you can just toy with? Don't think that because you can shower that female streamer with tens of thousands, you are wealthy. In my eyes, you are nothing. If you dare, challenge me. Whoever hesitates to engage is but a coward. Liang Chen, puzzled, opened the message. After reading Liu Shuhua's content, he finally understood. It appeared Liu Shuhua was attempting to defend Liu Donglai. He likely would never have envisioned that the individual he was competing with online, known as the uninterested cat, was none other than the one he despised the most. Liang Chen. Had he known, he surely would have exploded with rage. As Liang Chen read through Liu Shuhua's barrage of messages, a smirk of disdain crept onto his lips, and he promptly responded with a message accepting the challenge. Yet, to his surprise, the system indicated that the other party had already blocked him, refusing to receive any of his messages. What the heck? Such audacity? Liang Chen chuckled at the absurdity of it all. This Liu Shuhua was indeed a rare specimen, first provoking him and then employing the tactic of blocking Liang Chen's responses, merely to satisfy his own ego. Dealing with such a person, Liang Chen knew that taking him seriously would only diminish his own stature. Discarding Liu Shuhua's messages, he noticed that Xie Sichuan had not logged on. Just as Liang Chen prepared to browse Mo Air idly, he saw that the official channel was pushing out reward announcements to all users, supreme and boundless. Love for the world. Congratulations to user Liu Family Young Master for gifting Song Jai the Happiness Ferris Wheel. User Liu Family Young Master had sent the Happiness Ferris Wheel in Song Jai's livestream, igniting admiration from all fans, urging everyone to come and witness. The official channel continued to release several such announcements, indicating that Liu Shuhua had already gifted a staggering sum of 70 to 80,000 in Song Jai's livestream. Observing the flurry of messages, Liang Chen couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had not sufficiently dealt with this fellow last time, as he was now returning for more. He wondered how he would handle Liu Shuhua this time. As for Song Jai, Liang Chen was no stranger to her, given his frequent presence on Mo Air. The platform had a ranking for generous givers, known as the Top 10 Young Masters, and various rankings for female streamers, among which the most renowned and authoritative was the Top 10 Goddesses list. Song Jai stood proudly in the third position on that list. Chapter 106, Goddess-level streamer. As a renowned goddess-level streamer, Song Jai attracted countless wealthy suitors. Indeed, whenever she went live, throngs of viewers flocked to her stream, creating a spectacle rivaling any concert. Liu Shuhua, with his considerable wealth, had showered her with gifts totaling 70 to 80,000 within merely half an hour of her broadcast. Such lavish spending was a rarity on the Mo Air platform. Wow, young Master Liu is truly extravagant, gifting so many happiness Ferris wheels. He is indeed a model for our generation. What are you even saying? You're a nobody, while young Master Liu is a tycoon. How dare you compare yourself to him? Have you no shame? Jai, young Master Liu is so deeply infatuated with you. Heaven bears witness. You must not remain indifferent. Indeed, Sister Jai, if I were you, I would have been moved by young Master Liu's genuine affection and would have already embraced him. As Liang Chen entered Song Jai's live stream, he was immediately bombarded by the sycophantic comments flooding the screen. Damn it, what do they think of themselves? How shamelessly they worship the wealthy. Jai, my devotion to you is as boundless as the heavens. You must know, I dream of you every night, and without you, I cannot bear to live. Jai, grant me but one chance. Share your address, and I will arrive in my Ferrari to take you out for a romantic dinner and a joyride. As the stream filled with the nonsensical ramblings of love-struck admirers, Liu Shuhua reveled in the attention, continuously sending fixed messages to express his admiration for Song Jai. One could not deny that Song Jai was indeed a stunningly beautiful girl, even without filters or beauty enhancements. As a wealthy scion, Liu Shuhua prided himself on having seen countless beauties. Yet he found it difficult to genuinely fall for any of them. However, with Song Jiayi, he was utterly captivated in his pursuit of her. He had spared no expense in showering her with gifts and had shown no mercy to any rivals attempting to win her favor. Yet, despite his best efforts, Song Jiayi remained aloof, like an ethereal being untouched by the mundane, leaving Lu Shuhua in a state of torment. While Lu Shuhua basked in his self-satisfied delusion, Song Jiayi's expression soured as she observed his arrogant proclamations on the screen. Unlike most female streamers, her motives for becoming a streamer were quite different. Coming from a wealthy family, both her parents held high executive positions in a publicly traded company, earning substantial salaries. As the only daughter, she had received a fine education, mastering various arts and crafts, and was renowned as a talented individual in her city. Song Jiayi pursued streaming not for monetary gain but to showcase her talents to a wider audience, hoping to find like-minded individuals. However, instead of kindred spirits, she encountered a slew of lecherous individuals, including the likes of Lu Shuhua, which was utterly distasteful. Though she found Lu Shuhua repugnant, her upbringing had instilled in her the values of politeness and restraint, preventing her from outright rejecting him. Thus, she remained silent, secretly hoping for someone to appear and deflate Lu Shuhua's inflated ego. If such a person did not arrive, she would have no choice but to close her stream permanently, bidding farewell to the space that allowed her to express her artistry. Supreme and boundless love for the world. Congratulations to user Uninterested Cat for gifting Song Jiayi the happiness Ferris wheel. Just as Song Jiayi silently prayed for a savior, a notification popped up in the stream. Uninterested Cat. This is not the extravagant tycoon who threw caution to the wind in a newcomer-esque live stream just yesterday, is it? Upon noticing this pop-up, Song Jiayi was taken aback, only to swiftly come to her senses. As a streamer, she was undoubtedly well acquainted with the dynamics of her industry. The previous clash between the frugal cat and the wealthy master had already sent ripples through the entire Amoer streaming community. It was impossible for Song Jiayi to remain oblivious. Chapter 107. A new round of extravagance, unprecedented. Wow, I thought it was someone else. It turns out the cat master has arrived. Haha, the cat master truly exudes an impressive aura. Upon entering the live stream, he silently dropped a happy Ferris wheel, a remarkable gesture indeed. The cat master is so straightforward. Cat master, I am your devoted admirer. Please accept my humble respect. Liang Chen casually gifted a happy Ferris wheel, immediately causing a stir in the live stream and throughout the Amoer platform. After all, everyone remembered how this frugal cat had once showered a newcomer streamer with hundreds of thousands, outshining the wealthy master in a display of opulence, supreme and boundless love for the world. Congratulations to the user Frugal Cat for gifting Song Jiayi a happy Ferris wheel. The user Frugal Cat sent a happy Ferris wheel in Song Jiayi's live stream, inciting admiration from all fans, urging everyone to come and witness. Liang Chen, ignoring the flattery, swiftly sent out several happy Ferris wheels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. People began to count along with Liang Chen's gifts, and astonishingly, the number matched exactly that of Lu Shuhua's previous contribution. Incredible! Truly deserving of the title of a lavish spender, the cat master made an entrance that struck straight to the heart. A battle of extravagance. This was undoubtedly a new round, one that could be deemed unparalleled in Amoer's history. Consequently, the already vibrant live stream of Song Jiayi felt akin to a superstar meet and greet, as a tidal wave of viewers surged in. How dare you provoke me, wretch? Do you know who I am? Liang Chen's assertive emergence quickly overshadowed Lu Shuhua's presence. Unable to tolerate this, Lu Shuhua's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he unleashed a barrage of invective through fixed pop-ups. Which pitiful creature crawled out from the gutter? Don't think that just because you gifted a few 100,000 you can compare yourself to me. Let me tell you, I have plenty of money. I've gifted several million on this Amoer platform, even setting a record of 1 million in a single session. You dare challenge me? If you have money, come and compete with me. If not, get lost. I'm busy and have no time for your babble. Lu Shuhua's vitriol was abruptly silenced by a powerful pop-up from Liang Chen. The audience was left dumbfounded by this exchange. Indeed, this frugal cat was fierce. When he chose to speak, his words struck like a heavy blow. Witnessing Liang Chen's swift retort not only drew the audience's attention but also prompted Song Jiayi to chuckle in delight. She had long awaited someone to step forth like a hero and deliver a crushing blow to Lu Shuhua's arrogance. To her surprise, that person appeared so quickly. It was a gratifying turn of events. You insolent brat, don't get cocky. All right then, since you seek your own demise, don't blame me for being merciless. Come on, today, I'll expose your true colors. If I don't beat you to a pulp, I'm not Lu. Facing humiliation in front of Song Jiayi, Lu Shihao became increasingly enraged. He shouted incessantly, nearly dragging Liang Chen out to exact vengeance, supreme and boundless love for the world. Congratulations to user Lu Family Young Master for gifting Song Jiayi a happy Ferris wheel. The user Lu Family Young Master sent a happy Ferris wheel in Song Jiayi's livestream, inciting admiration from all fans, urging everyone to come and witness. At this moment, Lu Shihao was seething with rage, his temper flaring. Without hesitation, he began to shower the live stream with happy Ferris wheels. With a family fortune exceeding 100 million, his monthly allowance was tens of thousands. He had lived a life of unrestrained extravagance. Previously, Lu Shihao had encountered other wealthy young lords on the Emoru platform, yet none had managed to defeat him. He was determined not to believe that this frugal cat could possibly compete with him. Chapter 108. The Cat Master's counterattack. Lu Shihao calculated that Liang Chen had sent a total of 8 happy Ferris wheels. To defeat this challenger, he knew he must double his gifts. Without hesitation, Lu Shihao's fingers flew as he sent 16 happy Ferris wheels with flair. Lu Young Master is indeed impressive. His contributions are remarkable. It seems the Cat Master may be in trouble this time. Indeed, who can deny it? Lu Young Master has even set a record for 1 million in gifts. Perhaps he might break his own record this time. As for the Cat Master, can he truly compete with such wealth? Come on, don't underestimate the Cat Master. He is quite capable. He gifted hundreds of thousands last time, perhaps even more this time. With Lu Shihao's bold move, the livestream erupted in a frenzy of speculation. Yet, due to Liang Chen's previous impressive performance, the audience refrained from underestimating him. Nonetheless, the majority leaned towards Lu Shihao as the likely victor, especially given his record-breaking generosity. While the frugal cat was indeed an unexpected contender, prevailing seemed exceedingly difficult. This sentiment was shared not only by the audience but also by Song Jiayi, who felt a pang of disappointment for Liang Chen. Thank you, frugal cat. Perhaps it would be best to let this go. Song Jiayi worried for Liang Chen and was about to offer him an escape route, but before she could finish her thought, the computer screen erupted with spectacular effects, supreme and boundless love for the world. Congratulations to user frugal cat for gifting Song Jiayi a happy Ferris wheel. Oh my, the frugal cat has countered, and this counterattack is astonishing. 32. The frugal cat has gifted 32 happy Ferris wheels in one go. Since Lu Young Master has opened the floodgates of doubling gifts, I might as well play along. After all, I have plenty of money. Even if I spend a few million here, it's merely a game. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Shihao was left utterly stunned by the barrage of dazzling effects, his mind buzzing, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Where did this frugal cat come from? Was he prepared to go toe-to-toe? At that moment, not only was Lu Shihao dumbstruck, but the entire audience was left agape, caught in a state of bewilderment. The frugal cat, the Cat Master, was indeed formidable. Now that the Cat Master had accepted the challenge, all eyes were on how Lu Shihao would respond. Thus, the live stream, which had just been bustling with nearly 10,000 fans, was now enveloped in a heavy silence. Behind every computer and phone screen, pairs of eager eyes were intently focused on the unfolding drama. Would Lu Young Master dare to double his gifts to 64 million? This thought filled the audience with anticipation, and even Song Jiayi felt her heart racing. As previously mentioned, her motivation for live streaming was not financial gain. Even if Lu Young Master truly gifted her 64 million, she wouldn't find joy in it. At this moment, she hoped that Lu Young Master would withdraw. After all, his character was atrocious, and she had grown weary of this uneducated scion. She wished to avoid any further pretense with him. Chapter 109. The game is not over yet, of course. Another significant reason for her sentiment was her realization that the frugal cat and Lu Young Master were not cut from the same cloth. She did not wish to see the frugal cat humiliated. If Lu Young Master truly gifted 64 million, the frugal cat would have to retaliate with an equal amount. Such a battle of extravagance was certainly beyond what he could bear. In the midst of this tense silence, each person held their own thoughts. However, the one most profoundly shaken was undoubtedly Lu Shihao. Go be candid. Although his account still had several 100,000 left, it fell short of the 64 million mark. Moreover, 64 million was no small sum. Even though he had previously gifted 1 million, he had faced severe reprimands from his father afterward, resulting in months without his allowance. Furthermore, if he impulsively gifted that amount now, what if the other party was resolute in holding their ground? Wouldn't that mean his money would be wasted? The more Lu Shihao pondered, the more he felt a sense of dread creeping in. Realizing he might not be able to handle this situation, After considerable contemplation, Lu Shihao could no longer withstand the pressure and decided to send a private message to Liang Chen. My friend, I believe it is unnecessary for us to engage in such a life-and-death struggle. With your bravado, you must surely be one of us in this circle, perhaps even an acquaintance, instead of this rivalry. Why not resolve it privately? Next time, I shall treat you to a meal. How does that sound? Haha. Upon receiving Lu Shihao's text, Liang Chen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. This fellow had been so arrogant just moments ago, not only insulting him through private messages but also blocking him. Now, how quickly he had cowered. Ha! Want to negotiate? Not a chance. I have yet to tire of this game. If you possess wealth, come and compete with me. If not, then be gone. I am far too busy to listen to your incessant prattle. With a cold sneer, Liang Chen immediately copied his earlier message verbatim and sent it back. How dare you? This is simply intolerable. Fuming with rage, Lu Shihao leapt to his feet, nearly smashing his expensive laptop worth several tens of thousands. You have chosen your demise. Today I shall ensure your ruin. With clenched teeth, he hastily opened his account and clicked to send 64 happiness Ferris wheels to Songjai, then confirmed the payment. However, despite his confirmation, a pop-up appeared. Sorry, esteemed user, your balance is insufficient. Insufficient balance? How dare it? At such a critical moment, I find myself confronted with a lack of funds. Lu Shihao was seething with fury, quickly checking his account, only to discover a mere 400,000 remaining, over 200,000 short. Damn it, my expenses this month have been exorbitant. I have already spent 400,000 to 500,000 and have yet to reach the month's end. Fuming with frustration, yet maintaining his pride, Lu Shihao refused to settle for a meager 40,000 in rewards. Such an amount would hardly serve to crush Liang Chen. If he intended to dominate, he must double the reward, ensuring that the unrefined feline would be utterly overwhelmed. After much deliberation, he finally resolved to borrow money. What is 20,000? A mere drop in the bucket compared to my previous dining expenditures with friends. With a plethora of acquaintances, I shall have no trouble acquiring the funds. Just wait, I shall ensure your utter disgrace. With determination, Lu Shihao gritted his teeth and began dialing numbers. Chapter 110. This fellow must be insane. Hello, Li Xiao. How have you been? My friend, I find myself in a tight spot. Could you lend me some money? Just 30,000. What? You can't? Hello? Hello? Hey, Wu Gu. I urgently need some cash. Can you lend me 30,000? I'll pay you back next month. What? You're in Africa. Hey, Wang, you owe me 50,000 from before. It's time to settle up. Lu Shihao clutched his phone, dialing numerous numbers. Yet, upon mentioning his need for a loan, those once jovial companions at the drinking table either feigned ignorance or turned their backs on him. Even those indebted to him fled faster than rabbits. Damn it, a pack of fair-weather friends. If I ever associate with you again, I shall no longer bear the surname Lu. Furious, Lu Shihao smashed his recently purchased iPhone 10 to smithereens. What now? Unable to borrow money? Must I simply endure this humiliation? For a moment, he stood there, seething with rage, when suddenly Liang Chen's taunts pierced through his fury. Lu Dasha, running low on funds, unable to reward me. Fear not. Should you require assistance, I could reward you on your behalf. Just as Lu Shihao was grappling with his predicament, Liang Chen unleashed a barrage of mocking pop-ups. Although Liang Chen's messages dripped with schadenfreude, the audience in the live stream relished the chaos, joining in the uproar. Lu Shihao was beside himself with rage. He could never admit to his financial shortfall, but even if he were to reward every last cent in his account, it would serve no purpose and only expose his lack of funds further. Congratulations to the user Unrefined Feline for rewarding Songjai with a happiness Ferris wheel. The audience is in awe. Hurry and witness this spectacle. As Lu Shihao wrestled with his tumultuous emotions, a cacophony of happiness Ferris wheels erupted in the live stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The special effects resonated on every screen for what felt like an eternity, with the count surpassing 1,000,000. The entire Emoer platform was set ablaze. Truly, the Unrefined Feline was a majestic tycoon, shattering Lu's previous records with effortless ease. Not only were the users on Emoer excited, but even the upper echelons of the platform were stirred. CEO Wu Juxian convened an emergency meeting, broadcasting the event across the internet and designating the user Unrefined Feline as a Crown Supreme member. It is worth noting that this prestigious status afforded exclusive privileges not available to other members. Insanity, utter madness. This fellow must be deranged. Upon witnessing the flurry of Ferris wheel effects on the screen, Lu Shihao's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with both rage and astonishment. He had assumed unrefined feline was merely a nouveau riche who could never surpass him. Yet, to his shock, within mere moments of their confrontation, the opponent had effortlessly tossed out 1,000,000, shattering Lu's proud record. How could he possibly continue now? With this realization, Lu Shiheo's expression soured, his mood growing increasingly despondent. Chapter 111. I gift you a rocket to the heavens, Lu Dasha. How about it? Shall we continue? I am ever ready for a rematch. Are you afraid now? Then scurry away with your tail between your legs. By the way, to expedite your retreat, I shall send you off with a rocket. Ignoring Lu Shiheo's inner turmoil, Liang Chen continued his barrage of pop-ups, leaving Lu's face ashen with rage, wishing he could simply smash his head against the computer screen. What infuriated him further was that this audacious, unrefined feline actually followed through and sent him a rocket. Whoosh! A rocket burst through the screen with a thunderous roar, seemingly aiming directly at him. Congratulations to user Unrefined Feline for gifting Lu Dasha a rocket. The audience is in awe. Hurry and witness this spectacle of wealth. What is happening? As the official channel displayed this announcement, all Amoer users were left dumbfounded. What was this madness? Unrefined Feline was engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Dasha, yet he sent a rocket to his adversary. Such an act was unprecedented in the live-streaming world, especially on the Amoer platform. Grandiosity? No, this was sheer dominance. The act of gifting a rocket to Lu Dasha vividly illustrated the feline's overwhelming superiority. He proclaimed to the world, "You, Lu Dasha, are not my equal. You are unworthy to be my rival. Here is a rocket for you. Go far, far away. Wow, the feline is impressive. Long live the feline. I am a lifelong devotee of your greatness. You command my unwavering loyalty." Liang Chen's display of bravado sent the entire Amoer user base into a frenzy, with countless comments and bullet screens expressing their admiration for the feline's audacity. Undoubtedly, Unrefined Feline had secured his fame through this encounter. Thank you, Cat Brother, for the reward. Cat Brother, thank you. Please message me, and I will share my WeChat ID. Among those most exhilarated was Song Jai. She had longed for someone to vanquish the arrogant Lu Shiheo, but disappointment had always followed. Who would have thought that this time, her knight in shining armor would arrive, trampling all foes underfoot? Haha, Cat Brother, the goddess Jai has reached out to you. Quickly add her on WeChat. Our goddess Jai has never shown interest in anyone. Cat Brother, it seems you have captured her heart. Indeed, goddess Jai, you should serenade our Cat Brother. Sing conquered, haha, you've conquered me. As Jai openly offered her WeChat ID. The livestream viewers erupted in excitement. Adding WeChat is unnecessary, Liang Chen remarked, deliberately teasing the eager audience. I am not so uncouth as Lu Dasha. Jai, let us communicate right here on Amoer, which is quite suitable. With this, Liang Chen continued to shower her with happiness Ferris wheels. Wow, Cat Brother is truly a gentleman, and his character shines in comparison to Lu Dasha, who is nothing in contrast. Exactly. Goddess Jai is fortunate to encounter such an understanding man. I wish I were in her place. As Liang Chen's commentary flowed, the crowd was further captivated. As for Song Jai, her delicate face radiated boundless happiness. Chapter 112. Unable to trace the IP address. The crowd in the live broadcast room was in an uproar, fervently cheering for Liang Chen, completely disregarding Lu Shiheo. Lu Shiheo was seething with rage, yet lacked the courage to confront them, ultimately dejectedly exiting Song Jai's live stream. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling deeply humiliated by today's events. After some contemplation, he decided to call the customer service of the Moer app. Hello, this is the Moer Video Dating Service Center. How may I assist you? I am the young master of the Lu family. Upon hearing the customer service's greeting, Lu Shiheo hurriedly revealed his ID on Moer. The young master of the Lu family? Greetings, you are indeed a VIP member. Lu Shiheo had spent millions on the platform and was also a crown-level member. Hearing that a crown-level member was on the line, the customer service representative's tone became exceedingly respectful. Please check the IP address of the cat that doesn't tea like fish. Crown-level members enjoyed many privileges that ordinary users could hardly imagine, such as accessing information about other users. Lu Shiheo had done this before and was quite familiar with the process. I'm sorry, young Master Lu, but I really cannot fulfill that request. The customer service representative hesitated upon hearing this. Why? What's so difficult about this? Don't forget, I am your crown-level member. If you offend me, can you bear the consequences? Lu Shiheo's voice turned cold as he threatened the representative. The representative furrowed their brows. Although Lu Shiheo was indeed a crown-level member, the cat that doesn't tea like fish had also just achieved that status. It was important to note that the company had an obligation to protect the personal information of its crown-level members. Let us not make this difficult. Just send me your account details, and I'll pay you 400,000. This matter will be known only to us. I assure you I won't tell anyone. Lu Shihao seemed to have guessed what the representative was worried about and immediately offered a bribe. He was determined to obtain the exact address of the cat that doesn't tea like fish, no matter how far away it was, for he intended to take revenge on this audacious young man in reality. All right then, Lu Shihao's assumption was correct. 400,000 was equivalent to several years' salary for the representative, and how could they resist? Young Master Lu, please hold on, I will check for you right away. The representative responded promptly and hastily opened the server to begin searching for Liang Chen's IP address. They had decided to take the risk, knowing that if their superior found out, they might just get fired and would have to find another job. However, with that 400,000 in hand, they could live lavishly for quite some time. How dare you challenge me, humph? What good is bravado online when you're still a nobody in reality? Once I have your address, I will gather a dozen strong men to torment you slowly. While the representative was searching, Lu Shihao reveled in his thoughts. This is impossible. How can this be happening? However, before Lu Shihao could bask in his self-satisfaction, he suddenly heard the representative's incredulous voice on the line. What is going on? Lu Shihao felt a tightening in his chest and asked anxiously. The cat that doesn't tea like fish does not have an IP address displayed. This was utterly unbelievable. What? No IP address? Are you sure? Check again. Lu Shihao's face darkened as he bellowed in frustration that I swear, young Master Lu, I am not deceiving you. The server not only failed to display the other party's IP address, but there wasn't even a shred of valuable information. I suspect that the cat that doesn't tea like fish is a computer expert who has employed some unknown hacking technique to conceal his IP address. Even the most advanced servers cannot intercept his true location. The representative's voice was filled with dismay. They had thought that the 400,000 was within easy reach, but now it felt like a waste. How could this happen? Lu Shihao was left utterly dumbfounded, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to locate Liang Chen's IP address left both the representative and Lu Shihao feeling frustrated. Yet, what they could not comprehend was that the reason they were unable to trace Liang Chen's IP address was not due to his hacking prowess, but rather because Liang Chen was connected to the internet through a thought-based system, thus having no IP address to trace. Fortunately for Lu Shihao, he did not discover that the cat that doesn't tea like fish was actually Liang Chen, the very person who had taken his girlfriend and whom he loathed deeply. Otherwise, he would have surely gone mad with rage. Chapter 113. Fulfill your 3 requests. Lu Shihao sat on the ground in a daze for quite some time, when suddenly a spark of inspiration struck him. Since you are a hacker and I cannot trace your IP, if one person cannot bring you down, can I not enlist another? With that, he scrambled to his feet, picking up the phone he had just thrown aside. Although the screen was cracked, it was still functional. The atmosphere in Songjai's live stream was akin to a boiling cauldron, as those who had previously supported Lu Shihao were now rallying behind Liang Chen. Long live Master Cat. Lu Shihao has been scared away. How majestic. Only Master Cat. Master Cat, let us exchange contact information. We will follow you from now on. I've been unable to stand Lu Shihao's arrogance for a long time. I knew he was just putting on a show. Even female viewers were posting comments like, Master Cat, I like you. I want to bear your child. Liang Chen smirked slightly, unfazed by the chatter, knowing that those who merely followed the crowd lacked any personal conviction. However, at that moment, Songjai suddenly spoke up. Since Master Cat is unwilling to send a private message, I have no particular way to express my gratitude. How about this? You can make 3 requests, and as long as they are reasonable, do not violate societal morals, and are legal, I will agree to them. Wow. Goddess Jai is actually offering to fulfill 3 requests. That's incredible. This is the temptation served right to you. Master Cat is so powerful. My goddess has finally been conquered. Liang Chen's lips curled into a playful smile as he commented, Are you serious? 3 requests that don't violate laws or morals. You must consider this carefully. Master Cat knows how to keep us in suspense. What a clever tactic. Yes, as long as it is legal and ethical. I, Songjai, will agree to your 3 requests. Songjai lightly bit her pink lip, as if she had made a firm decision. Instantly, the barrage of comments erupted. Master Cat 666, Master Cat 666, Master Cat 666. Songjai's live stream was inundated with tens of thousands of fans flooding the screen with Master Cat 666. The rhythm of the comments swept her away, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet the camera's gaze. Seeing Songjai's expression, Liang Chen suddenly felt that this goddess of his was starting to pique his interest. At the same time, he began to contemplate what 3 requests he should propose. By the way, is there a time limit for these 3 requests? While pondering, Liang Chen realized that coming up with 3 requests on the spot was somewhat challenging. Simple requests lack novelty and would be quite dull. Rest assured, Master Cat, these 3 requests have no time constraints. Today, with the witness of these hundreds of thousands of fans in the live stream, whether online or offline, as long as the requests are reasonable, I will agree to them. Song Jai seemed to have made ample preparations when she initially proposed this idea. This is getting interesting. Liang Chen grinned mischievously, finding Song Jai increasingly entertaining. Not only was she poised and elegant, but she also conducted herself with efficiency and grace, devoid of any pretentiousness. The online crowd, comprising a mix of viewers, did not shy away from the escalating excitement, and soon someone shouted out, "Master Cat, have you thought of your 3 requests yet? If not, how about letting 1 request be for all the fans in the live stream?" Following that, a flurry of comments echoed in agreement, with thousands of messages flooding in. Chapter 114. From now on, I will follow Master Cat. Before Liang Chen could respond, a slew of comments appeared on the screen. Master Cat, let the goddess dance. Goddess Jai dances beautifully. Yes, a striptease would be even better. I've never seen one. Let the goddess reveal her measurements. Goddess Jai must be a C cup, right? Much bigger than my wife. She doesn't seem like a C. It should be a D. My own is a C. And compared to Jai's, mine is smaller. Goddess Jai is wearing too many clothes in the live stream. We can't even see a hint of cleavage. The live stream room was filled with chaos, as these comments led the conversation astray. However, this was quite normal for the Moer app, as many illicit platforms hosted such content, and these comments reflected the wishes of those viewers. Actually, Song Jai had grown quite accustomed to it. Often, she would turn a blind eye to the more suggestive remarks, knowing they would soon be overshadowed. Liang Chen smirked slightly, a hint of amusement on his face. In his previous life as a nobody, he too had harbored similar thoughts, but he had long since lost any interest. However, he couldn't deny that Song Jai's figure was indeed captivating. Though she dressed conservatively, it was evident to the eye. Liang Chen understood that Song Jai did not seem like other streamers who flaunted their charms for monetary gain, so he commented, "Let us not be too excessive in our demands. Even as underdogs, we must maintain our moral integrity. Since everyone wishes to see Goddess Jai dance, why not have her sing and dance to learn to meow?" As the Cat Master proclaimed, we must uphold social ethics. Even in poverty, we should possess the same integrity as the Cat Master. The Cat Master is admirable, worthy of our emulation, The Cat Master is far superior to that rustic Lu Xiao. From now on, we shall follow the Cat Master. Goddess Jai, can you sing and dance to learn to meow? Surely, with your many talents, you can. Goddess, perform for us. A flurry of enthusiastic comments flooded the screen. Song Jai smiled, since Brother Cat has made a request, and it neither violates the law nor societal morals. I shall sing and dance to learn to meow for everyone. As she sang and danced, her performance was even sweeter than that of the original artist. Supreme Infinity, love for all. Congratulations to the user cat who doesn't eat fish for gifting Song Jai the happiness Ferris wheel. The user cat who doesn't eat fish sent a happiness Ferris wheel in Song Jai's livestream, prompting admiration from all the fans. Liang Chen also contributed a total of 10 happiness Ferris wheels, amounting to 100,000. Song Jai was taken aback. She hadn't expected this generous gift from Cat who doesn't eat fish after her previous encounter with Lu Xiao. She felt a genuine curiosity to see what this person looked like in real life. Brother Cat, I truly don't know how to thank you. What is your second request? Uncertain of how to express her gratitude, she simply inquired about the next demand. I've sung. I've danced. Now, if there are any other matters, we can discuss the remaining 2 requests later, as long as you don't forget, Goddess. Liang Chen left a message, his mind racing, before exiting the live stream. After all, he had a date that night with high-profile individuals, and he needed to prepare, especially regarding the King Mengshuan venue, which he should familiarize himself with in the moment he returned to reality. Recalling Lu Shiheo's furious expression, Liang Chen couldn't help but smile with a sense of satisfaction. This braggart had entered the live stream with such confidence, only to be bested by him, as the saying goes. Never underestimate anyone. Lu Shiheo was likely fuming by now. Well-deserved after all, who told him to act so arrogantly and provoke Liang Chen? Teaching him a lesson was minor. Attending the gathering was the main affair. With long, straight legs, Liang Chen strode through the presidential suite's bedroom, scrutinizing himself in the mirror of the walk-in closet. What to wear today? Glancing at the understated yet luxurious clothing, Liang Chen realized that he had once been merely a nobody, unbothered by grooming and style. Just as he was pondering, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. The system has located a prestigious stylist, Mike. Would you like to summon Stylist Mike? With that prompt, the options yes and no appeared on the crystal screen. How fortuitous, naturally, he chose yes. Ding. The system has sent an invitation to Mike. Please wait. Stylist Mike will arrive within 5 minutes. 5 minutes. So swift. The system's response filled Liang Chen with delight. He returned to the suite's living room, savoring a glass of imported French red wine on the deep brown leather sofa. Before long, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Come in. The door's unlocked. The person who entered wasn't like the usual barbershop stylists, but a young man impeccably dressed. Though he appeared youthful, every detail of his attire exuded refinement. Checking his watch, it was indeed within 5 minutes of the invitation. Liang Chen wondered how much the system had spent to summon such a stylist so quickly. But for him now, money was merely a number, and he could afford anything. Stylist Mike was accompanied by 2 young and beautiful assistants, one carrying a bespoke suit and the other a makeup kit. Mr. Liang, are you the one who requested the home service? Mike's deep, magnetic voice filled the room, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Liang Chen nodded with a smile. Excellent. Do you have any specific requests for your styling? Nothing much, just keep it understated. I prefer not to draw too much attention. He couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. Understated? That's merely talk. With wealth comes the freedom to be ostentatious. Besides, with money comes power. He wondered if Lu Shihao had the qualifications to enter a prestigious venue like King Mengshuan. The thought of that arrogant brat's expression filled him with irritation, yet recalling Lu Shihao's furious face made him smile again. To avoid being rude in front of this refined man, Liang Chen composed himself. The assistants began to present various suits before him, seemingly tailored for him. Initially skeptical of the stylist's talent, Liang Chen was impressed when the assistants brought a mirror, revealing a reflection that left him in awe. Not bad. Mike received Liang Chen's approval. Although he was a prestigious stylist, encountering a client as unique as Liang Chen was a first. Just half an hour prior, Mike had received a call inviting him to room 1088 at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel to style a client named Lu. However, upon arriving at the hotel entrance, his phone rang with a gentle female voice extending a generous invitation of 200,000 to style a client named Liang in the presidential suite. Normally, Mike was a man of integrity and wouldn't have accepted, but the price difference was too tempting to resist. The Lu client offered only 10,000, while the Liang client had offered 20 times that, a staggering fee in the styling world. Had news of this invitation been made public, it would have caused a sensation throughout the industry. Theo balanced the invitations. Mike decisively sent his top assistant to room 1088 while he personally attended to the presidential suite. Gaining Liang Chen's approval, he smiled politely. Initially expecting a high-paying client to be difficult, he found Liang Chen refreshingly down-to-earth. Mr. Liang, your generosity is commendable. If I do not put my heart into your styling, it would be a waste of your 20,000 styling fee. You are wearing a bespoke suit from the British brand Kingsley, and your shoes are Italian masterpieces, all included in the styling fee. What he initially thought was an exorbitant fee turned out to be quite reasonable. The sapphire blue suit and shoes fit perfectly. The 2 assistants were attentive, serving tea and water, making the expenditure seem worthwhile. Liang Chen was thoroughly pleased with his reflection in the mirror and thought that if he needed to hire a stylist each time, it would be best to have Mike on board. Money was secondary. What mattered was meeting his requirements. Excellent. I wonder if you would be interested in becoming my personal stylist. As for the salary, you can name your price. For the assistants, this was a first-time experience with such a generous client. Typically, clients had numerous demands and offered little compensation. Each time they provided home services, their earnings were meager. This time, Mike generously shared 15,000 with each assistant. As they received the money, they wondered who this client was, only to discover it was a remarkably handsome young man. The 2 assistants gazed at Liang Chen with admiration, hoping Mike would agree to become his personal stylist. After all, when one ascends, those around them benefit too. If Mr. Liang requires a personal stylist, I would be more than willing. However, I have 3 assistants, and if I were to work for you, they would obviously accompany me. A refined team is undoubtedly incomplete without superior assistance. And Liang Chen is certainly not short on funds. Is 3 assistants perhaps too few? If so, feel free to allocate a few more. For Liang Chen, the notion of 3 or even 30 assistants is hardly a concern financially. However, he is intrigued by the fact that Mike mentioned there would be 3 assistants. Why then, has only 2 arrived? Wait, you said 3, yet only 2 are here. Where has the 3rd one gone? Just as he posed this question, the doorbell rang once more. Entering was none other than Mike's primary assistant, panting and leaning against the doorframe, her complexion pale and drawn. Chapter 117. The Stolen Stylus. Sir, the guest in room 1088 claims we are being dismissive. He refuses to accept anything unless it is personally designed by you and scolded me before throwing me out. Liang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy at the astonished expression on the assistant's face. It was disheartening to see such a young beauty reduced to this state, making one wonder what kind of brute could be so cruel. The assistant's face was clearly marked by disappointment. Upon entering, she failed to acknowledge Liang Chen, who was seated on the sofa. The other two assistants exchanged desperate glances, trying to convey a message that went unnoticed. They hurried to support the breathless assistant, offering awkward smiles towards Liang Chen. Mike, anxious that Liang Chen might hold a grudge against the situation, rushed forward, his tone earnest. The assistant is quite young and inexperienced. I hope Mr. Liang will not take offense. Naturally, Liang Chen was not bothered by such trivial matters. After all, the highest bidder reigns supreme. Yet, one detail piqued his curiosity. Who was the guest in room 1088 that dared to compete for a stylist? Just as he was about to inquire further, a frantic knocking echoed at the door. A man outside pounding and cursing. Open the door, hurry up. Half an hour prior, the assistant had gone to room 1088 to style the guest, only to be met with a barrage of curses upon arrival. Damn that cat. After spending so much, I'm almost out of pocket money for next month. Lu Shiheo's anger grew with each thought, the frustration boiling over. The assistant trembled at the sound of the insults, wondering if Mike was playing a cruel joke on her. What kind of fierce guest was she expected to serve? Yet, recognizing the importance of the task, this being her first solo assignment from Mike, she steeled her resolve and bravely pressed the doorbell. Who is it? Lu Shiheo bellowed, his irritation palpable. The assistant, shaken, retreated slightly and softly replied, Hello, I'm the assistant sent by Mike to style you. Upon hearing her, Lu Shiheo sensed something was amiss and forcefully yanked the door open. The sight of the beautiful assistant instantly tempered his fury. She possessed captivating, dark eyes, and her petite figure in a tailored suit only accentuated her allure. Her natural beauty radiated a blush that was irresistible, and her curves sparked Lu Shiheo's imagination. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger, assessing the assistant before him. She was alone, which only added to his frustration. Before he could speak, the assistant entered, carrying the suit and makeup kit prepared for him. With a gentle tone, she began, Mr. Liu, today Mike's schedule is fully booked. He specifically sent me to assist you. Although I am just an assistant, I have been learning from him for 3 years. So you can trust me. Chapter 118. The uncontainable rage. Lu Shiheo found her words increasingly infuriating. Though the woman was undeniably beautiful, her lack of awareness was aggravating. He had explicitly requested Mike, yet here she was, a mere assistant, sent to placate him. The initial allure she held was quickly overshadowed by his rising ire. The room fell into a heavy silence. The assistant, oblivious to the change in his demeanor, focused solely on fulfilling her task. As she extended the suit towards him, Lu Shiheo swatted it from her hands, sending it crashing to the floor. Who do you think you are, bringing this to me? Is your company trying to drive me away? He spat that I booked Mike a week ago at a high price. How dare you send a mere assistant to brush me off, thinking I'm a fool? His tirade left the assistant pale and shaken. Each step she took back feeling like a retreat. Oh, dear teacher, what kind of clients are you sending me? She thought, unwilling to show her distress. She had to complete her task. Failing to do so would tarnish her reputation in the industry. As Lu Shiheo inched closer, the assistant straightened her posture, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Mr. Liu, please don't be upset. Why not sit down and I can help you with your styling? You can assess the results, and if they don't meet your expectations, we can call Mike. Despite her intentions to salvage the situation, Lu Shiheo grew more enraged. Did she truly think he would be a guinea pig for her trial and error? Just then, the second button of her blouse popped open, causing his frustration to boil over. Should you wish to style me, it can be arranged, but first, you must submit to my desires tonight. A sharp slap echoed through the room, stunning Lu Shiheo momentarily. Seizing the moment, the assistant fled, leaving her makeup kit and the suit behind. As she dashed towards the elevator, her thoughts raced. What kind of guest is this? A complete scoundrel. A lecher. Her heart pounding, she pressed the button for the presidential suite, unaware that Lu Shiheo had already pursued her. The commotion outside the presidential suite caught Liang Chen's attention as the door shook from the relentless pounding. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Come out. Don't think you can hide in this suite. Lu Shiheo banged on the door, but it remained resolutely shut. Chapter 119. An encounter of enemies fuming with rage. Lu Shihao retrieved his 24K gold and diamond-encrusted phone and dialed the front desk. Good day. This is the front desk of the Cultural Eastern Hotel. How may I assist you? Hello, I'm Lu Shihao. Get someone to open the door to the presidential suite. I have it reserved. The receptionist, aware of Lu Shihao's affluent status, approached the request with caution, her cheerful demeanor unwavering as she checked the system. Hello, Mr. Lu. The presidential suite is currently occupied. Would you like to consider a VIP room instead? His disappointment deepened as she spoke, the anger within him escalating. I'll pay triple the rate. Just get that person to vacate the suite. Lu Shihao had chosen room 1088 due to its reasonable price. But the unfolding drama made him furious. He vowed that if he didn't get the presidential suite opened, his name would be written backward. The receptionist found herself in a dilemma. There was no precedent for asking a guest to vacate a room. Additionally, the current occupant was a VIP who had booked the suite for an entire month, someone not to be trifled with. I'm sorry, but our hotel has policies against such requests. Perhaps you would consider the VIP room instead? It is quite comparable to the presidential suite. Lu Shihao's frustration mounted, yet the receptionist's words only fueled his ire further. In a fit of rage, he slammed his phone against the ground. Though the luxurious device remained unscathed, cushioned by the carpet. Trash. Once I gain control of this place, I'll see to it that your pathetic hotel is acquired. In the room, the people were treated to a rather amusing spectacle. Lu Shihao, with an air of helplessness akin to a rogue, continued to pound on the door of the presidential suite. Mike and several assistants stood frozen within the room, fearing that any sound might provoke the irate man outside. Liang Chen, seated on the sofa, felt a growing annoyance. His splendid mood was marred by the raucous presence at the door. Rising, he approached the entrance with the intent to deliver a sound thrashing. However, just as he reached for the doorknob, silence enveloped the corridor. Peering through the peephole, he beheld Lu Shihao, in a fit of rage, kicking a trash can as he made his way to the elevator. Such a lack of decorum. How naive to believe he could engage a stylist. Mike had initially wanted to inquire about the altercation with the first assistant, suspecting it stemmed from a physical confrontation. Did you strike someone? He asked. No, sir, it is not as you think. That person was simply insufferable. Even before entering, I overheard him cursing about some cat. I was already apprehensive, but once inside, he not only refused my styling services but attempted to insult me, even pushing me onto the bed. That was when I retaliated. The assistant's pitiable demeanor and frantic explanations were aimed at preventing Mike from assuming she had provoked the guest. After hearing her account, Mike chose not to pursue the matter further. It would be best to forego any future engagements with this client. What a pity. Liang Chen, discerning the underlying implications in their conversation, sensed something amiss. He returned to the sofa, furrowing his brows. What, besides me, do you intend to style others? Is my salary insufficient for your needs? Upon the first assistant's entrance, Liang had noticed her button had popped open, revealing a hint of lace beneath. When Lu Shihao had been bellowing at the door, Liang had understood the situation and couldn't suppress a wicked smile. How amusing to envision a weak woman slapping Lu Shihao. As Liang Chen contemplated, Mike recalled the matter of becoming a personal stylist. Mr. Liang, my 3 assistants are present. Historically, I have compensated them with salaries of 9,000 per month plus commissions and year-end bonuses. While my service fees range from 10 to 30,000, a styling studio, comprising 1 stylist and 3 assistants, would hardly incur significant expenses, given that Mike could style even a man of Lu Shihao's caliber. Liang surmised that monthly costs would be manageable. Let us settle on 300,000 a month. How you choose to distribute that sum is your prerogative. This will be your net salary. Any expenses for luxury brands can be deducted from my account separately. That's the arrangement. 300,000. The prospect of allocating 20,000 to each assistant, while pocketing 24,000 for himself, brought Mike immense joy. Previously, private styling typically yielded only 6 or 7 jobs monthly, with modest fees as not everyone could afford such luxuries. The assistants were taken aback by the figure of 300,000. They had never encountered such wealth, especially for a single client. The man before them exuded elegance and charm, his demeanor radiating kindness and affluence. At that moment, the 3 ladies gazed at him with admiration, nearly drooling at the thought. This is fantastic. We won't have to style those eccentric clients anymore. Please, just agree, urged the more vivacious 3rd assistant, nudging Mike. Without further hesitation, Mike recognized this windfall and stood tall. Addressing Liang Chen earnestly, Boss, I assure you I will showcase your most splendid self to the world. Allow me to introduce my team. 1st Assistant Yo-Yo, 2nd Assistant Coco, and 3rd Assistant Luabwa. We are at your service. The title of boss resonated pleasantly with Liang Chen. Though he had been addressed as such before, it seemed sweeter coming from someone who had previously been at Liu Shiheo's mercy. Liang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at his watch, it was nearly 7 as he closed his eyes. The system activated automatically. A stream of data filled his mind, accompanied by the system's melodious voice. Ding, would you like to proceed with the transaction? Yes. The transaction completed successfully. To Mike and the others, Liang appeared merely to be resting, but in reality, he had finalized the monetary exchange and formalized the collaboration. Shortly thereafter, a notification pinged on Mike's phone. Dear client, the transaction amount is 30,000.00, with a total balance of 58,742.89. For inquiries, please call customer service. How had he accomplished this without any visible action? It was miraculous. Mike stared at Liang, who remained with his eyes closed, pondering the enigma of this man. Having worked in the styling industry for years and styled many wealthy individuals, he had never encountered anyone quite like him. Mike scrutinized the balance on his phone, increasingly convinced that Liang was a mystifying figure. All right, you've received your funds. You may return now. I will notify you when I require your services. Just as Mike pondered the mystery, Liang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. After a moment of surprise, Mike snapped back to reality. Very well, boss. We shall take our leave. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call. With the freshly acquired 300,000 in mind, Mike couldn't suppress his elation. After expressing gratitude to Liang, he respectfully exited the presidential suite with the 3 young ladies. As the clock approached 7, the banquet was about to commence. He wondered about Liu Shiheo's current state. After such an aggressive outburst, the man must have deflated by now. The thought brought a sense of satisfaction. This thrill of triumph demanded to be capitalized upon. Surely, Liu Shiheo had summoned Mike for the banquet. As Liang Chen mused, a sly smile crept across his lips, and a cunning idea took root in his mind. This time, he would truly rattle Liu Shiheo. He reached into his pocket, retrieving an old counterfeit phone long neglected due to financial constraints. He had forgotten to purchase a new one amidst his busy life. In the messaging app, he found Song Jai's WeChat ID. After entering her ID, he sent a message with the character for cat. The phone, having endured years of wear, was slow to respond, taking several seconds to display the sent text. Once poor, Liang had held onto the phone in hopes of gifting his ex-girlfriend something, which had delayed his decision to replace it. The moment he sent the friend request, Song Jai accepted it almost instantly. Having provided her ID to Liang, she had long awaited his addition, feeling a pang of disappointment with each passing day. Just as she was about to focus on her live stream, her phone chimed. For Song Jai, that brief hour felt like an eternity. Upon hearing the notification, her heart surged with joy. Discovering the message with the character cat, she could no longer contain her excitement. All right, dear ones, today's live stream concludes here. See you tomorrow. Love you all. With a heart full of anticipation, she quickly shut off the video and kissed her phone twice. Mua, cat brother, you finally added me. I thought you had forgotten me. Though an hour meant little to Liang Chen, for Song Jai, each second had been an agonizing wait. A man of his caliber was a rare find. With a fluttering heart and trembling hands, the young girl sent a voice message to Liang Chen. Upon receiving it, Liang Chen smiled and cleared his throat, his voice low and inviting. Are you free? I am heading to a banquet and could use a dance partner. Would Miss Song be interested in accompanying me? Liang Chen's forthright invitation caught Song Jai off guard. What? The legendary rich guy is inviting me to be his dance partner? Am I dreaming? In an instant, she felt a rush of panic. Such a gentleman was unlike anyone she had ever encountered before. While many wealthy individuals had graced her live stream with gifts, none had been as generous as he. Noticing the silence on Song Jai's end, Liang Chen initially thought he had encountered a uniquely composed woman. However, it wasn't long before she responded with an even more enchanting tone. Cat brother, just give me the address, and I'll find my way. As Liang Chen felt a tingling sensation by his ear, Song Jai, having set her phone aside, pondered what to wear for his invitation. Attending such an opulent soiree hosted by a wealthy gentleman, she certainly did not wish to tarnish his reputation. Rising, she approached her wardrobe and began a meticulous search, when suddenly her phone chimed again. Come to the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Oh, and remember to dress a bit more provocatively, sweetheart. The voice message left her in a daze. A man of such affluence had invited her to a hotel so quickly, and in a place renowned for its elite clientele, no less. The fact that he specifically requested her to wear something sexy made her wonder if things were moving too fast. The thought was almost surreal. Dismissing her wild imaginings, she seized the opportunity presented before her. With swift determination, she made herself presentable, donning a piece from Victoria's Secret along with a backless white Chanel dress, complemented by a Louis Vuitton's latest red handbag. The white dress accentuated her figure, making her appear even more alluring. Standing before the mirror, she admired her appearance, filled with confidence as she departed in her charming little mini towards the hotel. As the time for the gathering approached, Liang Chen sat on the sofa, glancing at the Brazilian cigars resting on the crystal table. The presidential suite was indeed lavish, with red wine and cigars as standard fare. Though he had never smoked one, he casually placed a cigar in his pocket, adjusted his bow tie, and checked his hairstyle in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction before striding towards the suite's grand entrance. In the elevator, he found himself contemplating when Song Jai would arrive. Ding. Big brother cat, I'm at the hotel entrance. Please wait a moment. I'll be right up, no need. I'm already on my way down. Just wait for me in the lobby. Transitioning from online to in-person? This was a first for him. Liang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he wondered if Song Jai was as stunning in reality as she appeared on live streams. Given the remarkable advancements in beauty technology that could transform even the most ordinary faces. Chapter 123. King Mengshuan. The Mandarin Oriental Hotel boasts 101 floors, with the presidential suite occupying the pinnacle. Being the sole room on that level, thus the elevator was exclusive. As the doors opened, Liang Chen was greeted by the sight of a beautiful face and a graceful figure, and Song Jai did not disappoint. With a body that was devilishly enticing and cascading golden waves of hair that shimmered radiantly, her form was perfectly accentuated by the dress, her long, fair legs flashing alluringly. Her bright, captivating eyes were mesmerizing. "Are you, big brother cat?" Song Jai exclaimed, taken aback upon seeing him emerge from the suite's elevator. Having felt a twinge of anxiety on her way there, she had worried about encountering a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair or some acne-ridden creep. However, driven by the allure of wealth, she had resolved to overlook appearances, believing money to be paramount. Yet, the moment the elevator doors parted, she realized she had struck gold. The man before her wore an impish smile, his thick brows softening with warmth, exuding an air of perpetual cheerfulness akin to a crescent moon illuminating the night sky. His long, thick eyelashes framed his bright, deep-set eyes, exuding a calmness that added an element of mystery to his already striking presence. Clad entirely in custom-made attire, while branded, it was subtle enough that an untrained eye would not recognize it as royal luxury. Song Jai's eyes sparkled with gold. For her, Liang Chen was a golden opportunity that she could not afford to miss. Liang Chen acknowledged her question with a simple response, extending his gentlemanly wrist to invite her, his magnetic voice low and intoxicating. A single word resonated in her ears, filling her heart with joy, which manifested as a blissful smile across her face. Little did she know that, to Liang Chen, women were no different from money. Apart from those he deemed worthy, the rest were merely vain. Yet, even knowing their vanity, he found no fault in it. He had plenty of wealth. Accepting his invitation, Song Jai eagerly extended her fair wrist, linking her arm with Liang Chen as they made their way to King Mengshuan, an exclusive club reserved for the elite. Anyone receiving an invitation there undoubtedly had a net worth of no less than 100 million. Beyond the staggering wealth, merely possessing an invitation to King Mengshuan was a rarity. Those fortunate enough to receive one often displayed it at home as a symbol of status, signifying they had graced such an establishment. The exterior was adorned with traditional Chinese design, starkly contrasting with Western architecture, with every detail reflecting an ancient style, from the arched corridors to the lotus ponds and octagonal pavilions, each step wafting the fragrant scent of osmanthus, creating a serene ambience. Classical yet vibrant, the tapered roofs, plastered wooden frames, and vine-clad structures harmonized beautifully, embodying timeless elegance. Upon reaching King Mengshuan's entrance, a woman's flirtatious voice pierced the air. Chapter 124. Can't a streamer attend? Oh my, who do we have here? What? Now even online streamers can grace King Mengshuan? The mocking voice belonged to Lu Ruoshi, Song Jai's university classmate, a spoiled rich girl used to living off her father's wealth. Lu Ruoshi, emboldened by her father's support, relished belittling those less fortunate than herself. Her father was the Asia-Pacific president of Huafeng Bank, and during their college years, she had treated Song Jai like a servant, looking down on her humble origins. Once, when Song Jai's mother was gravely ill and she sought a loan of 100,000 for her treatment, Lu Ruoshi not only refused but also ridiculed her mercilessly, spreading derogatory remarks across campus that ultimately forced Song Jai to drop out. Had it not been for Lu Ruoshi's disdain, Song Jai would not have resorted to showcasing her talents online to earn her mother's medical expenses. Hearing that familiar voice, Song Jai turned, recognizing her former roommate. Well, what's wrong with being a streamer? Can I come? The rivalry between the two women was a scene Liang Chen preferred to avoid. Leaning close to Song Jai's ear, he whispered, let us head inside. He gently took her hand and led her toward the entrance of King Mingxuan. Behind them, Lu Ruoshi scrutinized Liang Chen's custom Kingsley suit, realizing that even her father possessed only a couple of such suits and cherished them dearly. Wearing them only for the most prestigious occasions, a scornful smile curled her lips. Oh, I see. You've caught a naive fish. Look at your smug expression. I can only imagine how you behave in private. By the way, did you engage in any extracurricular activities during college? The derisive remarks and slander pierced Song Jai's composure. Recalling past grievances, her nose tinged with emotion, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She understood that further verbal sparring with Lu Ruoshi would only irritate Liang Chen, a man of his stature being a rare find. If she could win him over, she could escape the grind of live streaming and the fade she wore daily. The 80,000 needed for her mother's kidney transplant could finally be secured. Liang Chen remained unfazed by Lu Ruoshi's words. He found it amusing that she would label him a fool from behind. Despite not relishing confrontations with women, he felt compelled not to let Lu Ruoshi miss out on this spectacle. Casting a cool glance at Song Jai's tear-streaked face, he gently wiped away her tears with a gentlemanly air. His expression void of emotion, don't cry. Soon there will be a show to watch. Let us head in. With a gentlemanly touch, he guided Song Jai, his smooth hand resting upon her back as they entered King Mingxuan. Lu Ruoshi, witnessing Liang Chen's indifference, felt a surge of anger. Why was it that such a high-quality man eluded her grasp, yet fell into the hands of someone like Song Jai? Chapter 125. If only he were my boyfriend. Fuming with frustration, Lu Ruoshi stomped her foot. That little vixen, I'll show her tonight. While Lu Ruoshi was not unattractive, her upper body was slender while her lower body was more robust. Though her face bore a striking resemblance to Western beauty, her figure was distinctly cavia. Countless times she contemplated undergoing liposuction for her fuller figure, but her father had always opposed it. It was only during college that she met Song Jai and envied her long legs, wishing they were her own. However, the current state of medical science has not yet advanced to the point where one can attach another's leg to their own. Thus, the admiration for Song Jai transformed into envy. And even after graduation, Lu Ruoshi found herself consumed by jealousy towards her. The appearance of a handsome, charming, and wealthy man, accompanied by none other than Song Jai, intensified Lu Ruoshi's ire. Why should a girl from a humble farming background encounter such a dashing and affluent man? While she was surrounded only by those less appealing, she was also being pressured by her father to go on blind dates with pretentious young scions, who were not only arrogant but also fickle-hearted, all of whom were interested solely in her father's status as the president of Huafeng Bank's Asia-Pacific division. None were genuine in their affections. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her jealousy deepening. My dear, why are you still standing here? Didn't I tell you to go inside first? Just as Lu Ruoshi was sulking, Lu Xiangnan approached from outside, noticing his daughter's sullen demeanor and urging her onward. Having heard of a wealthy gentleman surnamed Liang emerging in Shenhushi, he brought his precious daughter along, hoping this opportunity would allow them to get acquainted for future prospects. Dad, I don't care. I must secure the heart of the ocean tonight. I want to be the center of attention, Lu Ruoshi playfully pouted, determined to show Song Jai a thing or two. All right, my dear. I promise to get it for you today. Now, let us hurry inside. It will be 7 soon, and we won't be able to enter. In Lu Xiangnan's eyes, his daughter was his lifeblood, and he would spend any amount for her, indulging her to the utmost. The heart of the ocean was merely a trifle compared to his affection. Whatever Lu Ruoshi desired, he would procure. Upon entering the King Mingxuan, they were greeted by a vast banquet hall filled with intricately carved pear-wood tables and chairs, adorned with exquisite brocade tablecloths. Various silver utensils were neatly arranged on the tables, separated by sheer red silk drapes, creating an atmosphere that was both ethereal and elegant. Guests marveled at Liang Chen arriving with a stunning companion. What a beautiful couple! Who is that man? I've never seen him in the industry. As the buzz circulated, Liang Chen graciously smiled at the crowd. Is this what the life of the wealthy is like? It hardly seemed extraordinary. Fang Jumbi quickly spotted him and rushed over. Brother Liang, you've finally arrived. Please, have a seat. You're too kind, Fang. They exchanged pleasantries, yet Liang Chen remained a gentleman, pulling out a chair for Song Jai before inviting her to sit. This simple gesture warmed her heart. If only he were truly my boyfriend. Wealthy, courteous, and so gentlemanly, completely unlike those spoiled brats. Chapter 126. The charity auction. Song Jai smiled politely and shyly took her seat next to Liang Chen, while Fang Junbi sat to his left, alongside the ambitious Li Anren. Witnessing Fang Junbi's eagerness, Li Anren could only muster a strained smile. As they settled, Liang Chen noticed an eye-catching classical calligraphy piece on the table. Curious, he opened it to discover that the evening's event was a charity auction. One page featured the Heart of the Ocean, catching Liang Chen's attention. Isn't that the Heart of the Ocean from Titanic? Ah, Brother Liang, you might not know that today is a charity auction, Fang Junbi explained eagerly. However, that Heart of the Ocean is not the one lost in the depths. Its material and purity far exceed the original. Liang Chen had always considered the Heart of the Ocean merely a cinematic prop, but with Fang Junbi's explanation, he learned differently. All right then, let us see what happens tonight, Liang Chen thought, excited at the prospect of combining philanthropy with the opportunity to acquire a precious treasure. He envisioned building a grand treasure chamber to house his collectibles. The thrill of being wealthy was exhilarating. As 7 o'clock approached, the doors of King Mengshuan closed, and those who missed the event, regardless of their wealth, would have to wait another month. Liang Chen's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, Lu Shihao, looking disheveled and forlorn, seated opposite him, which made him chuckle. Remembering the events of that day in the presidential suite, he felt a surge of satisfaction. When Lu Shihao, despondent and sipping orange juice, glanced up, he was taken aback by the familiar face before him. That Song Jai? How could she be with that brat? Upon noticing Liang Chen beside her, who was smiling and waving, Lu Shihao's irritation grew. So, you're the one causing trouble. Though Lu Shihao was a spoiled rich kid, he was not foolish. Realizing Song Jai was with Liang Chen, he felt a surge of anger. Kid, I had no intention of stooping to your level, but if you dare pursue my goddess, I won't hold back. With a fiery glare directed at Liang Chen, he smashed a crystal glass on the floor, creating a sharp sound that startled the nearby staff. Get lost? Lu Shihao glared at the staff, his anger boiling over. The staff, caught off guard, hurriedly cleaned the shards and retreated, wary of provoking the volatile young master. Watching Lu Shihao's furious expression, Liang Chen felt a sense of exhilaration. This was only the beginning. He could only imagine Lu Shihao's reaction upon discovering that even his stylist had been poached. Raising his crystal glass towards Lu Shihao, Liang Chen wore a mischievous smile. Chapter 127. The auction officially begins. Noticing Liang Chen's gesture, Song Jai turned her head to look, her pupils dilating. Lu Shao, he is here too? Suddenly feeling awkward, she disregarded Lu Shihao's gaze and obediently sat beside Liang Chen. The attendees were few but had mostly arrived, each with their crystal nameplates arranged according to status. If one were to claim this world was free of snobbery, it would be a farce. The esteemed guests naturally enjoyed better seating. Despite Liang Chen's wealth, his status was not yet comparable to those seasoned in the business realm. Thus he found himself at a less favorable table. The food was uniform across tables, featuring exquisite Australian lobster sashimi, deep-sea Arctic clams, and geoduck. But Liang Chen had little interest in the cuisine. It was well known that King Mengshuan maintained an air of sophistication. Even the world's richest could not enter once the time had passed. He was more intrigued by the owner of the hotel, as elevating a hotel's prestige to such heights indicated that the proprietor was no ordinary person. Having previously gained experience from rescuing a child from traffickers, he pondered if he might gain further insights from this charity event. As he mused, an MC took the stage, his face somewhat familiar. Welcome to this charity gala. I am your host, Chen Xiao. Liang Chen was taken aback. The renowned host from Guangyue Television, recipient of the prestigious Golden Statue Award, was here to host. It was remarkable that King Mengshuan had secured such a celebrity. Liang Chen recalled seeing Chen Zhao's posters during his bus rides in his less affluent days, when he could only dream of affording the jewelry endorsed by Chen Xiao, which even Zhou Ruobing coveted. Now, witnessing Chen Xiao hosting the event, Liang Chen wondered about the magnitude of this affair. Everyone knew that Chen Xiao's appearance fee was exorbitant, starting at $5 million. As the spotlight illuminated Chen Xiao, he appeared exceptionally handsome, his captivating gaze drawing shrieks from the female guests. Today, I am honored to host this charity auction, where all of you are industry leaders and business elites. This charity gala is sponsored by the president of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, and I hope everyone can contribute to this noble cause, with 30 of each successful auction bid going to charity. Now, let us present the auction items. After addressing the audience, 12 female models dressed in kipayos gracefully ascended the stage. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the Guzheng. In addition to the Heart of the Ocean, the auction featured the Pharaoh's Scepter and Van Gogh's Starry Night, items that were globally coveted. Although Liang Chen is not particularly well-versed in these matters, he is aware of the reputation these items carry. Take the Starry Night, for instance. It is inconceivable that the piece before him could be an original. It must be a forgery. Hasn't Van Gogh's masterpiece already found its home in the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York? This surely cannot be genuine. Faced with Liang Chen's skepticism, Fang Junbi found himself at a loss for words. While he could speak at length about jewelry, his knowledge of artwork was rather limited. Chapter 128. Activating the identification function. My dear brother Liang, you are truly well informed. Let us first examine whether this artwork is authentic. The 12 exhibits were displayed before the audience, and amidst the chatter, Liang Chen maintained a skeptical stance. The authenticity of the pieces mattered little to him. What was paramount was preserving his dignity. As he pondered the situation, the system before him suddenly activated. Ding. The host search command has triggered the automatic identification function. Would you like to enable this feature? Yes. Ding. The automatic identification function is now active. The system is analyzing the items. Please hold on. Ding. The analysis is complete. All treasures within a 10-kilometer radius have been cataloged. As the system's holographic display unfolded before Liang Chen's eyes, he was astonished to discover that out of the 12 showcase treasures, 8 were indeed authentic, including Van Gogh's Starry Night and the Heart of the Ocean. What surprised him even more was that the Heart of the Ocean before him was not the one Fang Junbi had mentioned, but rather the genuine article, long hidden beneath the sea until a marine exploration team unearthed it, ultimately making its way to this auction. Now, let us present our first item, an authentic work by Tang Bohu, sponsored by the president of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, starting at 5 million with increments of 3 million. Bidding may commence. Liang Chen held little interest in the Tang Bohu piece, thus he refrained from bidding. After 2 hours of competitive bidding, he had yet to place a single bid. His heart was set solely on the Heart of the Ocean and Van Gogh's artwork, envisioning them as splendid decorations for a future luxury home. Across the room, Lu Shihao scoffed at Liang Chen's apparent inaction, mocking him internally. Could it be that he had run out of funds? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, you sickly cat. Now, for the grand finale, we present 3 renowned items. The Heart of the Ocean, which has not surfaced since the sinking of the Titanic. Van Gogh's Starry Night, a classic, and the Pharaoh's Scepter, a symbol of status and glory. Our model will showcase them one by one. At this moment, Liang Chen was determined to acquire these 3 treasures, yet unbeknownst to him, a pair of envious eyes were fixed upon him. Lu Ruoshi gazed at Song Jiai's figure, consumed by jealousy. Father, I must secure that Heart of the Ocean, or I shall leave for abroad and never return. Faced with his daughter's ultimatum, Lu Xiangnan could hardly refuse. She was his cherished daughter, and the thought of her leaving filled him with dread. All right, whatever my precious daughter desires, I shall procure for you. Please, calm down, Song Jiai. You may only watch in envy. You think you can compete with me, Lu Ruoshi? Such delusions. Next, we have the Pharaoh's Scepter, adorned with 128 genuine diamonds, crafted entirely of gold, with a pink diamond weighing 88 carats. Starting at 10 million. Let the bidding begin. 11 million. As Chen Xiao called out, a voice rang out, and all eyes turned to see Lu Shihao seated with his affluent father, his expression brimming with confidence. Certain that Liang Chen had exhausted his resources. Chapter 129. The symbolism of the Pharaoh's Scepter. Otherwise, considering Liang Chen's ostentatious demeanor, it would have been odd for him not to secure a winning bid initially. The audience, well aware of the Lu family's flamboyance, listened intently as Lu Shihao's father called out, 20 million. Is there a higher bid? I bid 15 million. Just as Lu Shihao reveled in his apparent victory, a voice rose from behind. Lu Xiangdong, the president of Huafeng Asia-Pacific.in, the realm of commerce. The Pharaoh's Scepter represented status and identity. Acquiring such a masterpiece would elevate one's stature in the marketplace. Lu Shihao's father, unwilling to be outdone, declared, I bid 20 million. The response stunned even Lu Shihao, who whispered anxiously to his father, Dad, can you slow down? There are still 2 more treasures to bid on. Lu Shihao longed to win the Heart of the Ocean to flaunt before Liang Chen and present it to his goddess, Song Jiai. Yet his father, with a furrowed brow and a steely gaze, admonished him, What do you know? The Pharaoh's Scepter is a symbol of identity. Be quiet. Faced with his father's rebuke, Lu Shihao dared not utter another word, recognizing that he was but a parasite, reliant on his father's wealth. However, his father's booming voice echoed across the auction hall, drawing the attention of all present. Liang Chen, too, took note of the scepter's significance, realizing it was not merely a large diamond but a coveted emblem of prestige. Upon hearing the 20 million bid, many shook their heads. While the scepter was indeed a status symbol, its actual value did not warrant such a price. Nevertheless, Lu Xiangdong was not one to concede easily. I bid 25 million. What was initially thought to be the ceiling price was shattered as Lu Xiangdong raised the stakes once more, igniting murmurs among the crowd. Lu Shiheo's father, though capable of such a bid, began to reconsider his strategy for the subsequent items. With a frustrated huff, he slumped back into his seat, defeated. 25 million. Is there any higher bid? If not, I shall count it down. 25 million for the first time. 25 million for the second time. As the auction neared its conclusion, Lu Ruoshi stood proudly, casting a haughty glance towards Song Jai. How about that? You wish to have a father with such stature? Ah, Lu's daughter has arrived. She is quite lovely, indeed. I hear she is currently seeking a suitable match for her daughter. Could this imply a chance for your son? Lu Ruoshi's sudden rise drew considerable attention, for she was the daughter of the president of Huafeng Bank Asia Pacific, and many coveted her favor, particularly regarding her search for a suitor. Song Jai, feeling uncomfortable, cast a fleeting glance before lowering her head. Chapter 130. The deal. Prior to university, Song Jai's family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. However, following her father's bankruptcy, her mother fell gravely ill. The world still perceived her as the young heiress she once was, but only Lu Ruoshi was privy to her struggles. The issue of borrowing money became a source of ridicule for Lu Ruoshi, lingering for 3 long years. Observing Song Jai's despondent demeanor, Liang Chen offered a faint smile. He would not allow the woman he brought to be subjected to mockery or grievances, even if it was their first meeting. 38 million. Just as Chen Xiao prepared to announce the third call, a steady and unflappable voice interjected. All eyes turned to Liang Chen, who remained undeterred. Who is this? Who brought him? How presumptuous! A chorus of skepticism filled the room. Even Lu Xiangdong regarded the inexperienced youth with disdain. Young man, should you fail to pay, you will become the laughingstock. Do you dare to contend for what I desire? Best withdraw while you still can. Sir, I shall bid as I please. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to raise your bid. Liang Chen retorted with a cold chuckle, his gaze sweeping dismissively over Lu Xiangdong and Lu Ruoshi, who both wore expressions of fury. Unwilling to accept the mockery, Lu Ruoshi approached Liang Chen's table, scoffing, "Oh, I see you are merely the partner of a little online streamer. Surely, you are not the one who supports him financially? How could a few thousand in online tips grant you the audacity to act so boldly at this auction?" Lu Shiheo, witnessing Lu Ruoshi's derision, chimed in, "This kid is just pretending. If he were to bid that much, he would surely face bankruptcy. Liang Chen, you should reconsider before risking everything for a mere scepter." Are you suggesting I would be reduced to living in a rental? Liang Chen shot back, unfazed by the scornful gazes and derisive remarks surrounding him. To him, 30 million was merely a trifling sum, especially considering it could contribute to a charitable cause. Gentlemen, every auction has its own rules. Must you both come to my table to mock? Fang Jun could no longer endure the words of these two wealthy heirs. He rose to support Liang Chen, saying a few words in his favor. Hey, Mr. Fang, let us keep this civil. They have their say, we have ours. Please continue, Mr. Chen. Liang Chen's indifference only fueled the ire of the two standing before him. Yet, an auction does not allow for personal whims. All right, I kindly ask you both to return to your seats. The current bid stands at 38,800,000. Is there any further interest? 38,800,000, going once. 38,800,000, going twice. 38,800,000, going thrice. With a decisive crack of the gavel, the deal was sealed. Congratulations, Mr. Liang, on acquiring the Pharaoh's scepter. Please allow the staff to process your payment. Lu Shiheo and Lu Ruoshi stared, astonished at his misfortune. However, as the staff approached Liang Chen's table, everyone's expressions shifted to one of disbelief. Liang Chen produced a supreme black card, a card with no spending limits globally. Chapter 131. Reputation and experience increased. Even among the elite present, few possessed such a card, a black card. How is that possible, father? Don't you also have one of these black cards? Hearing her father's astonishment, Lu Ruoshi was equally surprised. This black card was not like the ones they possessed. It was one of only 3 in the world. One belonged to Bill Gates, another to Bazat, and the third had never been seen. Mr. Liang? Could he be the recently emerged tycoon? Lu Xiangdong's mind raced. Liang Chen confidently handed the black card to the staff, completing the transaction with graceful ease. The staff, glancing at the POS machine, confirmed the success of the transaction and nodded towards Chen Xiao on stage. Congratulations, Mr. Liang, on winning the Egyptian pharaoh's scepter. The staff will deliver the treasured item to you after the banquet. Beside him, Song Jiayi was utterly stunned. Just how much wealth did this man possess, swiping his card without so much as a blink, exuding an air of tranquility? Brother Cat is truly generous, casually spending over 30 million. Although Liang Chen recognized the flattery in Song Jiayi's words, he found them pleasing to his ears. Just as he reveled in the moment, the system automatically opened a page. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 698. 470 million 1,000 gold coins. Experience: 0 point. Strength: 12 points. Magic: 11 points. Vitality: 12 points. Reputation: 6 points. Small. Open dungeon: not yet opened. What a revelation! The acquisition of the Pharaoh's scepter bestowed a 5-point reputation bonus. Just as this information settled in Liang Chen Ascends' mind, the system chimed again. Ding. Multiverse search experience has increased. Current experience is 1166.4. Why are there decimal points? Ding. Host's charitable donation of 11,664,000 has been converted into experience points. Please allocate as desired. So, engaging in charity truly enhances experience points. Now, he finally found a method. Henceforth, he must secure the upcoming auction items. Next up, we have a masterpiece by Van Gogh, Starry Night, provided by the Zhejiang Group. With an opening bid of 10 million, 4 business magnates, a painting is merely a hobby. I bid 15 million, 16 million, 18 million, 20 million. Lu Shiheo's father seemed provoked by Liang Chen's presence. Surprisingly, the renowned Van Gogh masterpiece remained unbid by Lu Xiangdong, who kept his gaze fixed on Liang Chen's table. The bidding became intense. How could such a unique piece be relinquished so easily? Darling, that Mr. Liang must be the one your father mentioned, the recently surfaced tycoon. According to banking circulation news, he supposedly has a deposit of 100 billion. For Lu Xiangdong, having Liang Chen as a son-in-law would not only secure the position of president of Huafeng Bank's Asia-Pacific division, but could also lead to the acquisition of Huafeng Bank itself. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoshi remained unconvinced. The man she desired must not be claimed by another, especially not by the one beside Song Jiayi. The banquet was in full swing. After hearing Lu Xiangdong's words, she retrieved cosmetics from her Louis Vuitton handbag, meticulously retouching her lipstick, and, with a glass of red wine in hand, approached Liang Chen's table. Chapter 132. I support my own companion Mr. Liang. I am Lu Ruoshi, daughter of Lu Xiangdong, president of Huafeng Bank in the Asia-Pacific region. Without so much as a word, she lifted Song Jiayi from her seat and plopped herself down beside Liang Chen, extending her right hand for a handshake. This action nearly caused Song Jiayi to stumble. At that moment, Lu Shiheo stepped forward, intending to be a gallant hero, but was outpaced by Liang Chen. I support my own companion. Thank you. Liang Chen shot a cold glance at Lu Shiheo, then turned to Song Jiayi with a gentle inquiry. Are you all right? Her cheeks flushed at his tender gaze. She shyly met Liang Chen's eyes. I'm fine, thank you. Liang Chen regarded the overly made-up woman before him with mild disdain. Her heavy foundation was akin to a wall being painted, in stark contrast to Song Jiayi. The disparity was glaring. Lu Ruoshi observed Liang Chen's face with determination, her heart racing at the sight of such an exceptional man. She was resolute in her intention to win him over. However, Liang Chen remained unmoved. The difference between Lu Ruoshi and Song Jiayi was akin to a crow on the ground versus a phoenix in the sky. He dismissed Lu Ruoshi with a glance, rising to embrace Song Jiayi once more. Miss, I believe I did not invite you to occupy my companion's seat. Kindly make way. She thought her boldness would earn Liang Chen's favor. But the response was unexpected. The embarrassment of being rebuffed was palpable, almost humorous. Mr. Liang, you should be cautious of this woman. She is notoriously known as a social butterfly at our school. Engaging with her may lead you to a lifetime of battling ailments. The woman before Liang Chen was utterly repulsive. Could she not reflect on her own appearance before disparaging others? Her face was plastered with fillers, devoid of any natural features. In response to Lu Ruoshi's mockery, Song Jiayi remained silent, wary of saying too much. However, it seemed that Liang Chen's demeanor was not easily swayed. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Liang Chen shifted dramatically, as if the air conditioning in the venue had dropped to a bone-chilling level. Song Jiayi instinctively wrapped her arms around herself in an attempt to warm up. Please watch your words. The chilling tone rendered the surrounding air stagnant. Even the auction paused in the wake of the awkward tension. Liang Chen's expression bore an unsettling chill, instilling fear in Lu Ruoshi, rendering her speechless. She could not fathom why she felt this way. Such a state had not occurred before. Could it be due to the increase in reputation? Seeing that Liang Chen was on the verge of losing his temper, Lu Xiangdong hurried to defuse the situation. Mr. Liang, I apologize. My daughter is rather straightforward in her speech. I hope you can forgive her. Allow me to make amends on her behalf. He presented his business card to Liang Chen, who accepted it to maintain decorum. Chapter 133. Activating evaluation function. He claimed I was his girlfriend? While aware that he spoke merely to uphold his reputation, Song Jiayi still felt grateful, tightening her grip on Liang Chen's hand. Lu Ruoshi, witnessing her father's sycophantic demeanor, felt utterly stiffened. He had always used such a gaze to charm her. When had he become so accommodating to outsiders? Father, let us return to our seats. Lu Xiangdong had never scolded his daughter before. This was the first time, leaving Lu Ruoshi in shock. Her father had reprimanded her in front of so many people. He had never been one to raise his voice, yet today he had transformed completely. Lu Ruoshi was incensed. Father, how could you chastise me in front of everyone? This is truly excessive. Fuming, she stomped back to her seat. While Lu Shihao, frightened by Liang Chen's sudden assertiveness, retreated like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. Who was this Liang Chen, and how could a seemingly impoverished individual turn the tables? Let us return to our seats. No need to pay them any mind. All right. Liang Chen, with a demeanor as gentle as jade, assisted Song Jiayi. Perhaps due to Lu Ruoshi's forceful tug, Song Jiayi inadvertently twisted her ankle. A sharp pain shot through her as she took a step. But she kept silent, observing her pained expression tugged at Liang Chen's heartstrings. What's wrong? Did you twist your ankle? It's nothing, just a minor injury. Song Jiayi shyly shook her head, her fondness for the gentle yet affluent man before her increasing with each passing moment. In the instant their eyes met, she felt a sudden sway as a pair of strong arms encircled her waist, leaving her momentarily dizzy. The unexpected Princess Carrie left everyone in the vicinity dumbstruck. Publicly displaying affection? Shameless. The auction spotlight was stolen by Liang Chen's bold gesture. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ruoshi and Lu Shihao were consumed with fury. Why should a mere escort find such a high-quality man? Why should a lowly upstart possess a goddess? Their glares were filled with the desire to eliminate the couple flaunting their affection. Lu Xiangdong could only remain in his seat, sighing, observing his daughter's arrogance. It seemed that Mr. Liang was not a hopeful prospect. The onlookers regarded the unfolding drama as mere entertainment, while the auction continued unabated. A Van Gogh painting had already reached a bid of 30 million, and the bidder remained hidden in the shadows, only their voice discernible. Liang Chen carried Song Jiayi back to her seat, preparing for another attempt to secure the final two items, both for charity and to see what remarkable features the upcoming items might possess. Mr. Yang has bid 30 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Qin Shao's powerful voice resonated once more. Meanwhile, Liang Chen pondered how high the market price for the Van Gogh painting might soar. Ding! The world search system has activated the evaluation function. Would you like to assess the item? What? There's even an assessment function? This system is astonishing. Liang Chen, growing increasingly familiar with the system's operations, instructed it to conduct an evaluation. Ding! The evaluation is complete. The selling price could reach 130 million. 100 million. This painting is worth that much. Ding! The world search system has completed the assessment for the heart of the ocean. The selling price could reach 157 million. The system's electronic voice left him utterly astonished. A mere diamond and a painting could hold such exorbitant value. Incredible! I must obtain this. Liang Chen was now in a state of excitement, quickly shutting down the interface after receiving the information. The Van Gogh painting was nearing its final bidding phase. If he hesitated, these ignorant individuals might end up reselling it for a fraction of its worth. 30 million. Is there any further bidding? 30 million. First call. 30 million. Second call. 30 million. I bid 50 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Liang Chen's audacious offer to a fool. Spending 50 million on a painting. Indeed, it's not worth that much. What a fool, however. Yang Ju, seated in the corner, remained unfazed, watching the price of the treasure he intended to acquire inflate. He could not allow this painting to slip away. Buyers in England were ready with 80 million in cash. This deal could not be lost. Even a smaller profit would suffice. 60 million. Having never encountered a worthy competitor, Liang Chen coldly scoffed, then declared, 80 million. The room descended into chaos, voices of astonishment filling the air. Having wealth doesn't mean one knows how to spend it. This kid must be a genuine fool. He is just a nouveau riche. Just wait, he'll soon run out of money. What does a black card matter if he has no business acumen? A sarcastic remark came from Lu Shihao, loudly criticizing Liang Chen. You say Liang brother doesn't understand business? What about you? You're merely living off your father's allowance, enjoying yourself. What right do you have to judge others? Fang Jun couldn't hold back any longer. rising to chastise Liu Shihao. Liang Chen smirked, a cold smile playing on his lips. It's my own money. I can spend it however I wish. Do I need others to instruct me? Little did they know, Liu Shihao was the true spendthrift among them. Laughter erupted, leaving Liu Shihao's face pale with embarrassment. His father felt his face burn with shame, casting a disdainful glance at his son before begrudgingly returning to his seat. Meanwhile, he pondered how to leverage Liang Chen's considerable wealth into a partnership for his own company, making the dream of going public a reality. After the listing, stock options could yield substantial profits. The thought of it was exhilarating. He resolved to make the acquaintance of Mr. Liang after the banquet. Liang Chen's bid forced Yang Ju to relent. The offer from England had only reached 80 million. If he couldn't make a profit, it would be for naught, and he could only sigh in resignation. Very well, Mr. Liang bids 80 million again. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? 80 million. First call, 80 million. Second call, 80 million. Third call. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Liang, on acquiring yet another treasure. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the charitable donation. You have gained 2,400 experience points, bringing your total to 3566.4. You may allocate these points as you wish. A sudden appearance of the panel had become second nature to Liang Chen, who instinctively dismissed the notification. The staff, as usual, processed the transaction through the POS machine, and 80 million had been finalized. The main event was yet to come. The heart of the ocean, to outsiders, it might have appeared a mere imitation, but Liang Chen alone knew the true worth of the treasure before him. The auction at King Mengshuan was in full swing, while Du Xiaoma, seated in the monitoring room, wore a sinister expression. Having bribed the monitoring staff, he was fully aware of the proceedings. Who would have thought Liang Chen could so effortlessly spend nearly 100 million? Boss, how rich is this kid? How could he have already spent 1 billion so easily? This is a massive sum. After the banquet, make sure to detain this kid and extract every last penny from him. Yes, you want to enjoy your triumph for long, kid. Today will be your misfortune. Rest assured, I'll leave you with a whole corpse. All conspiracies were set in motion, while Liang Chen remained oblivious, alert to the ongoing turmoil at the banquet. Miss Liu, you are indeed generous, having bid 30 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Liu Ruoshi, brimming with confidence, was determined to emerge victorious today. Songjai, you cannot compete with me, just watch closely. We, the Liu family, bid 40 million. Liu Shihao was equally unwilling to back down. The goddess was within reach, and he desperately wished to save face. I bid 50 million. The stakes were high. The Van Gogh painting had fallen through, and the heart of the ocean must not be relinquished. Foreign buyers could not be let go. This was the critical moment. 60 million. Liu Ruoshi called out again, and the crowd buzzed with chatter. 70 million. Even if it reached 1 billion, the Liu family was committed to securing this prize. As the three competitors fervently raised their bids, Liang Chen leisurely sipped his wine, embraced by beauty. Although Song Jai appeared forthright during the livestream, in person she was quite reserved, feeling bashful around Liang Chen. Brother Cat, are you not going to bid for the heart of the ocean? Not yet. It's still early, and the real battle is yet to unfold. I plan to make my move at the end. Originally believing Liang Chen was uninterested in the heart of the ocean, it turned out he was merely biding his time for a grand finale. 90 million, Yang Ju shouted again. Everyone exchanged glances, eagerly awaiting Liang Chen's response, but he remained silent. The Liu family bids 100 million. 100 million was still within the Liu family's means. And securing this prize would elevate Liu Shihao's father to the status of the premier gentleman of Shanghai. The economic boost for the Liu family would be immense. Reputation was invaluable. Wow, the Liu group truly lives up to its industry prominence, starting their bid at 100 million. Is there anyone willing to raise the stakes? Daddy, you promised you would ensure I acquire the heart of the ocean. Speak up, they're already at 100 million. Liu Ruoshi pouted, stamping her feet and pleading with Liu Xiangdong, who remained unmoved. He was aware of his financial limits. His worth was merely 2 to 3 billion. To risk a third of his fortune for a single diamond was simply imprudent. And why, dear daughter? Let us forget about the heart of the ocean, shall we? Daddy will buy you a supercar and a designer handbag as compensation. How about we head to Paris tomorrow for a limited edition? Frustrated by her father's impotence, Liu Ruoshi stormed out, her cries echoing throughout the banquet hall, drawing the attention of all present. Oh, my precious. Don T cry. Reluctantly, he followed after his daughter, desperately trying to console her. What a spoiled heiress, with a few billion. She dares to act so pretentiously. Liang Chen smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips as the Liu family raised their bid to 100 million. No one dared to raise the bid any further on the auction floor, for this was not the genuine heart of the ocean, but rather a high-purity blue diamond imitation, thus its market value could not possibly reach 100 million. At this moment, Liu Shihao had firmly entrenched himself in the bidding war. Initially, his father had no intention of continuing to bid, yet his own son had dug a pit for him. Very well. The Liu Group bids 100 million, he declared, exuding a sense of grandeur. Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone willing to bid higher? Whispers filled the auction hall. To Liang Chen, 100 million was a trifling sum. The real question was whether anyone would dare to bid again. If not, he could always increase his own offer. 100 million. Is this truly worth such a price? They murmured, it certainly cannot be worth that much. Genuine articles would surely fetch at least 200 million. Indeed, the consensus was to refrain from further bidding, lest they be foolishly ensnared. Scanning the room, only Liu Shihao stood proudly, casting adoring glances at Song Jiai, who remained utterly indifferent to his advances. Just as he basked in his moment of triumph, Liang Chen shot him a piercing glance, causing him to involuntarily retreat. All right, if there are no further bids, then we shall proceed with the auction. 100 million, once. 100 million, twice. 100 million, thrice. 130 million. Just as the words of the deal were about to escape Chen Xiao's lips, Liang Chen leisurely raised the bid once more, leaving everyone in shock. What a fool Liang Chen is to spend so much on an imitation. Liu Shihao's face turned a shade of deep anger as he witnessed the prize slip away. Are you intent on opposing the Liu family? His fury knew no bounds, and he lashed out, heedless of decorum or his father's reputation. Before anyone could intervene, his tirade had already begun. Is this the level of refinement displayed by young Master Liu? If you desire it so fervently, then why not raise your bid? Even the onlookers could scarcely contain their disdain. Is it so laughable that you think the Liu family cannot afford it? 150 million. Today, the Liu family will indeed secure the heart of the ocean. Before his father could interject, Liu Shihao had impulsively called out the bid. This nearly sent his father into a fit. While they had the means for 150 million, the current circumstances begged for caution. Everyone believed that this heart of the ocean was not worth such a sum, except for Liu Shihao, who remained obstinate. This defiance only piqued Liang Chen's interest. Since when did the Liu Group dictate high-priced auctions? Your father has yet to voice his opinion. Perhaps you should take a moment to gauge his reaction? Turning to look, Liu Shihao found his father clutching his chest, visibly struggling for breath, his face pale and trembling. Dad, what's wrong? Please don't scare me. Instantly, his earlier bravado faded in the face of his father's distress. You ungrateful wretch. Do you wish for me to perish so you can inherit the Liu family fortune? Did you even consider consulting me before raising the bid? 150 million. What a loss. How did I raise such a wastrel? His father continued to clutch his chest, desperately fumbling through his pockets for a fast-acting heart medication. The onlookers held their breath, fearful that one of them might suffer a fatal collapse in the auction house. Fortunately, the pill was taken in time, and color gradually returned to his face. Mr. Liu, you are aware of the rules. Since you have bid 150 million, you must adhere to that price. Qin Xiao interjected, unable to overlook Liu Shihao's lack of decorum. Now, even if they wished to retract, they were bound by their word. Failure to pay would render the Liu Group a laughingstock for not honoring their commitment. Liu Shihao's father composed himself. Fine. Since my son desires it, then 150 million it is. His tone was firm, yet his heart was heavy, lamenting the folly of having raised such a son. Excellent. Mr. Liu is indeed magnanimous, truly deserving of his reputation. Now, is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? This praise restored some of his father's pride, easing his earlier fury. Just as the auction neared its conclusion, Liang Chen's cold voice pierced through the room once more, startling everyone. I bid 200 million. 200 million? My heavens, how wealthy must he be to spend such a fortune on a blue diamond? The room fell silent, while Liu Shihao gasped, realizing he was on the verge of a momentous triumph, only to have it snatched away from him. Mr. Liang, this is not a jest. Can you truly afford 200 million? Others asked, astonished. We all recognize your wealth, but 200 million for a mere blue diamond seems imprudent. Indeed, Mr. Liang, this diamond is hardly worth that price. If you have excess funds, why not invest in my company instead? The wealthy patrons attempted to dissuade him, eyeing Liang Chen's fortune with covetous intent. Am I a fool? Perhaps, but that matters little. I possess wealth. Liang Chen retorted with a sardonic smile, producing a cigar from his pocket and puffing away. Enough, Liang Chen. I advise you not to overstep. You are clearly intent on provoking the Liu family. Liu Shihao seethed, wishing he could eliminate Liang Chen for repeatedly escalating the price and humiliating him. Liu Shihao, I am merely assisting your father. If the deal were to close at 150 million, your group would likely face a financial crisis. I am saving your father from disaster. So do not be ungrateful. Trying to impress me? You cannot outshine me. With a bit of cash, you think yourself superior? Liang Chen relished the sight of Liu Shihao's fluctuating emotions as he watched the young man's face shift from red to green. Previously, others had mocked him as a poor wretch. Now, he would demonstrate how a so-called loser could rise to prominence. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, prompting Qian Xiao to step forward once more. His deep voice resounding, "Very well. Mr. Liang has bid 200 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" As the auction countdown commenced, the heart of the ocean was finally secured. Liang Chen emerged victorious, acquiring 3 treasures, albeit at a loss on the heart of the ocean, but balanced out by the other 2. Altogether, he neither gained nor lost, having contributed to charity and earned prestige and experience. As the transaction of 200 million was finalized, every attendee gazed at this extraordinary man with newfound respect. Of course, murmurs of skepticism and envy still lingered, but Liang Chen remained unfazed. The world's minerals were his to command. This was merely a trifling matter. After the auction, he invited Song Jiayi for a dance. Meanwhile, Liu Shihao escorted his father away from the scene, a shadow that would haunt him for a lifetime. Ding! You have received a new message. The letter from Liang Chen read, "Dear Mr. Liang, I am the assistant to the Duchess of England. Regarding the heart of the ocean, may I invite you to discuss our willingness to purchase it for 250 million? This message sent Liang Chen into a frenzy of excitement, a swift profit of 50 million. As he twirled on the dance floor, he swiftly replied, agreeing to the sale and arranging a meeting in 3 days. After the banquet, nearly everyone rushed to present their business cards to Liang Chen. "Hello, we are from the New Ideas Technology Research Center, primarily developing space machinery, Mr. Liang. I am the president of Jiayuan Real Estate. Should you wish to purchase a property, I can offer you a personal 50% discount, Mr. Liang. I am Chen Xiao. Here is my card." Liang Chen graciously accepted the cards, smiling at everyone as he exited with Song Jiayi. He had assumed she would accompany him to his room, but his next action surprised her. "I'll take you home. It's not safe for a young lady to travel alone. No need. I drove myself. Never drink and drive, and always remember, safety first." Caught in a moment of infatuation, Song Jiayi momentarily forgot she had consumed alcohol and nodded in agreement. Before the banquet concluded, Liang Chen had already sent a message to Liu Sr. Liu San was waiting with the Bentley outside the hotel. The limited edition Bentley left Song Jiayi in awe. She had seen the designer of this car in magazines, admiring its elegant lines and comfortable seating. She had never ridden in such a luxury vehicle before. "Please, get in." Liang Chen's gentlemanly demeanor was utterly captivating. Any woman would surely be enchanted by him. "Thank you." The journey to Song Jiayi's home took a mere 20 minutes. Leaning against Liang Chen's shoulder in the car was incredibly comforting. If only he were her boyfriend. Liang Chen retrieved an old, yellowing phone from his pocket and, opening WeChat, transferred 100,000 to Song Jiayi. You have already generously gifted me a considerable sum during the live stream. It is only right for me to accompany you as your dance partner this time. I cannot accept any payment." Chapter 139. Intercepted midway. Although Song Jiayi is in dire need of money, her primary purpose for attending is to express gratitude for the respect shown to her in the live stream. Accepting further payment would be unreasonable. However, it seems that her refusal has displeased Liang Chen. "What? Is it insufficient?" No, brother cat, I am aware of your wealth, and I too am in need, but I truly cannot allow you to bear any more expenses." Before Song Jiayi could finish her sentence, Liang Chen transferred another 200,000 to her and reached for her phone, his straightforward demeanor asserting itself as he took control. Warning, warning, warning. The two were engaged in a tug-of-war. Suddenly, a panel appeared in Liang Chen's mind, displaying a red warning. He initially thought there might be a system malfunction. In that instant, the vehicle was abruptly halted. Surrounding them were glaring high beams from other vehicles. Blindingly bright. Several burly men dressed in black emerged, brandishing baseball bats and machetes, each exuding an intimidating aura. Liu San, what is happening? Liang Chen's brow furrowed, every hair on his body sensing the imminent threat. "Boss, it seems someone has come looking for trouble." It appears that someone is dissatisfied with tonight's banquet. Liu San, handle it." With a cold chuckle, Liu San, impeccably dressed, opened the car door and gently closed it behind him. Liang Chen remained in the vehicle, while Songjai sensed the danger and clutched him tighter. Brother Cat, what is going on? Who are these people, and why are they blocking your car? Do not be afraid. Little did he know that gaining prestige for one night would also attract unnecessary trouble. Who could it be? The warning flashing in his mind likely indicated that the system also sensed the threat nearby. Ding. The multiverse search system reminds you that the current threat level is 20. Ding. The multiverse search system reminds you that the host's current power level is 12. Should experience points be allocated to the host? He had never anticipated that the system possessed such a function. Could a warning be triggered by a threat? Although he currently had an abundance of experience points, Liang Chen had no intention of allocating them just yet. Surely Lu Xian could handle this, right? Watching Lu Xian exit the car, standing confidently before the menacing figures outside, Liang Chen deliberately rolled down the window halfway. Who are you? Why are you blocking Mr. Liang's vehicle? Hee, brothers, no need for idle chatter. Capture him and we can claim 50 million. Who were these people that placed a bounty of 50 million on his head? As he pondered this, the assailants rushed forward. Though Lu Xian had once been a champion fighter, facing such numbers with weapons would undoubtedly be a challenge. Once more, Liang Chen opened the panel. The experience points displayed could significantly enhance his power. He swiftly allocated them. Name: Liang Chen, gender, male, wealth, 698,470,000,001,000 gold coins. Experience, 0 points. Strength, 20 points. Magic, 15 points. Vitality, 15 points. Reputation, 5 points. Shop, open. Dungeon, not yet opened. Ding. The multiverse search system prompts. Should the host activate the shop for combat tools? With a power level of 20, he deemed himself capable of combat. Combined with Lu Xian's strength, they could easily handle the thugs outside. Liang Chen closed the panel again and loosened Songjai's grip. Stay put in the car. I will return shortly. I'm scared. Don't go. There are too many people outside. What if something happens? It's fine. Just watch. Chapter 140. Swift Resolution. Liang Chen removed his Kingsley suit jacket. Placing it in Songjai's embrace, he stepped out of the vehicle, and the thugs, upon seeing Liang Chen exit, launched a collective assault. Rushing towards him, he instinctively dodged each attack. However, one of them inadvertently struck Liang Chen's Bentley, leaving a noticeable dent on the hood. This car is quite expensive. Liang Chen had intended to merely repel them, but this provocation ignited his anger. Brothers, that's him. Capture him, and 50 million will be ours. Hearing the mention of 50 million, a sum coveted by all, the assailants prepared to strike, their eyes glinting with greed. While Liang Chen could have easily doubled the bounty to buy them off, he refused to part with his hard-earned money for such scoundrels. In a flash, as the attackers charged, Liang Chen executed a backflip, landing gracefully atop the Bentley, surveying his surroundings with disdain. Wow! This power level makes performing a backflip so effortless. All eyes were fixed on him in astonishment. From the ground to the car's roof in one fluid motion. Could he be a martial arts prodigy? Lu Xian stared at Liang Chen, his head tilted in disbelief. Boss, you? What about me? Let us make this quick. I'm eager to return for a late-night snack. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liang Chen launched his counteroffensive, disarming every thug in an instant. While Lu Xian was still engaged with 2 of the attackers, Liang Chen turned and was taken aback. What the hell? What just happened? In less than 3 minutes, all the assailants lay groaning in pain on the ground. While Liang Chen casually dusted off his hands, go back and inform your boss that this level of skill will not suffice to capture me. He should be more cautious in the future. Liang Chen is not to be trifled with. Inside the car, Songjai was equally taken aback. She had seen this fighting style in videos, but even the instructors in those clips lacked Liang Chen's finesse. Who exactly was he? Wealthy and formidable. The thugs, terrified, scrambled back to their vehicles, quaking in fear. What kind of person is this? Why didn't the boss mention how powerful he is? Hey, big brother, what are you waiting for? Let's get out of here. We came unprepared for this capture. We were in such a rush with just knives and bats. Who knew this guy would be so tough? Hurry up. I'm in agony. A few black cars sped away, disappearing from Liang Chen and Lu Xian's sight. In truth, Liang Chen had not utilized much of his power but had instead struck at the most sensitive spots on their bodies, inflicting immense pain with minimal effort. Boss, are you all right? Lu Xian approached with concern, urgently checking on Liang Chen, fearing he had failed in his protection duties. However, upon closer inspection, Liang Chen appeared as if he had just practiced a round of Tai Chi. Completely unscathed. I'm fine. You seem to have sustained some injuries. Noticing the bruises on Lu Xian's arm, It was evident he had taken the blows to shield Liang Chen from harm. This minor injury is nothing. Get in the car. After escorting Song Jai home, the pressing matter was to uncover who was orchestrating this trouble. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already midnight. Chapter 141. Special Service. The late-night snack he had craved remained unfulfilled. After the skirmish, his stomach growled in protest. He had hardly eaten anything at the banquet, and the exertion had only intensified his hunger. He picked up the hotel phone. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, this is the front desk of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong. How may I assist you? Ah, it's Xie Sichuan's voice. Just when he was worried about dining alone, I would like room service, thank you. Upon hearing Liang Chen's voice, Xie Sichuan could hardly contain her excitement. She had just arrived for her night shift when she received his call. Was it fate? Was it destiny? Room service? Could it possibly mean that kind of service? Her mind raced with fanciful thoughts. After a moment of silence, she wondered if Liang Chen had hung up. Hello? Can you hear me? Or do you not understand English? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Liang, but our hotel does not offer the special service you're requesting. Pfft. Ha ha ha. What on earth is this woman thinking? Special service? Hearing laughter from the other end, Xie Sichuan feared she had misspoken. Although the lobby was nearly empty, a colleague stood nearby, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Calling at such an hour for room service could only imply a request for something more intimate. What are you laughing at? Xie Sichuan exclaimed, a hint of urgency in her voice. Yet Liang Chen could not contain his amusement. He merely wanted a late-night snack, while Xie Sichuan's mind wandered to inappropriate places, undoubtedly having indulged in too many daydreams. Coughed, who said I wanted special service? I simply want to place an order for a late-night snack. Understood? Ordering food is one thing. She ought to clarify her statements. This mix-up is utterly mortifying. To Liang Chen, Xie Sichuan was merely a means to an end. He had long known she would do anything for money, but he had not expected her to possess such an endearing side. All right, please have that Michelin-starred chef prepare me a late-night snack. I am famished, originally preoccupied with thoughts of the thugs from earlier. Liang Chen found his mood lifted by Xie Sichuan's interruption. After ending the call, he reopened the panel. Ding, welcome, host, to version 2.1 of the multiverse search system. Such a powerful system. It could locate individuals. Surely, it could also trace the network behind this ordeal, right? Searching for today's images for the host, filtering through unnecessary individuals and matters. Please wait. A web of connections begins with the formidable figure closest to Liang Chen today. Ding, the current network of relationships has been established for the host. Name, Sang Kuan, age, 38, occupation, human trafficker. Below are the suspicious individuals he has encountered. A series of photographs materialize on the panel, and as Liang Chen meticulously examines them, he recognizes a familiar face in the last image. Isn't that the lackey by Du Xiaoma's side? Ding, the phone audio has been captured for the host. Would you like to open it? Can it still capture phone audio? Are communication devices this fragile now? Or is the system extraordinarily powerful? Hey, Sang Kuan, there's a job for you. Go to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong and capture someone. Make sure to bring him in alive. The reward is 70 million. His name is Liang Chen. Remember, he must be alive. Don't kill him. Du Xiaoma is actually hiring someone to capture me? Chapter 142. Discovering new functions. Again, a series of questions flood Liang Chen's mind. This scoundrel, professing brotherhood to my face while plotting behind my back. After careful contemplation, has my recent arrogance exposed my wealth? Ding. The multiverse search system prompts the host. Do you wish to conduct an asset investigation on Du Xiaoma? An asset investigation? This feature exists. I shall promptly investigate this scoundrel for plotting against me. Ding. The multiverse search system is currently conducting an asset examination on this individual. Please hold on. Seated on the sofa. Liang Chen seethes with rage, unable to fathom how these individuals maintain a facade of camaraderie while harboring ulterior motives. He recalls Sister Sue's warning. Liang Chen, now that you possess wealth, be especially wary of malicious individuals. Beware that their intentions may be ulterior. Human hearts are inscrutable. Sister Sue's words echo in his ears, and he realizes that someone has grown impatient so soon, particularly someone who professes brotherhood. Indeed, human nature is unpredictable. Ding. The multiverse search system has completed the asset investigation on this individual. The display reveals Du Xiaoma's financial status over the recent years, indicating his involvement in smuggling antiques and even stock fund investments in cultural relics. Analyzing the data, it becomes evident that Du Xiaoma has sustained significant stock losses over the past 2 years and is now facing a deficit exceeding 100 million, with considerable losses in cultural relics as well. No wonder he aims to target me. Well, Du Xiaoma, Let us see how I deal with you. After acquiring all pertinent information on Du Xiaoma, Liang Chen executes a series of commands on the panel. Observing as the stocks he purchased begin to rise in value, decisively, he opts to sell them. Ding dong. Just as he completes his directives, the doorbell rings. Come in. The door is unlocked. Liang Chen shuts the panel, his heart swelling with self-satisfaction. Tio challenge Liang Chen is to court death. The door to the presidential suite opens, and the person delivering food is none other than CSC Xuan. Isn't she supposed to be at the front desk? Why is she here delivering food? Could it be that she intends to? A wicked smile spreads across Liang Chen's face. Mr. Liang, here is your late-night snack, totaling 16,700 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? So she is here to collect payment. Noticing her holding a POS machine, Liang Chen casts her a cold glance. He still has some cash from the bank, so he decides not to use his card. He retrieves 20,000 yuan from the drawer and hands it to CSC Xuan. Here, no need for change. Consider the rest a tip. The 2 stacks of bills are hefty, still sealed with the bank's insignia. A tip? This 20,000 is enough for her to dine for over 2 months. Indeed, it is quite generous. He spent 2,000 on a meal and didn't he even need change. Truly a wealthy individual. Clutching the cash, CSC Xuan blushes and smiles shyly, placing the food neatly on the table while standing respectfully beside it. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Enjoy your meal. She turns to leave. Wait, eating alone is rather dull. Why not join me? With a hint of flirtation in his gaze, CSC Xuan is naturally inclined to accept. Who wouldn't he relish dinner with a wealthy patron? However, out of decorum and modesty, coupled with her work obligations, she hesitates to agree. I'm sorry, but I'm still on duty and cannot join you for dinner. What a cheeky response, refusing to give face. Chapter 143. Intriguing. Considering it over, Liang Chen decides against pressing her further. After all, it is indeed work hours, so he won't insist. Very well. Initially, he thought Liang Chen would attempt to persuade her multiple times. She even contemplated that if he asked again, she would certainly agree. Little did she know, the man before her was entirely oblivious to such hints. One refusal was not enough to warrant another attempt. CSC Xuan's awkward expression brought Liang Chen a secret delight. He wanted to laugh, but restrained himself to avoid irritating her. He watched as she furrowed her brows and walked out in confusion. Only then did he allow himself to relax. Ha ha ha, opportunities are fleeting. Once missed, they are gone. Michelin-starred cuisine is indeed delectable. Though it comes at a cost, can one expect anything less from a 6-star hotel? Setting down his cutlery, Liang Chen contentedly pats his full belly. There is no greater joy than relishing a sumptuous dinner when one is famished. Ding, you have new messages. Please check promptly. Ding, you have new messages. Please check promptly. Ding, you have new messages. Please check promptly. Opening the panel. A flurry of WeChat messages floods in. Brother Cat, thank you for escorting me home today. I had a wonderful time dancing with you. I hope to be your partner again next time. A message from Song Jai catches Liang Chen's eye briefly before he moves on to the next. Mr. Liang, I am Zhou Jisheng, the president of Jiayuan Real Estate. I would like to invite you to visit my company tomorrow. We have several villas that suit your temperament. If interested, please call me at 1303-990-8888. Consider it a gift from our company. Oh, this real estate mogul seems intriguing. How did he acquire my phone number? While pondering, he discovers the source of this information in the next message. Brother Liang. That Zhou from Jiayuan Real Estate mentioned he has some excellent villas. I see you've been living in hotels. Why not choose a few there? It turns out Feng Junbai provided him with his number. Shutting the panel, Liang Chen sighs. Indeed, one cannot rely on anyone entirely. This web of connections is intertwined, and although his information is thoroughly protected by the system, it cannot withstand the chatter of these individuals. Feng Junbai harbors no malicious intent, but one cannot keep a secret forever. As for the houses, purchasing a few for investment wouldn't be a bad idea. Standing before the window, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. The presidential suite offers a distinct view, setting it apart from others. He returns to the bathroom for a hot shower, then drifts off to a blissful sleep. At 3:30 in the morning, Du Xiaoma is jolted awake by a phone call. Hello, what is it? Don't you know I'm asleep? Why are you calling? Du Xiaoma scowls, shouting into the phone, causing the beauty beside him to wake in fright, shrinking under the covers and daring not to make a sound. She is well aware of Du Xiaoma's temperament. Disturbing his slumber is a grave offense. Brother, your stock market has crashed. I don't know what happened. All your stocks have been sold off, and the market in America is surging right now. How could you sell? Upon hearing it's an insider from the U.S. stock company, all remnants of sleep vanish. This is impossible. Are you out of your mind? When did I sell? Don't play games with me. Investigate what is going on, brother. We VE checked. It was sold domestically. We have no records on our end. Did you hand it over to another brokerage? You haven't made a dime back, and the deficit is looming. What the hell? When did I entrust it to another brokerage? Did you all secretly execute the sale and only now inform me? Du Xiaoma remains in a state of utter disbelief, realizing the gravity of the situation. The entire stock market has been liquidated. How can he explain this to Yin Zong? He is notoriously cold-blooded. If the deficit is covered, his own life may be at stake. Images of Yin Zong's previous ruthlessness flash in his mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. His agitation and fury boil over, leading him to kick the woman beside him, sending her tumbling off the bed. Get lost? Why are you trembling? I'm not the one trembling. The frightened beauty scrambles to dress, her face pale as she rushes out, cursing under her breath. Serves you right for losing money in the stock market, you dog of a man, brother. What should we do now? The deficit is unmanageable, and if Yin Zong finds out, our heads are on the line. The voice on the other end grows increasingly frantic. Though far away in America, Yin Hao is infamous for his ruthlessness. Thriving in both the underworld and legitimate circles, compared to him, Du Xiaoma is merely a small fry. Why panic? There's still a week until the month ends. Hurry up and think of a way to reinvest the sale proceeds. Brother, it's too late to invest now. Once the stock price rises, it will plummet afterward. Investing again might wipe out our last capital. Otherwise, why not take those collectibles you've hoarded and sell them on the black market to cover your losses? A deficit exceeding 100 million cannot possibly be remedied by a mere handful of trinkets. Even if you were to sell every last possession of Du Xiaoma, it would hardly suffice. While others may perceive an aura of success around him, the truth is that Yin Hao has been the one funding this facade. Now, with this situation escalated, Du Xiaoma finds himself at a loss. I have little left in terms of collectibles, having sold most of them already. For now, investigate who has been selling off the stocks. They could not have vanished into thin air. I will devise a plan for the rest. That night, Du Xiaoma dared not sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of how to acquire funds. The ruthless nature of Yin Hao loomed over him, a far greater threat than he could imagine. Causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead, in a moment of panic, he recalled the earlier instructions to apprehend Liang Chen. How could there still be no news at this hour? He dialed the phone again. Hello, where is the person I asked you to apprehend? Boss, are you still awake this late? Came the drowsy response from the other end of the line. Why the hell are you still sleeping? I am asking you about that Liang kid. Have you captured him or not? Not a word from you. The sharp reprimand jolted the receiver into alertness. It was the first time in years that they had heard Du Xiaoma express such fury. Sorry, boss, I'll get right on it. After hanging up, Du Xiaoma's impatience only escalated. He could not even ascertain if the target had been captured. He dressed hastily, intending to seek answers. Just then, his phone rang again. Speak, brother. The reports from the United States indicate that you personally sold off the stocks. Did you perhaps forget in your sleep? Forget? You must be delusional. Am I a fool? I sold them myself. Are you trying to waste my time with nonsense? Du Xiaoma's furious outburst nearly compelled the caller to hang up, knowing well his volatile temper. However, the data unequivocally showed that the transactions had indeed been executed from his phone. Calm down. Please, just check the stock app on your phone. You're not going to believe me otherwise. As Du Xiaoma prepared to unleash another torrent of curses, the line suddenly went dead. How dare they hang up on me? Despite his disbelief in the claims from the United States, Du Xiaoma reluctantly opened his stock app. The market was clearly marked. Just before midnight, stocks had been sold off, and the records confirmed that it was indeed his phone that executed the trades. At that moment, he had been in bed, engaged in unmentionable activities with a beautiful woman. When had he even touched his phone? Could it have been that woman? No, that was impossible. The phone had been on the bedside table. The last time he checked was at 11:30, and he hadn't touched it after that. What on earth was happening? Thus, Du Xiaoma teetered on the brink of a breakdown. A sleepless night compounded by such distressing news left him utterly bewildered. As dawn broke, Liang Chen was roused from slumber by his voice assistant. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was still not yet 7. Although he was not one to sleep in, he preferred to rise around 8. That upon checking his notifications, one message brought him immense joy. Ding! The stock market collapse system alerts the host. Du Xiaoma's stocks have plummeted, incurring losses of 58 million. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let that scoundrel feel the consequences of his actions. With a prior loss of 150 million, and now another 50 million. Let us see how he manages to recover from this. Beaming with delight, Liang Chen sprang from his bed. With a cheerful disposition, he planned to invite a lovely lady for breakfast, stroll around Taikuli, view some properties in the afternoon, and enjoy dinner with another beautiful companion in the evening. Such a life was simply delightful. After washing up and dressing in his modest attire, Liang Chen opted for a low profile, having not arranged for Mike to style him in a few days. He gazed at his reflection, acknowledging that his current attire did not quite match his present stature. However, he had few respectable clothes and did not wish to don formal wear. Ding dong. Good morning, Mr. Liang. Your breakfast is ready. Would you like to dine now? The service at a 6-star hotel was impeccable, providing complimentary breakfast delivered by charming attendants. Opening the door, he was greeted by a tall, strikingly beautiful mixed-race woman, clad in a maid's outfit. Pushing a dining cart, isn't this a bit excessive? He mused, taken aback by her fluency in Mandarin, wondering if she was indeed a local. Good morning, Mr. Liang. Here is your breakfast, a sandwich with caviar and a fruit salad. Would you prefer milk or juice? Her sweet voice, framed by long lashes and captivating green eyes, stirred a flutter in his heart. Milk, please. Dressed in inexpensive clothing, Liang Chen sat at the dining table, relishing the unique experience of being served by a beautiful mixed-race woman. He had never encountered such a scenario before and had previously perceived them as aloof. Yet, this maid's figure was alluring, with her curves accentuated beautifully. What's your name? He inquired, captivated by her enchanting eyes. Mr. Liang, I am Yishui, a mix of Chinese and British heritage. My father is from England. Typically, mixed-race women serving in hotels commanded high fees, often working only 2 hours in the morning. However, Liang Chen, having booked the presidential suite for a month, enjoyed such premium service as part of his stay. Are you free today? I would like to invite you to accompany me for a stroll. Yishui had expected to serve an elderly guest in the presidential suite, but was pleasantly surprised when a young, handsome man opened the door. Despite his unremarkable attire, his demeanor suggested he was a person of significant means. Stunned by Liang Chen's invitation, she wondered if he might be interested in her. I could use some company, if you're available. How about 5,000 for an hour? 5,500? An hour at that rate meant 50,000 for 10 hours. While working at the Mandarin Oriental, her pay was only 500 an hour, with shifts every few days. Yishui gaped, extending a delicate arm, astonished by Liang Chen's offer. What's the matter? Is that too little? No, it's quite generous. Mr. Liang, I just need to finish my work in an hour and I can leave by 9. She quickly explained her schedule, eager to accept the offer. All right, I'll buy that hour as well. Change your clothes and meet me downstairs. Be quick. With a knowing smile, Liang Chen anticipated her acceptance. Money was indeed a powerful motivator. Without a moment's hesitation, Yishui, her long legs striding eagerly, left the presidential suite with a joyful bounce, dispelling all worries in her wake. Having finished breakfast, Liang Chen prepared to leave, aiming for a discreet exit. He sought to blend in at Taikuli, where crowds were abundant and ostentation was not his style. Clad in his previous modest attire and with his hair unkempt, he descended to the hotel lobby, where Yishui awaited him, radiating elegance in a white t-shirt and deep blue jeans, her waves of long hair cascading gracefully, reminiscent of the goddess Athena. Mr. Liang, Yishui, unpretentious in nature and motivated by her passions, felt a warm glow as Liang Chen approached, likening the moment to sunlight breaking through the clouds. Shall we? Lu San had borrowed a business vehicle from the hotel, allowing him to remain vigilant as Liang Chen's bodyguard, especially after the previous night's events. Taikuli, a hub for luxury brands, attracted affluent shoppers and regulars, as a certain spending capacity was required to shop there. Upon arrival at 9:30, the foot traffic was sparse, with a plethora of high-end stores such as Gucci, Chanel, Louis Vuitton, Versace, and Armani. Welcome to the Gucci boutique. Please, come inside. The attendant, Lina, barely glanced at Liang Chen, dismissing his presence with a haughty expression as she escorted them into the store. Thinking, dressed like that, he dares to shop here? And with a foreign beauty by his side. Surely he must be well taken care of. Liang Chen immediately discerned the disdainful attitude of the waiter, who led him in only to busy herself with other tasks. Could that young man be a toy poodle raised by a foreign woman? I suspect he is merely a kept man. Judging by his shabby attire, there's no way he could afford to spend here. The waitstaff chattered among themselves, pointing fingers at Liang Chen, until the manager, Xiao Wan, scolded them, prompting Li Na and the others to lower their heads and exit the cash register area. Yet, Liang Chen heard their words distinctly. Yishui was astonished by his complete lack of reaction as he leisurely browsed the items. Could you please bring this one out for me to inspect? He requested. Certainly. Li Na carelessly retrieved the wallet Liang Chen had set his sights on, handing it to him with a hint of contempt in her gaze. The poor boy dares to court the wealthy. Isn't it delightful to play the gigolo? Or perhaps he simply lacks a woman of his own. Her gaze swept over his clothes, which barely cost a few dozen. Dear customer, our items range from a few thousand to several hundred thousand. May I inquire how much you intend to spend today? Perhaps I could assist you in your selection? Though she feigned assistance, her tone was laced with mockery of Liang Chen's financial status. No need. I'm merely browsing, he replied. Browsing is all you can do, she retorted. Oh my. A wealthy patron has arrived. Mr. Liao, what brings you here so early? Are you here to collect that limited edition handbag you were eyeing for your wife? Liao Fancheng, clad in designer brands and adorned with a heavy gold chain, wore a gaudy light blue suit with tight white pants and clunky loafers that screamed tastelessness. Having recently won a lottery worth $1 billion, he flaunted his newfound wealth with no regard for style. Ina greeted him eagerly, like a lapdog, as he entered with sunglasses perched on his nose. Yes, I was hoping to see if you have received that limited edition bag. Indeed, follow me, and I shall have a colleague fetch it for you. Li Na ushered Liao Fancheng to a VIP seat, serving him tea with utmost courtesy, while she regarded Liang Chen with disdain. Mi Shui, unable to fathom this differential treatment, attempted to pull Liang Chen away, but he resisted, relishing the unfolding drama. He thrived on the scorn directed his way, eagerly anticipating the moment when he could strike back. Moments later, Li Na returned with the coveted handbag, which was indeed beautiful and practical. As Liao Fancheng examined it, Liang Chen stepped forward to inquire, "Excuse me, how much is this bag?" Before Liao Fancheng could respond, Li Na interjected, "This limited edition bag is priced at 288,000. Move aside. You're blocking Mr. Liao's view." Liao Fancheng sneered, "Hey kid, I saw this bag first. Dio, you really think you can afford it? Why don't you go play elsewhere?" Their jibes echoed loudly, mocking Liang Chen. Liao Fancheng then noticed Mi Shui behind Liang Chen, instantly captivated by her beauty, his mind flooded with inappropriate thoughts. Having previously only indulged in fantasies through adult films, he now felt emboldened by his wealth. "Hey, beautiful, why don't you come with me? I can make you very happy. I'm quite wealthy." He spoke in a mix of broken English and Chinese. Assuming she wouldn't understand, Liang Chen stood before Liao Fancheng, icy disdain etched across his face. "My woman, do you think you have the right to pursue her? His woman?" Mi Shui was taken aback. They had barely spent 24 hours together, and yet he claimed her so possessively. Despite her confusion, she found his assertiveness appealing, her expression softening as she gazed at him with newfound admiration. Liao Fancheng, with his haughty demeanor, mocked, "Ha! You poor loser, I have $1 billion. What do you have? Do you dare challenge me?" His derision failed to provoke Liang Chen, whose calmness intrigued Liao Fancheng, who had never encountered such composure in a man despite years in the gambling world. Yet, a poor man remains a poor man, and Liao Fancheng couldn't resist belittling him. "Mr. Liang, let us leave. This store is beneath us," Mi Shui interjected, which only delighted Liao Fancheng further, realizing she could speak Chinese. "Hey, beautiful, don't waste your time with this loser. Come with me. I'll pay you 50,000 a month." 50,000? How ludicrous, Mi Shui retorted, attempting to pull Liang Chen away. However, Liao Fancheng stepped in front of them, blocking their path with a repugnant grin, his breath reeking of stale cigarettes. "Please move aside. Didn't you hear my boyfriend?" Mi Shui urged. "You'd only eat pickled vegetables and porridge with him. Why not come with me? I'll pay you 100,000 a month, but you'll need to wake me up every day." His increasing lewdness made Mi Shui recoil in disgust. Liang Chen could no longer tolerate Liao Fancheng's repulsive behavior, his appearance and demeanor as offensive as his words. "Get lost, disgusting man," Mi Shui exclaimed, trying to escape. Yet, Liao Fancheng blocked Liang Chen's path again, smirking. "Hey kid, how about I offer you 500,000 for this beauty? What? Are you out of your mind? I'll give you $1 million to leave us alone." Liang Chen shot back, his eyes cold and unyielding. "You, of all people, should stop pretending. I bet you have less than 500 in your wallet." Liao Fancheng's taunt struck a chord. Liang Chen had indeed brought no cash, only a black card, intending to shop without the burden of carrying large sums. After half an hour of Liao Fancheng's relentless blocking, Liang Chen's patience waned. He was here to enjoy himself, and this man was ruining his mood. Ignoring Liao Fancheng, Liang Chen turned to the cash register. "Manager, could you please come here?" Observing his actions, Liao Fancheng jeered. suspecting Liang Chen might be asking for an installment plan or a loan. Hey kid, if you need money, I could lend you some, but the interest is that you let this beauty pay for it. Liang Chen shot him a cold glance, drawing Mi Shui back to his side. Manager Xiaowen followed closely behind, as did the other staff, all eager to witness what spectacle Liang Chen would create. Nana, this man can't possibly be a loser, right? I've heard that the most discreet wealthy individuals prefer to travel incognito. Discreet? He looks like a total loser. How could he compare to Mr. Liao, who was a billionaire? True, but could this loser really be living off a wealthy woman? Look at him. He must be some country bumpkin thinking he has struck gold. The staff whispered amongst themselves, their comments reaching Liang Chen's ears as he merely smiled, amused by their short-sightedness. Truly, it is a case of dogs seeing people through their own narrow lens, selecting a few modestly priced items. Liang Chen noted that Manager Xiaowen treated him with the same respect as any other customer. Yet, this only fueled Liao Fanqing's arrogance. Ha, I knew you were broke. Why else would you only pick cheap items? They don't even compare to the limited edition bag I'm after. You really are amusing. Ignoring Liao Fanqing's taunts, Liang Chen continued to select a few more items. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, please, aside from the few items I selected, wrap up everything else in the store. What? Everything? A profound silence fell over the shop. Never had anyone dared to purchase the entire inventory of a store. Calculating in his mind, it would require at least 10 million to acquire all the items. Such madness, it was inconceivable. Even the store manager, Xiaowen, was taken aback, stammering, did you say everything? Is my request not clear enough? Liang Chen replied, surveying his surroundings, deliberately raising his voice, exuding an air of superiority. Liao Fanqing was utterly astonished. How could this brat possibly have such wealth, to dare purchase the entirety of a Gucci outlet? What a farce, kid. Don't overestimate yourself. The goods in this store are worth at least 10 million. Dio, you really think you can afford it? Just as everyone was fixated on Liang Chen, Liao Fanqing's skeptical voice cut through the tension. If you can't pay up later, you'll be the laughing stock, and please, wrap up that limited edition bag as well. Why yes, just a moment. The manager, Xiaowen, finally snapped back to reality, her astonishment evident as she called for others to assist. Lu San, who had been waiting at the entrance for this spectacle, found Liang Chen's performance utterly captivating. After all, it was easy to feign poverty but far more challenging to feign wealth, and Liang Chen navigated both with remarkable ease. Even Li Na, standing nearby, was dumbfounded. This man could actually purchase everything from the entire outlet. Such achievements were rare. She suddenly realized her grave mistake in underestimating this hidden tycoon, hastily approaching him with a cup of tea. Please, have some water. Liang Chen, accompanied by Mi Shui, settled into a position reserved for VIPs, leisurely observing the flurry of activity around him. Mr. Liang, aside from the few items you declined, the total comes to 12.39 million. With an 8.8 discount, your total is 10.9 million, and we've waived the pennies. Please review. Li Na quickly fetched the ledger. The store hadn't opened for business yet, but now, it was sold out. There was no need to do the math. As daily totals were already compiled, no need, just swipe my card. And have these items sent to the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. And please gift wrap that limited edition item. I wish to present it to Miss Mi Shui. With a flick of his fingers, Liang Chen produced a black card, one of only 3 in existence, which gleamed before the astonished onlookers. This was the first time Xiaowen had processed such a substantial transaction. Her hands trembling slightly. Having worked at Gucci for so long, she had never sold anything exceeding 2 to 3 million. By the way, this sale counts solely for you. The others have no share. Why yes, Xiaowen was increasingly astonished by Liang Chen's sudden actions. The commission of over 1.63 million based on a mere 15 was staggering, not to mention the monthly performance bonuses and awards for top sales. Ecstatically, she took the card from Liang Chen's hand and swiped it through the POS machine. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the machine's response. Watch closely. The POS will surely indicate insufficient funds. Ding, payment successful. This sound stripped Liao Fanqing of his confidence. Although he had won 100 million, he would never spend so extravagantly. Spending 100,000 in a month felt extravagant enough, let alone over 10 million in one go. The mere thought made him wince. Li Na, filled with regret, lamented how Liang Chen had declared that all credit went to Xiaowen. Now, she could only watch helplessly as a fortune slipped through her fingers, feeling too disheartened to even cry. Xiaowen is incredible. She just earned over 1 million in commission, while we earn nothing. What do we do now? What can we do? The customer explicitly stated that it was all Xiaowen's performance. Not ours. The two salesgirls, with dismayed expressions, busily packed up the entire store's inventory. Liang Chen was not entirely heartless. Seeing the two beauties frowning, he stood up, taking Mi Shui by the hand. He didn't harbor any particular fondness for Li Na and bypassed her entirely. Addressing the two ladies directly, if you're unhappy, feel free to choose a bag you like from all these. Consider it a welcome gift from me, Liang Xiao. The two ladies gazed at Liang Chen, initially thinking he had some instructions regarding the packaging, but happiness arrived unexpectedly. Their eyes sparkled with admiration for him. Oh, really? My goodness, not only are you handsome, but you're so kind. Your girlfriend must be very fortunate. Girlfriend? Such a concept does not exist, Liang Chen mused. For him, women could be numerous, but a wife, only one. However, he had no intention of seeking a stable girlfriend, let alone a wife, at this juncture. Exactly, you're truly wonderful. Thank you. Retrieving the black card, Liang Chen cast a haughty glance at Liao Fanxing. Relishing the sight of his ashen face, he proudly held Mi Shui's hand and exited the Gucci outlet in an instant. Liang Chen's acquisition of the entire Gucci store's inventory created a sensation throughout Taikoo Li, drawing a crowd from other outlets. The beautiful attendants from Louis Vuitton rushed over, marveling, no way, he actually bought everything from the store? If only he would buy a few items from our counter. Even the manager of Armani menswear made an appearance. Yin Mei, a quintessential beauty with classical grace, exuded an ethereal charm in her tailored suit. Captivating yet intimidating. However, her personality was refreshingly straightforward. Seeing Liang Chen's lavishness, she boldly approached him. Just as Liang Chen was about to leave the Gucci store, Yin Mei, resembling a celestial being, glided forward. Sir, you possess such an elegant demeanor and a vibrant personality. Yet your attire does not do justice to your essence. I am the manager of this store, Yin Mei. May I invite you to explore our collection? In that moment, Liang Chen was captivated. How could such a clear-headed and ethereal woman exist in the world? Chapter 152. Exclusive service. Her face bore a hint of makeup, and rather than the scent of perfume, she emanated a natural femininity. The fragrance delicately wafted past Liang Chen's nose, igniting a stirring in his core. It was the primal urge of masculinity awakening in his mind, a sensation he had never experienced so intensely before. Not even the alluring Mi Shui, with her seductive allure, could evoke such a reaction. Since the manager has graciously invited me, I shall gladly accept. How could Liang Chen refuse such a beautiful invitation, especially from such a captivating woman, prompting dreams of grandeur to swirl in his mind? Oh dear, why didn't we try that? Perhaps we would have ended up purchasing everything. Pfft, the Armani manager is renowned for her ethereal presence and audacity. You might stand a chance if you had her charisma, but keep dreaming. The entire Taikoo Li buzzed with discussions about Liang Chen trying on clothes at Armani. In the executive office on the top floor of Taikoo Li, the president exclaimed, "We have a situation. A guest named Liang just bought everything from the Gucci outlet and is now at Armani, where Yin Mei is attending to him." Li Xiaobai, sporting glasses and dressed in a white suit, stood at the door of the president's office, his voice brimming with excitement. Instantly, the office erupted into fervent chatter. Is that true? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Ran sprang to his feet, incredulous as he scrutinized Li Xiaobai. Zhou Ran, the president of Taikoo Li, specialized in luxury goods and had established solid partnerships with various brands, boasting over 100 branches nationwide. Absolutely. Our counters are practically deserted as everyone rushes to gawk at that guest. A moment ago, I heard someone mention that he swiped over 10 million in one go. What are you waiting for? Sound the highest alert. Have security lock down the mall and instruct everyone at the counters to remain vigilant. We must provide this guest with unparalleled service. Li Xiaobai was taken aback. This was the legendary exclusive service for a single guest, a first in the history of Taikoo Li. Zhou Ran had long heard tales of the man who gained fame at Qingmingxian. He wondered if today's extravagant spender was indeed that same individual. Although he had received an invitation, he had been abroad for business meetings. Now, upon his return, he heard the buzz surrounding this guest. He quickly donned his blazer and barked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry." "Oh, right. I'm on it." Liang Chen was trying on clothes at the Armani outlet. While it lacked the opulence of Kingsley's bespoke service, it nonetheless imparted a unique charm when worn by Liang Chen. Yin Mei's attentive service made him feel exceptionally comfortable. Her gentle demeanor was unmatched by anyone else, and her tone and movements were akin to a fairy gliding past. "Miss Yin, the outfits you've selected for me are splendid. Please wrap them up. So soon? I was hoping to entice him to purchase a few more items. I have so many expenses this month." Just as Yin Mei hesitated, the alarm echoed throughout Taikoo Li. All the guests were turned away, even those still strolling in Taikuli, and Liao Fanqing was also ejected. Chapter 153, Personally Welcoming Himself. Liao Fanqing felt greatly aggrieved by the mall's actions. After all, they were all customers. Why was he the one denied such treatment? How can you treat us this way? We are your patrons, he protested. Is it really fair to differentiate among us? He left the mall in a huff, getting into the Mercedes he had purchased for over $1 million only a short while ago, and drove away. Upon hearing the alarm, Liang Chen was startled. What is happening? Is there a fire? He inquired. No, Mr. Liang, please don't be alarmed. This is merely our mall clearing the premises for your esteemed presence. Today, we are only at your service. Thinking there was a fire, Liang Chen hesitated to leave, but then noticed a person at the entrance, beaming with respect. Zhou Ran approached the Armani counter, observing Liang Chen's silhouette, and quickly offered an explanation. Clearing the premises? This is a first for me. Ha ha, how delightful that Taikuli would clear out for me. Who are you? Liang Chen asked. Hello, I am Zhou Ran, the president of Taikuli. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. It truly elevates our humble establishment. Upon seeing Liang Chen, Zhou Ran recalled conversations with industry friends, realizing the descriptions matched perfectly, and he was determined to befriend this affluent Mr. Liang. Zhou Ran, usually exuding an air of authority, humbly introduced himself. The notion that the president of Taikuli had come personally to welcome him made Liang Chen feel quite pleased. He reminisced about his past movie outings, often going when the films were about to leave theaters. Sometimes alone, enjoying the entire experience without anyone else. He had often consoled himself that he was enjoying a private screening, but he knew it was merely self-deception. He never expected that one day, a luxury mall would clear out for him, granting him exclusive service. However, Liang Chen preferred not to be so ostentatious, yet Zhou's courteousness surprised him. Oh, you were too kind. I merely wish to browse. It wouldn't be right to offend your other guests, he said casually while struggling to tie his bow tie. No, a guest of your stature deserves such treatment. I shan't intrude on your shopping. Perhaps we could have tea together another time? Zhou Ran handed Liang Chen a business card as Liang Chen, still unable to tie his bow tie, accepted it with a polite smile. Since you are so gracious, I shall not decline. Why do people invent such cumbersome accessories as bow ties and ties? Liang Chen furrowed his brows in frustration. Noticing his agitation, Yinmei stepped forward to assist him. As their hands brushed, it felt electrifying. Ignoring Mi Shui nearby, Liang Chen's focus was solely on the classical beauty before him. To dispel the awkwardness, he quickly suggested, Mr. Zhou, could you arrange for my mixed-race girlfriend to be taken home? I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany her. Chapter 154. Anger with such character. The tone of his voice carried a hint of flirtation. Zhou Ran, seasoned in the social scene, easily discerned Liang Chen's interest in Yinmei. Certainly, I shall have my assistant Xiaobai escort the lady home. Yinmei, sensing the undercurrent, lowered her gaze shyly, fearful of igniting any sparks. Upon hearing that Liang Chen wanted to send her home, Mi Shui suddenly stood up. Mr. Liang, I'll take my leave now. You have my number. Feel free to call if you need morning services. Though Mi Shui had her own feelings for Liang Chen, she recognized his interest in Yinmei. Her aim was financial gain, not a romantic rendezvous, and with the opportunity presented, she followed Xiaobai out. Morning services? What does that mean? Yinmei felt discontent. How could someone so fickle be trusted? She had been raised with strict morals, remaining pure throughout her life. Pouting slightly, she tightened Liang Chen's bow tie with determination, causing him to choke slightly. Cough, cough. Liang Chen chuckled at her antics. How endearing. Even her anger is so unique. Zhou Ran, observing their silent exchanges, turned and gestured for others to leave. The Armani counter was now left with only Yinmei and Liang Chen. The atmosphere thickened. Yinmei felt as though Liang Chen's gaze could penetrate her very being. Mr. Liang, why don't you try on this suit? She suggested, turning to retrieve a suit but keeping her eyes cast downwards. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Liang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He pulled her closer, their proximity now barely an inch apart. Why not help me change? The suggestion sent Yinmei's face into a deeper shade of red as she hurried into the fitting room. That moment, Liang Chen's gaze intensified, a hint of allure in his eyes, making it hard for her to resist. You don't like me, don't you? Liang Chen teased, his voice low as he leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. It was evident that his words held a compelling allure, making refusal impossible. Yet, Liang Chen understood he needed to rein in his emotions. Otherwise, the fitting room would become a battleground of passion. Mr. Liang, perhaps we should step outside. It's not very convenient here. Yinmei's voice brought Liang Chen back to reality. prompting him to gently release her hands and regard her seriously. All the clothing from this counter should be tailored to my size and sent to the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong. Consider it your achievement. He had expected Liang Chen to make further advances, perhaps wishing for such actions himself. What was he truly yearning for? Yet, Liang Chen's words swiftly grounded Yin-mei back to reality, dispelling her fantasies. Had she heard this just 5 minutes earlier, she would have leaped with joy. Now, however, a tinge of disappointment lingered. After a moment's silence, she remained in the fitting room, close to him. What's wrong? Nothing. I'll go now. Chapter 155. The Beauty in Hanfu. Yin-mei, embarrassed, snapped back to reality and hurried out of the fitting room. Her reaction stirred a sense of compassion in Liang Chen. The rush of emotions was undeniable, and he found himself painfully aware of his desires. He sank into a plush chair, waiting for the intensity to subside. This was the first time he had endured such feelings for a woman. In the storeroom, Yin-mei gazed at her reflection, her cheeks resembling a ripe peach. She hastily applied some foundation to calm her appearance, tidying her shirt that Liang Chen's hands had tousled before heading to the counter. Her diligence only deepened Liang Chen's fascination. To avoid further temptation, he decided to linger by the entrance for a moment. Mr. Liang, have you chosen your clothing? Surprisingly, Zhou Ran remained stationed at the door, unwavering. Liang Chen offered an awkward smile. Formulating a plan. Mr. Zhou, might I borrow the store manager for half a day? I need assistance with purchasing a property this afternoon. Could she accompany me? Zhou Ran readily agreed, demonstrating his willingness to assist without confirming Yin-mei's consent. Liang Chen felt a twinge of disapproval toward Zhou Ran's lack of consideration for his subordinate. Mr. Liang, your purchases have been finalized, totaling 8,753,400 yuan. With the discount, the total comes to 8,750,000 yuan. Before Yin-mei could finish, Liang Chen produced his black card and placed it in her hand. The transaction would yield substantial commission for her, enabling her to renovate her family home and relieve her parents from their strenuous rural labor. She could bring them to the city, providing better care and access to superior medical facilities. Although city living was costly, her salary could easily support their daily needs, especially with the high property prices in Shanghai. With this commission, she could afford a modest 2-bedroom apartment in a less central area of the city. Your employer has generously granted you a day off today. Would you be interested in accompanying me to view some properties? Viewing properties? With this commission, of course, I would be inclined to go. However, one must ponder why the boss is so benevolent as to take a day off for himself. Typically, he does not exploit his employees, which is already commendable. Despite some reservations, Yin-mei nodded in agreement, as they were indeed heading to view properties, and it was a rare opportunity to accompany such a wealthy individual. Moreover, she harbored no aversion towards him. Mr. Liang, please wait for me a moment. I shall change my attire. Of course. After a brief interval, Yin-mei emerged from the staff lounge clad in traditional Han attire, her ethereal figure and celestial beauty complemented by the exquisite garment. Liang Chen was momentarily entranced. Lu San, standing before the business vehicle, was completely taken aback. A classically beautiful woman approached in elegant hanfu. Resembling a goddess. Goodness, close your mouth. You might drool. Since joining Liang Chen, Lu San had encountered various types of beauties, but none quite like Yin-mei. Boss, this time you've truly struck gold. This beauty is simply extraordinary. I am aware. We are headed to Jiayuan Properties. Indeed. Liang Chen, ever the gentleman, assisted Yin-mei into the vehicle, where they settled into the back seat. The advantage of this business vehicle was the partition that concealed Lu San from view, allowing him to drive without distraction. Where are we going to view properties? Yin-mei slightly shifted, and an enchanting fragrance wafted toward Liang Chen, leaving him utterly captivated. Tiaozhang Jiayuan? The Jiayuan Zhihui Villa? I've heard that the properties there are quite expensive. The entire villa is fully automated, having already sold for billions. The security measures in the complex are exceptionally stringent, requiring facial recognition for entry. Initially, Liang Chen had no intention of purchasing, but Yin-mei's words piqued his interest. A fully automated villa sounded quite innovative, something he had never encountered before. Is that so? I am not entirely certain, but their president extended a warm invitation, so I thought I would take a look. Liang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, stirring Yin-mei's curiosity about the man before her. He was not only handsome but also remarkably modest. Yet, he did not purchase for personal pleasure but rather for the needs of others. Who was he, truly? In her contemplation, she found herself fixated on Liang Chen's lips, swallowing involuntarily. What was happening? Why was he so magnetic? What's wrong? Noticing Liang Chen's flushed countenance, Yin-mei inquired with concern. It's nothing. Liang Chen's embarrassment was palpable as he attempted to feign nonchalance. Perhaps that I could assist you with my hand. It's rather inconvenient in this vehicle, and I would prefer not to. Seeing Liang Chen's demeanor, Yin Mei seemed to grasp the implication. She adopted a pitiful expression, lowering her head and murmuring, No, that's not necessary. Upon hearing this, Liang Chen felt even more awkward, shaking his head vigorously. Regardless, such a pitiful beauty standing before him stirred his compassion. With a gentle smile, Liang Chen opened the car door and took her delicate hand. It's all right. Let us proceed. In the face of such a beauty, Liang Chen refrained from making any advances, despite the separation between the driver's seat and the back. Fortunately, he maintained his composure. Otherwise, it could have led to a regrettable situation. Adjusting his wrinkled suit, he escorted Yin Mei from the vehicle. Jiayuan Zhihui Real Estate Company, embodying 50 years of wisdom, offers you a unique sanctuary. As they entered through the fully automated glass doors, an artificial intelligence voice resonated, making the real estate company resemble a scene from a sci-fi film, with mechanized personnel bustling about. A female robot stood at the reception desk, startling Liang Chen at first glance. They had fashioned a model resembling the renowned teacher Aoi Sora for reception duties. It seemed almost a waste of artistry. The robot smiled respectfully, her voice mimicking the authentic Aoi Sora. The exterior appeared remarkably lifelike. A dream come true for many enthusiasts. Welcome to Jiayuan Zhihui. May I inquire if you have an appointment? What's this? One must have an appointment to purchase a home. Business must not be thriving. I am here to see Mr. Zhou Jisheng. Could you arrange that? Certainly. Please hold on that I have located your appointment. Welcome, Mr. Liang, to Jiayuan Zhihui Real Estate Company. Xiao A will escort you upstairs, though it was a robot. The Aoi Sora model was impressively realistic. Zhou Jisheng's innovative thinking was evident. Most men capable of affording such properties were likely fans of Aoi Sora. Regardless of her current age, her debut film remained unforgettable. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, I am Xiao A, the assistant and secretary to the boss. Please follow me. A glance around the office revealed few living beings. Despite the tall structure, everything was mechanized, requiring no human assistance. Following the sound, a small, charming green robot with large mechanical eyes greeted them cheerfully. This company was truly astonishing. While he was aware of their mechanized artificial intelligence, he had not anticipated the entire establishment being run by robots. How had he not heard of such a company in Shenhe City? Clearly, Zhou Jisheng was quite discreet, which explained his lack of conversation at King Mengshuan. Reflecting on King Mengshuan, it was those without means who often boasted. While Zhou Jisheng seemed like an outsider, merely handing him a business card as he was leaving. What was his intention? With a sense of caution, Liang Chen followed the small robot into a private white elevator. Beep. Esteemed guest, you have arrived at the executive area. I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. The diminutive robot's speech was rather amusing. It was likely that the creator had a whimsical spirit. Ding.as the elevator doors opened. Zhou Jisheng awaited them at the entrance. Upon receiving the call from the Aoi Sora model, he was visibly thrilled. Although he had earned considerable profit from his mechanized real estate ventures, he lacked the funding for new projects. After witnessing Liang Chen's generosity at King Mengshuan, he was determined to invite this wealthy individual to invest. Otherwise, his new development would languish due to financial constraints. He was unwilling to relinquish his ambitions. Even with enough wealth to last several lifetimes, giving up was not an option. Upon hearing that Liang Chen had arrived, Zhou Jisheng was astonished. He had anticipated that this hidden magnate would be aloof. Yet he appeared promptly. Welcome, welcome. Mr. Liang, it is an honor to have you here. Though Zhou Jisheng was not particularly handsome, with glasses lending him a scholarly air, he walked with an intellectual demeanor, dressed in a white robe reminiscent of a scientist from a film. His sudden enthusiasm left Liang Chen feeling somewhat uneasy, yet he maintained a polite smile. Mr. Zhou, please, just call me Liang Chen. I have no company or employment, so being addressed as Mr. Liang feels quite unfamiliar. Liang Chen sensed an ulterior motive behind Zhou Jisheng's cordiality. Man of science, he would naturally hold little interest in Liang Chen's female companion. However, upon seeing Yin Mei, he acknowledged Liang Chen's exquisite taste. For 5,000 years of culture deserved respect. Ha ha ha, and who might this be? She is my female friend. I brought her along to explore. She possesses extensive knowledge about your company, guiding me throughout our journey. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to your line of work, mistakenly believing you operated a traditional real estate firm. Mr. Zhou, you are truly remarkable. Female friend? Sexual friend? Liang Chen's expression was ambiguous even to himself. Ha ha ha, I see. Please, both of you, come inside. The office of Zhou Jisheng is modest in size, yet every element within is seamlessly mechanized. The task of serving tea and refreshments is entirely executed by robots, whose movements are both deft and imbued with a human touch. The design is truly commendable. A glance around reveals the transparent glass wall at the back of the office, through which one can observe all the researchers engaged in development. Although their words are inaudible, the sight alone is awe-inspiring. Heard from General Fong that you possess several villas. I noticed the mechanical models you constructed downstairs. They are quite intriguing. I wonder if you still have those villas available? Oh, absolutely. If young Master Liang fancies one, I would gladly gift it to you. Zhou Jisheng's flattery leaves Liang Chen feeling uneasy. The idea of gifting a villa to a stranger seems excessive. As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. Excessive flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. Thus, Liang Chen forced a couple of smiles, pondering why he would need someone else to gift him something when he is financially capable. Had he not previously acquired this system, he might have considered the offer, but given his current circumstances, he found Zhou Jisheng's eagerness suspect, likely indicative of ulterior motives or schemes. Remembering the recent incident involving Du Xiaoma, he knew he couldn't let his guard down. Mr. Zhou, you are too kind and I am here today to purchase a villa. Let us skip the pleasantries. Just tell me the price, and I can pay immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jisheng grew anxious. If Liang Chen was unwilling to accept his goodwill, how could he broach the subject of his needs? He wiped the sweat from his brow, having never before sought anything from anyone. Liang Chen's outright refusal made it awkward to suggest that someone should invest in a property when they were already being asked to invest in a venture. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jisheng resolved that dignity was less important than the advancement of technology. However, with a woman present, he hesitated to speak. Noticing Zhou Jisheng's reluctance, Liang Chen turned to Yin Mei, who was seated beside him. Darling, why don't you go downstairs and check the layout of the villas? Perhaps you'll find something you like. My own preferences? A property in Jiayuan Zhihui would require at least 20 million. My commission is just over $1 million, barely enough for a modest second-hand apartment outside the fifth ring. Yet, since Liang Chen had suggested it, he must have pressing matters to discuss with Zhou Jisheng. Very well, I shall take a look and broaden my horizons. Yin Mei, perceptive and astute, understood Liang Chen's implications and said nothing further. All right, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. As the robot escorted Yin Mei into the elevator, Zhou Jisheng finally exhaled. He must clearly articulate his needs. Should this affluent individual agree to collaborate, it would be ideal. If not, alternative solutions would need to be considered. Given the company's current situation, at least 1 billion was required to achieve their goals. Summoning his courage, he fixed a determined gaze upon Liang Chen, inhaling deeply. To be candid, I invited you today to discuss a potential partnership. Our company is engaged in a space capsule research project. Although the intelligent villas have been quite profitable, we have diverted funds into this space capsule initiative and are now facing a financial shortfall. The other day, I was impressed by your generosity at King Mengshuan, and I thought it prudent to extend an invitation for you to join us as a business partner in Jiayuan Zhihui real estate. What is this? Wasn't I supposed to be here to buy a property? Now you're asking me to invest? I have no expertise in research. Surely Mr. Zhou must be mistaken. Liang Chen gazed at him in astonishment, questioning the rationale behind soliciting investment from someone he barely knew. Although he had wealth, the abruptness of the request felt inappropriate. Just as he was about to decline, a notification panel suddenly appeared. Beep. The multiverse search system alerts the host that this research company is in a state of debt, currently owing 13 billion. Invest cautiously. Beep. The multiverse search system alerts the host that despite being in debt, this research company possesses unprecedented development projects, with potential profits of 100 billion. Invest cautiously. After a moment of confusion, Liang Chen pondered the conflicting information. One moment he was warned against investment due to debt, and the next, he was told of a potential fortune. The system's notifications left him conflicted. Although 13 billion was considerable, it was manageable. However, he lacked clarity on what they were developing, how much more investment would be required, and the likelihood of success. Ultimately, he could not afford to lose such a substantial amount. Closing the panel, he scrutinized Zhou Jisheng, remaining silent for a protracted moment. I realize my request may seem abrupt, but I assure you, given our current research progress, should you invest 20 billion, this project will surely succeed. 20 billion? Just like that? What kind of project could possibly require such an investment? Mr. Zhou, it's not that I lack the funds or the desire to invest. It's simply that I am unaware of the technology your company is currently developing. Asking for 20 billion without any context seems unreasonable. Yes, how could I forget? Follow me to our research department, and you will understand. In today's world, rockets have already reached the moon, and countless satellites orbit the vast cosmos. Liang Chen was eager to discover what Zhou Jisheng's company was developing. After all, 20 billion for a potential return of 100 billion could indeed benefit humanity. Before entering the research department, they had to pass through a sterilization corridor and don isolation suits. Initially, Liang Chen questioned the necessity of the suits, but upon stepping into the laboratory, he was left speechless. Before him lay a Blackwing battleship, adorned with incomprehensible alien symbols. An alien spacecraft? Could it be? This was beyond belief. Zhou Jisheng appeared to be on the verge of a breakthrough. Young Master Liang, I must confess, had we not been in dire financial straits, I would never have brought you to such a critical facility. If this were to become known, the implications would be profound. Zhou Jisheng's tone conveyed both longing and desperation. Liang Chen understood well. But why was this alien battleship present? Did it have any connection to his newfound multiverse search system? He had yet to voice this inquiry to Mr. Zhou. Where did this alien battleship originate? About a decade ago. While researching in Zhongshan, our vehicle was violently struck by an unidentified object, resulting in the loss of all crew members. I alone survived, and upon emerging from the wreckage, I discovered this alien battleship stranded in the woods. As Zhou Jisheng spoke, he rolled up his pant leg, revealing a mechanical limb marred with scars, a testament to the trauma endured. His account seemed credible, and Liang Chen suspected that if he were lying, the system would issue a warning. Yet, for Liang Chen to invest 20 billion so easily, there had to be conditions. To ascertain whether his system was linked to this spacecraft, he removed the gloves from his isolation suit. What are you doing, young Master Liang? This battleship has a defensive system. Any rash contact could trigger lethal rays. It took significant resources and manpower to transport the ship to this lab. Ignoring the warnings, Liang Chen boldly touched the surface of the battleship. He expected some reaction, yet the vessel remained inert, devoid of the fatal rays Zhou Jisheng had mentioned. Isn't there supposed to be a defensive mechanism? Why is there no response? Oh my, young Master Liang, you nearly frightened me. Please, do not attempt such reckless actions again. It is far too dangerous. The reason we have mechanized our operations is precisely due to this. In that moment, Liang Chen comprehended the rationale behind Zhou Jisheng's mechanization efforts. They were unable to interact with the battleship, yet he had encountered no repercussions. It was indeed perplexing. Instinctively, Liang Chen opened the panel and entered a search command. Search for the origin of this battleship. Beep. The multiverse search system is conducting a query. Please hold. Minutes passed with no response, leaving Liang Chen staring blankly at the panel. Young Master Liang, what troubles you? Zhou Jisheng inquired, concerned by his silence. Oh, nothing. I was merely contemplating the origins of the battleship. Beep. The multiverse search system has completed its inquiry. This battleship originates from C-32, affiliated with the Interstellar Fleet. The pilot's whereabouts are unknown. Having seen numerous films, Liang Chen had always regarded such tales as mere fiction. Yet, confronted with the reality before him, disbelief washed over him. He had acquired all information regarding the battleship. C-32 was 50,000 light-years from Earth. Having traversed through a spatial leap to arrive, upon inspecting the battleship closely, he discerned traces of combat. Especially the long strip of bombardment marks on the back of the warship is exceedingly conspicuous. It is presumed that during interstellar jumps, it suffered a severe blow, leading to its unfortunate descent upon Earth. However, who is the true owner of this warship? And where might they be now? The warship piqued Liang Chen's interest increasingly. Such an occurrence would warrant not merely an investment of 20 billion, but even 100 billion would be deemed worth it, as it might lead to other unimaginable events. All right, Mr. Zhou, I have comprehensively understood the matters you mentioned. Let us return to the office. Meanwhile, Yin Mei, clad in traditional Hanfu, appeared somewhat out of place within this mechanized company, yet she found the artificial intelligence villa quite intriguing. She bent down, closely inspecting the mechanical model, which elegantly concealed the entire villa's mechanical operations, eliciting admiration. Beep, beep. Hello, miss, I am Xiao A. How may I assist you? The adorable Xiao A was programmed to be exceptionally considerate, approaching the solitary Yin Mei with great enthusiasm. This was her first encounter with such a charming and humanized little robot. She reached out to pat Xiao A's metallic head and smiled. Xiao A, you are truly adorable, but the houses here are far too expensive for me to afford. Not to worry, Xiao A has a small house. If you like, I can give it to you. Such an astute little robot in flirtation left Yin Mei blushing slightly. Oh dear, young Master Wu, how could you not buy something for her after all these visits? This house is merely over 20 million. If you don't buy it, I shan't like you anymore. Just as she was engaging cheerfully with Xiao, A sultry voice emerged from behind her, sending a chill down her spine. How could there be such a beguiling woman? All right, I shall buy it for you. Such a small sum is within my means. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Wu Juanhao, what is he doing here? To avert embarrassment, Yinmei chose to maintain her back to the two individuals behind her, yet she could not escape fate's collision as a sharp taunt lingered in her ears. Oh, isn't this young lady Yin? What's this? Didn't your family go bankrupt long ago? How can you afford to buy a house in Jiyuan Zhihui? This place is beyond your means. Indeed, Yinmei had been raised in luxury, born with a silver spoon. However, not everyone enjoyed such fortune. After her father's bankruptcy, he fell into despair. She managed to find a job at a luxury store, only to be harassed daily by perpetrators. It was infuriating. Had it not been for Wu Juanhao, their family's clothing enterprise would have led the fashion industry and not faced bankruptcy. Hearing the derision from behind, Yinmei resisted the urge to confront her temper. Who are you, darling? Have you been sneaking around with other women again? Impossible. This is the daughter of my defeated foe. I put in significant effort to win her over. Yet, she is so stubborn, not only injuring me but also hiding away, making her impossible to find all these years. Wu Juanhao's tone grew increasingly strange, and Xiaoa seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, huddling up and peeking at Yinmei. She trembled with anger. Her hands clenched tightly. Wu Juanhao's words pierced her nerves. Did she ever seduce you? Look at that desperate gaze of yours. It's clear you are not a good person. Thankfully, I am partial to bad boys. The woman's seductive voice was utterly revolting as Wu Juanhao wrapped his arms around her waist, his sarcasm escalating. I say, Miss Yin, do you know where you are? This is my uncle's company. How dare you come here? You should leave at once. Allowing people like you in here sullies the floor. I would like to see whose floor my woman has sullied. At this juncture, Liang Chen had just concluded discussions with Zhou Jisheng regarding the specifics. He agreed to invest 20 billion, but demanded a 49% stake in Jiayuan Technology. Although the majority of shares would reside with Liang Chen, Zhou Jisheng felt secure, knowing that substantial financial backing would prevent the company from facing bankruptcy. As research must continue, Liang Chen strode out of the elevator with his long legs, exuding an air of regality. The moment the elevator doors opened, he overheard someone reprimanding Yinmei. The thought of his woman being bullied was intolerable. Upon exiting the elevator, he spotted Wu Juanhao, clad in the attire of a wealthy playboy, with an ostentatious woman on his arm, a lollipop dangling from his mouth. Liang Chen stepped forward, enveloping Yinmei in his embrace. Noticing her small hands tightly clenched, he recognized her prolonged restraint, and her eyes were slightly reddened. Seeing her on the verge of tears stirred a deep discomfort within him. How dare you bully my woman? Ah, Sister Yin, it has been a while. Your seduction skills have improved. Wearing the latest Armani, I asked this man your new catch? What's the matter? Are you unable to pay your family's debts and resorting to selling yourself for money? Wu Juanhao's words grew increasingly outrageous, and ultimately, Yinmei could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her delicate, jade-like cheeks as she cried out, Our debts were settled 6 months ago. Wu Juanhao, do not slander us. If not for your theft of our latest design drafts, how could we have faced such a crisis? You are the root of all our troubles. Listening to her outburst, it was clear she had suffered immense humiliation. Yinmei, be sure to provide evidence when you speak. The court has acquitted me. How have I become guilty in your words? Do not speak carelessly, or I shall sue you for defamation, sending you back to prison. Wu Juanhao's remarks sparked suspicion in Liang Chen. What did he mean by returning to prison? Could this seemingly pitiful woman truly be as he described? Despite harboring doubts about her, Liang Chen could never allow his woman to be wronged. He believed in Yinmei's character. There must be a misunderstanding. Resolutely, he decided to search for information on Wu Juanhao through the system. Liang Chen slightly raised his gaze, opting not to engage in further conversation with Wu Juanhao, and mentally activated the interface. Ding, the multiverse search system is querying. Please hold. Ding. The multiverse search system has retrieved information on Wu Juanhao. The information read as follows. Name, Wu Juanhao. Age, 26. Height, 178 centimeters. A luminary in the fashion industry, he gained fame 6 years ago with a design draft that won him the Best New Designer Award. Background, nephew of Zhou Jisheng from Jiayuan Real Estate. 3 years ago, he was taken to court for stealing the initial draft of Shangwen's spring clothing release, but was acquitted due to lack of evidence. He was once betrothed to Yinmei, daughter of Shangwen Group's president Yin Shangjia, but their engagement ended due to legal disputes. After piecing it together, Liang Chen understood why Wu Juanhao carried himself with such arrogance. He was indeed Zhou Jisheng's nephew. Observing the weeping Inmei before him, Liang Chen felt a pang of sympathy, having seen such scenarios in dramas before. Thus, he chose to trust her words. After all, one can perceive sincerity through the eyes. Considering Wu Juanhao's ostentatious attire, it was likely he had pretended to be engaged to Inmei merely to steal design drafts. But hadn't Inmei claimed to be a virgin? How could she have had a fiancé? Forgive me, young Master Liang. I must take my leave. Inmei, choked with emotion, uttered a few words to Liang Chen before turning to depart. Observing her downcast gaze and slightly reddened eyes stirred an indescribable feeling within Liang Chen. A woman's tears were akin to cotton candy to him. He could not bear to let her leave in such distress. He reached out, pulling her back into his embrace, his voice low and tender. When have I allowed you to leave? Remember our promise to buy a house? Liang Chen's gentle tone offered Inmei a glimmer of warmth amidst her sorrow. Indeed, they should purchase a house. But she felt it was beyond her means. Relying solely on Liang Chen's commissions would only afford her a modest two-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of the Fifth Ring Road. Cannot afford it. Inmei's voice quivered, barely audible, yet clear enough for Wu Juanhao to hear. Ha, yes, Jiayuan Zhihui properties are calculated in the millions. With her meager salary, she cannot even repay her debts, let alone buy a house. Kid, you should stop holding her back. A woman like her is a dime a dozen. Confronted with Wu Juanhao's mockery, Liang Chen's patience wore thin. His good mood had been utterly ruined, and he was undeniably displeased. He furrowed his brows, casting a disdainful gaze at the two individuals before him, coldly retorting, "Who says she cannot afford it? Ha, you fool. If she can buy a house in Jiayuan Zhihui, I, Wu Juanhao, will eat my own excrement in front of you." Ha! My uncle is the president of Jiayuan Zhihui. Even if Inmei cannot afford to buy it, even if that kid can, I can simply tell my uncle not to sell it to you. Wait and see. Soon you will be begging me on your knees for forgiveness, and you better come back to me, or I will make you wish you hadn't. Wu Juanhao cast a dark glance at Inmei. A hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. Then just wait to eat the consequences. He had never heard of anyone making such a ludicrous request as to perform the act of eating excrement. Although he was already irritated by Wu Juanhao's thoughtless remarks, Liang Chen found himself intrigued. It was his first encounter with such an arrogant individual. It promised to be quite a spectacle. You little rascal. Just wait and see if Jiayuan Zhihui will sell you a house. Ignoring Wu Juanhao's taunts, Liang Chen took Inmei's hand and headed towards the mechanical models. When choosing a house, one must select a good one, especially for long-term residency. Inmei felt an unfamiliar warmth as Liang Chen held her hand. Perhaps it was his words that had warmed her heart, giving her a fleeting sense of home. Yet, she was acutely aware of her financial limitations and could not afford a property in Jiayuan Zhihui. Liang Xiao, let us forget it. I truly cannot buy a house here. I should head back. I am sorry for causing you embarrassment today. Inmei once again declined Liang Chen's invitation, painfully aware that she could not afford even a fraction of the exorbitant prices. If you don't accompany me, it would be my face that suffers. Look, those behind us are watching. You wouldn't want to become the laughingstock of their conversations, would you? Liang Chen firmly grasped her wrist, a touch too tight, yet he refused to release her. Even pulling her closer, his hands resting possessively on her waist. But no buts. Let us go take a look. Wu Juanhao felt a pang of bitterness as he watched their intimate silhouettes. He had once gone to great lengths to win her over. Yet despite his kindness and gentleness, she remained untouchable, wrapped in her own veil. 6 years ago, after his rise to fame, he encountered a creative block, unable to produce anything of merit. By chance, he met her through a mutual acquaintance. The act of stealing design drafts had been a desperate measure. Without it, he feared he would forever remain in the shadows, never attaining her now. After all this time, he had expected her to plead for him upon their reunion. Yet here she was, so close to another man. The more he thought about it, the more discontent brewed within him. He pulled out his phone and dialed. "Hello, uncle. I need to discuss something with you." Zhou Jisheng had just shared the good news about funding with his lab team when he received Wu Juanhao's call. "What is it?" "I need to ask a favor. There's a woman named Yin who wants to buy a property from us. But she has no money and only craves to save face. Don't sell to her. It would be a loss for you." Zhou Jisheng, having only one nephew and being deeply fond of him since both his sister and brother-in-law had passed, readily agreed to his requests. "Why not sell? It's money to be made." "No, that woman has no money, so she can't buy. But the man beside her seems affluent, and I'm worried he might fund her purchase. Which is why I'm calling you." Chapter 165. House hunting. All right, you know best. After hanging up, Zhou Jisheng felt uneasy. a woman named Een, a rich man by her side. Panic gripped him. Oh no? This rascal better not ruin my plans. He quickly removed his protective gear and exited the lab. In truth, Liang Chen had no particular preference for the type of house. He had lived in a 4-square-meter room when he was poor and now resided in a lavish presidential suite exceeding 700 square meters. So he had few demands. However, Een Mei was meticulous in her choices. The house must be well ventilated and sunlit, with favorable feng shui. After calming her emotions with a few words, Liang Chen noticed her intently studying the mechanical models before her. He was surprised that a woman could understand feng shui. What feng shui? Of course, it involves selecting good layouts, like entrances and furnishings, which can affect feng shui. I've been looking for a 2-bedroom apartment outside the 5th ring and have read quite a few books on the subject. Hearing her plans to buy a house beyond the 5th ring, he felt a pang of sympathy. Commuting would require hours on public transport. How could such a refined girl endure such hardships? This one is quite nice. If Liang Xiao is interested, let us go with this. Following Een Mei's fair finger, Liang Chen indeed found a villa that appeared appealing, complete with ample amenities and proximity to Taikuli. Why not choose another? I'm not particularly fond of this one. Although she verbally dismissed it, her mind was already calculating her desires. As the saying goes, the one near the water gets the moonlight first. To fully utilize such a beautiful woman, he must ensure she was readily accessible. Pulling back her finger, Een Mei glanced again and pointed. What about this one? It has a sky garden and a pool. It's lovely. He had to admit that her taste was indeed exceptional. The 2 villas she had chosen outshone the others in both quality and design. Just then, Xiao cheerfully appeared. Beep. Beep. I am Xiao. Welcome to Jiayuan Zhihui Real Estate. We are here to serve you. Are you ready to make a purchase? After confirming the layout, Liang Chen nodded slightly. Yes, great. Please enter the layout number. Xiao will automatically calculate the price. Currently, the average price of Jiayuan Zhihui Real Estate is 300,000 per square meter. Please enter. Beep. The robotic Xiao's face instantly transformed into a touchscreen tablet. Liang Chen followed the prompt step by step to place his order. Beep. Order completed. Calculating amount. Please wait. Beep. Calculation complete. Printing materials. Please wait. The robot Xiao printed a series of purchase contracts from its rear compartment, wheeling over to escort them to the VIP room. Witnessing this, Wu Juanhao hurriedly followed. Observing their transaction, hadn't he just called his uncle? Why was Xiao still providing services? He stepped forward, reprimanding, Xiao, I command you to halt all further operations. Chapter 166, 20,000 a month. Beep. I am sorry, your command is invalid. Please try again. If his uncle had already entered commands, Xiao would not be able to print contracts for them. What was going on? Why was it still operational? Wu Juanhao felt increasingly anxious. If Een Mei truly bought a house, his earlier words would materialize. No, he must not allow that. Xiao, I command you in my uncle's name to immediately cease operations, or I will have him dismantle you and reforge you. Upon hearing this, Xiao recoiled in fright, its panel retracting, its large, watery eyes gazing up at Wu Juanhao with a pitiful expression. Young master. The master never said not to sell the house. Please don't make things difficult for a little robot like me. I'm going to find the master. The purchase contract was in hand, but the ownership and all formalities remained unprocessed when Wu Juanhao intervened. This robot was far too human-like. Reflecting on how he had just acquired half of the company's shares, he realized that if Wu Juanhao continued to meddle, the company would suffer significant losses. Regaining his composure, he cast a cold gaze at Wu Juanhao, who stood smugly at the VIP room's entrance, having chased Xiao away. Let us see how you sign the contract. So, what is your plan now? You can't make my uncle sell the house to you. Kid, looking at your attire, you're not an ordinary person. Why would you incur losses over a woman? A woman like her would do anything for money. Trust me, I'm the victim here. Don't be so naive. Liang Chen found himself at a loss for words regarding Wu Juanhao's antics. It seemed he was caught in a rhythm where money wouldn't flow easily. Yet Liang Chen was the largest shareholder now. Such trivial matters were beneath him. Perhaps what you say holds some truth. Perhaps I truly lack the ability to persuade your uncle to sell me the house. That is the spirit. Now, let us go. Don't linger here and risk becoming a laughingstock. That wouldn't be good for your reputation. Liang Chen had barely finished speaking when Wu Juanhao interjected. Heaven knows what you intended to say. In any case, I am quite pleased at this moment. Your wealthy companion won't be able to buy a house here. Just obediently return and cater to me. Be my loyal servant. Miss Een, if you dally with men like this, you might as well stick with me. I'll give you 20,000 a month. My uncle is unmarried. and I am his only nephew. The entire Jiyuan Zhihui real estate will eventually belong to me. If you're with me, I'll gift you a house. What do you say? Could you please get lost? I do not wish to see you. Wu Juanhao had just left Yan Mei feeling quite infuriated. Just as her emotions began to settle, he shamelessly approached her once again. Yan Mei felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. She had never spoken so harshly before. Even when furious, her words were always gentle and pitiable. This sudden firmness from Yan Mei rendered Wu Juanhao momentarily speechless. Liang Chen was equally astonished. Yan Mei spoke with such authority, reminiscent of her confidence outside the boutique. Who are you telling to get lost? You filthy wretch. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions towards that brat. If you behave yourself, I might even offer you some money to make your life a bit easier. But if you refuse to comply, beware, for you may lose your job. Chapter 167. Consider again what the hell. He actually called me a brat. Zhou Jisheng is truly failing in educating his nephew. Sitting on the leather sofa in the VIP room, Liang Chen cast a nonchalant glance towards the entrance, pulling Yan Mei closer. Initially, he had refrained from saying much upon discovering Wu Juanhao was Zhou Jisheng's nephew, thinking they could simply buy the house and leave. Yet, this audacious fool dared to insult him? Liang Chen was incensed. As Yan Mei opened her mouth to speak, Liang Chen discreetly tugged at her, signaling her to refrain from wasting words. He retrieved his tattered old phone from his pocket and dialed Zhou Jisheng. Hello, this is Liang Chen. Regarding the investment, I believe I need to reconsider. What specifically? Liang Chen continued. You might want to consult your nephew. Meanwhile, Zhou Jisheng, still in the elevator, was thrown into a panic upon receiving Liang Chen's call of rejection. That insolent boy had the audacity to offend Liang Chen. He had sensed something was amiss during the earlier call, especially since Liang Chen's companion was the enchanting Miss Yin. Oh, Juanhao, you are going to ruin your uncle. Staring at the descending numbers in the elevator, Zhou Jisheng felt on the brink of collapse. What was supposed to be a straightforward transaction had suddenly turned chaotic due to Wu Juanhao. As soon as he hung up, Wu Juanhao was perplexed. What investment? What nephew? Was he on the phone with his uncle? Nonsense. This brat was clearly trying to intimidate him. You think you can waltz into Jiyuan Zhihui and purchase property just because you made an inconsequential call? We do not welcome you here, so you might as well leave. With the host dismissing the guests, there was no reason for them to linger. After all, Liang Chen held the fate of the company in his hands. If he chose not to buy now, others would surely come knocking later. Liang Chen stood, adjusted his suit, and gentlemanly pulled Yan Mei into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "Let us return." He had long known about Wu Juanhao's treachery and was surprised to learn that the president of Jiyuan Zhihui was his uncle. Regardless, he could not afford it, so it was of little consequence. It would merely be a slight to his pride. After enduring bankruptcy, how many people had treated him kindly? With a nod to Liang Chen, Yan Mei stood and exited the VIP room together. Ding. The elevator arrived at the first floor. As soon as they stepped out, Zhou Jisheng hurriedly emerged. Liang Chen had already exited the door, while Wu Juanhao stood triumphantly at the entrance, reveling in their retreating figures as they boarded the business vehicle. Miss Yin, in a few days, I shall come to find you. You must be obedient. Just then, without warning, a hand swung in and struck the back of Wu Juanhao's head. Dazed, he turned to see his uncle standing there. Uncle, why did you hit me? You insolent brat. Look at the mess you've created. Liang Chen, don't leave. Seeing the business vehicle drive further away, Zhou Jisheng chased after it, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Wu Juanhao was still baffled as to why his uncle was so upset. Uncle, what is the big deal? What is so special about that filthy wretch and that brat? If you want to sell the property, I can have my friends come take a look tomorrow. Chapter 168. That brat is quite wealthy. Zhou Jisheng, catching his breath, cast a stern glance at Wu Juanhao. In that moment, he regretted not having dealt with this wastrel when he had the chance. Now, after all the effort he had put into securing a 20 billion investment, it was all slipping away. That brat is looking to become a major shareholder in our company? 20 billion. What on earth did you say to him? Wu Juanhao was taken aback. What? An investment of 20 billion? That brat is that wealthy? In an instant, he felt his world collapsing. He had jeopardized his uncle's interests, and life would not be easy for him moving forward. 20 billion was an astronomical sum. Was that young fellow truly so affluent? Zhou Jisheng's cold gaze made Wu Juanhao's scalp tingle. He sensed his uncle's fury rising. Uncle, don't be angry. It's just 20 billion. Tomorrow, I can have my friends gather some funds. We should be able to scrape it together, but it might take 3 or 4 months. Smack! Zhou Jisheng struck Wu Juanhao on the back of the head again, causing him to clutch his head in fear of another blow. Who else should I hit? You think it's easy to gather 20 billion. You need to go to Liang Chen immediately and apologize. What? Apologize to him? I want to do it. Want to do it? Fine. Then Jiayu in real estate will have no place for you in the future, and don't come looking for money from me. What? That brat is worth that much? No, I can't lose my inheritance. Life will be miserable without it. The fashion industry is tough, and I can no longer produce good work. After the previous legal troubles, my reputation plummeted. I could hardly get back into design, let alone get paid. If it weren't for Zhou Jisheng supporting my living expenses, I would have starved on the streets long ago. Although I often boast, my monthly expenses barely exceed 200,000. Without inheritance, I can't afford to lose it. After much contemplation, he resolved to face the music, going mint just being looked at a few times. After all, inheritance was more crucial. Once he had money, pride would come naturally. Fine, I'll go tomorrow. But first, uncle, please transfer me 100,000 via WeChat. I'll take Liang Chen out for a nice meal to express my apologies. Absolutely not. You need to go tonight. I will call young Master Liang and arrange a dinner. Otherwise, you'll just take the money and spend it at some bar. Zhou Jisheng knew his nephew too well. He would spend whatever he had. Though he was only in his 40s, his health was declining year by year. He wondered when Wu Juanhao would finally mature. Concerned he might go astray, he realized it would not do to let him go alone. All right, I will arrange it for tonight. Uncle, please transfer me the money first. I'm out of cash. He took out his phone but hesitated, realizing his nephew was with a woman. Who knew where he would go with the money? He put the phone away and looked at him sternly. Chapter 169. A generous heart if you need money, tonight. If Liang Chen and Miss Yan are satisfied, I will reward you with an extra 100,000. 300,000, do as you please. 300,000? Just thinking about it made him giddy with excitement. Where should they go to celebrate tonight? Instantly, visions of beautiful women in bars and bubbly champagne filled his mind. Great, it's settled. In the business vehicle, Liang Chen's demeanor was stern, causing a hint of fear. Though he had a hand on his own, he remained uncommunicative. Today had certainly been a blow to his pride. He still couldn't comprehend the meaning behind that earlier called it seemed he had inadvertently sabotaged his own business. Ding. His phone rang suddenly, precisely at the time he had anticipated Zhou Jisheng would call. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. An unfamiliar number. Hello? A gentle female voice responded, and Liang Chen felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking it was Zhou Jisheng. Hello? Is this Mr. Liang? Yes. Who is this? I am the assistant to the Duchess of the United Kingdom. I was wondering if you would be available tomorrow afternoon to discuss the purchase of the Ocean Heart. Suddenly, Liang Chen recalled receiving a call from the Duchess's assistant before. Though it had been a man. Yes, tomorrow at 3 p.m. at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong. See you there. Wonderful. The Duchess will personally attend. We hope Mr. Liang can arrive on time. Beep, beep, beep. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Sorry. Zhou Jisheng, attempting to reach Liang Chen, was on the verge of fainting from frustration. He had repeatedly dialed, only to find the line busy. Had he blocked his number? Uncle, is he not answering? Alas, what a delightful turn of events. 2 billion indeed. No, try again with your phone. After hanging up, I initially thought it was a call from Zhou Jisheng, only to discover it was the Duchess of England. It seems the Heart of the Ocean has yielded a modest profit. Once confirmed tomorrow, the transaction can proceed directly. Ding. Just as I returned my phone to my pocket, it rang again. Another unfamiliar number. Hello? Mr. Liang, this is Zhou Jisheng. Why does your line seem perpetually engaged? Mr. Zhou, our collaboration may be fated to be unfulfilled. Your nephew likely wouldn't wish to partner with someone like me, especially given that my girlfriend is his ex. Such entanglements can be quite peculiar, don't you think? No, Mr. Liang. I have given him a stern talking to. I hope you can overlook past grievances and grant us another chance. Tonight at 8, we shall host a banquet for you and Miss Yin at Qinghui Pavilion. I trust your magnanimity will allow you to grace us with your presence. Listening to the continuous pleas on the other end, Liang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. Dinner was certainly on the agenda, but the manner in which it was to be enjoyed was of utmost importance. Theo dare call me Liang Chen a little brat. He must be courting danger. Theo harass my woman is already an unforgivable offense. But to act so brazenly is simply reckless. While researching earlier, I inadvertently discovered that Wu Juanhao is quite the barfly. Since he enjoys his nights out so much, I shall ensure he has an entertaining evening tonight. Chapter 170. Yet not impossible since Mr. Zhou has extended such a warm invitation. I suppose I shall reluctantly oblige. After ending the call, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Liang Chen's mouth. So, 8 o'clock it is? Let us see how this unfolds. Having failed to purchase the house, Liang Chen felt a pent-up frustration with no outlet. He glanced at the beautiful woman beside him and hesitated to act. To be honest, a beauty like Yin Mei is indeed tempting, yet she is not someone to be trifled with. Upon returning to the hotel, Liang Chen escorted Yin Mei to the presidential suite and ventured downstairs alone. With a bit of time until 8, he sat in the hotel CAF.AT that moment. A familiar figure caught his eye in the distance. Without a doubt, it was Xie Xuan, dressed in a chic suit. She stood at the entrance, and Liang Chen realized he hadn't seen her in days. Previously, she would eagerly await him in the presidential suite, but now, her absence was noticeable. Just as he was about to approach her, their eyes met unexpectedly. Having been preoccupied with his father's surgery, she had not seen Liang Chen for quite some time, and her heart fluttered at the sight of him. Liang Chen, why are you sitting here? As she stood, Xie Xuan rushed forward, her cheeks slightly flushed, gazing shyly at Liang Chen while occasionally biting her lower lip, embodying an innocent charm. Seeing her blush, Liang Chen's lips curled into a smile, his gaze drifting over her figure. After a few days of absence, she seemed to have become more voluptuous, though her complexion appeared less radiant. I'm waiting for someone. Where have you been these past few days? Why haven't you come to attend to me? I had some matters at home, took a few days off, and just returned to work today. Though they maintained a proper distance, their eyes exchanged silent signals. Not having seen Liang Chen for a while, she found herself missing him more than expected. Liang Chen, it's been ages since we... Observing her eager demeanor, Liang Chen's mind began to wander. When he finally regained his composure, he noticed the classical beauty still in the room. However, it is not out of the question. If you were so eager, let us expedite matters. It's 7:20 now, and I have a dinner appointment at 8. We cannot delay. Glancing at his watch, he turned and pulled Xie Xuan into the men's restroom. Thus, a series of peculiar sounds echoed from within. Passers-by outside could hear the commotion, yet it did not disturb those entering the restroom, who merely exchanged knowing smiles. Although aware it was the men's room, Xie Xuan struggled to contain herself, despite her best efforts to remain silent. Ultimately, with a low growl, Liang Chen conquered her, leaving her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Appearing utterly enchanting, Liang Chen was already accustomed to such encounters, yet this was his first in a public restroom. Upon reflection, he felt it was inappropriate, considering how many had used the facility. Next time, he would refrain. Chapter 171. A sense of suffocation. I'll head out first. It's nearly 8. You should tidy up before joining me. Xie Xuan nodded softly. Without looking back, Liang Chen exited the restroom. Upon returning to the suite, he suddenly recalled the numerous purchases he had made today. Looking down at the stain on his pants, he thought it unacceptable to attend dinner in such a state. He decided to change his attire and, upon entering the room, discovered that Yin Mei had fallen asleep on the bed after a long day. Although he had just been with Xie Xuan, the sight of the gentle beauty sprawled on the bed stirred his heart. He reached out to caress her cheek gently. You're back? Yes, rise and shine. We must prepare for dinner. All right. Yin Mei rubbed her eyes, and the presidential suite was illuminated by bright lights. Upon entering, it had just turned dark, and she had fallen asleep without turning on the lights. Now, she realized how spacious the suite truly was. The luxurious items delivered from the boutique were merely arranged in a corner of the room. As she watched Liang Chen's figure recede, she noted that although the bedroom and bathroom were separate, the transparent glass allowed her to see everything clearly. She watched as he removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined abs and chest, even the hint of a V-line and chiseled features. Yin Mei swallowed hard. Although she was still innocent, her desires were undeniable. The sight of Liang Chen's muscular physique was utterly captivating. Instantly, her face felt hot, reaching her ears. Liang Chen, with his back to her, sensed her peeking but chose not to confront her. This little girl had some audacity to watch so openly. He smiled to himself. After finishing his shower, he wrapped a towel around his lower body and stepped out, a playful grin on his face. Do you find it appealing? Leaning against the bathroom door, Liang Chen smirked. It's nice. The sudden question caught Yin Mei off guard. Did her gaze give her away? Wasn't he facing away from her? How could he possibly know? Yet, his physique was indeed impressive. Muscular men are my weakness. Just as she admired his form, Liang Chen suddenly lunged forward, pinning her beneath him, mischief glinting in his eyes, if that is the case. What about it? Liang Chen's lips drew closer, making her feel breathless with anticipation. She felt her heart race, nearly leaping from her chest. Oh my. He is going to kiss me. Shouldn't I hurry up? As she gazed at him, Eyes narrowed in expectation of a kiss, Liang Chen felt a pang of nostalgia akin to first love. How could this woman be so adorable? Observing her playful demeanor, he thought to himself, what is this? I thought we were about to kiss. Mei pouted, awkwardly opening her eyes to see Liang Chen's smug expression, her gaze flitting over his chest before she hastily climbed off the bed. Selecting a simple outfit for dinner, Liang Chen opted for the casual sportswear he had bought during his leaner days. He took Mei out of the presidential suite. Chapter 172. Unappreciative, damn it. These incompetent fools, they can't even handle such a trivial matter. Du Xiaoma cursed loudly in the hotel lobby. Brother, isn't he that Liang Chen? That girl with him looks quite good. Slap. Du Xiaoma smacked Hong Chi's head, his expression one of disdain. You little brat, what are you doing looking at girls at a time like this? I told you to catch someone, and you can't even manage that. The losses in our accounts are mounting. Tonight, we must capture that little brat. Yes, we must secure Liang Chen tonight. Otherwise, those losses will never be recouped. If Boss Yin finds out, our lives will be in jeopardy. As they watched Liang Chen exit the hotel, Hong Chi promptly followed Du Xiaoma's orders, dispatching men to trail Liang Chen's Bentley. The journey from the hotel to Qinghui Pavilion would take approximately half an hour. Warning, warning, warning. What the hell? Startled, Liang Chen, with his arm around Mei's waist, felt her squirm as he playfully teased her. Just as he was enjoying the moment, a notification suddenly popped up on the screen, interrupting the atmosphere. Ding! The multiverse search system alerts the host that he is currently being tracked. The license plate number H268D. Who dares to pursue my vehicle? Upon glancing back at the trailing vehicle, a black minivan follows closely, obscuring the occupants within. Closing the interface, Liang Chen gently commands with his eyes shut. Lu San, we have someone tailing us. Shake them off, understood. Lu San floors the accelerator, running 5 red lights and halting at a junction on the overpass. Despite his efforts, their pursuer remains relentless. He parks beneath a large tree. Shrouded in shadows, Lu San turns off the engine, silently observing the black van, which suddenly accelerates to 200 kilometers a Honggu. It seems we've lost them. Damn it, you incompetent fool. How could you lose track of someone? Don't forget to eat. Hurry up and find them. If we fail to catch them today, you'd better watch your back. Di has made it clear. Yes, yes, Hong Chi, seated in the passenger seat, glances at his subordinate in frustration. What a disaster. Who are these people that can slip away so easily? Watching the van pass by, Lu San swiftly restarts the vehicle and drives in the opposite direction. Boss, we've lost them. We'll reach our destination in about 15 minutes. These people are truly ungrateful. We'll deal with them after dinner. Liang Chen glances at his watch. It's already 8:30 p.m. Being punctual, he despises tardiness, but given the unforeseen circumstances, he brushes it off. He continues to caress Mei's slender waist in the back seat. At this moment, Qinghui Pavilion is buzzing with anticipation. Uncle, that kid isn't going to stand you up, is he? To demonstrate sincerity, Zhou Jisheng and Wu Juanhao arrived at Qinghui Pavilion at 7:30 p.m. Expecting Liang Chen to arrive by 8:00 p.m. To their surprise, it's past 8:30 p.m. with no sign of him. However, knowing they are at a disadvantage and that Liang Chen has been offended by his nephew, they cling to a shred of hope. Perhaps he is caught in traffic. Chapter 173. A banquet at Qinghui Pavilion. At the entrance of Qinghui Pavilion, diners gawk as a brand new 2019 Bentley Continental GT rolls into the parking lot. Who is this tycoon arriving in this year's latest Bentley for a meal? How extravagant! That car must cost over 10 million. And there are hardly any of them on the market. Most people who can afford such luxury cars are old geezers. How do you know? What if it's a rich second generation? Clad in a sleek black suit, Lu San steps out of the driver's seat and respectfully opens the door for Liang Chen. Despite Liang Chen's casual attire, he exudes a vibrant energy. Liang Chen gentlemanly assists Mei out of the car and glances at the establishment. Qinghui Pavilion indeed possesses an air of sophistication. Reservations are essential, otherwise, one might find no available seating. Look, he really is a rich second generation, but he has good taste. That beauty with him is a classic beauty. I bet he's just a nouveau riche. Look at his attire. Who knows where he bought it? Though Liang Chen doesn't pay much attention to the chatter, he leads Mei inside the restaurant. Welcome to Qinghui Pavilion. Dio, you have a reservation? The server's tone drips with disdain upon seeing Liang Chen's casual attire. Dressed like that, how dare you come to Qinghui Pavilion? You must have taken a wrong turn. Despite her outward contempt, she maintains a smile. After all, a false smile is a requisite in such establishments. No, but Zhou Jisheng invited me. Upon hearing Zhou's name, The server's expression shifts from skepticism to surprise. You are a guest of Mr. Zhou? He is the president of Zhuanzhi, and no wonder Mr. Zhou has been waiting in a private room for an hour without seeing anyone. It turns out he was waiting for you. Zhou Jisheng is a regular at Qinghui Pavilion, hosting many business meetings here, yet no one has ever dared to arrive this late. The server sizes Liang Chen up once more, her demeanor transforming from disdain to complete respect. Very well, this way, please. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jisheng has quite the reputation at Qinghui Pavilion. Liang Chen had long wished to dine here but never found the time. Following the server through the opulent hall adorned with European-style custom furniture, he notices the clientele, mostly affluent diners. Boom, boom, boom. Mr. Zhou, your guests have arrived. The private room door remains ajar as Zhou Jisheng, drenched in sweat, anxiously anticipates Liang Chen's arrival. Seeing him, he rushes forward. Ah, Mr. Liang, you've finally arrived. Please, take a seat. The server watches in astonishment as Zhou Jisheng, typically so composed, treats this casually dressed man with such deference. Chapter 174. I'll foot the bill, that beautiful lady. You may instruct the kitchen to serve the dishes, understood. Without overthinking, Liang Chen takes a seat on the British custom leather chair, which surprisingly conforms to the body quite comfortably. Wu Juanhao keeps his head down, not daring to lift it. Who exactly is Liang Chen, to earn such praise from his uncle, a sight Wu Juanhao has never witnessed before? Mr. Liang, we have finally been able to welcome you. Allow me to propose a toast on behalf of my nephew. As an apology for his youthful indiscretions, please forgive us for making you wait. Raising his glass of red wine, Zhou Jisheng gulps it down and jabs Wu Juanhao with his elbow, casting a stern glance at him. Startled, Wu Juanhao hastily lifts his glass, bowing respectfully. Mr. Liang, I sincerely apologize for any offense today. When it's Wu Juanhao's turn to toast, Liang Chen places his glass on the table, his icy gaze fixed on him without a hint of warmth. Young Master Wu, you jest. How could a mere child like me trouble you to raise your glass in my honor? Instantly, the atmosphere in the room turns frigid due to Liang Chen's words. Wu Juanhao, bent over and smiling sycophantically, is caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stand or sit, clutching his glass without daring to set it down. Nonsense. Today, it is I who failed to recognize the stature of someone like you. I will drink 3 cups to express my regret. With a gulp, he downs 3 full glasses of red wine. For Wu Juanhao, this is hardly a challenge. Having spent years in bars, he is known as the Prince of Wine. Liang Chen sneers, fully aware of Wu Juanhao's history. Today, he intends to help Yin Mei regain her dignity. Beautiful lady, please bring us the 6-liter Hennessy XO. The server gasps, astonished by Liang Chen's order. The 6-liter XO costs over 38,000, a clear attempt to leverage Zhou Jisheng's resources. It seems Wu Juanhao has offended the Liang family. Although puzzled, the server promptly responds. After all, selling liquor earns her a commission. Sir, the 6-liter Hennessy XO is priced at 38,000. Are you sure you want to order this bottle? Yes, I'll cover the bill. Zhou Jisheng is taken aback and quickly interjects. No, Mr. Liang. We can't possibly drink that much. Who said we're drinking it? This is for your nephew, who is known to be a prodigious drinker in nightlife. Today, I shall grant Mr. Zhou a favor by treating young Master Wu. Surely, you wouldn't want to refuse? Liang Chen emphasizes the word specifically, implying that if Wu Juanhao drinks this bottle, business discussions will proceed smoothly. If not, the deal is off. Zhou Jisheng, seasoned in business dealings, understands the unspoken rules of the drinking table. However, finishing a 6-liter bottle could lead to alcohol poisoning. How about this, Mr. Liang? Since we are getting acquainted, why don't my nephew and I share the drink? Internally, he grapples with the decision, better to drink together than let his nephew bear the burden alone. For the sake of a 2 billion investment, it's worth it. Worst case scenario, they head to the hospital after. Chapter 175. Apology. Liang Chen casts a sidelong glance at Zhou Jisheng, speaking earnestly. Mr. Zhou, this matter is solely your nephew's fault. Why should you bear the burden? Furthermore, this wine is intended for young Master Wu. If you wish to drink, you'll have to purchase your own. In the subtext, Liang Chen has made his intentions quite clear. Wu Juanhao's blatant mockery of Yin Mei in his presence could not simply be overlooked. After all, Zhou Jisheng is his uncle, and such arrogance cannot go unpunished. Should investment be made in the future, if Wu Juanhao were to inherit the company, given his temperament, it would not be long before he drove it to ruin. It is better to give him a thorough lesson today. To teach him the consequences of looking down on others. Liang Chen squinted slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Could this kid be plotting my downfall today? Ugh, How unfortunate it is to be caught off guard by his reckless tongue. At this rate, downing 6 gin of liquor might very well cost him his life. Wu Juanhao was already sweating profusely. Caught in a dilemma because of Liang Chen's words, he stole a glance at his uncle, whose helpless expression mirrored his own. Mr. Liang, how about I sincerely apologize? Wu Juanhao forced a smile, utterly amusing. Attempting to escape punishment with such shamelessness is truly wishful thinking. Liang Chen shot him a sidelong glance, feeling that this person was hardly deserving of forgiveness. If he had manned up and accepted the drinking challenge, perhaps Liang Chen might have shown some leniency. But Wu Juanhao displayed no signs of remorse. No. If you refuse to drink, then we have nothing more to discuss. Let us leave it at that. Mr. Zhou, we bid you farewell. The meal had yet to be served when Liang Chen took Yin Mei's hand and stood to leave, prompting a heavy sigh from Zhou Jisheng, who hurriedly rose to detain Liang Chen. Mr. Liang, let us talk it over. The food hasn't even arrived yet. It's not too late to eat before leaving. He quickly gestured to Wu Juanhao. Yes, young Master Liang, it's all my fault. If you truly wish for me to atone with this drink, fine, I will drink it. Please sit down. Faced with a 20 billion investment, Wu Juanhao had no choice but to heed Zhou Jisheng's advice, stepping forward to block Liang Chen's path, feigning eagerness. Even if it was an act, he had to appear sincere. 20 billion was a sum that Wu Juanhao could never exhaust in 3 lifetimes. The ease with which this young man could invest such a fortune hinted at substantial backing, suddenly igniting Wu Juanhao's ambition. Returning to the table, Liang Chen lifted his glass and took a delicate sip, ordering a dozen dishes that soon graced the table. When the waitress brought the 6 gin bottle of Hennessy, her hands trembled slightly under its weight, for few imbibe such liquor. It typically resides in display cabinets. Sir, your 6 gin Hennessy XO has arrived. Will you be paying by card or cash? A mere few tens of thousands was trivial for Liang Chen, who produced a black card, placing it in the waitress's hand. Eyes unwaveringly fixed on Wu Juanhao. Charge it. Beep. Payment successful. Instantly, 30,000 was deducted, and even for a nightlife prince like Wu Juanhao, one must ensure their wallet can bear the cost. Yet Liang Chen remained unfazed. Here is your card, sir. Shall we open this bottle now? Yes. Fill it to the brim, Liang Chen commanded, pointing to Wu Juanhao's glass. The 2 waitresses present bore witness to what it meant to drink as a punishment rather than a toast, a scene unfolding before them, leaving them to ponder how this man had offended Liang Chen. Surely, consuming this bottle would lead to alcohol poisoning. Should they call an ambulance to wait outside? Should anything untoward occur on their watch? It would be disastrous. After filling Wu Juanhao's glass, one of the waitresses slipped out. Hey boss, a guest here has ordered a 6 gin bottle of Hennessy XO and insists that another patron finish it all at once. Is that risky? What? Which private room? The guest in the Shangping elegant room, a Mr. Liang, reserved by Mr. Zhou Jisheng, understood. Keep an eye on the patrons in the room. Ensure nothing goes awry. Yes, boss. The waitress discreetly reported to the owner of Qinghui Pavilion, who happened to be Du Xiaoma. Qinghui Pavilion was another venture of Boss Yin, but it had long been managed by Du Xiaoma, who controlled everything domestically due to Boss Yin's frequent absences. This kid, I lost track of him while tailing him. Now he strolls into my territory for a meal. Tonight, I'll ensnare him. After hanging up, Du Xiaoma promptly called Hong Qi, relaying all the details, intent on capturing Liang Chen and seizing all his assets that very night. Inside the private room, Liang Chen and Wu Juanhao remained locked in a standoff, staring at the full glass of liquor. Devoid of even a single ice cube, drinking this would surely wreak havoc on one's stomach. Mr. Liang, oh dear, it's all my fault. I acknowledge my misdeeds. This drink is my penance. Allow me to down it in tribute. Wu Juanhao raised his glass of liquor and downed it in one go. The fiery sensation surged through his throat, nearly making him retch, as the absence of ice made it all the more nauseating. Setting down the glass, he quickly grabbed a couple of ice cubes from the bucket, easing his discomfort somewhat. Ugh, Mr. Liang, please, show mercy. I spoke out of turn and wounded your pride. Do not stoop to my level. His shameless demeanor disgusted Yin Mei, who reflected on how she ever entered into an engagement with such a man. Fortunately, she had always resisted his advances. Otherwise, she would be haunted by this shadow for life. Even the lavish spread before her failed to revive her appetite. Fill it up. Liang Chen remained unmoved by Wu Juanhao's apology, continuing to instruct the waitress beside him. Observing the situation, it was evident that this Mr. Liang was intent on getting him drunk. The waitress, though astonished, deftly refilled Wu Juanhao's glass. With the second cup, even before he began drinking, Wu Juanhao felt his stomach churning violently. Still recovering from last night's hangover, he found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. Taking a deep breath, Wu Juanhao raised his glass with bravado. "Mr. Liang, you are magnanimous. I am but a rogue who has jeopardized your partnership with my uncle. This drink is deserved. I shall down it as a tribute." With that, he readily consumed the second glass of liquor. His face began to flush, the effects of the alcohol becoming apparent. 2 glasses equated to roughly 750 milliliters, akin to an entire standard bottle. Remarkably, he stood upright after finishing those 2 glasses. Wu Juanhao's drinking capacity was indeed impressive. Though temporarily steadied, the liquor's potency soon took hold, causing his head to buzz and his vision to blur. The alcohol began to hit him hard, and with an empty stomach, the effects were exacerbated. Zhou Jixing observed his nephew gulping down glass after glass, his heart heavy with concern. Yet, he could not intervene, fearing that any misstep might provoke Liang Chen into leaving, rendering the preceding drinks wasted. The bottle still held a considerable amount of liquor. What to do? Refill him. Liang Chen relished this moment, understanding that one must weigh the consequences of their words. He noted Zhou Jixing's anxious demeanor. Wu Juanhao's tongue had proven too reckless. The waitress filled a third glass, fearing that after this one, he would likely succumb to sleep in a drunken stupor. Wu Juanhao began to sway. "Brother Liang. Today, I, Wu Juanhao, formally apologize to you. It's all my fault. I'll drink as you please. It is well known that when intoxicated, especially men, tend to address each other as brothers." To Wu Juanhao, Liang Chen represented a golden opportunity, and he was far too eager to express his goodwill. His breath reeked of alcohol as he offered servile words, reaching for the third glass. Zhou Jixing hastily attempted to stop him, but it was futile. Wu Juanhao downed the liquor yet again. With a significant amount remaining in the 6-gene bottle, should he truly finish it, his life would be at stake. "Mr. Liang, Juanhao has already drunk so much. Why not let the rest go?" Liang Chen was not unreasonable. Since Wu Juanhao was so willing to consume those 3 large glasses, he decided to let it be. "As for the investment, that could wait for another day." "Very well, since your nephew is so earnest, we shall consider today's affair settled. I will not force him to drink further." "Ah, that is splendid. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Liang. What about our collaboration? Let us discuss the cooperation another time. Please, take care of your nephew. He has already lost consciousness." Turning his head, he noticed Wu Juanhao, now flushed and slumped in his chair. Mumbling apologies to Liang Chen, Zhou Jixing shook him vigorously, but there was no response. It was clear that he was merely intoxicated and had fallen asleep. Liang Chen rose and, taking Yinmei's hand, departed from Qinghui Pavilion. Thus, this matter reached a temporary conclusion. At the entrance, Lu San had already stood outside the Bentley, smoking several cigarettes, feeling an unsettling atmosphere. Just half an hour ago, everyone at Qinghui Pavilion had been cleared out, leaving only Liang Chen's table still inside. It was unclear what had transpired. What was going on? Something felt amiss. There had been so many diners just moments ago. Why had they all been evacuated so suddenly? Chapter 178. 800 against 1. Lu Sen's words immediately put Liang Chen on high alert. He opened the car door and helped Yinmei into the vehicle. "You go back first. I'll handle the rest." "What about you?" "I can't leave you here alone, boss. Let's stick together." As he surveyed the surroundings, the tension grew palpable, as if a sinister aura was closing in. Liang Chen held his breath, observing the area, but everything seemed normal, except for the stark lifelessness within the hotel. "It's fine. Today's circumstances are different. Just take her back," Liang Chen reiterated sternly to Lu San, insisting on sending Yinmei home first, believing he could manage the rest alone. After all, having a woman with him would hinder his fighting capabilities. He had previously concealed much of his strength while escorting Song Jiai. This crisis was unlike the last. "Warning, warning, warning, beep." The multiverse search system alerted the host, indicating danger was approaching, with a combat power level of 3, beep. "Would you like to activate battle mode on the multiverse search system?" The interface materialized in his mind. Judging by the energy signatures, there were certainly no fewer than 100 individuals lurking in the shadows, surrounding him, prompting Liang Chen to become fully alert. "Quick, you all leave." After instructing Lu Sen, Liang Chen swiftly activated the battle mode on the interface. All attack methods flooded into his consciousness, and he felt an unprecedented lightness envelop his body. Lu San returned to the car, accelerating away with Yinmei, distancing themselves from Qinghui Pavilion. "What is happening? Why isn't he getting in the car? Missine, let me take you home first." "Where do you live?" Your safety is my priority before I can return for the boss. That's not acceptable. From your conversation, it sounds like you're in danger. You can't just leave him alone. No, Missine. If you don't provide a specific address, I can only take you back to the hotel. In an instant, Liang Chen felt as if he had unlocked some hidden potential, as if every moment around him had slowed down. Watching the car drive away, he leaned against a tree, coldly observing the surroundings. Waiting for the right moment. Come out. Indeed, his words summoned over 100 figures, each exuding a threatening demeanor as they advanced toward Liang Chen. I thought the boss wanted us to capture someone important. Who knew it was just this frail-looking kid? Leaning against the tree, Liang Chen appeared slender in the shadows, but his appearance was deceptive. The speaker was Li Ran, a longtime henchman of Du Xiaoma. Bro, is this all it takes? The boss sent us all for this? Shut up. You don't know anything. The boss said to capture him alive. We mustn't harm him. Liang Chen had anticipated Du Xiaoma would mobilize his forces again, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He thought the recent stock losses would temper Du Xiaoma's ambitions, but it seemed to have only fueled them. So, your boss is Du Xiaoma? He may have faced many challenges in Shenzhen City, but given the current scenario, only he could galvanize such a crowd. How greedy can one be? Liang Chen scoffed, not needing to guess. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lighting one and taking a leisurely drag. Chapter 179. What else can you do besides fight? Boss, how can this kid still be smoking? We should finish this quickly and get him back. The sooner we report to the boss, the sooner I can deal with my wife, who has been causing a ruckus all night. All you ever think about is fighting. What else can you do? His subordinate urged Li Ran, who then playfully tossed a roasted chestnut at his forehead, causing him to clutch his head in pain. Listen up, brothers. If we catch him, there'll be a reward. He looks as weak as a chicken. Let us go. Tonight, I'll treat you all to drinks and fun. With Li Ran's command, the group surged forward. They all assumed Liang Chen's frail appearance would make him an easy target, but the first assailant was caught off guard. Just as a baseball bat was about to strike Liang Chen's face, he dodged with a swift movement, flicking the lit cigarette at the attacker's face. The ember seared his skin, leaving a blister, causing him to stagger back several steps. Liang Chen, astonished by his newfound speed, realized that all incoming attacks appeared to him in slow motion. Hiss, you little brat. How dare you throw a cigarette at me? Stand back. Let me handle this brat. Clutching his blistered face, the attacker brandished the baseball bat again. 3 seconds later, a bone-crunching sound echoed through the air. This sound was unmistakable, the sound of a bone fracturing in the blink of an eye. The first assailant found both his arms dislocated by Liang Chen, flailing helplessly in agony. The pain rendered him immobile, and cries of despair erupted from the others. Everyone stood in shock. Who was this person? How could he move so swiftly? Li Ran rubbed his eyes. Stepping forward to confirm, Boss, help me, please. In this modern city, to dislocate someone's arm so quickly without breaking bones was a feat beyond comprehension. Just this action alone confirmed to Li Ran that this man was no ordinary individual. However, Du Xiaoma had ordered that he must be captured tonight, or the jurisdiction over Xiqing would be revoked, jeopardizing their standing in Shenzhen City. Everyone, attack, Li Ran commanded, and all surged forward. The once serene Qinghui Pavilion transformed into a battleground. Half an hour later, beep. Wail. The sirens blared nearby, their sound growing ever closer. The scene was chaotic. The 100-man confrontation had drained Liang Chen's stamina, yet the sheer number of assailants still failed to gain the upper hand against him. All had suffered dislocations, some jaw, some fingers, others legs, sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. The only one standing intact was Li Ran, utterly astonished by Liang Chen's methods, having never witnessed someone incapacitate opponents without causing severe harm. In the distance, headlights illuminated the parking lot of Qinghui Pavilion. Liu Sen arrived with the police, equally astonished by the scene. Apart from Liang Chen and Li Ran standing unscathed, everyone else lay writhing in pain. Chapter 180. Beautiful Officer Han Lian. Boss, are you all right? Seeing Liang Chen panting heavily, Lu San rushed over, inspecting him thoroughly, finding him completely unharmed. Liang Chen, drenched in sweat, appeared as though he had merely engaged in an intense workout. How had he accomplished this? Lu Sen wondered, gazing at the defeated body sprawled across the ground. As he contemplated, he helped Liang Chen into the vehicle. A familiar figure emerged from the police car. Could it be her? Liang Chen slightly raised his gaze, recognizing the beautiful officer. Hello, I am Han Lian, the squad leader of the Special Police Unit in Shenzhen City. Could you please accompany us to the station to give a statement? Upon receiving Lu Sen's emergency call, Han Lian had immediately mobilized her team. Upon meeting Liu Xin, she realized it was his vehicle. Knocking on the car window, she displayed her badge. Give a statement? What statement? I merely witnessed an intense fight. It has nothing to do with me, Liang Chen replied nonchalantly, which irked Han Lian. Rich people can be so arrogant. Your driver reported you were in danger, but judging by the scene, it seems you were the most endangered. Indeed, when the police arrived, they were astounded. Who could strike so decisively and accurately? Even their well-trained Marines would struggle to take on 100 opponents. All the assailants were handcuffed and taken away, leaving only Han Lian and Liang Chen in a standoff. Liang Chen had no desire to be embroiled in police bureaucracy. After half an hour of combat, he was utterly fatigued and felt the weight of sleepiness creeping in. Officer, I'm quite tired right now. How about you accompany me to the hotel instead? A glimmer of something else flickered in Liang Chen's eyes, making Han Lian feel uneasy. To the police station? Not to any hotel. It must be said that Han Lian appreciated Liang Chen's bravery, but she was less fond of his attitude. After all, everything must be conducted by the book in her eyes. Liang Chen was indeed a model citizen, wealthy yet willing to assist others. Han Lian's fondness for him was anything but low. Seeing him again today brought her a bit of surprise, as she had previously wanted him to give a statement but had not succeeded. This time, it is imperative that he completes his statement at the police station and goes through the necessary procedures. Otherwise, with so many people on the ground, how will the report be written? Officer, I am truly exhausted. Perhaps it would be better to wait until tomorrow when I can attend to you personally. Soon as he finished speaking, Liang Chen succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. Boss Liu Sun shook him gently, disregarding Han Lian's request. Officer Han, perhaps it would be best to wait until the boss awakens tomorrow. In his current state, he is unlikely to provide a statement. Seeing Liang Chen suddenly asleep, Han Lian's expression soured. Very well, when he wakes up tomorrow, please call me early, and I will personally take his statement. Thank you. Liu Sun nodded in acknowledgement and took Liang Chen away in the car. With so many people awaiting her to clean up the aftermath, it seemed that yet another night of overtime loomed ahead. The Shinhushi substation, in the interrogation room. Speak. Were you and your group attempting to kidnap the owner of that Bentley today? Han Lian slammed a file onto the table. Li Ran, handcuffed and sitting behind bars, looked at her with an innocent expression. What? Beautiful officer, I know nothing. Li Ran feigned nonchalance, hoping to evade the situation. He was aware that Du Xiaoma would arrive soon to bail him out. Stop beating around the bush. Tell me why your group gathered at Qinghui Pavilion. Are you conspiring to do something? Han Lian, lacking patience, wished to conclude the interrogation swiftly so she could find Liang Chen and take his statement. A singular question plagued her mind. How could so many people have sustained dislocations within half an hour? Oh, officer, I've told you. We were collectively practicing Tai Chi at the entrance of Qinghui Pavilion, not engaging in any kidnapping or brawling. Realizing that she would gain no useful information from Li Ran, Han Lian turned and exited the interrogation room. Xiao Wan, investigate the backgrounds of these individuals thoroughly. Do not overlook any details or clues. What? Sister, that's 100 people. Ranwen knew that Han Lian was relentless in her pursuit of justice. Not to mention the large gathering, even Li Ran in the interrogation room had someone arriving to bail him out. Complete with a lawyer, though they had yet to be allowed in. I said go. And stop with the excuses. In no time, Du Xiaoma stormed into the Shinhushi substation, accompanied by a man in a suit and glasses. Han Lian recognized Du Xiaoma, a notorious figure in Shinhushi. She had previously sought permission from her superiors to investigate him, but her request had been repeatedly denied due to a lack of grounds for such an inquiry. This left Han Lian feeling quite displeased, as it was evident that he was deeply involved in illicit activities. Watching Du Xiaoma saunter in with an air of superiority, she felt a surge of irritation. I heard you have detained my friend. Is there any chance he can be released? Du Xiaoma's demeanor only added to her frustration. She could hardly suppress the urge to strike him. However, as a police officer, she understood the constraints of her position. Officer Han, do you really think it's acceptable to detain someone without just cause at this late hour? Han Lian, though a woman, was not to be trifled with. She held a deep-seated belief in the righteousness of her role as a police officer, committed to safeguarding her community. With a cold smile, she faced Du Xiaoma. What? Are they not allowed to be arrested for congregating and brawling? This failure of the mission had already left Du Xiaoma in a foul mood. The anger simmering within him was palpable. This was his first setback, and to have it escalate to the police station was infuriating. Yet, he maintained his smile, as he understood the decorum expected in a police station. Officer Han, you should be aware that making baseless allegations against my friend can have legal consequences. Surely you understand the implications. May I ask if you have any evidence? Without a word, Du Xiaoma's lawyer interjected, assuming that Han Lian would be intimidated. To his surprise, she ignored him and returned to her desk. The lawyer, realizing that Han Lian was not inclined to engage further, was about to speak when Du Xiaoma silenced him. No need to worry. These kids have messed up, and I see that Officer Han has no solid evidence. We can let them stew for 2 days. They'll be out in 48 hours. Let us head back. Understood, Boss Du. As Du Xiaoma and his lawyer departed, Han Lian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She indeed had no concrete evidence. When she had gone to retrieve the parking lot surveillance footage from Qinghui Pavilion, she was informed that the cameras had been out of order for quite some time. This only deepened her suspicions about how the events had unfolded. The following morning, Liang Chen abruptly opened his eyes to find himself back at the hotel, with little recollection of the previous events, only an overwhelming headache. Rubbing his temples, he turned over, preparing to get out of bed. He was startled to see a figure beside him, jumping up in shock. Who was that? I don't remember bringing anyone home. Could it be Lu San? He cautiously approached the bed, the blanket covering the figure's face. Gently pulling back the covers, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. It's Mei Mei. Thinking he was being quiet, he inadvertently woke Yin Mei. Rubbing her eyes, she saw Liang Chen standing before her, bare and exposed, and shyly pulled the blanket over her face. Oh, could you please get dressed? My apologies. Just a moment. As he walked to the wardrobe, Liang Chen recalled that he had asked Lu San to take her home last night. How had she ended up in his presidential suite? The memories of the previous night flooded back, leaving him with a headache, but he vaguely remembered facing off against over 100 people. And that Han Lian had been present when Lu San arrived. Lu San, what have I done? How did I even get the police involved? Just as he was about to call Lu San, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hello, room service. Although he didn't reach the door, there was a one-button open feature in the wardrobe, allowing him to see the entrance through the camera. Why is she here? Isn't Xie Xuan the receptionist? Is she here to deliver breakfast like usual? Just as he was about to engage with Xie Xuan, the door creaked open. Oh no. I forgot Mei Mei was still in the room. She must have opened the door. Hello, this is Liang's room, correct? As Yin Mei opened the door, Xie Xuan froze for a moment. Liang Chen had previously mentioned that other women might be present, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. This was the very room where she had shared her first night with Liang Chen. It was impossible to deny her feelings of jealousy as she observed Yin Mei, her cheeks flushed, wrapped in a towel, and wearing a bathrobe, her hair slightly disheveled. Yesterday, he was with me in the restroom, and now another woman is in his bed. This is quite the rapid turnaround. Does he truly possess such stamina? After a moment of silence, when Xie Xuan remained unresponsive, Yin Mei smiled at her curiously. Yes, is it breakfast delivery? My boyfriend is still in the shower. Please come in, boyfriend. When did he acquire a girlfriend? Although Yin Mei appeared delicate and exuded a protective charm, Xie Xuan felt similarly, and upon hearing Yin Mei's gentle voice, she finally reacted. Oh, yes, this is Liang's special breakfast, as she lifted the cover from the cart. Revealing 2 Western breakfasts, Xie Xuan realized that this was something she had procured from the breakfast service, initially intended for her and Liang Chen to share. She had envisioned enjoying breakfast together, perhaps even engaging in some morning exercise afterward. Instead, she found herself playing the role of a messenger. Since it's here, just leave it. Mei Mei, please get dressed. You'll catch a chill. Stepping out, Xie Xuan noticed that Yin Mei was barefoot. Standing on the cold floor, having frequently reminded Zhou Ruobing to wear slippers, she instinctively offered a word of caution. However, to Xie Xuan, it felt as if Liang Chen had never shown her such concern. Causing her eyes to moisten, placing the breakfast on the table, she quickly exited the room. Once in the elevator, she found herself in tears. This had always been a transaction, yet she still cried. Something felt amiss with that girl. Enjoying the breakfast that had been delivered, Yin Mei recalled the expression on Xie Xuan's face earlier, which seemed tinged with a hint of melancholy. No worries. Let us have breakfast first. Soon. I'll have Lu San take you back to work. By the way, I thought I asked Lu San to take you home last night. How come you ended up sleeping here? Yin Mei took a bite of the delicious milk and egg dish. Something she hadn't savored in a long while. Ever since her family went bankrupt, her meals had mainly consisted of instant noodles or cheap bread, and she couldn't even afford the luxury of ordering takeout. She looked at Liang Chen with satisfaction, her eyes twinkling like a crescent moon. Last night, when we left, I sensed something was amiss, so I had Brother Lu drop me off at the hotel to wait for you. I was a bit worried, and I even had him call the police, fearing something might have happened to you. I see, Liang Chen replied, understanding the source of Lu San's concern. It was evident that she had taken the initiative to report it, and he couldn't help but wonder if she was naive or simply foolish, though he couldn't blame her, given the multitude of secrets being concealed. So, what about last night? Liang Chen's sudden question caught May off guard, causing her to fumble and drop her fork down. You were already asleep when Brother Liu brought you back last night. I was worried about your condition, so I stayed here to look after you. The fact that I fell asleep is merely a personal habit and has nothing to do with you. As they conversed, a stray lock of May's hair fell in front of her face, prompting Liang Chen to reach out and tuck it behind her ear. This simple gesture stirred something different in May's heart. Yet, Liang Chen remained oblivious, knowing that this woman was surely capable of deep emotions. But he was not ready to entangle himself in the complexities of love. He needed to maintain a safe distance. Chapter 184. Farewell, Songjai. Well then, hurry and eat. I'll have Lu San take you back shortly. After finishing breakfast, Lu San drove May to Taikuli. This time, Liang Chen suddenly realized that the system seemed to drain too much energy, leading to physical exhaustion. The events of last night were still fresh in his mind. After enhancing his abilities, he noticed significant changes in his body, but such consumption occurred rapidly. Within just half an hour, he had succumbed to sleep. In the room, gazing out at the towering buildings, Liang Chen pondered for a long while. He needed to uncover the reason behind this. He activated the system interface. Ding! The multiverse search system reminds the host that you have a new short message. Please check. Without a doubt, it was a message from Zhou Jisheng. But he pushed that thought aside for now. After entering a series of commands, the system responded, Ding! The multiverse search system has detected negative energy after the host's ability enhancement. Each use of ability enhancement will depend on the host's physical condition and the surrounding environment. Each enhancement is limited to that day, and once consumed, the host must replenish with a significant amount of calories. Otherwise, they will collapse from exhaustion. No wonder Liang Chen hadn't eaten anything during dinner with Zhou Jisheng. He had been too focused on punishing Wu Juanhao. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a situation afterward. Closing the search panel, Liang Chen opened the messaging system. Mr. Liang, I wonder if you have time to meet today. Can we continue our collaboration on the project we discussed earlier? Hello, Mr. Liang. This is the assistant of the Duchess of England. Will you be able to arrive at the agreed location for the transaction at 3 p.m. this afternoon? Baby, you haven't visited my livestream room in so long. I've missed you. The first message was indeed from Zhou Jisheng. He could part with 20 billion, but what truly piqued Liang Chen's interest was the extraterrestrial warship. If developed, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation across the globe. The second message nearly slipped his mind amid the chaos of the previous day. Without the notification, he would have likely forgotten about it. The third message was unmistakably from Song Jai, and her affectionate address made Liang Chen feel a twinge of discomfort. Perhaps she was short on funds, prompting such a sudden message. Closing the message panel, Liang Chen decided to check the live stream room since there was still time. He initially thought Song Jai would still be asleep at this hour, given that most streamers typically broadcast late into the night. Upon entering the live stream, he saw her recommended position at the top. This girl is quite diligent. She has started streaming so early. Upon entering Song Jai's room, it erupted with excitement. Welcome, the cat who doesn't like fish. To Goddess Song Jai's room, Supreme Infinity, great love for the world. Congratulations to user who doesn't like fish for gifting Song Jai the happiness Ferris wheel. User who doesn't like fish sent a happiness Ferris wheel in Song Jai's livestream, causing all fans to worship. Everyone rushed to observe. The screen was filled with scrolling text, and Liang Chen's arrival sent the entire livestream into a frenzy. Since he had last gifted Song Jai a substantial amount, he hadn't returned to the platform, let alone gifted anyone else. Wow, the Cat Master is back. Long time no see. Where have you been living it up lately? Is he the Cat Master you all speak of? The one who gifted the goddess 46 million in one go? Chapter 185. The adorable big sister. Wow, I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's the Cat Master. Haha, the Cat Master truly commands presence. Entering the live stream without a word and gifting a happiness Ferris wheel is impressive. The Cat Master is incredibly generous. Cat Master, I'm your devoted admirer. Please accept my humble admiration. Watching the flood of sycophants, Liang Chen chuckled coldly. Such is the nature of opportunism. Whoever possesses wealth is deemed a father figure. The screen continued to display various flattering comments. Supreme Infinity, great love for the world. Congratulations to user who doesn't like fish for gifting Song Jai a happiness Ferris wheel. Ignoring the flattery, Liang Chen activated his mental commands, sending out several happiness Ferris wheels. Seeing Liang Chen's presence, Song Jai was filled with joy. Just as she was about to message him, she noticed Liang Chen vanish amid the crowd, leaving only the smaller fans in the livestream. Ever since Liang Chen had competed with Lu Shihao in her livestream, many had stopped gifting her. It felt as though she had been branded with the label of cat, with only small fans left to send minor gifts. Consequently, her income had drastically decreased. Summoning her courage, Song Jai finally managed to send Liang Chen a message, only to see him online. Happiness is fleeting. Although she had received substantial gifts, Liang Chen's sudden departure left her feeling a bit disheartened. After contemplating, she decided to message Liang Chen. Cat brother, thank you. Just a small matter. I came to check in and will be leaving now. This livestream platform had lost its charm for Liang Chen. Currently, only Amoer, Mango, and Qingfeng livestreams remain popular. With time to spare, he resolved not to return to Amoer livestreams. Instead, he downloaded Mango livestream. Known for its artistic flair, Mango was nothing like Amoer, where the content was often explicit. Most streamers there engaged in cosplay. Liang Chen had previously seen a heartwarming show where a boy dressed as a girl and was loved by another boy. Such a scenario was something he would never allow to happen to himself. Upon entering the Mango livestream, he used the cat who doesn't like fish as his ID.as. He scrolled through the options. A high-pitched voice caught his attention. Hey, handsome, could you send a gift my way? I haven't received a Ferris wheel or rocket in ages. I'm feeling so pitiful. A lowly figure appeared on the screen, and it was hard to discern whether she was male or female, but judging by the absence of an Adam's apple, she was likely a girl. Her soft, sweet voice sent a shiver down Liang Chen's spine as he sat on his leather sofa. This livestream room had only a little over 100 viewers, and no one was speaking. It was just the lowly speaking to the camera, alone. Seeing her ID, Xiner, and noting her age as 17, Liang Chen's heart broke. How could such a delicate girl be left without any visitors? Even a simple chat would suffice. He opened the text box and typed a few words. Little sister. Why don't you have anyone here? Ha ha ha, of course not, because I'm a boy. Suddenly, a rough male voice echoed in his ears, nearly causing Liang Chen to close the panel in shock. What the hell? You scared me? This Mango livestream was quite terrifying. He had expected to encounter a pure lowly, only to find a brash male impersonating one. Chapter 186. Daring to impersonate the cat master. With that, Liang Chen decisively exited the room, feeling a bit rattled. Goodness, what a prankster. He promptly chose another room to enter. Although it wasn't as pitiable as the earlier impersonator, a beautiful girl skillfully played the pipa, performing 10 sides of ambush exceptionally well, her attire slightly revealing. After confirming his choice, he selected the pipa-playing beauty. Welcome, the cat who doesn't like fish, to Xiao Er's livestream. Here's heartbreak, just for you. Such a warm-hearted streamer was a first for Liang Chen. The number of viewers was modest, but far better than the previous impersonator, likely having scared away the fans. Enveloped by the melodic strains of the pipa, Liang Chen found solace. Even if the song was sorrowful, the artistic quality was undeniably beautiful. With a mental command, he sent 2 luxury cruise liners. Majestic demeanor, unassailable. Congratulations to user who doesn't like fish for gifting Miss Xiao the Ironbone Cruise. In the live broadcast of Miss Xiao, the user who dislikes fishy cats presented an ironclad cruise, prompting reverence from all fans. Everyone rushed to witness this grand spectacle. The aura of a king cannot be challenged. Congratulations to user who dislikes fishy cats for bestowing Miss Xiao with the ironclad cruise. This remarkable gesture caused an uproar within the Mango Live platform, even drawing the attention of the backstage personnel, who logged in to see what was happening, suspecting it was merely a trick. After multiple confirmations of the data, it became evident that this gift was indeed genuine. A cruise ship costs over $1,000. It was as if a month's salary had been spent in a moment. Who was this familiar figure? They seemed reminiscent of someone from the past, yet the memory evaded him. Look, another cruise has appeared. Liang Chen sent several cruises to the enchanting lady playing the pipa. What began as a sparsely attended live stream quickly filled with viewers, all captivated by the rolling numbers on the screen. Gasping in awe, who is this extravagant benefactor? User who dislikes fishy cats. That name is so familiar. Isn't this the renowned cat lord who previously graced Amore's stream? How could it be? I recognize Cat Lord's Mango ID. And it is not this one. Upon reading this comment, Liang Chen was taken aback. What nonsense is this? This is my first time on this platform. How could it not be me, just moments ago? I saw Cat Lord gifting in Qinxia's room. Perhaps he is still there. This must be an imposter riding on Cat Lord's coattails. Instantly, Liang Chen felt a surge of indignation. How dare they accuse him of impersonation? Ridiculous. Why would he need to impersonate anyone? Whoosh, welcome, user who dislikes fishy cats, to Miss Shower's live stream. I have heard someone is impersonating me. I was just enjoying myself in Chinxia's room when I saw my name flashing across the screen. Who is it? Liang Chen had initially considered searching for this so-called Chinxia, but was unexpectedly confronted by the imposter. It seems today is the day to make a grand display. Is it you? What are you doing using my name? Do you even know who I am? Asked the fans below. I am the cat lord who came from Imoer, the one who generously gifted over 400,000 to the esteemed Jai. Who are you to impersonate our cat lord Sid? Indeed. Our cat lord is not someone to be trifled with. Surely he desires to profit from cat lord's fame. Just him? That's laughable. Cat lord cannot be impersonated by just anyone. As the barrage of comments erupted, the live chat became rife with speculation about Liang Chen's ID, predominantly asserting that he was a false cat lord. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for Liang Chen, who was genuinely the real deal but was now branded as a counterfeit. It appeared that this imposter had been lingering in Mango Live for some time, capitalizing on Liang Chen's former reputation from Imoer. The more Liang Chen pondered, the more his anger simmered. Not only was he being impersonated, but he had to endure the onslaught of derogatory remarks flooding his screen, filling even his private message inbox with vitriol. Yet, Liang Chen remained silent. Although infuriated, he realized that the only recourse was to spend money. The truth remains. Whoever possesses wealth holds the power. The grandeur of a king cannot be challenged. Congratulations to user who dislikes fishy cats for bestowing Miss Shower with the ironclad cruise. In a moment of determination, Liang Chen sent forth several more cruises. Instantly, the comments in the live stream quieted in astonishment at his actions. The backstage beauty was equally astonished. To her, this was merely an opportunity to earn more. Despite the cacophony of unsavory comments on the public screen, user who dislikes fishy cats had taken tangible actions to assert his identity. Although she had heard of this wealthy ID before, she had never had the pleasure of his presence in her room until today, sparked by the commotion surrounding the so-called false ID. Are you attempting to compete with my wealth? I have spent tens of thousands in Imoer. Do you dare challenge me? You are quite bold. As these words escaped his lips, Liang Chen bore a wicked grin. Ding! The system is currently locating the IP address of this ID. Please wait. The comments continued to roll in, and Liang Chen, with a fleeting thought, decided to uncover the imposter entirely. The system returned with an image of the one impersonating him, captured from a vantage point in a nondescript shop with a less than appealing environment. Though the individual's appearance was unremarkable, he seemed to belong to a wealthy family. Next to him stood a beauty, slightly less charming than Xie Xuan. Upon receiving this information, Liang Chen refocused on Mango Live. Merely sending a single character ignited a frenzy in the live stream. Look, this imposter dares to challenge our true cat lord. I doubt he has the audacity. He probably lacks the funds, haha, following a barrage of gifts. The screen flooded with rumors, and Liang Chen narrowed his eyes, intently observing the individual on the other end of the camera, who appeared increasingly anxious. Liang Chen chuckled quietly. Since he wishes for a confrontation, today, I shall indulge him to the fullest extent. The grandeur of a king cannot be challenged. Congratulations to user who dislikes fishy cats for bestowing Miss Shower with the ironclad cruise. Chapter 189. A grand battle. Once more, the user known as the cat who does not like raw fish generously gifted a magnificent ironclad cruise ship in Xiao Air's livestream, inciting fervent admiration from all her fans, urging everyone to come and witness this spectacle. Such regal demeanor is beyond reproach. Heartfelt congratulations to the user for their generous contribution. Under the influence of Liang Chen's thoughts, he swiftly sent 10 cruise ships, 10 rockets, 10 luxury sports cars, 30 true love diamonds, and 60 lollipops to Xiao Air, amassing over 100,000 in total. The livestream fell into stunned silence, the previous barrage of negative comments silenced by awe. Doubts lingered, with some convinced yet too intimidated to voice their beliefs. After all, few possess the means to casually spend such a sum. Even the cat who does not like raw fish occasionally dabbled with 2,000 or 3,000, but rarely unleashed a sum as vast as 100,000 in one go. Chen Wenjia, holding his phone, felt a tremor of disbelief. Could it be that he had truly encountered the genuine article? This seemed implausible. He had already ascertained from Imoer that since his last confrontation with the spendthrift of the Liu family, the true cat had not been online. Despite his contemplation, he remained skeptical about the authenticity of this encounter. Had he truly spent over 100,000? Was it possible that the back-end data was erroneous? Cat, say something. Quickly dispel this imposter. Chen Wenjia lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag, determined to maintain his dignity by any means necessary. 100,000 was merely a trifle for him. Suddenly, the screen erupted with a series of notifications as he fervently sent gifts worth exactly 150,000. Watching the incoming text alerts, his 60,000 pocket money dwindled to a mere 15,000, causing him some pangs of regret. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he could not afford to back down. In this moment, Liang Chen felt invigorated by Chen Wenjie's challenge. I told you so. The true cat remains unmatched. Imposters are merely laughable. It's absurd to think that a little cash could allow one to impersonate the cat. The comments section was alive with fervor, as the tide of public opinion shifted with astonishing speed. Just moments ago, they had been silent. Now, they unleashed a torrent of derision toward Liang Chen. Xiao Er, unable to bear the unfolding drama any longer, announced, "Please, let us not escalate this further, or I might just end the stream." Initially perceiving this as a trivial matter, she had assumed that a mere 100,000 would suffice to drive the impostor away. But to her surprise, this contender proved formidable. The dazzling array of gifts flashing across the screen signified that Liang Chen had accepted the challenge with a wry smile, whispering, "This is intriguing." As Liang Chen prepared to continue the game with renewed vigor, private messages began to flood in, unsettling him. "You think you can challenge me? You're still too green. If you fancy yourself a big spender, let's double the stakes and see how I dismantle you." Chapter 190. A million confirmations having effortlessly spent tens of thousands, Chen Wenjie was confident that Liang Chen would not dare to retaliate, his every word dripping with sarcasm and disdain. This rhetoric felt oddly familiar to Liang Chen, reminiscent of words spoken to him before, and those who had dared to provoke him had met with dire consequences. Chen Wenjie's taunts ignited the crowd, swaying those who had previously wavered to rally behind him, unleashing a torrent of mockery toward Liang Chen. "Thank you both for your generous gifts. I believe we shall conclude here for today. I intend to sign off." The rivalry had begun to wear on Xiao Er, who felt exasperated by the ongoing contest. "Wait," Liang Chen calmly interjected, determined not to let the game conclude so abruptly. "This contest has merely begun. I am far from finished." His indomitable spirit seemed to resonate with a portion of the audience, some even beginning to shift their allegiances back to the cat who does not like raw fish. Arguments erupted, with some vehemently declaring that the real cat was indeed the cat who does not like raw fish, while others insisted on dismantling the audacity of the impostor. Amidst the chaos, the seemingly dormant cat who does not like raw fish began to make a stunning resurgence, quietly showering gifts that left the audience in awe. 1, 2, 3. As rockets, cruise ships, and luxury cars continued to appear on the screen, it became evident that the figure had just spent over 1 million within mere minutes. The crowd, transfixed by the spectacle, could hardly believe their eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Wenjie gaped in shock, struggling to find his voice. Despite his own financial prowess, he was operating on a meager allowance of 60,000 for the month, and such extravagant spending was beyond his reach. To blow through that amount in a single livestream would leave him destitute for the remainder of the month. The thought of his mother discovering his reckless spending haunted him, prompting him to withdraw from the Mango livestream. The supporters who had previously rallied behind him fell silent, realization dawning that he was merely an imposter. Wait, so he was the fake all along. I had my suspicions. Only someone as wealthy as the cat could spend so freely. Remember, this account is the true cat, indeed. You are remarkable, cat. We bow to your greatness. Chapter 191. Officer Han's inquiry. In an instant, countless admirers clamored to catch Liang Chen's attention through the barrage of comments. Ignoring the flattery, Liang Chen maintained a serene smile, choosing silence instead. The comment section was a whirlwind of activity, yet he remained unfazed, quietly exiting the live stream, his mind preoccupied with more pressing matters. Just as he contemplated the implications of the energy system in his mind, the doorbell abruptly rang. He approached the door, surprised to find Officer Han standing there, dressed in her professional attire, her expression severe. "Liang Chen, I need to record a statement regarding last night's events. Are you available?" Though her tone was courteous, her demeanor was undeniably formidable, suggesting that she was not to be trifled with. Liang Chen greeted her with a cryptic smile. "Ah, Officer Han, please, come in," as she stepped into the lavish presidential suite. Officer Han was taken aback by the opulence surrounding her. My goodness, how wealthy must one be to reside in such grandeur? The cost for this room must be astronomical. Surveying the surroundings, the room appeared quite immaculate, save for a haphazard pile of luxury goods nestled in the corner. Good heavens, just one of these extravagant items must cost several thousand, and here they lay strewn across the floor. Such a waste. Instantly, Han Lian's curiosity regarding the man before her deepened. Who on earth was he? Why was he so affluent? And if wealth were not enough, he seemed genuinely benevolent, always eager to lend a helping hand. Was this a peculiar hobby of the rich? Han Lian's eyes widened, her mouth agape, her astonishment starkly contrasting with her earlier serious demeanor. As Liang Chen cast a gentle glance her way, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Please, have a seat. Liang Chen gestured, and without hesitation, Han Lian plopped down onto the luxurious leather sofa worth tens of thousands. My word. This sofa was incredibly comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Liang. Regarding last night, I kindly ask you to recount the events as they transpired. I need to take some notes. Snapped back to reality by Liang Chen's voice, the gravity of the situation surged to the forefront of Han Lian's mind. She promptly masked her astonishment, adopting a serious demeanor. What had transpired with the 100 or so individuals last night? As the first person at the scene, he must have some insights. This matter needed to be unraveled, or Han Lian would surely lose sleep over it. Recalling the previous night, Liang Chen felt a sudden jolt. He himself had not anticipated that his newfound abilities would make him so formidable, though the aftermath was equally daunting. About last night. I had arranged to dine with a friend at Qinghui Pavilion. After the meal, I had some personal matters to attend to, so I asked Lu San to escort Missing home. Just as I stepped out of Qinghui Pavilion, I saw a mass of people lying on the ground. I had no idea what had occurred. Then you arrived, and having consumed some alcohol, I soon fell asleep. Perfect. Aside from the skirmish, Liang Chen revealed every detail to Han Lian. Yet, relying on her instincts as a police officer, Han Lian sensed he was concealing certain truths. Firstly, it was Liang Chen's driver, Lu San, who had called the police, reporting an attempted abduction of Liang Chen. Now, Liang Chen was recounting a different narrative, as if he deemed her naive. Upholding the principle that honesty would yield leniency while deceit would invite severity, Han Lian straightened in her seat, her gaze fixed intently on Liang Chen. Mr. Liang, I believe your account to be sincere. However, why did your driver report an abduction attempt? That insufferable Lu San. Han Lian's penetrating gaze felt as though it could see through Liang Chen, causing him considerable discomfort. This would not be easily brushed aside. What to do? He wondered if there was anything in the system that could erase memories of the past. Maintaining a natural demeanor, Liang Chen smiled at Han Lian and stood. Officer Han, I imagine you must be thirsty. Would you care for a drink? I have everything one could desire in this apartment. As he strolled to the refrigerator, Liang Chen opened it, feigning a search for something while internally activating the system panel. Within the system's marketplace, he discovered a memory-altering item. Chaos Bringer, priced at 10 million coins, capable of erasing memories from the past 24 hours. A notification chimed, reminding him that once administered, the recipient would lose all memories from the previous day. This was unexpected. The system could indeed procure such items. 10 million coins, while steep, was a small price to pay to erase Han Lian's recollection of recent events. Resolutely, Liang Chen completed the transaction. Ding! The system prompts the host. Do you wish to apply the memory-altering effect on the target? Casually grabbing a bottle of water, Liang Chen turned, smiling as he handed it to Han Lian. However, after 3 years of police work, Han Lian's instincts alerted her to something amiss. Changing the subject while offering water, was he attempting to drug her? Han Lian's wide eyes scrutinized Liang Chen as she accepted the bottle, only to be taken aback by its extravagant label. Bling H20, a naturally carbonated mineral water from England, encased in a glass bottle adorned with silkscreen printing and Swarovski crystals. Just the bottle alone screamed opulence. Han Lian, unfamiliar with luxury, felt the weight of wealth in her hands. A mere bottle of water packaged so extravagantly. Did he consume liquid gold? Liang Chen, anticipating her reaction, remained composed, a honeyed smile on his face. What's the matter? Nothing, just pondering the price of this water. Grasping the bottle delicately, Han Lian could hardly muster the courage to open it. Though she knew not its cost, it was undoubtedly several times more expensive than ordinary water. Her perception of Liang Chen shifted anew. This man exuded a quiet confidence and charm, often performing acts of kindness without seeking recognition. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Though Han Lian did not possess conventional beauty, she radiated a striking presence in her police uniform, her figure accentuated in a way that was both powerful and alluring. Her skin, slightly tanned from hours spent outdoors on duty, only added to her appeal. Embodying a unique, exotic beauty, noticing Han Lian's stuttered speech, Liang Chen chuckled lightly. It's nothing extraordinary. However, this water is quite beneficial to health. It's provided in the presidential suite of this hotel. I didn't pay much attention. After all, it's just water. His nonchalant demeanor intrigued Han Lian, suggesting he held deeper secrets waiting to be uncovered. Liang Chen contemplated how to erase her memories, while Han Lian felt her mind clouding, a sudden lethargy washing over her. Moments later, she succumbed to slumber upon the sofa. Watching her drift off, Liang Chen entertained a wicked thought. While Han Lian may not have been conventionally stunning, her allure deepened with time. He spent approximately half an hour admiring her. Opening WeChat, he sent a message to Liu Xin. Please take Officer Han to the hospital, and do not disclose your name. 5 minutes later, Liu Xin arrived at the presidential suite, bewildered as he observed Liang Chen, and then turned to the unconscious Han Lian on the sofa. Surely, his employer had not done anything untoward. Such an act would carry severe consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Xin rationalized that while Liang Chen was a bit of a rogue, he was fundamentally upright. Beautiful women typically sought his company. Why would he drug Han Lian? Convinced he was overthinking it, Liu Xin complied with Liang Chen's instructions, discreetly transporting Han Lian to a renowned private hospital in Shenhui City, arranging for her to occupy the most luxurious VIP room available. At 3 p.m., according to his arrangement with the Duchess of England, Liang Chen arrived at the hotel restaurant's VIP room. The opulence of the suite was matched only by the seclusion of the setting. He had yet to ascertain the Duchess's appearance. She was likely a foreigner. Two assistants, one male, one female, had previously contacted Liang Chen, each time only exchanging a few words before hanging up. The heart of the ocean was also quite valuable. Although of no use to Liang Chen at present, it sat securely in the safe, and should someone offer a handsome price, he would be more than willing to part with it. This piqued his curiosity about the Duchess. To prepare for their meeting, Liang Chen had summoned Mike earlier to refine his appearance. Having watched Downton Abbey, he understood the British placed great importance on etiquette and attire. At this moment, Liang Chen donned a sleek black suit, adorned with a state-of-the-art Omega watch showcasing a sapphire face and a handcrafted Kingsley bow tie, exuding understated elegance without sacrificing sophistication. Upon his arrival, the restaurant's hostess respectfully guided him to the pre-booked VIP room. Dressed impeccably, Liang Chen caught the hostess's eye, prompting her to glance back at him with admiration. He ordered a bottle of champagne, but did not intend to open it just yet, reserving it for a celebratory toast with the Duchess. Instead, he requested the restaurant's finest red wine. Sir, would you like assistance opening your champagne? Liang Chen replied, no need for that. Please bring me your most expensive red wine. The hostess, taken aback, relayed the price, noting it was over 160,000 for a single bottle, and that there was only one available, prominently displayed in a showcase, never having been sold. Even the wealthiest patrons typically opted for bottles in the several thousand range. Deeming them extravagant, Liang Chen's unwavering confidence led the hostess to believe he was far beyond mere wealth. He seemed almost otherworldly. Are you certain, sir? Yes, very well. With Liang Chen's affirmation, the hostess politely departed to procure the requested wine. As I glanced at my watch, it was nearly 3 o'clock, yet the Duchess had yet to arrive. A sense of unease crept into my heart. Had I perhaps come too early? 10 minutes later, a maid approached, presenting a bottle of exquisite red wine priced at over 160,000. Sir, this is the wine you requested. Would you like to settle the bill now? Although Liang Chen appeared impeccably dressed, the maid couldn't shake her apprehension. Who would spend such a fortune on a single bottle of wine? Surely, only a fool would do so. The doubt etched on the maid's face unsettled Liang Chen. Did they really think he could not afford it? He had dressed up for the occasion. After all, in due time, Liang Chen produced a black card from his pocket and handed it to the maid, not even inquiring about the price. Could a bottle of wine truly be worth a couple of 100,000? Even if it were, to Liang Chen, it was a mere trifle. As the maid accepted the card, she realized her initial misjudgment. Having worked in the hotel for many years, she recognized the black card. After all, not everyone could afford to stay in a 6-star establishment. Beep. Payment successful, sir. Your card. Pleased at that moment, the maid's perception transformed from skepticism to admiration. Such a man exuded charm. His attire was clearly designer, and that limited edition Omega watch was not something just anyone could purchase. Turning to pass the POS machine to a colleague, she remained in the VIP room, ensuring that such a distinguished guest received the utmost attention. The hotel's strict protocols demanded that every guest felt at home, and this was especially true for someone of such high stature. Sir, allow me to introduce you to the origins of this wine. Otherwise, you may not find your 168,000 worth it. The maid's large, lustrous eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Liang Chen. Her voice a gentle melody. Noticing the Duchess had yet to arrive, Liang Chen found himself bored in the VIP room and saw no harm in listening. He raised his gaze to the maid, her radiant smile piquing his interest further. This 2004 Penfolds Block 42 Cabernet Sauvignon is globally limited to just 12 bottles, each with a unique number. Its rarity is not merely a reflection of its price. Penfolds describes it as exceptionally rare and extraordinary, a pinnacle in winemaking history. Liang Chen, taken aback, realized he had unwittingly purchased a bottle of globally limited red wine. Suddenly, the hefty price seemed justified. Just as the maid finished her explanation, a knock echoed from the VIP room door. "Manager, the other guest for this room has arrived," a fellow maid announced as the door swung open. Liang Chen's gaze fell upon a classically beautiful woman from Huaxia standing before him. With cascading waves of jet-black hair, adorned with a black half-veil and a small hat, her fingers sparkled with a 13-carat diamond ring that dazzled the eye. Her form was striking, clad in a fitted black dress, and she walked with grace in her crystal high heels, each step resonating like a chime. Such a beauty could only be the Duchess. At first glance, she appeared to be in her 30s. Yet her attire and demeanor bespoke a sophistication that left no room for doubt. Liang Chen felt a pang of regret. A woman of such allure should not be wed to an older foreigner. Was there truly a shortage of men in our great Huaxia? Rising involuntarily, he extended his hand in a gentlemanly manner. "I presume you are the Duchess." As she entered, Shi Huimin appraised Liang Chen. Noting his somewhat gentlemanly demeanor, however, his gaze revealed too much desire, a sentiment she had grown accustomed to from me, and no one could resist her figure. She was always the center of attention. This notoriety had become a source of frustration for her. Since marrying the British Duke, her life had been lavish. Just a month prior, the Duke had succumbed to a heart attack in an ambulance, leaving her the heir to his fortune. Such is the fate of slow emergency services abroad. Now, she traveled the globe, leaving her mark wherever she went, for to her, men were merely tools. With a dismissive flick of her wrist, she settled onto the sofa, puffing on an antique cigarette holder, exuding an air of superiority as she regarded Liang Chen. "Mr. Liang, let us discuss business first." Liang Chen was unfazed by Shi Huimin's demeanor. Naturally, the Duchess would see herself as superior. He merely chuckled softly. He had anticipated a straightforward transaction, yet the Duchess's arrogance was unexpected. Considering the 160,000 bottle of wine before him, he felt it would be a waste to offer it to her. Surely, this Duchess was not short of funds. He turned to the maid. "Could you please open the champagne for me?" "Why drink champagne when we have red wine?" The maid was puzzled by Liang Chen's reaction but complied, respectfully opening the champagne before stepping outside. This was routine etiquette. VIP clients were typically accompanied by 2 attendants, with one waiting at the door. "Duchess, you have come personally. I trust it is for the heart of the ocean." Liang Chen observed her extravagant attire, undoubtedly worth hundreds of thousands, if not millions. He had researched the British Duke beforehand, but had found no information on this widow, making their first meeting a delightful surprise. Expecting a local British woman, he was astonished to discover a young, beautiful Huaxia woman with a captivating figure. The Duke, poor soul, had married such a stunning woman only to die before their wedding night. This made Liang Chen question Shi Huimin's motives for marrying the British Duke. Many women wed significantly older men for their wealth, only to be left widowed shortly after. Liang Chen remained indifferent to Shi Huimin's earlier expressions. Women were plentiful, yet this one was a rare gem. "Let us not beat around the bush. I will buy it at the previously agreed price." Liang Chen's interest in the heart of the ocean stemmed from fond memories of watching Titanic with his first love, a time when he too had been swept away by romance. However, betrayal had forced him to choose wealth as his companion. Even marrying an aging, impotent man was acceptable if it meant a life of luxury and the chance to flaunt her success before her ex-boyfriend. Purchasing the heart of the ocean was a statement of her newfound wealth, proving her ex-boyfriend to be worthless. At this moment, however, Liang Chen's perspective shifted. Such a seductive enchantress could not be allowed to slip away. It would be a travesty. He sensed he might have to disappoint the Duchess today. He simply did not wish to part with this treasure. Shi Huimin anticipated Liang Chen's audacious demands, yet she was taken aback by his rapid reversal. Taking a gentle puff from her cigarette holder, she exhaled a cloud of smoke towards Liang Chen, her allure intensified by the haze, invoking a primal desire. Her lips seemed to suggest, "What will it take for you to sell? Let us not rush. We can discuss this over dinner." Liang Chen had encountered many women driven by greed, but this affluent and intriguing woman was a first for him. He was resolute. Today, he would claim this woman, or he would turn his name around. Perhaps it was his inner possessiveness or the commanding aura Shi Huimin exuded that ignited Liang Chen's desire for conquest. He grasped the silver bell at his side and rang it gently. Soon, the maid returned, bearing the previously ordered dishes. However, instead of the expected gourmet fare, French escargot, caviar, foie gras, and A5 Wagyu beef, she presented a plate of notoriously pungent stinky tofu, a dish Liang Chen had specifically requested from a street vendor near Shanghai University. During his research on the British Duke, he had stumbled upon a tidbit about her fondness for stinky tofu, a detail unearthed by a journalist from the British Times. He had assumed it was merely a foreigner's appreciation for Huaxia cuisine. But upon meeting her, he realized it was a taste of home. The aroma was reminiscent of his university days, where he would indulge in stinky tofu at the school gate. Since returning to Shanghai, he had not ventured out much, as his current status afforded him only the finest, specially curated meals. She hadn't tasted such junk food in many years, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. How do you know I like stinky tofu? Bingo. He knew this would certainly pique her interest. Otherwise, Liang Chen's painstaking efforts to gather her information would have been in vain. With a single move, he shattered the barriers between them, a strategic play executed flawlessly. Observing the expression on Shi Huimin's face, he smiled politely, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. I heard you enjoy it, so I had someone buy some. You must have missed the flavors of home while living abroad, right? I have plenty today. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. His words left Shi Huimin momentarily speechless. Such sentiments, such a tone, had once been directed at her by someone who had deeply wounded her, so deeply that she would never forget it in this lifetime. As she recalled this, her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears, prompting Liang Chen to offer her a Bulgari handkerchief at the opportune moment. They were now one step closer to the goal. This woman must be explored, no matter the cost. Gazing at Liang Chen, Shi Huimin quickly dispelled her doubts about him. For many years, no one had truly understood her. Even the British Duke had been captivated solely by her appearance. While her heart yearned for tenderness, she picked up the silver fork beside her, speared a generous piece, and, disregarding the image she had painstakingly maintained over the years, devoured it with childlike glee. However, moments later, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to sob uncontrollably. How many years had it been since she felt this way? It gave her a sense of belonging. Liang Chen had unlocked her heart, allowing her to laugh and cry without reservation. With remnants of stinky tofu grease at the corners of her mouth, Liang Chen suddenly pulled her up and strode towards the door. The bodyguards outside immediately blocked his path. He hadn't anticipated bringing 4 bodyguards. How fearful must one be to venture outside with such a retinue? Shi Huimin was uncertain of Liang Chen's intentions, but the simple act of sharing stinky tofu made her feel that this man was extraordinary. Surely sharing similar experiences. How else could he understand her so well? She waved her hand, dismissing the bodyguards, and allowed Liang Chen to lead her away in the presidential suite. Shi Huimin was still puzzled as to why he had brought her to his room. Did she misjudge Liang Chen's character, believing it was merely her physical presence that had prompted his eagerness? Watching Liang Chen's retreating figure, she sighed, preparing to leave. 5 seconds later, he returned with a set of unassuming clothes and placed them in her hands. Change into these. I'm taking you out for some delicious food. What you're wearing isn't suitable for shopping. She examined the garments in her hands. Wasn't this the kind of t-shirt and shorts one would find at a street stall for 30 yuan? Why would he have such attire in a luxurious presidential suite? Confounded by Liang Chen's intentions, Shi Huimin nonetheless chose to change. The pure white t-shirt concealed her curves entirely, and the patterned men's shorts, though unattractive, were remarkably comfortable. As she stepped out, she noticed Liang Chen had also donned a casual outfit, starkly contrasting his previous elegant attire. Stripped of their luxurious embellishments, they appeared as 2 unremarkable individuals. They found a tandem bicycle nearby, with Liang Chen pedaling as Shi Huimin sat behind him, reminiscent of their university days when time seemed to slow down. As night fell, they unwittingly arrived at the most bustling night market in Shinhu City, a veritable paradise of culinary delights. This vibrant place, brimming with life, deeply moved Shi Huimin. Having spent years learning the ways of high society, she had forgotten her roots as a girl from a small town. Surrounded by street food, she was like a child, eager to sample everything, even purchasing a handful of balloon toys from a vendor. After hours of indulging and playing, she finally felt exhausted, collapsing onto a park bench with a sigh of relief. I haven't enjoyed shopping like this in ages. Today has been incredibly joyful. Liang Chen sat beside her, just a hand's breadth away, At that moment, Shi Huimin had completely lowered her guard, gazing at him with gratitude. Thank you, Ah Chun. Today has been the happiest day of my life. It was the most carefree day for Liang Chen as well. He savored every bite he desired without fear of mockery or jealousy for being with such a beautiful woman. This feeling was exquisite. Unable to restrain himself, Liang Chen scratched the back of his head with a goofy grin. Thank me for what? As long as you're happy. I sensed you were quite repressed when you walked in. And you seem to have wrapped up tightly? Wasn't he what I wore today revealing enough? Indeed, her outfit was rather alluring. Yet Liang Chen's words meant something else. No, I meant you've hidden yourself too well. I believe your heart must be gentle, which is why you dared to take this leap. Yet, I didn't expect you to bring 4 bodyguards. Upon hearing this, Shi Huimin realized what he truly meant. She smiled playfully. For years, I've strived to cultivate the image of a fierce woman, so no one dares to bully me. Her radiant smile affirmed Liang Chen's thoughts as he gazed into her crescent moon-like eyes. Liang Chen found himself entranced. Stripped of her lavish attire, she remained captivating. The outline of her figure was subtly discernible beneath the white t-shirt. Their eyes locked, and an undeniable chemistry ignited between them. Shi Huimin felt an inexplicable connection with this man, who was wealthy yet remarkably unpretentious and gentle. Their fingers inched closer, the world around them fading into oblivion. Just as they were about to kiss, a cacophony of voices interrupted their moment. Hey, isn't that our senior from the 4th year? So stunning. Yet here she is with a poor loser. Girl, are you blind? Why settle for someone like him? How about you come with me, and I'll treat you to the best of everything. Seriously, what a waste. Such a beauty with a shabby guy. Just as their intimate moment was about to unfold, a harsh whistle pierced the air, accompanied by derisive laughter. Liang Chen glared at the trio of young men who had approached, clearly fresh out of college, clad in designer attire, eyes filled with lust as they unabashedly ogled Shi Huimin. Startled by their intrusion, Shi Huimin had chosen not to bring her bodyguards, hoping to blend in with the crowd. Now, her beautiful moment was tarnished by these immature boys. She cast an annoyed glance at the leader, retorting, "You're not worthy of flirting with me." Despite her casual attire, Shi Huimin exuded an undeniable aura of confidence. The leader, Frenzied, was instantly intrigued, drawn to her mature demeanor. He had grown weary of the typical flirtations from the girls at school. The tantalizing hint of her figure only fueled his imagination. "Miss, you're quite fierce, but I like it. I'm Fan, son of a board member at Shenhu University. If you ditch this loser and come with me, I'll buy you a designer handbag tomorrow." His words dripped with condescension, and he cast a dismissive glance at Liang Chen. Liang Chen, unable to contain his disdain, scoffed at the idea of a designer bag. "Do you really think my girlfriend would care for your gifts?" Though the park wasn't crowded, the onlookers were captivated by the unfolding drama, whispering amongst themselves, no one had ever dared to speak to Frenzied this way. It seemed this couple was in for a rough night. Frenzied's reputation as a notorious playboy at the university was well known, and no woman he pursued had ever escaped his grasp. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Chapter 203. A night of passion. After a night filled with tender entanglements, both individuals were utterly exhausted. However, one person had not enjoyed a single peaceful slumber for 2 consecutive days, Du Xiaoma. Sitting on the sofa in his living room, he was smoking cigar after cigar, while Hong Qi stood anxiously beside him, hesitant to utter a word. At this moment, whoever spoke first would undoubtedly be the unfortunate one. Du Xiaoma, known for his volatile temper, was particularly irritable due to Liang Chen's increasingly troublesome antics. Do sir, there's new intelligence." One of his subordinates rushed in through the door, panting with excitement, his face beaming with the eagerness to achieve recognition. Du Xiaoma's expression darkened, and his voice was low and forbidding. "Speak. Today, when I visited the hotel, I discovered that Liang Chen was with a woman in his presidential suite. Appearing quite intimate. She is likely his girlfriend," the subordinate reported hastily. "Damn it. I thought it was good news." Du Xiaoma slammed a cigar down onto the table, growling, "That brat changes women daily. Who isn't his girlfriend? Spare me the nonsense. Get out." His anger escalated, transforming into a roar that sent shivers down his subordinate's spine, causing him to tremble in fear. "No, it's not that. This woman is wealthy, rumored to be the wife of a British duke. She is extremely affluent. Didn't Liang Chen purchase the heart of the ocean last time? She is here to buy it." Having suffered a significant financial setback, Du Xiaoma now appeared haggard, unshaven, and had not stepped outside for 2 days. His previous attempt to intercept Liang Chen had resulted in all his subordinates being detained at the police station, where they remained. These 48 hours had felt interminable, with the month-end approaching and the company's accounts needing thorough scrutiny by the 30th. Any discrepancies would surely invite the wrath of Boss Yin, which was a source of great distress for Du Xiaoma. The subordinate's words ignited a flicker of hope within Du Xiaoma. It seemed Liang Chen would be difficult to deal with for a while. The recent auction at Qingming Xian had revealed that Liang Chen had spent 2 billion on the heart of the ocean. The woman arriving alone in Shenzhen to purchase it presented Du Xiaoma with an opportunity. Given its immense value, why not seize the chance to intercept her along the way? However, the thought of Boss Yin's ruthless nature sent a chill down Du Xiaoma's spine. He was the only person capable of instilling such fear in him. Without further contemplation, Du Xiaoma ordered his subordinate, "Go. Find out when that woman is returning to Britain. We shall act on her during her journey." Hong Qi, immediately dispatch a few capable individuals to follow that woman. "This time, we must succeed. We shall put Liang Chen on hold for now. Once I regain my strength, I will deal with that brat properly." Understood. Liang Chen remained a persistent headache for Du Xiaoma. The thought that one man could eliminate 100 people in half an hour bewildered him. "Liang Chen, who exactly are you?" The more he pondered, the more he felt that Liang Chen must possess some undisclosed secret. After all, how could an ordinary person incapacitate so many in such a brief span of time? Although his subordinates had not disclosed the reason while at the police station, they had communicated privately with Du Xiaoma beforehand, who could hardly believe Liang Chen possessed such capabilities. Yet, with everyone echoing the same account, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Chapter 204. A trip abroad at 8 in the morning. The system in Liang Chen's mind sounded the alarm. Though he had no work obligations, he still adhered to a routine of rising early. As the saying goes, the poorer one is, the lazier they tend to be. Industrious individuals are seldom impoverished. Upon waking, he found the beauty beside him had already departed, leaving behind no trace of warmth, and he had hoped to indulge in a sumptuous breakfast, only to find emptiness instead. As Liang Chen turned over, he noticed a note and a bank card on the bedside table. "Chen, thank you for a wonderful night. I have matters to attend to. Since you want to sell the heart of the ocean, I will return to Britain for now. Let us arrange to meet again. There's 500,000 in the card to help you recover your health." Goodness, am I really so desperate for this 500,000? Liang Chen thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Was I merely a means for a woman to satisfy her whims? Staring at the bank card, a sense of vexation welled within him. He, Liang Chen, had always been the one to provide for women. How could she, after spending a night with him, offer him money? The pretense of buying the heart of the ocean seemed false. Her true intent must have been something else. Without hesitation, he activated the system interface. Beep. The multiverse search system is currently checking flight frequencies. Please hold. Beep. The multiverse search system is attempting to contact this number. Please hold. Beep. I'm sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. How can it be powered off? Has she already boarded a flight? That's impossible. It's only 8 in the morning. Surely she would at least have breakfast before leaving. Frustrated, Liang Chen hung up on the first assistant and quickly dialed another. "Hello, Mr. Liang. How may I assist you?" A gentle voice answered, revealing a woman of undeniable charm. Despite his frustration, Liang Chen maintained his customary gentleness towards women. "I'm looking for the Duchess. May I inquire about her current whereabouts?" "I am sorry, but I cannot disclose the Duchess's itinerary. If you have any matters to discuss, please let me know, and I will relay the information to her." The woman firmly declined Liang Chen's request. Having dealt with numerous men seeking the Duchess's schedule since she began working with Shi Huimin, she had turned them all away, Liang Chen included. It seemed that Shi Huimin truly maintained a low profile, requiring communication through a secretary or assistant. After hanging up, Liang Chen's system quickly displayed Shi Huimin's flight information. Beep. The multiverse search system has found flight frequencies for the host. Shenzhen to London. Flight L390, departing at 7:30 a.m. to Liang Chen. Receiving money from a woman after a night together felt like an affront. Such a scenario had never occurred to him before, and no matter how financially strapped he had been, he had always adhered to his principles. A friend once joked about him working as a male model in a KTV, potentially earning at least 50,000 a month, but he had declined. Although he was poor, he held his integrity dear. Now, with 8 trillion in assets and ownership of global mineral resources, how could he care about a mere 500,000? Thus, he decided to embark on a journey abroad. Having spent considerable time in Shenzhen, he had yet to explore the world beyond. Chapter 205. Journey to England. Beep. The multiverse search system has booked a flight for the host. Shenzhen to London. Flight L780 on a private jet, with 2 pilots, 4 flight attendants, and 1 accompanying personnel, scheduled to depart from Chongqing International Airport at 11:50 a.m. Please confirm the number of travelers. This was Liang Chen's first experience chartering a private jet for leisure. After a moment of contemplation, he thought to invite Yu Desui along. He was curious about what he had been up to lately. Beep. The multiverse search system is connecting to Yu Desui's contact number. Please hold. Hello, Chunzi, what's up? Yu Desui answered, still groggy from sleep, having enjoyed a Sunday off from work. Following Liang Chen's previous display of authority at the company, Yu Desui had been thriving, with everyone eager to ingratiate themselves with him as Liang Chen's close friend. Starting tomorrow, take a month off. Time off? What's the matter? Yu Desui was startled, wondering if Liang Chen had run into financial trouble. No, I merely wish for you to accompany me on a trip to England. I've grown quite restless in Chongqing. Will you join me? What? England? You haven't even explored all of Chongqing yet, and now you want to go to England? Can you even speak English? Yu Desui lamented. Recalling that they both had only a rudimentary grasp of the language, Liang Chen realized that before embarking on this journey, he needed to acquire a translation software for the system to avoid any communication mishaps. Don't worry. Our work visas are still valid for another month. Just come with me. I'd be bored going alone. But the company has strict rules about taking leave, having been away from work for some time. Liang Chen had almost forgotten the company's policies. Taking extended leave required a 7-day notice and approval from Yu Desui's manager. Nevertheless, Liang Chen viewed this as a minor hurdle. A simple word with Lin Yulua, who owed her position to him, would suffice. All right, come to the presidential suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Pudong to meet me. We'll depart at 11. After hanging up, Liang Chen promptly messaged Lin Yulua to inform her of his plans to take Yu Desui abroad. As expected, Lin Yulua quickly replied, all right, I understand that I will help Yu Desui rewrite the leave request. Enjoy yourselves, truly accommodating. He opened the message panel and sent a message to Lu Senator. During this period, he had been working hard as a part-time driver and bodyguard. He might as well take Lucen along. Okay, boss. I'll go home to get my passport right away. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Strange, why hadn't breakfast been delivered yet? He closed the panel and leisurely got out of bed. After freshening up, breakfast still hadn't arrived, and the hotel's special service lady was nowhere to be seen. Ever since he took that mixed-race beauty to the mall, he hadn't encountered her again. Chapter 206. VIP Lounge. Not wanting to dwell on it, Liang Chen hastily packed a few clothes. Fortunately, he had purchased several items at the Gucci store, including luggage, which lay unnoticed in a corner. However, Liang Chen did not plan to bring many clothes, so he simply grabbed a slightly larger Gucci bag and stuffed in a few pieces. Ding dong, room service. Checking the time, he noted that it was 10 o'clock when room service finally arrived. The quality of service at this hotel had indeed deteriorated, especially considering the exorbitant prices. Had he really been staying here for over half a month? If he planned to spend a month in England, it meant he would need to book the presidential suite for an additional month. Opening the door, he was greeted by a beautiful lady beaming at him. Pushing a breakfast cart, dressed in a maid's outfit, her figure remarkably curvaceous. Mr. Liang, please enjoy your breakfast. She respectfully set the table. Stretching, Liang Chen, clad in the specially designed slippers of the presidential suite, sauntered to the table. Raising an eyebrow, thank you, by the way. Inform the front desk to extend the presidential suite for another 2 weeks. I will go down to make the payment shortly. Understood. The lady closed the door after delivering the breakfast. After finishing his meal, he grabbed his Gucci bag and set off. He first picked up Yu Desui and arrived at the airport gate right at 11 o'clock. In the VIP lounge, Lucen pushed the luggage cart to check in. Excited about his first trip to England, Yu Desui could hardly contain his enthusiasm. The VIP lounge was quiet, filled only with the scent of luxury, with only Liang Chen and Yu Desui present. Chunzi, are we flying business class? Yu Desui, aware of Liang Chen's wealth, assumed he would be traveling in a modest business or VIP cabin. He remembered Liang Chen's frugality in the past and thought that, although he was now generous, business class would be sufficient. As they engaged in lively conversation, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the VIP lounge. What do you mean? I am also a VIP passenger of your airline. My mother is a titan of the restaurant industry in Shanhushi. Why can't I access the VIP lounge? I'm very sorry, Mr. Yang, but you really cannot enter. There are already guests waiting inside. Step aside. I demand to go in. Who has more clout than Yang Xiaoyun? Yang Xiaoyun, the only son of Yang Guifan, a renowned figure in the restaurant business, had been invited to study at Cambridge University as an exchange student. Having woken up early and still groggy, he was irritable and had been looking forward to resting in the VIP cabin his mother had booked for him. Upon arriving at the airport, He learned that his flight was delayed by 2 hours, and he had to wait in the VIP lounge. Chapter 207. Sorry, I'm not short on money. Disregarding the flight attendant's objections, Yang Xiaoyun rushed to the door of the VIP lounge, leading to the previous scene. Listening to the attendants, he felt that those inside the lounge must be of higher status than he. He was determined to see who could outshine him. Ignoring the attendants, he pushed past the attractive flight attendant and strode into the lounge, only to find 2 scruffy-looking men seated in massage chairs, staring at him with judgmental eyes. What kind of service is this for a VIP passenger? He scoffed, glaring at them. What do you possess that could possibly compare to me? The flight attendant hurried after him, apologizing profusely. I'm so sorry. I will escort him out immediately. Make it quick. How dare you let such people sit here and dirty my space? Yang Xiaoyun seemed to misunderstand the flight attendant's words, pointing at Liang Chen as he shouted, unaware she was apologizing to Liang Chen. Excuse me, but I believe you are mistaken. This is not your resting place. It does not bear your name. Although Yu Deshui was oblivious to the VIP lounge's exclusivity, his temper was not easily provoked. He jumped up from the massage chair and shot Yang Xiaoyun a disdainful glance. I apologize. I will take him away right now. Sorry for the disturbance. The flight attendant expressed her regret again, her eyes filled with guilt, fearing a complaint might cost her job. Although she did not know Liang Chen's identity, few could enter the VIP lounge, typically reserved for charter flights or important military and political figures. However, Yang Xiaoyun was not someone to offend either. His mother operated over 3,000 chain stores nationwide, generating annual profits of 30 billion. Thus, the flight attendant cautiously tugged at Yang Xiaoyun's sleeve and whispered, Mr. Yang, I sincerely apologize, but this VIP lounge is currently reserved for this gentleman. Perhaps I can guide you to the regular lounge instead. It is quite similar. After all this, it became clear they intended to escort him away. Yang Xiaoyun's face alternated between anger and confusion. He could not fathom why, as a wealthy second-generation heir, he was being asked to relinquish the VIP lounge to 2 seemingly insignificant men. I will say it again. I am waiting here for my flight. Name your price, and I will pay for this lounge. Liang Chen, seeing the youth's arrogance, had no intention of arguing with him. However, it was his first time encountering someone trying to purchase a lounge, which intrigued him. Why was it that whenever he donned humble attire, a wealthy second-generation heir appeared to provoke him? Casually glancing at Yang Xiaoyun, Liang Chen coldly replied, Sorry, I'm not short on money. Liang Chen's demeanor infuriated Yang Xiaoyun, whose face turned a mix of green and purple. Having been privileged his entire life, he was not accustomed to being challenged. Chapter 208. Simply unreasonable. Do you know who I am? You dare speak to me like this? Don't you fear being ostracized in Shenhushi? Having heard threats before, Liang Chen remained unfazed, fiddling with the remote control of the massage chair and pressing buttons absent-mindedly. Miss, if you don't remove this little brat, we will cancel this flight. Yu Deshui issued a stern warning to the flight attendant. Although he did not fully understand Liang Chen's confidence, he had been friends with him long enough to know that he would not make such statements lightly unless he had a solid foundation. The flight attendant was visibly alarmed by Yu Deshui's words and approached Yang Xiaoyun with a polite smile. Mr. Yang, I truly apologize, but I must ask you to leave. This situation is quite challenging for me. Please. The flight attendant's expression was one of distress. Having only worked for a month and nearing her probationary period, she was anxious about this incident jeopardizing her job. Despite her desire to strike Yang Xiaoyun, she maintained a professional smile. Liang Chen could not bear to see the attendant suffer, especially since he had long admired flight attendants for their unique grace. The rigorous standards they faced during training meant that even a single failure could end their aspirations. Forget it. There are enough seats in this VIP lounge. Just give him one, and let us not complicate matters, he said, noting the time was close to departure. Seeing the flight attendant's eyes welling with tears, Yang Xiaoyun remained unyielding, still standing arrogantly. Liang Chen felt a twinge of sympathy for the young man and decided to be magnanimous. The flight attendant expressed her gratitude, while Yang Xiaoyun scoffed. What do you mean just give me one? I, Yang Xiaoyun, deserve to enjoy this VIP lounge alone. You two should hastily collect your things and sit in economy class. Originally, I thought this matter would come to an end, but I was surprised to find that Yang Xiaoyun's temper was quite considerable. Liang Chen had already made concessions, yet he shamelessly told the main party to get lost. It was simply an act of overreaching. Even the beautiful flight attendant could no longer tolerate such arrogance. How could there be such a willful person, especially a man of considerable age? Liang Chen let out a cold laugh. Since no one appreciated his kindness, why should he continue to be overly sentimental? If you do not wish to share the same space with us, then feel free to leave. After all, this VIP lounge was prepared for me. Liang, not for you. Liang? Yang Xiaoyun had heard about a wealthy individual surnamed Liang recently appearing in the city. Known for his extravagant spending, often in the hundreds of millions, he glanced at Liang Chen, dressed in shabby clothes, and scoffed at the idea of him being that hidden tycoon. Stop pretending to be a wealthy man. Haven't you heard of my name, Yang Xiaoyun? Quit your nonsense and hurry back to your economy class lounge. With the realization that Liang Chen was not the hidden tycoon, Yang Xiaoyun's tone became increasingly arrogant, which only infuriated the bystander. You desui. Attention, esteemed Mr. Liang Chen, your flight L390 to London, England, is about to depart. Please gather your belongings and proceed to Gate C for boarding. The announcement repeated thrice. Mr. Liang Chen? Chunzi, could they be calling you? Hearing the beautiful voice on the intercom, Yu Desui widened his eyes, straining to confirm the announcement, glancing curiously at Liang Chen, unsure if he had misheard. Yang Xiaoyun was equally stunned. He had never had a dedicated flight attendant announce his name on a flight. Yet this seemingly impoverished man was receiving such treatment. Could he truly be the Mr. Liang who spends billions at a whim? Previously, at King Mengshuan, he had caught a glimpse of him, but out of respect for Zhang Guifan, he had not dared to approach. The Liang he remembered was impeccably dressed, exuding an aura entirely different from the shabby figure before him. Liang Chen stood up, brushing off the wrinkles from his attire, casting a cold glance at Yang Xiaoyun, who was visibly displeased. By the time he came to his senses, Liang Chen had already walked away, leaving Yang Xiaoyun alone in the VIP lounge, while the beautiful flight attendant, uninterested in the wealthy young master, left to attend to her duties. Wow, Chunzi, they are indeed calling your name. You've really made it big. After all this time, even the airport is giving you special treatment? Liang Chen walked ahead as Yu Desui followed, chattering excitedly. Perhaps due to his heavier build and shorter stature, he hurried to keep up. It was hard to believe that his good friend had genuinely changed. Not only in wealth but also in demeanor and tone. Liu San was already waiting at Gate C with the boarding pass in hand. Boss, the boarding pass is ready. The VIP passage, as the name suggests, is designated for exclusive individuals. Unlike economy class, special arrangements are made for private charters like Liang Chen's. Before boarding, Yu Desui gazed out at a small yet imposing aircraft parked before them. Although it was a small plane, the news had reported that the city had recently acquired a fleet of high-quality small aircraft for charter use by commercial tycoons. As they approached, Yu Desui exclaimed, "When did Liang Chen become this wealthy? He is chartering a flight to England, which takes a full 18 hours. That must cost a fortune." His mouth agape in astonishment, he was truly taken aback by the sight of the plane. At the door, a tall and handsome pilot in uniform awaited them, accompanied by a charming flight attendant with a warm smile. "Welcome, Mr. Liang, Mr. Yu, and Mr. Liu. Aboard this flight I am your private pilot, Emoja, and this is Chief Flight Attendant Wei Yiran." It was Yu Dashui's first time witnessing a pilot personally greeting passengers. Indeed, chartering a flight was an extraordinary experience. Pilots were often regarded as a sacred and untouchable profession. Liang Chen had once dreamed of becoming a pilot but abandoned the idea due to the rigorous requirements. Little did he expect that one day, such a revered figure would stand at the door to greet him. Liang Chen smiled lightly, and even the flight attendant was exceptionally warm. The crew consisted of a pilot, a co-pilot, 4 flight attendants, and 1 additional staff member, all standing respectfully inside the cabin. "Welcome aboard. Wow, Chunzi, you're really chartering a plane. This is incredible. Just to experience this once in my lifetime is worth it." Yu Desui was ecstatic, barely glancing at the beautiful attendants as he marveled at the amenities inside the cabin, which included a pool table, a bar, and even a private kitchen. Everything one could desire was present, making it a perfect setting. As Liang Chen settled into the leather sofa, the flight attendant promptly served 3 glasses of champagne. "With your current achievements, now, sit tight. The flight will take 18 hours. With your weight, you might cause a hole in the plane if you don't buckle up." Liang Chen's joke only heightened Liu Sen's anxiety as he rubbed his palms together nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was Liu Sen's first flight, and he had heard of plane accidents from the news. He thought he could conquer his fear, but it seemed he had dug himself a hole. To avoid revealing his fear to Liang Chen, he forced himself to appear calm. "You always love to tease me. Have you been busy chasing girls while I haven't seen you around?" Yu Desui jested, yet instinctively returned to his seat and fastened his seatbelt. "Esteemed passengers, I am the captain of this flight. Welcome aboard L390 to London, England. A gentle reminder, we are about to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts." The announcement only made Liu sound more anxious, while Yu Desui remained at ease. Having flown occasionally for business, albeit on shorter trips, Liang Chen held his champagne, squinting his eyes to savor the moment. As the plane took off with a rumble, the view outside captivated all three, with clouds resembling cotton candy floating within reach. Once the flight stabilized, the 4 flight attendants attended to them in an orderly fashion, and they could move freely in the cabin. Shall we play a game? Liang Chen suggested, as he and Yu Desui often played billiards together to pass the time. Liu San, overwhelmed with nervousness, shook his head. Boss, you and you should play. I'm feeling a bit weak. Ha ha ha, Liu San. You scared of flying? I thought you were fearless. Liang Chen chuckled at Liu San's anxious demeanor. With 2 players, it would not be entertaining for the long flight. He glanced at the 4 beautiful attendants standing before him, knowing they were well trained for such private charters. Ladies, would you care to join us for a game? I'm sorry, Mr. Liang, but we are currently on duty and cannot participate in leisure activities, the chief flight attendant replied. Though in her mid-20s, her youthful appearance and curvaceous figure were striking. Her words implied they could play, but professionalism must be maintained during work hours. Liang Chen thought, since they were technically at his service for the next 18 hours. He smiled and said, since I've chartered this flight, I suppose I can arrange the activities, right? Come on, let us play a few games. How else will we pass the time? Men who can afford to charter flights are usually wealthy. And how many flight attendants do not wish to marry into such wealth? With the financier making the request, the attendants were certainly willing to join in for a game of billiards. Liang Chen, though appearing unassuming, must have considerable assets behind him. Without further ado, 2 flight attendants, skilled in billiards, approached him shyly. Wei Yiran teamed up with Liang Chen, while another attendant paired with Yu Desui. The competition officially commenced. The first to break was Wei Yiran, her physique accentuated by the snug uniform, making it hard not to indulge in fantasies. With her first shot, she pocketed 3 balls. Impressive. I didn't expect Miss Wei to be so skilled. Liang Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Despite having played with Yu Desui for years, he had never managed to sink 3 balls in one shot. Hearing Liang Chen's praise, Wei Yiran smiled shyly, preparing for her second shot. Her long, slender arm held the cue stick, her upper body gracefully leaning against the edge of the billiard table, her right foot subtly raised, exuding elegance. Liang Chen found the situation increasingly intriguing. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding an air of innocent charm, seemed this journey would be anything but dull. The memories of last night spent with Shi Huimin lingered in his mind. And the sudden appearance of the enchanting Wei Yiran piqued his interest anew. Previously, he had harbored mere fantasies about flight attendants, but now, the reality stood before him, her attentiveness undeniable. If he failed to reciprocate her gestures, it would surely be a lack of romantic flair on his part. As he pondered, Wei Yiran, without a hint of hesitation, executed her next shot with effortless grace. Just as Liang had anticipated, the ball found its way into the pocket. After this successful play, she turned back to him with a triumphant smile, seemingly signaling a challenge. Their gazes locked, a palpable electricity coursed between them. Had she just brazenly provoked him in front of all those onlookers? How delightfully amusing. Without further ado, Liang sprang to his feet and snatched the cue from Wei Yiran's hands. Let us play together. With your remarkable skills, I might not even get a chance to step onto the field otherwise. Yu Desui, observing the chemistry between the two, put down his cue and pulled the beautiful stewardess beside him, raising an eyebrow at Liang. Why, dear lady, I am feeling famished. Would you be so kind as to fetch me something to eat? A drink would suffice as well. In a playful shove, Yu Desui took the opportunity to indulge himself, while the flight attendant, fully aware of the subtlety, smiled sweetly and followed him out of the billiard room without resistance. Yu Desui smirked as he closed the door behind them, leaving only Liang and Wei Yiran in the room. The plane flew steadily, and Wei Yiran gazed at Liang, her eyes dreamy, her lips slightly bitten. Are flight attendants this bold nowadays? Sister Xiao, your methods are quite impressive. Do you realize the implications of your open challenge? Since you understand perfectly, why waste the opportunity presented to us? Wei Yiran said, pulling Liang's collar closer. Liang, caught off guard, stumbled forward, landing squarely on her. Chapter 212. No further explanations required. Since that is the case, I shall indulge myself and savor the delights you offer, he declared. Lifting her onto the pool table, a blush crept across Wei Yiran's cheeks, and the overwhelming sensations rendered her breathless. This man possessed wealth and skill, making him utterly irresistible. As time slipped by, an hour later, Liang concluded this aerial feast with a low growl, but Wei Yiran seemed far from satisfied. With an air of dominance, she pulled Liang into her room, where they resumed their passionate escapade. Why Yu Desui returned to his seat with another flight attendant. It seemed the attendants were well aware of the rather suggestive atmosphere, and none dared interrupt Liang's enjoyment. Liu San, initially tense, found himself calmed by the presence of the flight attendant beside him. "You see, I told you it would be fine, didn't I?" she said softly, stirring something within Liu Senator. She was sweet and gentle, and as he turned to see Yu Desui returning with another flight attendant, he questioned, "Didn't the boss ask you to play billiards? Why are you back?" Yu Desui shot him a glance, exasperated. "Can't you see the obvious? Liang Chen and Wei Yiran are still inside." The flight attendants exchanged knowing smiles at Liu Sen's inquiry. "Why don't you understand the obvious? Your boss is currently engaged in important matters. Do not disturb him, or you might find yourself dismissed." "Important matters? What do you mean?" Liu Sen's mind had been muddled since the last task Liang had assigned him. "Good grief, how can you be so dense? Important matters mean that, well, you know." Yu Dashui's translation was blunt, and the three flight attendants blushed, hastily attending to their tasks, while Liu Sen remained oblivious. "What do you mean?" Once the attendants had left, Yu Desui breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he might appear too lewd in front of them, though he was indeed rather lascivious. "Just that you know." "Oh, I see. You needn't elaborate further." Liu Sen's face flushed crimson as he realized Liang was known for bringing women along for his escapades, and to think he could charm someone even on a plane was impressive. Yu Desui wished for a passionate adventure with a flight attendant as well, but lacking charm and wealth, he was merely a struggling worker. Meanwhile, Liu Sen, having been hurt by his ex-girlfriend, had no intention of seeking another relationship. Instead, he reveled in the luxurious lifestyle Liang provided, earning a handsome salary each month. 3 hours later, after a hot shower, Liang was astonished to discover that the 25 or 26-year-old Wei Yiran was indeed a master in her own right. Leaving him feeling almost ethereal, wrapped in a white silk duvet, her form was enticingly revealed, leaving much to the imagination. "Is it over so soon? I haven't had enough." Her soft voice was unbearably seductive. Having engaged in multiple encounters, Liang found it challenging to regain his vigor. This woman was insatiable. Perhaps she had mastered some kind of enchantment. Chapter 213. Declining vitality. Dressed and ready, Liang placed a gentle kiss on Wei Yiran's cheek. "My friends are still waiting for me outside. We cannot linger here too long. I would hate for you to be fully satisfied, while I am left drained. Be a dear and wait for me until I return after some rest." Upon hearing Liang mention a return trip, Wei Yiran, initially intent on broaching a subject of reciprocity, found herself momentarily satisfied. After all, they had crossed a significant boundary. She had no illusions about marrying a man of his wealth. She merely desired the material comforts of life. "Very well, then I shall await your return." Returning? It was uncertain whether Wei Yiran would even have the chance, as Liang composed himself and dried his hair. A notification chimed in his mind. "Ding. The multiverse search system reminds the host that your bodily functions are currently declining. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 698,170,000,000 gold coins. Experience: 0 point. Strength: 5 points. Magic power: 15 points. Vitality: 15 points. Reputation: 5 points. Store: open dungeon. Not yet open. Ignoring the distractions of lingering bodies, Liang strode into the restroom and closed the door. "What is happening? My strength was at 20 points last time, and now it has plummeted to 5. After fainting during the battle, I was already warned. Could this be a consequence of indulgence? Previously, I had no issues with frequent encounters. Ding! The multiverse search system has updated the X-ray scanning function for the host. Would you like to activate this feature? X-ray scanning? Wasn't that a hospital device? Activate. Scanning host's bodily condition. Please hold. Ding. The scanning is complete. The host currently exhibits kidney function impairment, blood and energy deficiency, and low blood sugar. All other functions are normal. Normal for a man. Kidney function impairment is a grave issue. Liang gazed incredulously at his reflection. His complexion had worsened, and he had been sweating profusely at night. It was clear he was experiencing a decline in vitality. It seemed he must exercise restraint in the future. Otherwise, the strength he had painstakingly accumulated would evaporate. After 4 encounters with Shi Huimin and 3 with Wei Yiran in a single day, it was no wonder he felt depleted. Turning on the cold water, Liang splashed his cheeks. Women truly possess a knack for draining vitality. Now that he was aware of his condition, even if he sought remedies, it would likely require a significant recovery period. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he remembered the multiverse search system's capabilities. Surely, it had something to replenish his vitality. Ding! The multiverse search system is opening the store. Ding! A vitality-enhancing product has been located. 10 complete nourishing pills which can strengthen the body, invigorate the blood, and restore bodily functions. Price: 30 million gold coins. What is this? 30 million gold coins for one pill. That's outrageous. Ding. An ancient medical compendium has been found. The host may follow the instructions within to restore vitality. Price: 10 million gold coins. Chapter 214. Ancient Medical Compendium. The ancient medical compendium in his mind appeared somewhat worn. After flipping through a couple of pages, it seemed much more reliable than the 10 complete nourishing pills. Restoring health was a gradual process. One could not expect immediate results without potential side effects. Since the last enhancement, Liang had learned to use his abilities judiciously, thus opting to purchase the medical compendium. Remember the last time there was a stove god? I had it stowed in my backpack without use. I might need it for the medicinal texts in the future. After purchasing the items, Liang Chen closed the panel and finally opened the bathroom door. Feel my surprise. Why are you standing at the door? You startled me. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Wei Yiran standing there without a stitch on. After all that time, she still hadn't come out. Could she be hiding in there indulging in herself? Wei Yiran simply could not hold it anymore. After spending so long with Liang Chen, she hadn't used the restroom. Half an hour had passed, and she still hadn't emerged. Just as Liang Chen reached the door, he startled her as well. Little brother, could it be that my service has not satisfied you? You've been in the bathroom for so long. Are you indulging yourself? Shall we go for another round? Another round? This woman must be a spider spirit. Her appetite is insatiable. Liang Chen shivered slightly, sneering, with such a large appetite, I doubt many men can satisfy you. Indeed, Liang Chen's words held some truth. Wei Yiran, at 23, had only lost her virginity now, and though she had encountered few men, none compared to Liang Chen's impressive attributes and stamina. Given her strong desires, encountering an equal was rare, and she certainly did not intend to let him slip away easily. Her words laced with teasing and flirtation. However, Liang Chen seemed unperturbed, entirely unlike his initial reaction. Observing her alluring expression, he felt a twinge of interest. A sensual encounter like this would be hard for any man to refuse. Yet, he prioritized caution. The system had issued a warning, and ignoring it could lead to dire consequences. Liang Chen sidestepped and exited the bathroom. Sister Xiao, you'll have your share on the return trip. Observing Wei Yiran's expression, Liang Chen mused. On the return trip, I will use that all-encompassing tonic to make you call me daddy. The return trip. It was time to make demands. My bag, my clothes, my shoes. Soon, mother will indulge you. Watching Liang Chen's retreating figure, Wei Yiran's lips curled into a wicked smile. There remained 13 hours until their journey to London International Airport. It was already 6 in the evening, and the scenery outside the cabin was quite delightful. The evening glow resembled a semi-transparent pink veil before their eyes. Initially, Yu Desui had worried that Liang Chen was still inside and might have been tied to the bed, left helpless, and the image of Liang Chen bound and exposed flashed through her mind, making her laugh out loud. What is so funny? As Yu Desui reveled in her daydream, Liang Chen emerged from the bathroom clad in a white bathrobe. It's nothing. Ha 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 ha. I thought you were being entertained for so long. I was considering how to rescue you. Get out of here with those twisted thoughts. Are you hungry? Liang Chen questioned. Why Yu Desui had not even realized her hunger until he spoke, and her stomach rumbled audibly. Chapter 215. Abalone for kidney nourishment. I'm starving, she exclaimed, blinking her big eyes and feigning a pitiful expression while looking at Liang Chen with a cute demeanor. Shall we head to the dining area? Sure, on a private jet. If the guests remain seated and do not go to the dining area, the flight attendants typically bring meals to them. However, Liang Chen found this too cumbersome and decided to take Lu Xian and Yu Desui to the dining area. Although it was a small aircraft, the cabin was fully equipped, even featuring a game room where one could play mahjong, which Liang Chen had never encountered before. Passing through the game room led them to the dining area. The beautiful flight attendant was already preparing, and Wei Yiran had changed into her clothes, bustling in the kitchen, occasionally tossing Liang Chen a flirtatious glance, sending chills down Yu Desui's spine. Can you two stop showing off your affection? Both Lu San and I are single. We don't want your dog food. What dog food? We're here to eat. Liang Chen shot back, silencing Yu Desui. He would never distribute dog food. One could have numerous girlfriends. But which one depended on his mood? What would you three like to eat? Here is the menu. Receiving the menu from the beautiful flight attendant, Liang Chen's mind was elsewhere. The medicinal texts were filled with traditional Chinese herbs, which surely were unavailable abroad. Oh no. With a month-long trip in England, how would he manage? Observing Liang Chen's prolonged silence over the menu, the stunning flight attendant stood by patiently, Why Yu Desui broke the silence. Do you have sashimi here? Yes, we do. Then I'll have a sashimi platter, some French wine-seared foie gras, and open a bottle of red wine. The flight attendant's voice snapped Liang Chen back to reality. Redirecting his attention to the menu, the private jet truly distinguished itself. It had everything one might find in a restaurant, except for Sichuan cuisine, which was absent. Seeing that Lu San had yet to order, Liang Chen handed the menu to him. I want a filet mignon and a seafood curry pasta. Lu San stared at the menu for a while, unsure of what to choose. Western cuisine simply did not suit his palate. Even if given a bowl of pickled vegetables, he could easily consume 3 bowls of rice. Noticing Lu San's indecision, Liang Chen took the initiative. Let us get him a pan-seared cod fillet, a corn cream soup, and a Japanese seafood fried rice. All right, please wait a moment. The first dish that arrived was the sashimi platter ordered by Yu Desui. However, Liang Chen had never been fond of raw food, apart from the occasional raw sweet potatoes, cucumbers, and tomatoes. He had never consumed raw meat. Upon seeing the sashimi platter, his expression turned serious. What's wrong? This sashimi is a delicacy, especially the abalone. It's excellent for kidney nourishment. After all that effort, you should indulge. She speared a piece of sashimi with a fork and presented it to Liang Chen, raising her eyebrows and smiling. Listening to Yu Deshui's explanation, Liang Chen realized that consuming such fish offered numerous benefits, boosting collagen and not adding excess weight, and was particularly advantageous for men's health. Encouraged by her, Liang Chen picked up chopsticks, dipped a piece in wasabi, and upon taking a bite, felt a sharp sensation in his nose. Chapter 216. Airplane Emergency. After chewing a few times, he was pleasantly surprised by the crisp and delicate texture. Liang Chen widened his eyes at Yu Desui. This is so delicious. I previously had a 3-kilogram lobster before me, and I didn't touch it at all. Now you know. Go on, eat more. Reflecting on Liang Chen and Wei Yiran's extended 5 hours together, Yu Desui couldn't help but marvel at what kind of man could occupy himself for 5 hours. Lu San, too, was unaccustomed to cold dishes but found himself salivating at Yu Deshui's descriptions. It was a pity that she wasn't a food blogger. With such eloquence, she ought to be a radio host specializing in cuisine. Just listening to her talk was enough to whet one's appetite. Unable to resist, he grabbed chopsticks and sampled a piece. Indeed, as Yu Desui had described, the taste was remarkable. After the meal, they savored Italian, Japanese, and French dishes until everything was gone. Liang Chen, who had exerted himself considerably, finished every last morsel. The final course was a massive fruit platter. Just like a restaurant on land, the service was impeccable, and the ingredients were fresh. After indulging, it was time to choose some entertainment. Liang Chen patted his full stomach, recalling the mahjong room they had passed on their way to the dining area. Shall we play mahjong? Just 8, and you want to sit? How will the 3 of us play? Yu Desui was a mahjong enthusiast, pouring most of her monthly salary into her passion. Today, I'll make sure to win big. But with only 3 players, we can only play with one missing. I don't know how to play mahjong. Lu San blurted out unexpectedly, leaving everyone astonished. With 2 players unable to join, the game seemed impossible. Aren't there 4 lovely flight attendants? Let us ask them. They might be interested. Thus, at Yu Deshui's urging, a mahjong table was finally assembled, with Wei Yiran taking a seat across from Liang Chen. Let us play for 100. No rake. Wins and losses are all ours. Liang Chen had no objections, but Yu Desui hesitated. Her monthly salary was modest, and she typically played for 10 or 20 yuan with friends. This time, the stakes were intimidating. Yet, not wanting to lose face before the ladies, she hesitated to voice her concerns. Noticing her uncertainty, Liang Chen shot her a knowing glance. Go ahead, it's just for fun. If you lose, I'll cover for you. The 2 shared a tacit understanding, and Yu Deshui's grateful gaze met Liang Chen's. With his encouragement, she had no reason to decline. The 4 of them dove into the game, fully immersed. Meanwhile, Lu San remained bewildered, utterly confused about the term hula. Onlookers, including the 2 flight attendants, were thoroughly entertained, occasionally serving tea and water. Unbeknownst to them, a significant event was brewing. Doja activated the autopilot mode, leaving the other co-pilots and crew in the cockpit. Clad in the only parachute available on the plane, he opened the hatch and jumped out. Warning, warning, warning. Fuel levels are critically low. Please return immediately. The cockpit alarms blared, startling everyone on board. Liang Chen sensed that this flight was far from ordinary. When boarding the plane, he noticed Emoja wearing sunglasses that concealed his eyes, yet his aura hinted at something amiss. Liang Chen was taken aback that someone could manage to manipulate him onto this aircraft. Having encountered 2 sudden attacks, he had grown accustomed to unexpected situations. However, those around him were not as composed. 3 minutes later, the co-pilot rushed in, alarmed. This is bad. Captain Emoja has jumped from the plane with the only parachute. The aircraft is low on fuel and cannot return. We are still 8 hours away from England. It was evident that the plan was to let the aircraft run out of fuel. Leading to a crash, panic ensued among the passengers. Several flight attendants scoured the cabin for parachutes, but to no avail. The plane required 2 pilots to operate, and currently, only the co-pilot remained. The accompanying personnel were merely recording the journey and had no experience in piloting. What are we going to do? Chen Zi, I don't want to die, cried Yu Dishui. Yu San instinctively shielded Liang Chen, believing that everyone on board was a potential suspect. Just then, at 10 o'clock in the morning, Hong Chi's subordinate rushed back from the airport. Du Yi, that woman has returned to England. What should we do? What? Du Xiaoma was taken aback by the news of Shi Huimin's swift return to England. His plan to seize the heart of the ocean had failed, and now he found himself empty-handed. Time was running out, and Liang Chen was incapacitated while the woman had escaped. As the deadline approached, panic set in. The one named Liang just booked a flight to England. He must be going after her. Du Xiaoma initially thought he was doomed, but then realized this might be a fortuitous opportunity. Go. Contact our people at the airport and find a way to hijack the plane. Remember, Liang Chen must survive to transfer the funds. Indeed, Moja was Du Xiaoma's insider at the international airport, facilitating the smuggling of antiques. Liang Chen had never anticipated that Du Xiaoma had such a card up his sleeve. The passengers were in disarray, particularly Wei Iran, who huddled in a corner. Terrified. In contrast, the other 3 flight attendants maintained their composure, seeking solutions. Liang Chen sat calmly on the sofa, mentally accessing the system panel. Ding! The multiverse search system has identified a solution for the host. A fuel-carrying aircraft is en route to assist. Merely having fuel was insufficient. The absence of a co-pilot could also lead to a crash. Ding! The multiverse search system has provided a flight manual for the host. Having a manual was not enough. Learning to fly an aircraft typically required years of training. The information displayed on the panel made Liang Chen's scalp tingle. Ding! The multiverse search system all has opened. Searching for the God of Learning. Please wait. Ding! God of Learning ability. Within 3 minutes, the host will assimilate all necessary knowledge to operate the aircraft proficiently. Price: 20 million gold coins. Liang Chen was astounded by the exorbitant cost of a single skill. The current situation left no room for delay. He promptly made the purchase, and suddenly, it felt as if he had traversed countless mountains and seas, with something vibrating within his neurons. 3 minutes later, as promised by the system, all piloting skills resurfaced in Liang Chen's mind. As he stood, he noticed Wei Iran still curled up in the corner and approached her with reassurance. It's all right. I am here. Entering the cockpit, the co-pilot remained at his post, while the accompanying personnel recorded the ongoing situation. Liang Chen confidently took his place in the captain's seat, shocking the 2 present. Mr. Liang, piloting an aircraft is no joke. IVE already contacted the control tower for a rescue operation. You should buckle up and stay in the cabin. Indeed, Mr. Liang, it's prohibited to fly without a license. Besides, you have no flying experience. It's vastly different from driving a car. Before they could finish, the plane experienced turbulence. Brother Yu, are we really going to die here? I haven't even married or had children yet, and I don't even have a girlfriend. Lu Xin exclaimed. Did you Da Shui get married? Have children? He hadn't. A glance exchanged between them revealed their mutual anxiety, but seeing the cold sweat on Lu Xin's forehead silenced Yu Da Shui's thoughts. Brother, stay strong. You know what kind of person Chen Zi is. He once let us down. Though comforting, Lu Sun remained fearful. Unexpectedly, Yu Da Shui disregarded the other flight attendant's safety, inhaling deeply and reciting Buddhist scriptures in his mind. The flight attendant fastening her seatbelt regarded Yu Da Shui as delusional. Historically, no one survived a plane crash. Typically, the aircraft was obliterated. Rolling her eyes at Yu Da Shui's words, she coldly remarked, "Stop feeding him false hope. The plane is low on fuel. Do you really expect someone to fly a warship to deliver more fuel? That's impossible." Despite her words, Yu Da Shui was not one to resign easily. Though he found her argument valid and chose to remain silent in the cockpit, Liang Chen skillfully switched the autopilot to manual control, descending the aircraft to 8,000 feet. Although the co-pilot and accompanying personnel doubted his ability to fly, Liang Chen had never piloted a plane before nor obtained a flying license. Yet, he smiled as he buckled his seatbelt, his adept maneuvers leaving the 2 stunned into silence. Such proficiency was rare. Even among seasoned pilots, the realization struck them. This unassuming man was a hidden wealthy elite capable of flying. Unimaginable, Liang Chen, dressed inconspicuously, would not have been recognized as a billionaire had he not chartered the flight. Moreover, the aircraft's complexity surpassed that of a helicopter. The cockpit boasted hundreds of buttons, all in English, overwhelming for anyone unfamiliar. Yet Liang Chen showcased his expertise before them. While Liang Chen and the co-pilot managed to stabilize the aircraft, fuel reserves dwindled. Observing the gauge, it became evident that the flying time was only an hour, while they were 7 hours away from London International Airport, far from sufficient at that moment. A mechanical voice echoed in Liang Chen's mind. Ding! The multiverse search system alerts the host. You have a new short message. Who would send a message at such a critical time? Liang Chen opened it to find an unfamiliar number, with content that was utterly absurd. Theo, survive and reach London. Transfer 500 million to this account. If not, await your demise. A ransom message. Liang Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed by the sender's identity. Utilizing his mental faculties, he activated the system's search function to investigate the number. Ding! No such person found. The number is a blank account. In an instant, Liang Chen deduced that the airborne crisis was deliberate, and the lack of information was unsurprising. However, he refused to give in. The perpetrator merely sought money. Closing the search panel, Liang Chen immediately dialed the number from the threat message. Beep. Finally got through. The voice on the other end was clearly altered, reminiscent of a transformer, obscuring the speaker's identity. Liang Chen instantly initiated an IP trace on the call, aiming to locate the source. True to form, the system pinpointed the origin within 3 seconds. The caller was in Shanghai, specifically in a room at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel. Few knew he was staying at the Oriental Hotel, and only one person had the audacity and means to execute such a scheme, Du Xiaoma. Du Yi, this game is not to be played lightly. Liang Chen decided against beating around the bush and directly confronted Du Xiaoma. The other end fell silent, taken aback. How did he find out? Du Xiaoma thought, puzzled by the apparent slip in his disguise. However, Liang Chen's fate was firmly in Du Xiaoma's hands, and it was no longer possible to maintain a facade. Yet, Du Xiaoma was no fool. He wouldn't admit anything directly. With a cold snort, he replied, What do ye? Just transfer 500 million to my account, and I'll tell you how to survive. This time, he was not merely asking for money to fill his pockets. You didn't expect me to have an insider at the airport, did you? Ha, Du Yi, what a joke. Where would I get 500 million? Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. With a scoff, Liang Chen hung up the phone, leaving the co-pilot and accompanying personnel beside him in a state of shock. Was he truly rambling due to the aircraft's dwindling fuel levels and impending doom? The two exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. Mr. Liang, are you all right? In the heat of the moment, he had completely forgotten the presence of the two individuals beside him, conversing with the system as if they were not there at all. This was quite a predicament. Liang Chen could only chuckle sheepishly. Heh, I have a neural implant with a Bluetooth chip in my ear, allowing me to make calls through it. Neural implant? Liang Chen himself felt as if he were speaking nonsense. Surely, technology had not advanced to the point where one could have a phone implanted in their ear and connect automatically. Initially believing that the two would dismiss his words, he was taken aback by the co-pilot's serious response. Mr. Liang, using a mobile phone on the plane is prohibited. It can interfere with the aircraft's signal. Faced with the co-pilot's earnest demeanor, Liang Chen struggled to suppress his laughter. How could anyone genuinely believe in such an absurd notion of a neural implant? With such a low intellect, how had he managed to become a co-pilot? Chapter 220. Together in death, Du Xiaoma, who had been abruptly hung up on, was left flabbergasted by Liang Chen's attitude. Did this Liang fellow truly wish for his own demise? How dare he end the call? Unable to contain his frustration, he sent another message. If you desire the plane to plunge into the Atlantic, then by all means, cling to your possessions as they sink into the depths. At that moment, the aircraft was flying low enough to see the ocean's surface. Upon receiving Du Xiaoma's message, Liang Chen simply shut off the panel, not even bothering to glance at it. The fuel gauge was perilously low, with only 5% remaining, enough for roughly 40 more minutes of flight. The control tower had yet to respond. Although he had called for fuel delivery, the distance was still considerable. Moreover, they were still far from London International Airport. And even if assistance arrived, the plane would have already fallen. Looking around, it seemed as if the entire world's resources belonged to him. So why was the fuel issue insurmountable? Taking a deep breath, his mind raced. Just moments ago, Du Xiaoma had mentioned that a 500 million remittance would reveal a means of survival. Did this imply that there was something on the plane capable of ensuring their survival? The flight attendants had thoroughly searched the aircraft, finding no life jackets or parachutes. This meant there might indeed be fuel hidden somewhere on board. Liang Chen reopened the panel, recalling that after his earlier encounter with Wei Yiran, the system had the capability to scan. He wondered if it could scan the entire aircraft. Resolutely, he unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the cockpit. Ding! The universe search system is scanning the cabin. Heavens, this system is truly remarkable. It can indeed scan the entire aircraft. In his mind, the structural diagram of the plane appeared, including even the minutiae of the luggage within, all vividly manifesting in his thoughts. The entire image unfurled before him like a map. Time was of the essence. Liang Chen scrutinized the scan diagram, feeling as if he were suffocating with anticipation, and stood up. Upon reaching the cockpit, he found Liang Chen seated in the flight attendant's rest area. Utterly still and fixated ahead. Why word? Has he been rendered speechless? Alarmed, Yu Deshui rushed forward, waving his hand in front of Liang Chen's eyes, but Liang Chen was utterly absorbed in the structural diagram. Unaware of his presence, this was disastrous. Liang Chen had truly been shocked into silence. Chunzi, are you all right? Ding! The universe search system has completed scanning. There is something resembling a fuel tank in the luggage compartment. The host may wish to check there. Indeed, Du Xiaoma had left a contingency plan. If the aircraft were to meet with an accident, he would have a difficult time covering his tracks afterward. Realizing this, Yu Deshui had called out to Liang Chen multiple times, his eyes brimming with tears as he knelt before him. Chanzi, as brothers, if we are to die, let us die together. I fear nothing. You need not worry either. If it comes to it, I'll cushion your fall, ensuring you suffer less. Enough, enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Ugh, what a grim thought. Despite Yu Deshui's words, Liang Chen was genuinely touched. During his fall from grace, only Yu Deshui had stood by him, and it had nothing to do with money. It was purely the bond of brotherhood. Chapter 221. Are you sure you haven't been struck by lightning? Snapping back to reality, seeing that Liang Chen was unharmed, Yu Deshui wiped his tears. Oh dear, you frightened me. I thought you had lost your wits. You're the one who has lost it. Come on. Let us head to the luggage compartment and grab what we need. Yu Deshui stood up from the floor, noticing Liang Chen's resolute demeanor, and hurriedly followed him to the luggage compartment. Chenzi, are you planning to gather supplies to jump into the sea? Jumping into this vast ocean will feed the sharks. Ignoring Yu Deshui's chatter, Liang Chen swiftly located the fuel canister in the luggage compartment. Indeed, it was labeled as a reserve, not something specifically left by Du Xiaoma. It appeared that Du Xiaoma had indeed been ruthless in this incident. There was no time to ponder Du Xiaoma's actions. Once this crisis was resolved, he could deal with him later. Liang Chen turned his head and called for Yu Deshui to assist him. This is the plane's fuel? Yes. How did you know there was reserve fuel here? Yu Deshui was filled with questions regarding Liang Chen's series of actions. Since his sudden wealth, it seemed that all luck had gravitated toward Liang Chen alone. From the incident with his girlfriend to the complete turnaround in his company's financial backer's attitude. And now to this aircraft incident. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Deshui rushed forward to assist with the fuel canister. Yet, Liang Chen's next actions left him even more astonished. Though the fuel tank was located within the cabin, opening it typically required years of training as a mechanic to master. In mere moments, Liang Chen skillfully opened the fuel canister and expertly poured the fuel into the tank, leaving him breathless and drenched in sweat. Once everything was set, Yu Deshui's mouth hung agape. When had Liang Chen learned to repair airplanes? Why was he unaware? Had he miraculously gained such skills? After just half a month apart, he had not only learned to repair planes but had also accurately located the fuel tank and followed the procedure step by step. Chenzi, tell me, are you sure you haven't been struck by lightning, or mutated, or possessed by an angel? Knowing Yu Deshui would ask such questions, Liang Chen simply pointed to the instruction sign. Look, the operational methods and locations are all indicated there. Make sure to read the boarding manual and safety guidelines more often. In a moment of panic, he nearly revealed everything, but thankfully he was quick-witted, took a deep breath, and led Yu Deshui back to the passenger area. Ding, ding, dear passengers, I am the co-pilot. The fuel levels are now sufficient, and everything is operating normally. We will reach London International Airport in approximately 6 hours. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Upon hearing the co-pilot's voice, all passengers on the plane breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Wei Yiran was sobbing quietly in a corner, her previously composed demeanor completely shattered. The other 3 flight attendants quickly assisted her to the rest area. Thank goodness, truly a blessing from above. Lu San unfastened his seatbelt and leaped up, embracing Yu Desui. You all should drink something to relieve the stress. I'll check the cockpit with that. He strode toward the cockpit. And standing at the cockpit door, Liang Chen did not sit in the pilot's seat but instead stood at the back. Chapter 222. Enemies on narrow paths. Co-pilot, can you manage alone? The calmness on Liang Chen's face was something the co-pilot had never witnessed before. How had fuel levels suddenly returned to normal? Was it possible that the aircraft's fuel gauge was malfunctioning? Having observed Liang Chen's series of sharp maneuvers, the co-pilot felt genuine admiration and timidly remarked, "We might need Mr. Liang's assistance during the landing in a few hours." After all, it was only Liang Chen's second flight, and he could not yet pilot the aircraft alone for takeoff or landing. Moreover, besides helicopters, which could be operated by a single person, small and large passenger planes typically required at least 2 or 3 individuals to operate. All right, I appreciate your hard work. I'll take a break for now. Good heavens, the co-pilot was nearly smitten with Liang Chen. Not only was this wealthy man adept at flying, but he also spoke so amiably. A grown man blushingly nodded at Liang Chen. Hey, what kind of look is that? Snapping back to reality, Liang Chen shivered at the co-pilot's gaze. For the record, Liang Chen was only interested in women, not men. Thus, despite the turbulence during the flight, Liang Chen managed to resolve every issue. In the face of this remarkable system, it seemed that all problems were trivial. As they neared London International Airport, the plane, under the combined efforts of Liang Chen and the co-pilot, landed smoothly on the runway. We finally arrived in London. Chenzi, you're truly amazing. Upon disembarking, Liang Chen did not rush to the hotel he had previously booked but instead headed to the police station to file a report. Recounting the events he had experienced on the plane, including the parachuting incident with Emoji, to the international police. As the airplane descended upon London Airport in the afternoon, 3 individuals emerged from the terminal, stretching in unison. The absence of a vehicle was indeed inconvenient. Lu San lacked an international passport, rendering him incapable of driving even if a car were available. Deciding against further delay, he opted for an international taxi. Upon entering, he spotted Wei, her eyes still swollen and red, dragging her suitcase behind her. Liang Chen disregarded her entirely, directing the driver to the hotel before striding away. Wow, Chenzi, London is absolutely stunning. Though it may not boast the historical depth of our homeland, the architecture is undeniably opulent. Yu Desui chattered incessantly, his enthusiasm bubbling over as they drove. His words a constant stream that filled the air around Liang Chen and Lu Senator despite having chartered a flight. Liang Chen felt utterly exhausted at that moment, yearning only for the comfort of a restful sleep at the hotel. A sudden roll of his eyes at Yu Desui halted the latter's chatter momentarily. Yet, lo and behold, mere moments after checking into the hotel, Yu Desui resumed his incessant prattle. Chenzi, can you believe we're staying at the Hilton? I've heard this place is incredible. Just a standard room costs 15,000 a night. Upon stepping through the grand entrance of the hotel, a familiar figure appeared, Yang Xiaoyun. His omnipresence was uncanny. To avoid unnecessary confrontation, Liang Chen intended to sidestep his gaze, but fate had other plans, leading them to collide directly. Oh, I thought it was someone of importance. Even a loser like you can find your way to a 7-star hotel, planning to sleep in the hallway or perhaps the garden. One couldn't help but admire the hotel's configuration. Reminiscent of a grand castle, upon entry, guests were greeted by an expansive garden, a legacy from a duke over a century ago. Due to financial constraints, it had been auctioned and ultimately transformed into a hotel by private ownership. The design exuded an air of royal elegance, perfectly aligning with Liang Chen's tastes. Liang Chen cast an eye roll at Yang Xiaoyun, opting to ignore him as he approached the reception. What? He dares to roll his eyes at me? He must be out of his mind. Without hesitation, Yang Xiaoyun inserted himself between the trio and the foreign receptionist, flashing a disarming smile as he spoke fluently in English, requesting a VIP suite. The receptionist, ever courteous, treated Liang Chen and his companions with equal respect, regardless of their attire. In contrast, Yang's blatant queue jumping was met with disapproval, though the receptionist maintained her smile. Sorry, sir, I don't think you should jump the queue. Yang Xiaoyun's face reddened as he was rebuffed, while Yang Chen and Yu Desui suppressed their laughter, heads bowed in amusement. Seeing their demeanor, Lu San, oblivious to the exchange, leaned closer to Yu Desui, whispering, "What did she say?" "What's so funny?" Yu Desui relayed the receptionist's words, resulting in Lu San bursting into laughter, which only deepened Yang Xiaoyun's embarrassment. His face a vivid shade of purple. He produced a wad of pounds from his bag, placing it on the counter while flaunting, "I have so much money. Give me a VIP room." His pronunciation was less than polished, and he waved the notes around as if showcasing his wealth. The receptionist, unfazed, responded coolly, "Just a moment, please. Ha, kid, you might want to wait in line. This isn't our homeland where everyone caters to you. Go play elsewhere." Yu Deshui's comment rendered Yang Xiaoyun utterly humiliated, forcing him to retreat to the sidelines. Though his mouth still spewed insults toward Liang Chen and the others, "I'm curious to see what room you'll end up with here at the Hilton. If you can afford it, I'll treat you to a month of meals." Liang Chen presented his identification to the receptionist, opting for Chinese over English. "I called yesterday to book a room. Please assist me with the check-in." "Thank you." "Oh, you are Mr. Liang. The presidential suite has been prepared for you. Here is your room key. Shortly, someone will assist you with your luggage." At that moment, the receptionist's fluent Chinese left the trio astounded. While Yang Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could someone like him secure a presidential suite? What? A loser like him in a presidential suite? Yesterday when I called, you said there were none available. Are you not interested in making business anymore? Can he even pay for it? "Sir, may I kindly ask you to wait over there? As our culture suggests, first come, first served. Please do not embarrass yourself as a representative of our people abroad." "Okay." Yang Xiaoyun's disdainful tone provoked an immediate change in the receptionist's demeanor, leaving him speechless. The transformation was so striking it could rival a traditional performance of face-changing, leaving him utterly humiliated while Liang Chen felt an urge to applaud. Upon completing the check-in process, Liang Chen shot one last glance at Yang Xiaoyun, who was visibly flustered, his complexion shifting through a spectrum of colors. Despite being a rich heir, his monthly allowance was controlled, preventing him from acting overly ostentatious, a lesson instilled by his self-made mother. Thus, he remained silent. Their purpose for this trip was twofold: to repay Shi Huimin, as Liang Chen was not financially lacking and wished to avoid any misconceptions about his character, and to explore what treasures England might hold. The adage in A Journey of Three, "There is always a teacher," seemed unapplicable here, as Yu Deshui's incessant chatter was wearing on their ears. The castle-like hotel featured only 5 floors, not particularly tall, and though elevators were installed later, Liang Chen chose the stairs instead. Behind him, Yu Deshui was struggling, his lack of physical fitness evident as he puffed along, lamenting their choice. "Why are we taking the stairs, Chenzi? We came here to enjoy ourselves." Having ascended 5 flights, the spiraled staircase was unlike the straight stairways of their homeland, making the climb feel more arduous. Yu Deshui, panting heavily, continued his monologue. Liang Chen shot him a cold glance. "Who told you not to lose weight, you glutton? Now you see the consequences of your choices." Previously, Liang Chen had urged Yu Deshui to consider a healthier lifestyle. But the latter had always preferred the pleasures of food, even to the extent that if a beautiful woman were presented to him alongside a steaming pot of fish, he would likely choose the latter. "Come on, I'm not fat. I'm just robust. You, on the other hand, are skinny. How do you manage to eat without gaining weight? You're the real anomaly here." As Yu Deshui finished his remark, Lu San was taken aback. Just how close were these two? It seemed reckless for him to speak so freely to his boss. Initially expecting Liang Chen to be angered, the latter instead playfully tossed a candied chestnut at Yu Deshui's forehead. "Who are you calling an anomaly? Watch it, or I'll toss you out on the street to beg." Yu Deshui clutched his forehead, looking at Liang Chen with a pitiful expression. "Hey, there's a saying, don't hit the face. There are people watching. You should give me a little face, brother. After all, I'm your sworn brother." Throughout their banter, Yu Deshui cast glances at Lu Sin, but Liang Chen remained unfazed, striding ahead without a backward glance. "Is it really wise to call your sworn brother an anomaly?" With a clever retort, Liang Chen left Yu Deshui speechless, forcing him to fall silent, though he draped an arm over Liang Chen's shoulder as they entered the suite. The hotel's presidential suite, in keeping with the castle theme, was indeed sumptuous, featuring a master bedroom, 3 guest rooms, each with its own bathroom, though lacking a kitchen. The decor was extravagantly lavish. Upon entering, Yu Deshui's chatter reignited. "Wow, Chunzi, this room is incredible. Even the light fixtures are pure silver. Look at those opulent drapes. This is a room fit for royalty. Wow, there's even a large bay window overlooking the expansive garden below. Goodness, the back garden has a swimming pool, and there are women in bikinis sunbathing. Amazing." The 5th floor was entirely dedicated to the presidential suite, with the front and back gardens connected, featuring grand floor-to-ceiling windows that led to a balcony. Perfect for tea and conversation. Why Yu Deshui had never stayed in such a luxurious hotel, his excitement manifesting as he dashed around the room in sheer delight. Soon, the hotel staff arrived with their luggage. Liang Chen's belongings consisted of a single large Gucci bag, filled with a few comfortable outfits acquired from street vendors, as he found the tailored suits he had brought to be quite uncomfortable. Opting to leave them behind at the hotel, instead, Water found himself in a state of bliss, as if he were moving house. After Lu Xian helped Liang Chen organize his luggage, he finally attended to his own. Upon opening his suitcase, Water, lounging comfortably on the sofa, was met with Liang Chen's astonished gaze. "Buddy, are you here for a vacation or planning to stay? You've brought hot pot base, pickled vegetables, instant noodles, and Lao Gan Ma without leaving anything behind. What's the matter? Are you afraid I won't feed you in England?" Water chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "I'm just worried I might not get used to the food abroad. I've seen those variety shows before, and they always make foreign food seem unappetizing. Nothing compares to our great Huaxia, rich in resources and culinary delights." Liang Chen smirked, remarking, "I suppose your expertise lies solely in the realm of food." As the evening approached and hunger began to creep in, he decided it was time to venture out in search of sustenance. Matters concerning Shi Huimin could wait until tomorrow. For now, they would explore nearby dining options. Engaged in conversation with Water, Liang Chen activated the system panel in his mind, seeking local culinary treasures. Ding. The multiverse search system has located a restaurant 6 kilometers from the castle. Ding. The multiverse search system has summoned a nearby taxi. Expected to arrive in 5 minutes. After closing the panel, Water had also finished packing. Despite bringing many items, Liang Chen hadn't asked him to carry anything. The three of them, clad in flip-flops, boarded the taxi that the system had dispatched in London, a city exuding gentlemanly charm. Nearly everyone they encountered was dressed impeccably. In stark contrast, Liang Chen and his companions were dressed in flip-flops, t-shirts, and jeans, making them look rather out of place. Their driver was a foreign student who had been in England for only a year, earning a living by driving a taxi. Hearing them converse in Mandarin, he boldly inquired, "You must be from the south, right?" Seated in the back, Liang Chen was about to respond when Water excitedly interjected, "Ah, what a coincidence, young man, you're also from Huaxia." The driver nodded. "Yes, I came to England to study and managed to get into Cambridge University. My family isn't well off, so I'm working to help support them. Cambridge University is a dream for many students, and anyone who gains admission there possesses exceptional intelligence." Liang Chen, observing the back of the driver's head, wished to say something but was interrupted by Water. "Wow, that's impressive. I've heard getting into Cambridge is no easy feat, and you're working while studying, truly admirable." Chapter 226. The tour guide. The flattery made the young driver blush, and he replied bashfully, "Oh, it's nothing that I initially wanted to attend the top university in Shanghai since it's closer to home, but my parents hoped I would have better opportunities. When I received the acceptance letter from Cambridge, they borrowed 200,000 yuan from relatives to support my studies here." Liang Chen felt a flicker of recognition toward the driver but couldn't place him. Meanwhile, Water's incessant chatter made him frown, his expression darkening. Cough, cough. Lu Sun noticed Liang Chen's unease and coughed lightly. "What's wrong, brother Lu? You're not feeling unwell from the change in climate, are you?" Water misconstrued his concern, prompting Lu San to roll his eyes. Following Lu San's gaze, he finally noticed Liang Chen's somber demeanor, and the atmosphere in the car became palpably heavy. Water felt a chill run down his spine, despite the cool breeze, as a cold aura emanated from Liang Chen. After a brief silence, Liang Chen broke it. "Young man, since we're new to London and unfamiliar with the area, would you consider being our tour guide for the month? I'll pay you." A diligent student, who had worked hard to gain admission to Cambridge, deserved respect. Learning that the driver's family was in debt, Liang Chen felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps he could help him out, as he had the means, and it would be a noble gesture to assist such a promising student. The driver, however, hesitated. I might not be able to guide you and your friends. This car is only on loan, and I need to return it soon." Liang Chen was unfazed. He smiled. "I'll offer you 2,000 yuan a day, and as for the car, you can rent one tomorrow. I'll cover the cost. Does that sound good?" The driver was taken aback, holding up 2 fingers, stuttering as he processed the offer. 2,000. "Really? I've never made that much, indeed. But you must fulfill your duties as a tour guide. How does daily payment sound?" With a lucrative opportunity at hand, the driver's spirits lifted. He had never earned such a sum, and the prospect made him beam with excitement. "In that case, I'll gladly accept. I will do my utmost to fulfill the role of tour guide." Chapter 227. Is it strange to have several assistants? His innocence was striking. How could such an individual gain admission to Cambridge? Was it mere luck? Minutes later, the driver brought them to their destination. following Liang Chen Ascends' instructions to return the taxi before renting a new van in front of a Michelin-starred restaurant. 3 individuals in flip-flops stood before the waiter, who scrutinized them without uttering a word, failing to usher them inside. "Chunzi, could it be that our attire is why we're being denied entry?" UD Water's observation struck a chord with Liang Chen, who recalled England's reputation for gentlemanly conduct. He realized he had dressed inappropriately. Glancing around, he spotted a suit shop across the street. The sign reading Kingsley King. Wasn't he that the custom clothing store Mike had mentioned? Without hesitation, he led Lucien and UD Water to the shop. Upon entering, a familiar figure caught his eye. "Little assistant, what are you doing here?" It was Mike's personal third assistant, though Liang Chen had forgotten her name and simply addressed her as Little Assistant. Realizing she was there suggested that Mike must also be in England. "Boss, what brings you to England?" Seeing Liang Chen, the assistant's face lit up, as it had been ages since their last encounter. She had missed him, this elusive boss who had been on her mind. "Boss? Chunzi, when did you get such a beautiful assistant? Are you hiding a mistress in England?" UD Water stared in amazement at the lovely lady. Upon closer inspection, Liang Chen noted her sweet features and charming figure, long, slender legs clad in shorts and a vest, exuding playfulness. Why UD Water, captivated, couldn't he tear his gaze away. "What's wrong? Is it strange for me to have several assistants?" "What? You have more than one? Chunzi, what have you been up to lately?" UD Water shot him an envious look, recalling how he had charmed the flight attendant on the plane. Now this stunning assistant appeared out of thin air. "Since you're here, Mike must be around too. Have him prepare a few suits for me and my friends. We can't enter the restaurant without proper attire." "Boss, he's not in England. I'm here because he specifically arranged several new outfits for you, instructing me to bring them back to you. He insisted I deliver them personally." The assistant blinked her sparkling eyes, relaying her message. "This stylist is quite thoughtful. He knows I need clothes." Liang Chen glanced at the carefully packaged garments, which seemed of superior quality compared to before. In that case, there's no need to take them back. I'll wear them here. Just give Mike a call to inform him. Chapter 228. Good taste, no? "Boss, you have taken my clothes, and I find myself in a predicament. The teacher might assume I have lent them to someone else. Perhaps I should assist you in finding a few more outfits. As your friends will need them too, indeed. I should not trouble the little assistant unnecessarily." With a reluctant smile, I replied, "Very well, I will entrust these garments to you for safekeeping. Please coordinate with Fatty and Lucien regarding the ensemble. I can wear anything." Half an hour later, gazing at my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of a first-rate stylist's apprentice. Their discerning eye for fashion is truly commendable. Turning to admire my exquisite suit, I felt an elevation in my overall demeanor. My goodness, the attire of the affluent is undeniably impressive. Once donned, I felt rejuvenated. "Chunzi, your taste as an assistant is remarkable. And the fit is perfect." Typically clad in casual attire, I found myself admiring my reflection, frequently praising the assistant's choices. Although Lucien may not possess the striking looks of Liang Chen, he exuded a distinct masculinity in his tailored suit. "Thank you for your hard work, little assistant. Please inform Mike that we have purchased these outfits today, and he can present the bill to me later. I will transfer the funds." "Understood." Having concluded my instructions, Liang Chen strode confidently towards the Michelin-starred restaurant alongside Yu Deshui and Lu Senator. The sudden transformation of the trio astonished the waitstaff. Kingsley's clothing is not something everyone can afford, with even the simplest designs costing a fortune. Before long, the 3 entered Kingsley, having directly purchased 3 sets of clothing. The waitstaff, previously stern, transformed their demeanor into warm smiles, courteously ushering the trio inside. The reason for not settling the bill in front of Yu Deshui was to avoid his incessant chatter over trivial matters. I must admit, the ambience of the Michelin restaurant exudes an aristocratic charm. The tables were adorned with pure silver cutlery, and the walls boasted a grand display of fine wines, all contributing to a splendid atmosphere illuminated by warm lighting. The waitstaff, astutely observing Liang Chen's brief visit to the clothing store, deduced his wealth and graciously led the trio to a private room separated by violet drapes. Through the sheer fabric, one could faintly glimpse the neighboring patrons and hear their conversations. Menus were conveniently placed on the table, allowing immediate ordering upon seating. As I opened the menu, my composure faltered. The dishes appeared utterly delectable, and I couldn't suppress a gulp, feeling as if I hadn't eaten in centuries. "I'll have this, and also this, thank you, and another of this." While the menu was in English, I managed to navigate it reasonably well, though Lu San struggled, finding the language incomprehensible. Consequently, Liang Chen took it upon himself to place Liu Sen's order. 15 minutes later, an array of culinary delights adorned the table. Without hesitation, I whipped out my phone, capturing the feast before me, and even started a live stream. Hello, welcome to my live stream, little darlings. Can you guess where I am? I'm in England, showcasing this bountiful spread. Doesn't it make you crave a taste? As I filmed the sumptuous dishes, the viewer count was modest, yet consisted of my loyal fans. Liang Chen was oblivious to my live streaming antics. As I surreptitiously glanced at the screen, I realized it was the same platform where I had previously faced ridicule. To my surprise, the live stream had amassed over 7,000 viewers, an unexpected feat for me. The plump one. Welcome user, the cat that doesn't tea like fish to the room. Upon entering, I was greeted by a flurry of comments. A significant portion of the viewers were genuine fans, while some were detractors. Admittedly, I may not have the conventional look suited for a live streamer, but as a foodie, sharing my culinary experiences brings me immense joy. Look at that fatso, still eating. How hasn't he exploded yet? Indeed, to be that plump and still indulge. What audacity! Despite the jabs, I remained unfazed. The more they criticized, the less I cared. After all, angering oneself over others' opinions only harms one's own health. This realization tugged at Liang Chen's heartstrings. Seeing his friend belittled online was disheartening. I continued to engage with my audience, relishing the food while sharing my delight. Please refrain from disparaging him. Let him eat as he pleases. Ha ha ha, plump one. Indulge more. I'll shower you with gifts to boost your popularity. Though such comments stung, I secretly yearned for the gifts, welcoming them as a means to earn. Nevertheless, I felt a weight pressing on my heart. Suddenly, the remarks grew more scathing, and I could no longer ignore them. The comments urged me to perform degrading acts for amusement. My eyes lit up with fury. I swallowed my food in one swift motion, my face flushed with indignation. I am not someone to be trifled with. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Liang Chen chuckled and sent a barrage comment. Upon reading his message, the entire audience in the live stream fell silent. Who would invest 5 million in a live streaming app just to deal with one person? No one would. Liang Chen's words were intended to silence the crowd and to intimidate young Master Yang, who was known for his wealth. 5 million. Whether he actually spent it was inconsequential, as he had ample funds in his account. Before the comment could fade, young Master Yang responded with a barrage of his own. Unable to believe that this dead cat could be wealthier than he, kid, don't boast. 5 million? Who would believe that? I've only recharged my account with 500,000. After that, he continued to boast. Kid, I already tipped, so if you have guts, keep going. To be honest, when the initially cautious cat had claimed to have recharged 5 million, young Master Yang felt a twinge of anxiety. He thought he had evaded confrontation, but was caught off guard by this sudden claim. Originally, Liang Chen had no intention of mentioning the 5 million recharge. It was better to intimidate young Master Yang with a bold claim than to admit his poor internet connection while abroad, which no one would believe anyway. In Chapter 234, the user cat who dislikes fish generously tipped an Eiffel Tower in the live stream, creating a sensation among fans who rushed to witness the display of wealth. The vibrant special effects dazzled everyone's screens, causing a stir that even drew the attention of other popular streamers. Who was this cat who dislikes fish, so extravagantly generous to a male food streamer? Could food streaming truly be so lucrative? As the colorful effects filled the screen, young Master Yang and his sycophants were rendered speechless, witnessing the display of 4 Eiffel Towers without uttering a word. This was a direct slap in the face to young Master Yang. How much had Yang tipped to have everyone so willingly fawning over him? Whatever he tipped, I'll give you 10 times that. Wow! The cat who dislikes fish is offering 10 times the amount of young Master Yang's tips. I received $50. I got $80. I snagged $30. This was an enormous boon for the sycophants, as other wealthy patrons typically tipped in small amounts. Young Master Yang's generosity of 500 tips of around $50 each was already impressive. Yet now the cat who dislikes fish was proposing 10 times that amount. It was a windfall no one could have anticipated. The live stream room filled with eager viewers, all anticipating the impending flood of tenfold tips. Just as the excitement peaked, a shocking comment flashed across the public chat. User cat who dislikes fish has exited the live stream. Ding! The system is reconnecting to the network. Please wait. What the hell? After all that, this happens. Liang Chen's face fell into confusion as he watched the progress bar. The connection was at 15.30.45. Meanwhile, the live stream audience was left bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be sending tips? Where were they? Seriously, after all that waiting, he must be bluffing. 10 times? How ridiculous. They scoffed. He claims were sycophants. but clearly young Master Yang is wealthier. What a shameless braggart. In the restaurant's private room, Yu Desui, overwhelmed with anger, shouted, "You sycophants, what nonsense are you spouting? If you want to watch, fine. If not, get lost. You're all acting like abandoned mutts. What did we do to deserve your ire?" In Chapter 235, Yu Deshui's explosive temper startled Liang Chen and Lu Sen, the latter appearing utterly baffled. The surrounding patrons cast curious glances toward Yu Desui, who, in response to their inquiries, replied, "It's nothing. Just a minor issue in the live stream." After venting his frustrations at the sycophants, Yu Desui prepared to end the stream and enjoy his meal, but Liang Chen swiftly snatched his phone. "Are you sure you want to exit?" The prompt appeared, and Liang Chen decisively pressed no, smiling. "Let me take a look." Yu Desui attempted to reclaim his phone but was deterred by Liang Chen's glare. "Go ahead, it's just a bunch of super sycophantic trolls." Taking the phone, Liang Chen casually scrolled through the screen. While his mind worked through the situation, 3 seconds later, a notification flashed. Ding! Network connected. Instantly, Liang Chen re-entered Yu Deshui's live stream, returning the phone and pretending to eat. Upon entering, he was greeted by a torrent of insults aimed at Yu Desui, igniting Liang Chen's anger. How could anyone be such a skilled keyboard warrior? He hadn't anticipated that the internet abroad would be so poor, even disrupting the world's most advanced system. If this continued, any further network issues could lead to catastrophic consequences, reminiscent of the airplane incident that gave him chills. If another crisis occurred and the network failed again, it could lead to disastrous outcomes. Determined to resolve the network issues, Liang Chen pondered how to secure a personal connection rather than sharing one with the masses. Returning to the present, he noticed Yu Desui's growing distress. Though aware of Liang Chen's loyalty, Yu Desui hesitated to express his feelings, knowing that true friendship isn't measured by money. Just as Yu Desui prepared to close the stream, another notification popped up. "Welcome user cat who dislikes fish to Yu Desui's live stream." This prompt had never appeared before, suggesting that the platform had introduced a special notification for Liang Chen. Everyone had assumed the cat who dislikes fish had fled in fear of young Master Yang, but now his return was like a bolt from the blue, striking young Master Yang hard. Infuriated, Yang exclaimed, "Oh, I thought you were afraid of me and ran away. What happened? Did your 5 million vanish? Or are you asking your mother for money?" LOL, young Master Yang is amusing. Perhaps he is asking his father for cash. In Chapter 236, the tension escalated. Honestly, he probably overplayed his hand. Look, he can't even speak a word. Exactly, this dead cat must be out of money. Who would boast about 5 million without substance? Young Master Yang. Why not visit my stream? As Liang Chen read the nauseating compliments flooding the chat, he chuckled coldly, shoving a forkful of pasta into his mouth. If he didn't bring young Master Yang down today, he'd rewrite his own name. The chat remained painfully sycophantic, but Liang Chen said nothing, opening the tip page. He could send a maximum of 500 tips, each under 50,000. Without hesitation, 500 tips erupted in Yu Desui's live stream. Truth be told, giving away this money felt somewhat unjust, but for the sake of his friend's dignity and to humiliate young Master Yang, Liang Chen deemed the expenditure worthwhile, an unparalleled philanthropist. The cat who dislikes fish unleashed a generous 5,000 in tips, urging everyone to seize the moment. Instantly, a massive influx of users surged into the live stream, swelling the audience from 20,000 to 25,000, nearly overwhelming the platform as excitement for the tip soared. The return of the king, invincible supremacy. The Mango official website has officially elevated the user not fond of fishy to the emperor tier. All subjects pay homage to the deity. Following closely, a second official notification popped up on the screen. The fireworks burst forth in splendid display across everyone's screens. Even the officials directly upgraded Liang Chen's account to the emperor tier. Mango Live has always been centered around ancient styles, thus the tiers are determined by the amount of money spent. Spending between 500 to 5,000 yuan is classified as a loyal minister. 5,000 to 20,000 as a general, 20,000 to 50,000 as a marquis, and 50,000 to 100,000 as an emperor. Of course, these rankings are calculated based on one-time expenditures, and cumulative spending does not count. The official announcement instantly ignited the entire Mango platform, as 500 red envelopes astonishingly contained 50,000 yuan, averaging about 100 yuan per person. Naturally, grabbing red envelopes relies on luck, with some fortunate enough to seize over 1,000. As everyone widened their eyes, their fingers nearly breaking their screens in the frenzy to snatch red envelopes, young Master Yang, the wealthy one, was utterly speechless. It was truly a first to witness a single red envelope containing 50,000 yuan. Even the wealthiest tycoon could not be so generous. Spending 50,000 yuan at once to attain the emperor tier could only be accomplished by Liang Chen, shattering the entire Mango Live record. Wow, the Cat Lord is indeed a hidden millionaire. What millionaire? He is a bona fide financial backer, the kind of person who can summon money with a mere snap of his fingers. The term wealthy only suits that upstart Yang. Cat Lord, come and favor me. Bow down to Cat Lord. Such a magnanimous person is rare to find. In the entire live streaming realm, perhaps only he could achieve this. Need it be said? Who is our Cat Lord? Does a tiger not roar, making us think it a sickly cat? Instantly, the barrage of comments in the live stream turned overwhelmingly in favor of not fond of fishy, with many questioning the identity of the man behind the screen. Why would he invest so heavily for a chubby eating streamer? Could it be that the Cat Lord prefers not to indulge in female company? Though many harbored doubts, none dared offend this god of wealth. Their concern was merely the money received. Chapter 237. So impressive pift. Looking at the screen where everyone was elevating themselves beyond the heavens, Liang Chen felt a surge of joy. The fish found water, and a mouthful of red wine sprayed directly into his bowl. His expression froze. This not fond of fishy truly showered 50,000 yuan in red envelopes in his live streaming room. Even securing the Soul Emperor tier. Even the management of Mango Live squeezed into his streaming room to congratulate not fond of fishy, and the officials even stationed staff in the room to prevent a platform crash. Such a scene was unprecedented for him. He never imagined his live stream would swell to nearly 300,000 viewers. Seeing the astonished fish de Shui spray red wine from shock, Liang Chen continued to feign disdain, casting a sidelong glance and scolding, "What are you doing? Don't you need to eat? Chunzi, let me tell you, something big happened in my live stream today. A millionaire just threw 50,000 yuan in red envelopes. It's unbelievable." As he spoke to Liang Chen, he wiped his mouth, his eyes sparkling with joy, as if he wished to share the news with everyone around. What's the big deal? Just a small gesture. Liang Chen maintained a facade of indifference, gazing at him with an air of superiority. Yet, he wondered who this not fond of fishy truly was. If he could get to know him, he would definitely treat him to a lavish seafood feast, no matter the cost, merely to restore his own honor. Fish de Shui's earnestness was amusing, completely unaware that not fond of fishy sat right before him. Nonetheless, Liang Chen felt pleased by his words, a slight smile gracing his lips. "All right, let us eat. We still have to go out and have fun later." As he spoke, he turned back to the live stream, noticing young Master Yang quietly logging off, leaving behind only some professional sycophants still hoping not fond of fishy would shower them with more red envelopes. Being wealthy does not equate to being foolish. Yang's red envelope distribution was purely out of brotherly loyalty. With young Master Yang gone, Liang Chen had no desire to linger in the live stream any longer. After a lengthy broadcast, Fish de Shui had also eaten his fill. Upon exiting the stream, a golden official notification appeared on the screen. "Supreme and Invincible, Emperor not fond of fishy has logged off." What the heck? There are even special notifications for logging off. With the font turning golden, everyone was filled with envy. Instantly, the live stream lost half its audience, yet some remained in Fish de Shui's room, clearly hoping to glean some connection to not fond of fishy. "Fish streamer, are you that Cat Lord's good friend? Little Fish is the best. Is that Cat Lord your brother? Please introduce us." Seeing the remaining viewers inquiring about not fond of fishy's contact information, some even directly added Fish de Shui's account, attempting to acquire WeChat or other contact details. Fish de Shui declined all requests. How could he possibly know? Today was merely the first day he encountered such a godly wealthy individual. And being so poor, how could he possibly be acquainted? Fish de Shui's live broadcast has ended. Please migrate to other streamers' live rooms, Mango Live. Having closed the stream and filled his stomach, though the prelude was somewhat unpleasant, the latter part had immensely delighted Fish de Shui. Today, a battle of wealth between a god and a tycoon had left him grinning from ear to ear with the earnings from Mango Live. Chapter 238. Don't compete with me next time. This time in England, Fish de Shui had not brought much money. One could say he had brought virtually none. However, after this live stream, he directly earned several thousand yuan. Fish de Shui knew Liang Chen was wealthy, yet he could not always spend his brother's money. He ought to buy something for his brother in return. The suit on his back was still purchased with Liang Chen's money. He had to reciprocate somehow. He promptly withdrew his earnings from his account. After the three finished dining, Lu Xian waved to signal the waitress. "Please, check out." Lu Xian's sudden utterance of English left Fish de Shui momentarily stunned. "Aren't you supposed to be bad at English? How come you speak it so fluently?" Liang Chen also looked at Liu San with curiosity, wondering if he had some hidden secrets. Liu San smiled broadly, revealing his big white teeth. Not at all. I just overheard people at the other tables saying it before they left, so I learned it secretly. I am not sure if my pronunciation is correct. One must admit, Liu San had keen observational skills and a strong learning ability. As Liang Chen's driver and bodyguard, he was not only honest but also possessed a very fitting personality. A minute later, the waitress arrived at their table with the bill. Without hesitation, Fish de Shui jumped in front of Liang Chen, handing the waitress a card. Brother, let us use mine. No matter what, this meal is on me. You brought me to England to play and bought me such an expensive branded suit. This meal is nothing. Did he realize his identity? Earlier, he had mentioned treating not fond of fishy to a seafood feast. But now he was eager to pay the bill. Liang Chen couldn't help but question if his covert operations had failed. However, the system within his mind was invisible to others. How could he have known? Where did you get so much money to treat us? Liang Chen teased, trying to provoke a response from Fish de Shui, who chuckled, feeling proud, as he looked at Liang Chen. Didn't that millionaire on the live stream just shower me with gifts? The commission is quite substantial. Oh, retrieving his bank card, Fish de Shui did not express any further intentions, indicating that he still did not know Liang Chen was not fond of fishy. Liang Chen let out a sigh of relief. All right then, just don't compete with me next time. Taking the bill, Fish de Shui was momentarily stunned. The amount displayed on the bill was nearly 1,000 pounds. To think a single meal could cost that much. Was it made of gold? Converted to RMB, it amounted to about 9,000 yuan. Yet, he maintained a smiling face as he reluctantly entered the password on the POS machine. Spending 1,000 pounds on a meal was painful. That was a month's salary gone in an instant. How could he not feel the sting? Damn it. How dare that little brat compete with me? Throwing 50,000 yuan in red envelopes? Huh. If it weren't for the poor network abroad, I'd have dealt with you. In the waiting room, having already faced setbacks, young Master Yang was feeling particularly irritable. To make matters worse, he encountered a bunch of fools at the Castle Hotel, and when he opened the live stream, he unexpectedly found that chubby man broadcasting. He had initially intended to humiliate him in the stream to vent his frustration, but instead, a dead cat emerged from nowhere, and to top it off, the network interrupted. Yang was filled with hatred. As the three prepared to rise from their seats after paying, a voice from the adjacent private room caught Liang Chen's attention. He leaned in to listen, finding it remarkably familiar. Turning around, he spotted young Master Yang dining with a young lady behind a hazy purple curtain. Realizing that young Master Yang, the wealthy one, was indeed Yang Xiaoyun. Chapter 239. The Mercedes-Benz RV unable to contend with reality, he now faced an encounter online. This was not mere fate, but rather Yang Xiaoyun's own contrived schemes. Liang Chen chuckled softly to himself, finding it amusing how fate had intertwined their paths from the waiting room to the Castle Hotel lobby. And now to a Michelin restaurant. Their rivalry seemed relentless. Glancing at Yang Xiaoyun, whose face was flushed with anger, Liang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, the network abroad was genuinely poor, but it wasn't just targeting him. Everyone was experiencing the same poor connectivity. What are you laughing at? The fish, curious, gazed at him, mistakenly believing there were remnants of rice on his face. No worries, my brother is treating us to a meal. Which is delightful. With that, Liang Chen led the two away from the restaurant, choosing to avoid any further entanglements with Yang Xiaoyun, wishing to steer clear of unnecessary trouble. Although the woman by Yang's side possessed a certain charm, she was far from Liang Chen's preference. Furthermore, with the system having already alerted him to his physical condition, he was determined to exercise restraint. At the restaurant's entrance, a Mercedes-Benz RV was parked, with the driver, clad in a suit, patiently awaiting his employer's exit. If one were to speak of reliability, Liu San was undoubtedly the more dependable choice, as students ought to prioritize their studies. However, earning some extra cash on the side was acceptable. Boss, the car is ready, the driver exclaimed with enthusiasm, his voice reminiscent of a theatrical performer, and his tailored suit only added to his stature. Well done, this vehicle is impressive. I've never ridden in an RV before. The fish showered praise, causing the driver to blush slightly. Liang Chen was equally astonished that he had managed to acquire a Mercedes RV in such a short span of time. One question lingered in Liang Chen's mind. How did he manage to rent the vehicle without giving any payment? Where did you find the funds to rent this car? Oh, this RV belongs to my teacher. He keeps it in the garage and only uses it when his family travels every winter. Since it's just sitting idle, I rented it for 20 a day, and I initially fronted 100 for the rental fee. The young man's earnestness touched Liang Chen, as it was his first encounter with such a sincere Cambridge student. "Aren't you afraid we might deceive you and disappear?" Fish's inquiry was not without merit, as many would make empty promises. Yet, this young man was remarkably naive, having paid up front. If they were to abscond, that 100 would be a wasted expense. What is there to fear? You are all my fellow countrymen. You wouldn't trick me. Upon hearing this, the driver appeared somewhat bewildered, not having considered such possibilities. Liang Chen chuckled, "Then add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money to you." "What is your name? I can't keep calling you driver." Liang Chen retrieved his old, well-used phone and added the driver on WeChat. Discovering his name was Song Yuan, a university student hailing from a rural town in the Shanghai-Hangzhou region. Recalling news reports about the poor conditions in his village, Liang Chen felt a pang of sadness thinking about his own previous life, which starkly contrasted with Song Yuan's. Without hesitation, he promptly transferred 20,000 to Song Yuan's WeChat. As Song Yuan drove, he remained focused on the road, unaware of the transaction. Liang Chen had long contemplated engaging in charitable endeavors, but had been too busy until now. Seeing the honest Song Yuan sparked a new idea in him. In the evening in England, the streets were relatively quiet, yet one area buzzed with life, the bustling bar street of London. Since Song Yuan had never visited a bar, he dropped Liang Chen and his friends off before heading to a library to study IT. It must be said that the atmosphere in foreign bars vastly surpasses that of domestic establishments. They chose a particularly avant-garde bar, and as the trio stood at the entrance, they looked up at the sign, VSE Club. "Brothers, since we seek merriment, let us choose this place. Come, I'll lead you to a night of revelry." Truth be told, Liang Chen had long harbored a secret that weighed heavily on him, and he was finally ready to unwind. Stepping through the bar's entrance, the music thundered, the dimly lit venue sparkled with countless strobe lights. And on stage, elegantly dressed women swayed to the rhythm, while patrons danced to the beat. The waitstaff, donned in vests and bow ties, respectfully guided the trio to a booth near the stage. The crowd surged in, drawn by the music. Unlike domestic bars that only fill up past midnight, London S-bars were already bustling by 10 o'clock. After ordering drinks, the waitstaff promptly retreated, while the bar environment mirrored that of home. It possessed a unique charm. "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to VSE Bar." The MC's exuberant shout sent the crowd into a frenzied as the drinks arrived swiftly. The service was commendable, and the atmosphere electric. After a few rounds, two women dressed as bunny girls approached. Liang Chen squinted in recognition. Wasn't she the young woman from the restaurant who had dined with Yang Xiaoyun? How could Yang, who seemed affluent, tolerate his girlfriend mingling with other men in a bar? Despite the barrage of questions in his mind, Liang Chen felt little interest. "Hello, handsome boy." Yu Qing spotted Liang Chen from the entrance, her alluring presence capturing his attention. "Sorry, do you speak Chinese?" After the greeting, she slid into the seat beside him, her body close, undeniably beautiful. Yet, Liang Chen held no interest in another man's woman, so he replied curtly in Mandarin. "Wow, so you're from Huaxia. Hello, I'm Yu Qing, the resident singer here." "Resident singer? In a bar, dressed as a bunny girl? Surely you jest." Liang Chen found her attentiveness rather off-putting and shifted slightly away, politely responding, "Oh, hello, I'm Liang Chen." It was undeniable that foreign girls often exhibited a bolder demeanor than those back home. She entwined her arms around Liang Chen's, her subtle fragrance enveloping him. However, he had no interest in her, especially with the system alerting him about his physical condition, compelling him to exercise caution. Yu Qing, however, clung tighter, mistaking his retreat for shyness, oblivious to any discomfort. "Shall we share a drink?" she suggested, raising her glass. Fish, believing Liang Chen was about to embark on a romantic escapade, stifled a laugh, while another beauty settled beside Lu San, who awkwardly shifted closer to Fish, wishing to converse with her but hindered by the language barrier. Amidst the loud music and chaotic atmosphere, communication became nearly impossible. Liang Chen, uninterested in Yu Qing's advances, was instead curious about her connection to Yang Xiaoyun. From his observations at the restaurant, their seating had lacked intimacy, and their interactions were minimal, particularly with Yang's incessant complaints. "Well, you seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before?" Liang Chen inquired, raising his glass to clink with hers, wearing a sunny smile. Earlier, Yu Qing had noticed Liang Chen at the restaurant. His Kingsley suit suggested he was no ordinary individual. Coincidentally encountering him at her bar led her to believe he was making a move on her, which she found rather clitched. "Oh, really? Is your approach to flirting a bit unconventional?" she teased, stifling a giggle. "Not at all. I was at a Michelin restaurant earlier tonight, and there was a girl who looked just like you. I thought you were her." Yu Qing's surprise was palpable. She hadn't anticipated that someone she was interested in would notice her. Really? I did dine at a Michelin restaurant tonight. What a coincidence. Coincidence? More like a stroke of bad luck. Yang Xiaoyun's woman holds no allure for me. I could have any woman I desire. By the way, I noticed a handsome guy dining with you. Why hasn't he come to support you tonight? No, that's just my distant relative's son. His mother sent him to England for his studies and asked me to look after him. We initially planned to have a casual meal, but he insisted on dining at a Michelin restaurant, so we went. On Yu Qing's face, a hint of helplessness was evident. After all, he was the son of her distant aunt, and it was concerning for a 19-year-old boy to travel alone to England. Thus, she had reluctantly reached out to her cousin, whom she hadn't contacted in 3 years, to seek assistance in looking after him. When it came to someone like Yang Xiaoyun, a wealthy young master, Yu Qing found it difficult to tolerate his temper. He would throw a tantrum at the slightest inconvenience. Take today's dining experience at a Michelin restaurant. For instance, he became so irate over a mere live broadcast that he resorted to cursing on the spot. Why Yu Qing felt utterly helpless, for her distant aunt was exceedingly wealthy, while her own family belonged to the humble working class. During the new year, the relatives hardly interacted, and any semblance of closeness with Yang Xiaoyun seemed merely a fade. After some reflection, it dawned on her that she had initially misjudged the situation. Liang Chen, upon realizing this, transformed from his previous cold demeanor into a warm and attentive companion, pouring wine and offering fruit, though. So that's your cousin. I thought he was your boyfriend, he remarked, as they conversed. Yu Qing leaned against Liang Chen. The straps of her bunny girl outfit occasionally slipped from her shoulders, and after 3 glasses of wine, she felt a slight dizziness, the beauty before her becoming even more enchanting. Yu Qing managed a forced smile. If she were to find a cousin like Yang Xiaoyun, she would surely lose her mind. She had no interest whatsoever in dating someone like him. She would reject even the notion of him being gifted to her, as it would only bring trouble. Besides, his temper was notoriously poor. A typical spoiled rich kid. Frowning, she wore a look of disdain as she recounted Yang Xiaoyun's flaws. Indeed, from the moment she became acquainted with him, Liang Chen also deemed him a quintessential wastrel. Setting aside his family's wealth, his attitude towards life was already quite off-putting. As their conversation progressed, they naturally grew closer. Liang Chen soon learned that Yu Qing had been in London for 4 years, having graduated from school without returning home. Although she studied business administration, her passion for singing led her to a job as a resident performer in a bar. Before long, Yu Qing and Lu Sun were enjoying each other's company. Despite the language barrier, as Yu Qing acted as Lu Sun's translator, the bar atmosphere abroad was distinctly different, far more vibrant than what they experienced back home, and the performances were refreshingly avant-garde. Not long after, MDC, the DJ on stage, called out, "Okay, let's welcome the Queen to sing." Upon hearing MDC announce her name, Yu Qing suddenly remembered that she was supposed to perform at midnight. "Excuse me, I must go perform." "Please wait for me," she said, lightly brushing against Liang Chen's ear as she passed. Liang Chen felt a delightful shiver run through him. Having encountered numerous types of women, he had yet to meet someone as spirited as Yu Qing. A person studying business management abroad would be highly sought after upon returning home, yet she had chosen to remain in London as a bar singer. "I like her individuality." Watching Yu Qing's figure recede into the distance, the audience erupted into applause. 5 minutes later, Yu Qing emerged on stage, adorned in a sequined strapless dress and a black top hat. Liang Chen sat on the couch, amused by her presence. While she may not possess the striking beauty of Shi Huimin, she undeniably belonged to the realm of exquisite allure. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention to her while dining with Yang Xiaoyun, but observing her on stage revealed a captivating charm. Liang Chen couldn't help but stroke his chin thoughtfully. "This song is for you." Yu Qing gazed at Liang Chen with a flirtatious expression, blowing him a kiss that he must be said. She was indeed quite forward. From the moment she had sat beside him, her fingers had been incessantly tracing circles on his thigh, igniting a delightful itch within him. "When I was young, I'd listen to the radio, waiting for my favorite songs. When they played, I'd sing along. It made me smile." Why Yu Qing's voice was astonishing, reminiscent of the original artist as she sang yesterday once more. Her voice resonated through Liang Chen's ears, and her swaying form was utterly enchanting. Although the song lasted 3.5 minutes, Liang Chen felt as though he had been immersed in it for half a century, as if the entire bar had faded away, leaving only him and Yu Qing. The thunderous applause that followed jolted Liang Chen back to reality. "Bravo! This beauty has an incredible voice. If she participated in a singing competition, she would undoubtedly win." Beautiful and talented. Remarkable. Fish de Shui applauded fervently, his eyes glued to Yu Qing on stage. Liang Chen smiled calmly, yet a moment later, an unexpected event captured everyone's attention. A young man, dressed in trendy attire and holding a bouquet of white roses, stepped onto the stage. To Liang Chen's surprise, it was Yang Xiaoyun, openly presenting flowers on stage. Wai Yuqing glanced at him awkwardly, her eyes filled with resignation. "What are you doing here?" she murmured, smiling at the audience before heading backstage without accepting the flowers. "Ah, I came to watch your performance. Didn't you say you were singing here? I'm showing my support. Pretty good cousin, right?" Yang Xiaoyun grinned. "Ugh, what cousin? Please leave. Don't interrupt my work if you have any issues at school. We can meet tomorrow. Right now, I am busy." Yuqing shot him a glare before disappearing into the dressing room. Just yesterday, at the London airport, Yuqing held a sign bearing Yang Xiaoyun's name, waiting for the arrival of her distant cousin whom she hadn't seen for several years. As soon as the plane landed, Yang Xiaoyun emerged from the cabin, a lollipop in his mouth and a swaggering demeanor. From afar, he spotted a curvaceous beauty standing at the arrival gate. Adjusting his sunglasses with playful intrigue, he approached, his gaze sweeping over Yuqing. "Hey, are you waiting for someone?" he teased. Having not returned home for several years, Yuqing had forgotten what her relatives looked like, especially this distant cousin. Thus, she irritatedly replied, "Excuse me, could you move aside?" In her memory, Yang Xiaoyun had been quite the obedient child, though they had hardly met during their childhood. "I am Yang Xiaoyun, your cousin," he proclaimed. Wai Yuqing scrutinized him carefully, struggling to recognize him. Moreover, the name on her sign was in Chinese, and if he were lying, what would happen if the real Yang Xiaoyun appeared without anyone to meet him? "You claim to be my cousin, Yang Xiaoyun? What proof do you have?" Yuqing frowned, her face reflecting skepticism. Such mix-ups were all too common these days, especially since her aunt had specifically warned her to avoid any mistakes. "Here, my ID. Take a look." Yang Xiaoyun exuded the lavish aura of a wealthy heir. While she was aware of her aunt's affluence, such ostentation was unexpected. After inspecting his ID, she confirmed his identity. "All right, let us go." She led him to school for registration, then to the apartment they had rented, followed by a meal. However, she never anticipated that he would show up at her workplace. In the dressing room, foreign beauties were changing, and Yang Xiaoyun, oblivious to the discomfort of others, barged in, causing a flurry of chaos among the women. Moments later, the bar's security arrived, requesting Yang Xiaoyun to leave. Wai Yuqing, preoccupied with changing, was unaware of the commotion. "Hey, don't touch me, okay?" The security guard, maintaining his professionalism, asked Yang Xiaoyun to exit the staff dressing area, but he, embodying the arrogance of a wealthy heir, paid little mind to the request. Having reserved a table outside and with his cousin working inside, he felt entitled to enter. Yet, the foreign security personnel remained unyielding, causing Yang Xiaoyun to feel intimidated, especially when confronted by four muscular bouncers with menacing expressions. Reluctantly, he retreated to his table. Wai Yuqing's job required her to sing just one song at the bar each day. Earning a salary of £3,000, with the added tips from patrons, her monthly earnings totaled over 30,000 RMB, proving to be quite lucrative. As she exited the dressing room, she spotted Yang Xiaoyun waving at her from a distance, but she chose to ignore him, walking past his table. Following her gaze, Yang Xiaoyun noticed Liang Chen and Fish de Shui. How did they know each other? It was incomprehensible for his cousin to be acquainted with someone named Liang. Anger surged within him, igniting a firestorm of jealousy. The audacious young man dared to compete with me for the VIP lounge, to vie for the presidential suite, and now he even seeks to claim my cousin. This is utterly outrageous. With a resounding clap, he struck the table. Ouch! Why is this surface so hard? Instantly, a wave of pain shot through his palm, yet it did little to quell Yang Xiaoyun's fury as he stormed towards Liang Chen's seat. It must be said, deep down, Yang Xiaoyun harbored a certain fondness for Yuqing. However, after a whole day of her cold demeanor towards him, despite their familial ties, who could ascertain just how distant they truly were? Yang Xiaoyun approached Liang Chen with smoldering anger, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he demanded, "Cousin, why are you ignoring me over there? Just who is this fellow to you?" His sudden outburst startled Yuqing, causing her drink to spill onto her skirt. "What are you doing? Do you know Chen?" The familiarity in her address raised Yang Xiaoyun's suspicions about their relationship. He flushed with drink and indignation as he approached Liang Chen, who merely smiled lightly and replied, "Oh, we met at the airport before, and we're staying at the same hotel. How dare you speak so lightly? You've taken my VIP lounge, my presidential suite." And now you wish to extend your grasp to my cousin? Let me make this clear. As long as I am here, you shall not pursue her. She belongs to me. What? Incestuous? Surely not. Yu Dashui stared incredulously at Yang Xiaoyun. Confusion etched across his face. Could it be that cousins were now allowed to engage in such relationships? Was this sparking a family drama? Yang Xiaoyun's exclamation evoked laughter from Yu Dashui, who couldn't suppress his amusement. Your cousin is yours? Ha ha ha. The image conjured in his mind was too much to bear, prompting laughter that turned Yu Qing's face dark with anger. What are you saying? I am your cousin. If you keep spouting nonsense, I won't stand for it. Despite the loud music enveloping the venue, Yu Qing's voice rang out, drawing curious glances from those around them. The security nearby appeared ready to intervene, puzzled by the familial claims being thrown around so casually. Who cares about family? If I fancy a woman, I won't let anyone else have her. Liang Chen scoffed. It seems your cousin isn't particularly fond of you. Perhaps you're making things difficult for her? Yang Xiaoyun, incensed, reached out toward Yu Qing, who instinctively recoiled, only to find herself unexpectedly seated on Liang Chen's lap. Liang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist, taking action that caught everyone off guard. You brat. I know you're wealthy, but that doesn't give you the right to pursue your own cousin. I thought you were my junior, yet here you are. Crossing boundaries. Liang Chen had anticipated Yu Qing would be uncomfortable sitting on him, but to his surprise, she defended herself, turning against Yang Xiaoyun. Cousin, you belong to our family. How can you betray us? Besides, what is wrong with me liking him? Why are you siding with this outsider? In truth, Yu Qing was not defending Liang Chen but rather rebuking Yang Xiaoyun for his unreasonable behavior. Even if they were distant relatives, such antics were unacceptable. Yang Xiaoyun's childlike tantrum was unbecoming. Well, now your cousin is my girlfriend. Thank you for your interest, but you're still a student. What are you doing in a bar? Go back and study, Liang Chen declared, causing Yu Qing to look at him in astonishment. Was he really claiming her as his girlfriend? It seemed their relationship had not yet reached that stage, yet she recognized he was attempting to extricate her from the awkward situation. What girlfriend? Do you have the means to support her? You are just a broke loser. Can you afford Chanel perfume? Designer handbags? A luxury apartment? If not, get lost. Yang Xiaoyun flaunted his wealth, waving a stack of pounds and lighting a cigar with one. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Oh my God. Moments later, the MC's booming voice filled the bar, announcing the commencement of the King of Sundays competition. The bar would auction off a highly sought-after expensive foreign liquor, with the highest bidder crowned the king of the night. All right, if you dare to compete with me, let the winner take my cousin. How about it? What? Is she some sort of commodity? This is outrageous. Yu Qing was incensed and prepared to scold Yang Xiaoyun, but Liang Chen held her firmly, regarding Yang Xiaoyun with disdain. Fine. How shall we compare wealth? Let tonight's liquor auction serve as testament. The bar's LED screen illuminated the starting bid. A staggering 500 pounds, with increments of 200, for Liang Chen. Such sums were trivial. He had lost billions in previous auctions and found this paltry sum beneath his interest. Please, if you wish to prove your wealth, why not treat everyone to a round of drinks? It should only cost you about 40 to 50,000. Liang Chen mocked, setting a trap for Yang Xiaoyun, eager to see if he would fall into it. Yang Xiaoyun, almost forgetting, recalled his substantial allowance from his mother, still having nearly 90,000 left. Very well, I shall treat everyone. Then I can reclaim my cousin, correct? How Navi? Liang Chen smirked, knowing full well that Yu Qing was now his. Without further ado, Yang Xiaoyun summoned a server to relay his intentions to the MC, who soon announced to the crowd, 1 round for Mr. Yang, thank you. The bar erupted in applause. It had been ages since anyone had been so generous. Suddenly, Liang Chen discreetly signaled to another server, whispering instructions for a counter-announcement. Upon relaying them to the MC, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, the bill for tonight is on Mr. Liang. The MC's eyes sparkled with admiration for Liang Chen, who was now the center of attention, much to Yu Dashui's astonishment. Chenzi, are you insane? This entire bar's expenses will amount to at least 1 million RMB. You just covered the tab for everyone? This action even alarmed the bar's manager, general manager, and owner. Every table, seizing the moment while Liang Chen had yet to settle the bill, called for waitstaff to order drinks, plunging the entire bar into chaos. Half an hour later, the waitstaff presented the meticulously compiled bill to Liang Chen. To ensure nothing went awry, the bar's owner had specifically instructed security to protect Liang Chen's booth. Yu Deshui received a hefty roll of the bill and was utterly dazed. The final total astonished him. Over 128,000. which, when converted to RMB, exceeded 1 million. Liu San, however, was unfazed. Given Liang Chen's extravagant spending habits, this sum was rather modest. He had witnessed him splurge tens of millions before. He shot a cold glance at Yu Dashui's astonished expression, remarking that the boss was usually like this. If he ever started being frugal, that would truly surprise him. Just give him the bill. The owner would be anxious if he didn't spend. Holding the bill, Yu Dashui's hands trembled slightly. With over 1 million, one could buy a small apartment on the outskirts of Shenhu City. Coming from a humble background, he was still renting, while his brother was extravagantly throwing money around. Yang Xiaoyun was completely flabbergasted. Earning only 1 million a month, he thought himself quite wealthy, yet Liang Chen had completely reshaped his perspective. His face darkened, leaving him speechless. What he had suggested about treating everyone paled in comparison to Liang Chen's casual spending of over 1 million. Even when inheriting his family's business, Yang Xiaoyun would never dare to spend like that. He could only imagine his mother's wrath. Spending tens of thousands in a bar was already pushing his limits, and now he found himself unable to compete with Liang Chen's financial prowess. Reluctantly, he watched as Liang Chen paid the bill. How about now? Do you still think I'm just a broke loser? Upon hearing Liang Chen's voice, Yang Xiaoyun snapped back to reality, his expression shifting dramatically. No, master, idol, you're incredible. Do you accept disciples? I'd gladly be your subordinate. You're so extravagant. Even my wealthy family wouldn't dare spin like you. Though you have a mine at home? Indeed, Liang Chen possessed mines that span the globe, not limited to gold and silver, but also diamonds, gemstones, and jade. This mere sum of over 1 million was trivial to him. Liang Chen had not anticipated that Yang Xiaoyun would react this way. He had expected him to storm off in a huff, but clearly, he had misjudged a subordinate. Did he truly need such a follower? Chapter 248. Side quest activated. Although Yang Xiaoyun was a bit arrogant, his youth allowed for some charm. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Liang Chen decided to let it slide. He had a slight fondness for Yu Qing, but that was secondary. After all, health came first. A subordinate? Do you really think you have the qualifications to be my brother's little brother? Besides, we aren't part of some gang. And let us not forget, your cousin is currently my girlfriend. You should at least address me as brother-in-law, right? With a smug expression, Yu Desui blurted out, brother-in-law? You're so wealthy. Why not marry my sister? We'd be family then. Haha. This deal is a win-win. What? His distant cousin just sold him out like that? Yu Qing was left fuming, her face flushed with anger, and the alcohol only heightened her embarrassment. You two enjoy your fun. I have no time to entertain your nonsense. Goodbye. Without another word, Yu Qing stormed off backstage. That night, Yang Xiaoyun remained glued to Liang Chen's booth. Despite Liang Chen's reluctance to engage with this shameless young man, he found it difficult to ignore his relentless enthusiasm. After Yu Qing retreated backstage, she did not emerge again, likely truly upset, leaving without saying a word. Liang Chen didn't mind. He had only met her once. Although he had spent a considerable amount at the bar, he felt no regret. Instead, he took delight in Yang Xiaoyun's eager behavior. At 1 in the morning, Song Yuan arrived punctually to pick up the three of them. As Liang Chen stood up, he failed to notice someone lurking in the shadows of the bar. Watching him intently, this kid actually made it to England. Ensure he is closely monitored. Find out his purpose for coming here. At 1:30, the group returned to the Castle Hotel. Fueled by his inebriation, Liang Chen enjoyed a deep slumber. Yet, upon waking, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, as though he had slept for an eternity. Ding! The multiverse search system notifies the host that the quest instance has been activated. Startled awake by the voice in his ear, Liang Chen found it was already bright outside. A panel popped up in his mind. Quest instance? When did the system start assigning tasks? Could it be that the system has transformed into a game system? Impossible. Isn't this supposed to be a rich person's system? Confused, Liang Chen pondered how the system could now require him to undertake quests when he had initially thought that performing good deeds would suffice. Just then, the system chimed in again. Ding, quest instance 1. The host must locate 500 tons of gold or within 3 days. Completion reward, recovery pill effect, enhances host's physical condition, increases mana by 50 points. Wow, 50 points. This recovery pill could remedy my weakness, and it also boosts mana by 50 points. This task is worthwhile. Initially, he had anticipated some form of combat or killing quest, which startled him. Viewing the task as trivial, he promptly activated the system search. Chapter 249. Yu Desui questions life ding. Searching for gold deposits within a 10-kilometer radius for the host. Please wait. The international network was slow. The search did not proceed as swiftly as it did domestically. Watching the progress bar flicker, Liang Chen grew impatient. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, yet no new prompts appeared on the panel, nor did he hear the system's voice. After 3 minutes, he blinked at the panel in a daze. Wondering if something was wrong with the search function, he tapped his head, questioning if he was the one malfunctioning. Staring at the blinking light on the search panel, Liang Chen appeared somewhat dazed, perhaps still groggy from sleep. With a yawn, he waited. Ding! System search completed. Successfully located 38 tons of gold ore. Would you like to collect it? What? Only 38 tons? Is there really so little gold beneath London? Liang Chen's eyes widened at the displayed figure. The quest required 500 tons. What was he to do now? Shaking his head, he decided to collect it anyway. Ding! 38 tons of gold ore have been successfully collected. Ding! The host has gained 38 experience points. Ding! The store function has been activated. The host can refine the ore or sell it to the store for coins. Looking at the panel, he realized he still needed 3/4 of the required amount. How was he to proceed? He anticipated the system would randomly issue a quest. Although collecting gold ore seemed simple, it was alarmingly scarce in London. Perhaps this was due to the search parameters set by the system. Suddenly, an idea struck Liang Chen. If there were only 38 tons within a 10-kilometer radius, why not simply venture beyond that range? Excitedly, he jumped out of bed, dressed quickly, and headed to the lobby. To his surprise, he found Lu San already awake, but Yu Desui was nowhere to be seen. Where's the fat guy? Yawning, Liang Chen plopped back onto the sofa, running his fingers through his disheveled hair and gazing at Lu San, who wore a serious expression. Boss, it seems fat brother drank too much last night. He is still throwing up this morning. I wonder if it's a hangover. Lu San cautiously approached Liang Chen, speaking in hushed tones as if afraid Yu Desui, who was likely in the restroom, might overhear. Moments later, a series of nauseating sounds emanated from the bathroom. Ugh, cough, cough. That bar's drinks must have been counterfeit. Not only do I have a headache and feel sick, but my stomach feels like it's about to explode. Leaning over the toilet, Yu Desui felt weak, struggling to pull himself up while gripping the side. He splashed cold water on his face. Biffed. Ha ha ha, fatty, you didn't go stealing last night, did you? Liang Chen clasped his hands together, eager to witness the spectacle. However, as he approached the bathroom door, he was greeted by the sight of Yu Desui, half naked, wearing a woman's bra, with lipstick smudged across his face. What the heck? As Liang Chen erupted in laughter, Yu Desui glanced down at himself, realizing he was indeed wearing a red bra atop his bulging belly. He fumbled behind his back, struggling to unhook it. Ha, Lu San, come look at this. I'm dying of laughter. Fatty, you were quite the charmer last night. I wonder which big shot had his eye on you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 250. You still laughing, and not helping me get this off. The fish, in a state of fluster, rushed out of the restroom and found himself at the threshold, where the usually stern Lu San could not contain his amusement at such a vivid scene. Haha, I actually noticed him like this when I got up, but I refrained from commenting until now. Come on, let me take a picture for posterity. With that, Lu San swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket and began snapping photos of the flustered fish. Stop taking pictures, Chunzi. Help me get it off quickly, Fish de Shui exclaimed, realizing that the discomfort he felt that morning was indeed caused by this predicament. The two shared a hearty laugh, with Fish de Shui turning his back to Liang Chen. With a single hand, he deftly removed his bra, letting out a long sigh of relief as if he had finally taken a breath after being submerged underwater. Although the bra was off, the marks left by the tight garment were evident on his skin, resembling a ghostly silhouette. Ha, how much did you pay for that invisible bra, fatty? I want to buy one. It looks fabulous. They erupted into laughter, their cheeks aching from the mirth. Stop laughing. I'm in this state and you still mock me. Fish de Shui blushed and dashed back to his bedroom, donning a white t-shirt. However, he was startled to find something wriggling beneath his blanket. Remembering Liang Chen's earlier words, he pondered if he had truly experienced something untoward last night. The image of several burly bouncers from the bar flashed through his mind, each towering at least 180 centimeters and weighing just as much. A shiver ran down his spine as he instinctively covered his backside and cautiously approached the moving blanket, his heart heavy with dread. Who's there? He stammered, silently praying it was not a man. He reached out and swiftly pulled back the blanket. To his astonishment, instead of a man, he found a stunning foreign woman with skin like jade lounging on his bed. The weight lifted from his heart. This was the same beauty who had shared a booth with Yu Qing the previous night. How had she ended up in his bed? Had he truly lost control of his memory due to excessive drinking? Panic set in as he contemplated the implications. Would he have to marry a foreign bride? A lifetime of raw beef, potatoes, and cola? Shaking his head vigorously, he felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning. Haunted by images of being shackled to her, even envisioning gnawing on raw meat, he cautiously covered the woman with the blanket and bolted from the room, standing before Liang Chen with a look of distress, pitifully gazing at him. Chunzi, there's a woman in my bed. What should I do? Liang Chen, seemingly unfazed, cast a glance at Fish de Shui's expression and rolled his eyes. He had already known that a woman had returned with Fish de Shui, but chose to remain silent. After all, his friend had been single for quite some time and deserved a companion. Yet, Fish de Shui felt a twinge of guilt, particularly since Liang Chen had brought him out for a night of fun, and he had returned with a woman while Liang Chen had not. Just as he finished speaking, the woman from the bedroom emerged, fully dressed, and approached Fish de Shui, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Goodbye, my man," she declared, slipping on her shoes and leaving without even taking her bra. Fish de Shui stood there, bewildered by the foreign woman's nonchalance. Had he truly just let a foreign woman sleep in his bed? Only for her to leave without a second thought? Look at that. She doesn't even want you to take responsibility. Now, hurry up and wash up. We're heading out, Liang Chen urged, glancing at the clock which read 11 o'clock. The three of them retreated to their rooms to freshen up. The weather in London was pleasantly cooler than in Shanghai, requiring merely a t-shirt and a light jacket. 8 o'clock. Song Yuan had been waiting at the hotel entrance. And it was not until 11:30 that he finally saw the three emerge, initially thinking they had drunk too much the night before and would not venture out. "Boss, did you sleep well last night?" Liang Chen asked, beaming with a sunny disposition, clearly in good spirits. Especially after the drama this morning. It was quite the spectacle, he chuckled. "Let us grab some lunch first, then we'll explore London Bridge." With that, they departed the hotel. Before leaving, Liang Chen had already calculated their route. The Castle Hotel, while not centrally located in London, was only 31 kilometers from London Bridge, making it a feasible destination for treasure hunting. At noon, Song Yuan escorted Liang Chen to a long-established restaurant in downtown London. Despite its outdated decor, the establishment was steeped in cultural charm, wafting the enticing aroma of traditional British cuisine. The restaurant was frequented primarily by locals, with few tourists in sight, and the patrons spoke fluent British English. They ordered several signature dishes, and to their delight, the total bill was a mere £80, quite reasonable for such a dining experience. After lunch, Song Yuan, embodying the role of a tour guide, led them to a nearby CAF by London Bridge. The CAF was not crowded, yet the coffee was rich and uniquely aromatic, surpassing that of traditional establishments. Fish de Shui, ever the gourmand, continued to search for more culinary delights, initiating a live stream despite having just eaten. Meanwhile, Lu San, ever the vigilant one, scanned the surroundings like a hired detective. Liang Chen activated the system on his device, initiating a search for gold mines within a 10-mile radius. Ding! Searching for gold deposits. Ding! A total of 150 tons of gold has been located beneath London Bridge. Would you like to collect it? Though the amount fell short of the 500-ton mark he had anticipated, Liang Chen was pleasantly surprised to discover the presence of gold beneath London Bridge. He opted to collect it, realizing that he would need to visit multiple locations to maximize his time over the next 3 days. Ding! All gold has been collected. Ding! You have gained 150 experience points. Ding! The store function is now available. You may refine the ore or sell it for coins. After completing his business, Liang Chen sipped his coffee and admired the stunning view of London Bridge, which indeed lived up to its majestic reputation. Meanwhile, Fish de Shui's livestream was thriving, especially after a generous viewer had tipped him $5,000, leading to an influx of popularity in his food broadcasts. Suddenly, Lu San furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on the distant glimmer of a mirrored reflection from a high-rise building. He stood up protectively in front of Liang Chen, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. "What's wrong?" Liang Chen inquired, sensing Lu San's sudden shift in behavior. "Someone is taking pictures from the building across." "Taking pictures?" Liang Chen tilted his head, pulling Lu San back into his seat. "I'm not a celebrity. Why would anyone want to take my picture? Is it because of my striking good looks or my wealth?" Despite Liang Chen's reassurances, Lu San remained convinced of his instincts, standing resolutely to shield Liang Chen from view. After 3 minutes, the sound of sharp high heels echoed closer, and Liang Chen's keen ears, perhaps due to the system, recognized the familiar sound. "Is that you in England, Liang Chen?" In an instant, a pair of strikingly beautiful figures appeared before him. Liang Chen looked up to see Shi Huimin, youthful and voluptuous, clad in a white tank top paired with denim shorts, exuding playful charm. Behind her trailed two imposing men in casual attire and a laid-back woman. Presumably the secretary Liang Chen had spoken to previously. Previously, Liang Chen had pondered how to locate Shi Huimin's address, but now, serendipitously, she stood before him. The unresolved issue regarding the $50,000 from before loomed in his mind. Liang Chen rose, eyes wide with surprise, smiling. What a coincidence. What brings you here? And why the change in your fashion style? He never expected Shi Huimin, who usually paid great attention to her appearance, to opt for such a simple outfit. Yet her figure remained undeniably alluring, and why home is nearby. Are you here in England with friends for a vacation? Shi Huimin, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd, chose to sit at another table. Her fair, jade-like hand propped her chin as her large, dark eyes fixated on Liang Chen with an air of discomfort. Liang Chen soon joined her at the same table, finding solace amidst the chaos of the live broadcast, though he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a stunning woman. Nevertheless, the priority of his fans and food took precedence. Liu San, alert, trailed behind Liang Chen, but was promptly dismissed by a glance from him. No, the primary purpose of my visit is to see you, Liang Chen stated earnestly, regarding the enchanting woman he once had a tumultuous relationship with. He hadn't anticipated encountering her in a CAF. Chapter 253. Integrity in Business Deals. Liang Chen's revelation surprised Shi Huimin. She hadn't expected him to come for her. Did he have ulterior motives related to her wealth? Her curiosity shifted her gaze, albeit subtly, as Liang Chen's next action left her momentarily stunned. He rummaged through his pocket and soon produced a familiar bank card that had previously rested on his nightstand. This isn't the card I gave you last time, is it? You aren't dissatisfied with the amount, are you? Take it back. I, Liang Chen, do not accept money from women, nor do I lack it. Your insistence on returning this is an affront to my integrity. Though Shi Huimin was aware of Liang Chen's affluence, she was astonished that he had traveled all the way to England merely to return such a trivial sum. Realizing she had misjudged the situation, she remarked, I never take back what I've given. Besides, this money isn't part of our transaction. Our deal concerns the heart of the ocean. Initially believing Shi Huimin had abandoned her pursuit of the heart of the ocean, Liang Chen was taken aback to learn she still cherished that emotional connection. Despite her appeal, after gifting him 500,000, his interest in her had dissipated entirely. With a sardonic laugh, Liang Chen replied, I have no need for this money. Please keep it. Furthermore, I intend to donate the heart of the ocean to a charity, so you will have to seek it through other means. Shi Huimin could hardly fathom Liang Chen's newfound indifference. Had she truly erred? A treasure bought for 200 million was to be donated? Her perception of Liang Chen transformed once more. What manner of person was he, capable of such generosity? Was he a hidden magnate? Yet, his name was absent from the Forbes list, while she held a ranking, albeit not in the top 10. Very well then, I shall consider it my folly. Let this money be a gift for my secretary instead. Turning abruptly, she thrust the bank card towards her secretary, her heart brimming with indignation. Liang Chen preferred to return to England to repay her rather than sell her the heart of the ocean. She exited without a backward glance. What had begun as a potential business deal had devolved into her prideful stance. Once, she had been drawn to his tender heart, yet now she realized her sentiments had been misplaced. What significance did beauty or wealth hold? Liang Chen had never lacked for women or riches. Shi Huimin was merely a fleeting presence in his life. Come on, let us go out and have some fun, Liang Chen exclaimed, snatching the phone from the portly Ufatsi and terminating the live stream. At 3 p.m. Song Yuan led Liang Chen to the Millennium Wheel, colloquially known as the London Eye. Situated along the banks of the Thames, Fish de Chouet gazed up at the massive Ferris wheel, excitedly clamoring to ride it, reminiscent of a child. Liang Chen, however, displayed no interest, and Fish de Chouet excitedly boarded the wheel alone. As if he had never visited an amusement park before, Liang Chen opened his panel and began searching again. Although the progress bar for his subquest indicated it was halfway complete, he could not confirm if there were gold mines along the Thames. Ding! Searching for gold mines within a 10-kilometer radius for the host. Chapter 254. What to do with excess wealth. Ding! A total of 280 tons of gold mines have been located. Would you like to collect them? The system had swiftly identified a substantial quantity of gold mines, and with the existing 188 tons, Liang Chen now possessed 568 tons, far exceeding the quest requirements. Ding! Gold mining completed. The host gains 280 experience points. Ding! The mall function is now activated. The host can refine the ore or sell it for gold coins. Wow! Over 200 tons. I remember the first search yielded 500 tons of gold. which sold for 8 trillion coins, and I still haven't spent it all, now with an additional 500 tons. What on earth will I do with all this wealth? Liang Chen had become quite adept with the system. With over 500 experience points, he decided to allocate them evenly. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 698,170,000,000 gold coins. Experience: 68 points. Strength: 18 points. Magic: 18 points. Vitality: 18 points. Reputation: 5 points. Small. Activated subquests. Opening his inventory. The more than 500 tons of gold remained stored within. With an abundance of wealth, he had no intention of selling, though he had yet to explore refining the ore. The system offered no guidance. So he decided to leave the gold in his inventory for the time being. Closing the panel, Fish de Shui returned from his ride, his face lit up with a childlike smile. Liang Chen couldn't decide whether to find him foolish or endearing. Brother, where to next? Where indeed? Liang Chen mused, needing time to process the recent acquisition of over 500 tons of gold. Fatsy, if you had an endless supply of money, what would you do? Though Fish de Shui lacked wealth, he dreamed of a lavish lifestyle. Upon Liang Chen's inquiry, visions of grandeur filled his mind, and he spoke animatedly. If I had money, I would buy properties, cars, and buildings across the globe, marry, have children, and keep a dog. Indulging in gourmet meals every day. Fish de Shui's enthusiasm was palpable, but it seemed far removed from Liang Chen's desires. Despite his wealth and fulfilling life, something still felt amiss. All you think about is food. Is that all you aspire to? Liang Chen remarked, poking Fish de Shui's chubby cheek in jest. Buying a house? I recall that Ji Hui Home mentioned giving away houses, but I declined. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten? I intended to invest 2 billion in that alien battleship, which truly piqued my interest. I wonder how that's progressing. Back in the RV, they cruised through the bustling streets of London. Liang Chen reopened his panel, noticing an accumulation of messages he had neglected to review over the past few days. Over 100 messages awaited, from hotels, Xuan, Songjiai, and even Lu Shihao. He bypassed them all and opened a message from Zhou Jisheng. Mr. Liang, my nephew was at fault before. I tried to find you at the hotel, but the front desk said you were unavailable. I hope you can return my call. The project is on the verge of being halted. If we cannot secure funding soon, my team may disperse, and if this leaks, it will spiral beyond our control. Chapter 255. The true identity of Song Yuan. Pondering briefly, Liang Chen recalled having dealt with Zhou Jisheng's nephew previously and chose not to dwell on it further. Beep. Beep. After reading the message, Liang Chen promptly dialed the number. Mr. Liang, thank goodness you returned my call. I sincerely apologize. Please have someone send me the share agreement, signed by you. I will invest 3 billion for a 60 stake. As for the research lab, I will recruit new personnel. Only those with ability will remain, while the idle will be dismissed. Upon hearing Liang Chen's intention to invest 3 billion, Zhou Jisheng couldn't contain his joy. He hung up and immediately instructed his secretary to send the contract via email, complete with his signature. The trio's second day in England was filled with laughter and merriment. As dusk fell, the sky turned a brilliant blue, adorned with the vibrant hues of sunset. Liang Chen's earlier discontent faded, replaced by a lighter mood. Sitting in the RV, he observed the scenery outside as Song Yuan and Fish de Shui engaged in lively conversation. Fish de Shui, ever the chatterbox, struggled to remain silent even for a moment. Hey, Yuan, why haven't you mentioned anything about your school? What institution did you say you attend? Fish de Shui, seated in the passenger seat, clutched a box of Black Forest cake acquired from the CAF. Cambridge. I'm currently juggling work and study, aiming for a scholarship so my family won't worry about my life here. Even though I'm working part-time, I don't tell them, as they fear it might interfere with my studies. Thinking of his family, a shadow of melancholy crossed Song Yuan's face. Though his expression was hidden, Liang Chen sensed the weight of unspoken burdens in his tone. It is indeed a commendable feat for a young boy to navigate life alone in a foreign land, while also managing the emotions of his family. It brings a sense of comfort to know that aside from misjudging his former girlfriend, Liang Chen possesses a keen eye for discerning men. Suddenly, a spark of interest in Song Yuan ignited within him, prompting him to activate the mental interface and directly search for information regarding Song Yuan. Ding! The multiverse search system is now retrieving data on Song Yuan. Ding! Data retrieval complete. Song Yuan, 19 years old, is a student at the University of Cambridge in England. In December, he was specially admitted by Cambridge after winning the grand prize at the Huaxia Technology Competition. At the age of 18, he invented a UV energy device and was awarded the Nobel Prize for Young Innovators. At 17, he was designated as the top wanted criminal by Huaxia's military, under the codename AU, for hacking into military secrets and was subsequently pursued nationwide. However, he was later granted clemency due to his invention of electronic energy. What? Is this really Song Yuan? Staring at the plethora of information on the panel, Liang Chen nearly exclaimed in disbelief, his pupils widening at the revelations. The very individual driving him now was none other than the infamous AU, whose exploits had once sent shockwaves across the nation. Rumor had it that AU had hacked into the accounts of the wealthy using a mere ordinary computer in a cyber CAF, redistributing the stolen funds to impoverished families. Overnight, AU became a household name, igniting a fervor throughout Huaxia, leading even the Security Bureau to scour the globe in search of him. Unfortunately, the last lead had vanished within that very cyber CAF. The details surrounding the alleged military secrets remained obscured, leaving many perplexed. Some even penned science fiction novels inspired by AU's exploits, which became bestsellers for an extended period. Chapter 256. Farm Charm. Many were unaware of the true identity of AU. A fact that left the Security Bureau utterly baffled. As for why he ended up in a military court, that remained a mystery. At this moment, Liang Chen was utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to fathom that the very Song Yuan before him was indeed the notorious AU. Observing the panel as it continuously cross-referenced the system's information, Liang Chen understood that the system was infallible. The obedient young man behind the wheel was unequivocally the AU who had hacked the accounts of the affluent at just 17 years old. What could have driven him to such acts of wealth redistribution? This was a conversation that required careful navigation. Liang Chen sealed his lips and closed the mental interface, realizing that asking him directly would yield no acknowledgement. He needed to divert Lu Xian and Yu Desui first. Leaning back against the leather sofa, Liang Chen gazed at Song Yuan with interest, a smile gracing his lips. The Mercedes RV rolled into a picturesque farm, and although dusk was approaching, the daylight in England lingered longer than back home. It was already 7 o'clock, yet the sky remained faintly illuminated. Wow, this farm is absolutely stunning. Xiao Yuan, this place is quite the gem, Yu Desui exclaimed in admiration. A vast expanse of lush green grass greeted their eyes, with numerous sheep dotting the landscape, resembling fluffy white clouds scattered across the farm. This plot belongs to a classmate of mine. We often come here to unwind whenever we have the chance. I noticed the owner seemed a bit displeased earlier, and since he didn't say a word in the car, I thought I'd bring you all here instead. I hope the owner doesn't mind. Song Yuan grinned, revealing a dazzling smile as he scratched the back of his head. To Liang Chen, Song Yuan appeared like a wolf in sheep's clothing, entirely unrecognizable as the AU who had once sent tremors through the hacking community. Hey, Xiao Song, you're here. A cute girl, appearing around 17 with 2 braided pigtails, emerged from a small wooden cabin, pushing a cart filled with hay. Her eyes sparkled like the moon as she waved enthusiastically. Boom, boom. Is this the feeling of being smitten? Liang Chen thought to himself, momentarily lost in reverie. Although the girl radiated warmth and charm, she was not quite his type. Setting down the cart, the girl cheerfully approached. These are the friends I mentioned earlier. I brought them to enjoy some time at your family's farm. Are you free right now? As she spoke, Song Yuan gently removed a stray straw from her hair. His gaze filled with affection. Boss, this is my friend Lu Xiaoxi. She is my first and only female friend here in England, and her mother runs this farm. After introducing Liang Chen and Yu Desui, Song Yuan continued, hello? You can just call me Xiaoxi. Hee hee. Hello. Liang Chen replied with a warm smile. Come with me. My mom is preparing dinner. When you told me you were bringing friends, I had her start on it right away. Come on. Lu Xiaoxi, a girl brimming with youthful vitality, exuded a certain whimsical charm reminiscent of a character straight out of a comic book. As they walked along the farm's path, Song Yuan and she engaged in light-hearted banter. Their camaraderie palpable. Mom, my friends have arrived. Chapter 257. Emily let them in. Lu Xiaoxi's home was adorned with an array of blooming flowers and greenery. To the right stood a wooden double swing, complemented by a rustic table bearing handcrafted trinkets, evoking an aesthetic reminiscent of idyllic manga settings. Upon entering the house, Liang Chen was taken aback by the sight before him. A middle-aged woman, elegantly clad in a traditional English puff dress, greeted them. English tradition often emphasizes a woman's slender waist, and this woman's figure seemed delicate enough to break with a gentle embrace. Her long, wavy hair framed a face that, despite her age, likely in her 30s, showed no signs of wrinkles, making her appear more like a sister than a mother to Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi's mother was warm and inviting. Noticing their arrival, she promptly set aside her tasks and approached with open arms. Welcome, welcome. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The interior exuded a rustic charm, and one might easily mistake it for a scene from a whimsical anime, as the decor starkly contrasted with the world outside. "Thank you, Auntie, for your hospitality today. Please, don't call me Auntie. That makes me feel old. Just call me Emily, all right?" She smiled gently, her gaze momentarily lingering on Liang Chen's face in surprise. How could there be such a striking resemblance? Though similar, Emily was confident Liang Chen was not who she thought. Song Yuan introduced Liang Chen, "You des hui," and loosened one by one. Regaining her composure, Emily smiled warmly. "We're delighted to have you as our guests. How does roasted lamb chop sound for dinner? I've already marinated it and will be grilling it outside." Upon hearing the mention of lamb chops, Yu Deshui's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of dining on roasted lamb in a sheep farm filled him with anticipation, and he mused about the potential for another live stream that night. 15 minutes later, Liang Chen sat alone on the swing outside, savoring the gentle caress of the spring breeze. The approaching night and the sounds of nature created an atmosphere of tranquility. Song Yuan emerged with a cup of English milk tea, the laughter of joy echoing from inside. "So, boss, have you ever considered purchasing a farm here in England? The pace of life is much slower and perfect for relaxation." At this moment, the two found themselves alone outside, and Liang Chen took this opportunity to inquire about Song Yuan's identity as AU. Gently swaying the swing, he accepted the milk tea offered by Song Yuan, taking a leisurely sip while maintaining a calm demeanor. "So, you are AU, aren't you?" The familiar name echoed in his ears, stirring memories long buried. It had been ages since anyone had mentioned that name, and his mind flooded with recollections of a glorious yet perilous past. Song Yuan sat frozen at the table, his body tense, seemingly taken aback. How could he possibly know of AU? He remembered that when he was granted clemency, the Security Bureau had destroyed all records related to him, and he had successfully reintegrated into society, pursuing his studies without a hitch. Liang Chen's gaze was unwavering, suggesting he had pieced together the truth. Song Yuan's eyes darted, reluctant to address the question, yet his expression conveyed a sense of understanding. Chapter 258. I admire you. I think I'll head inside. Song Yuan still evaded Liang Chen's inquiry. Rising to retreat into the house, "Don't be afraid. I mean no harm, simply have a few questions that piqued my curiosity." This was merely the first step. Liang Chen had no intention of delving into every detail of Song Yuan's past. After the contract was signed, the 30 billion had already been transferred to Zhou Jisheng, and the laboratory project was still underway. With such a versatile talent before him, Liang Chen was determined not to let him slip away. Song Yuan's steps faltered once more at Liang Chen's call. He was reluctant to revisit his past. Over a year had passed since the incident, and the Security Bureau had provided him with a new identity to facilitate his reintegration, with the hope that one day he could complete his studies and directly join the Bureau. Of course, this arrangement was classified. If he did not take up a position there after graduation, a new warrant would be issued, ensuring he would have no opportunity to escape, no matter where he might flee. Go on, ask away. Seeing Song Yuan return to the table, Liang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Originally, I thought Song Yuan would be cautious in response to Liang Chen's sudden question, but evidently, I was mistaken. That I admire you. Liang Chen's face broke into a calm smile, and he did not inquire about Song Yuan's past. Admiration? This was the first time someone had expressed such sentiments towards him. With a bashful smile, he replied, "Oh, not at all. You flatter me. I have a project that I wonder if you might be interested in participating in. I've observed your inventions over the past few years, and your papers on quantum mechanics are remarkably well crafted. Moreover, you've conducted similar successful experiments in practice. A project? What project?" Song Yuan was a bit taken aback. He was content with his current part-time job, which sufficed for his living expenses and allowed him to send money home. It was a far cry from the year of evading the Security Bureau, hiding in the mountains, subsisting on wild fruits and fish. Thus, his inquiry about Liang Chen's project was more of a casual question. Liang Chen retrieved his worn-out phone from his pocket, catching Song Yuan off guard. It was surprising that a wealthy individual, who traveled with bodyguards and spent lavishly at bars, would possess such a dilapidated device. Flipping through some samples sent by Zhou Jisheng, he handed the phone to Song Yuan. "I wonder if you have any interest in this project." Upon receiving the phone, Song Yuan was astonished, his eyes widening as he flipped through the images. In the center of a laboratory was a triangular-shaped extraterrestrial spacecraft. "Are you planning to film a movie? Is this a prop from a production?" He never imagined that what he was viewing was a genuine alien warship, situated in the very laboratory that Liang Chen had just acquired. "If you are interested, you can accompany me back to my country, and I can take you to verify whether this is indeed a prop. All expenses will be covered if, after seeing it, you remain uninterested." I will ensure your return to continue your studies. Liang Chen's eyes sparkled with determination, reflecting his anticipation of Song Yuan's potential, a person with high intelligence, one whom even the Security Bureau could not apprehend. Must possess extraordinary intellect. Naturally, one must utilize such talent. However, Song Yuan replied, but I cannot leave right now. The school mandates my attendance in every class to secure a mundane life for the rest of my days. Leave this to me. Just tell me if you wish to give it a try. In 50 years, I might regret not having persuaded you. Given the conviction in your eyes, I will agree, but there may be complications with my school, as I must report to the Security Bureau. Otherwise, I cannot return. They fear I. Song Yuan furrowed his brow, a hint of anxiety stirring within him. It's a minor issue, as long as you are willing. There is a certain advantage to being abroad. Prodigies like Song Yuan are often restricted in their freedom of movement, yet financial resources can facilitate their release. After agreeing, Liang Chen retrieved a document regarding the alien warship from the system and sent it to his phone. Handing it to Song Yuan, the two conversed for quite a while until Emily called from inside, "Gentlemen outside. Our roasted lamb is ready." Later that night, after enjoying a feast of roasted lamb, Song Yuan escorted Liang Chen back to the castle hotel and returned alone to his school dormitory. Sleep eluded him that night. According to the materials Liang Chen provided, he had glimpsed the warship previously when hacking into the Security Bureau's confidential files, but he had not been particularly interested at the time, merely skimming over it. Reflecting on it now, it seemed increasingly familiar. The documents indicated that the warship had suddenly appeared from the island nation and had glided smoothly until it was covered up by the Security Bureau upon its arrival in China. Even videos related to it were swiftly taken down or blocked by various departments, leading the public to believe it was merely a plane crash. Tossing and turning, Song Yuan eventually got up and opened his computer. The Security Bureau had previously provided him with an account that was exclusively for internal personnel. He had not forgotten it and attempted to access the information using the original password. Warning: unauthorized access. Warning: unauthorized access. The screen displayed, indicating that the Security Bureau had changed the user password, preventing entry. With his records on file, he could no longer employ his former hacking skills. Otherwise, the English police would storm his dormitory within minutes. Pinning him down, he concluded that he would have to wait until he returned with Liang Chen to pursue this matter further, especially since the technological marvel of that warship had yet to be fully explored. Closing his computer, Song Yuan collapsed onto his bed, the comforter pulled over his head, as he lay awake, restless throughout the night. At 1 o'clock in the castle hotel, Liang Chen sat on the sofa in his bedroom. The outside world cloaked in darkness. Despite the garden streetlights, there was an eerie ambience. He opened his panel and directly dialed Zhou Jixing. "It's me, Mr. Liang. What can I do for you?" Immediately send all documents regarding the warship to my email. Ensure they are encrypted and include all relevant personnel's information. Understood. After hanging up, 3 minutes later, Zhou Jixing sent all the requested materials. New email notification. Please check. Liang Chen tirelessly scrutinized every detail sent by Zhou Jixing, conducting a thorough search of all personnel involved in the research. Although Zhou Jixing struggled with business, he had an exceptional eye for talent. The lab staff were mostly highly educated and intelligent individuals. Each having signed a confidentiality agreement, Liang Chen downloaded all the information Zhou Jixing sent to his phone. Notification: the multiverse search system has activated a side quest. The host may consider the difficulty of the tasks before accepting. The tasks are as follows. 1. Go to the underground city to clear mines. Reward: Thunder Suit, which offers rapid movement capabilities of up to 900 kilometers h.2. Go to Switzerland to combat human trafficking. Reward: Song Haiju, allowing free breathing underwater. 3. Go to Africa to support refugees. Reward: Microscope, providing a clear view from miles away. The above activities are open for the host to choose. All tasks are rated 3 stars in difficulty. What? New side quests already? Liang Chen was momentarily stunned. The rewards displayed on the panel were indeed enticing. The Thunder Suit's capabilities were particularly captivating. No current technology could match a speed of 900 kilometers h. However, the task's difficulty seemed daunting. He recognized the concept of an underground city from games, but such a place did not exist in reality. The system's proposal of such a task implied its existence. Yet it was clear that the system had yet to enhance Liang Chen's abilities sufficiently for such a venture. Therefore, he decided against accepting the first task. The second task appeared more humane, helping women escape from human traffickers, with a reward that would facilitate future mineral exploration. Although the third task seemed easier, aiding refugees in Africa would be time-consuming. Donating funds would be a more efficient means of contribution. After much contemplation, Liang Chen chose the second task. Switzerland seemed promising, but to combat crime, he would need to procure equipment, and his current attributes were insufficient. Thus, he opened his inventory and sold the remaining gold mine from his last mission. Notification: the multiverse search system confirms the gold mine has been sold for 900 billion coins. Name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 1,598,170,000,000 coins. Experience: 68 points. Strength: 18 points. Magic: 18 points. Vitality: 18 points. Reputation: 5 points. Shop: open side quests. Available. The multiverse search system was truly remarkable. Just like that, 900 billion coins effortlessly entered his account. Liang Chen could hardly fathom the implications of mastering this system further. Observing the status panel, he realized he still lacked attributes for the upcoming task. And this time, he did not hesitate. Notification: each increase in strength, vitality, and magic requires 10 million coins and 100 experience points. Please confirm the amount: 598, 100, 000 coins. Please confirm the quantity. With 6,049 experience points, the host could allocate them as desired. The initial cost for each attribute point was equal in coins and experience. Based on prior experience, Liang Chen allocated 20 points to strength, 15 to magic, and 25 to vitality, alleviating concerns about previous fainting episodes. After enhancing his attributes, Liang Chen felt a chilling energy surging through his spine, invigorating his mind and shaking off the previous lethargy. The very rhythm of his breathing transformed, becoming remarkably steady. The enhancement of his attributes proved more effective than any elixir in existence. Reopening the personal attribute panel: name: Liang Chen. Gender: male. Wealth: 100 billion gold coins. Experience: 0.69 points. Strength: 38 points. Magic: 33 points. Vitality: 53 points. Reputation: 5 points. Small. Opened instances. Instances available. The expenditure of 5 trillion gold coins was indeed worthwhile. With an additional 10 trillion in the account, to combat criminals, it was essential to acquire the finest equipment globally, along with a series of protective measures. Upon accessing the system mall, Liang Chen was greeted by an array of dazzling goods, many of which were unfamiliar to him. He vaguely recalled a mention of a battle god special ability that could transform one into a battle god, as well as a miraculous healing ability. Currently, these items seemed quite affordable to Liang Chen, though he pondered whether the battle god ability might be excessive. He searched the mall and received a notification: purchase return of the battle god special ability, which allows the summoning of the battle god to possess the host, granting instant battle god power. Price: 100 million gold coins. His mind instinctively browsed through the mall's offerings, and a peculiar garment caught his attention: Death God's cloak, capable of concealing the wearer, allowing passage through any area. This cloth was said to be a piece cut from the Death God's robe, hence its name. Price: 300 million gold coins. This revelation astonished Liang Chen. He recalled a story he had once heard about 3 brothers who encountered the Death God on their journey. The Death God promised them treasures. The eldest requested wealth, the second sought a charm for love, while the youngest asked for nothing. The Death God then cut a piece from his robe for the youngest, assuring him that when the time came for the Death God to claim his life, donning the cloak would render him invisible. In the end, the youngest brother lived on alone, witnessing the demise of his siblings, and when he finally faced the Death God, he found a sense of peace. What he thought was merely a fanciful tale for children turned out to be available for purchase in the mall, undoubtedly a valuable asset for Liang Chen. Without hesitation, he acquired the cloak, and in an instant, a crisp sound echoed in his ears. Ding! With a whoosh, the Death God's cloak materialized on Liang Chen's bed, shimmering as if crafted from countless diamonds. Overwhelmed with excitement, he donned the cloak and hurried to the mirror. To his astonishment, he could hardly be seen. Only his head remained visible, floating eerily in the air. The moment he wore the cloak, a chilling sensation enveloped his skin. Oh my! Is there a ghost? Help, someone! At that moment, Yu Desui, who happened to wake up to relieve himself, caught sight of this spectacle. Groggy and startled, he was terrified by the sight of a disembodied head. What is happening? Lu San rushed to Liang Chen's room, only to find him feigning a sleepy demeanor, throwing off the covers and rubbing his eyes. Chapter 262. Can I sleep with you? What's all this commotion in the middle of the night? At this point, Yu Desui had fainted from fright, recalling what the chubby fellow had said about ghosts. Why, Yu Desui, are you all right? Wake up. Lu San shook the unconscious Yu Desui, who only slowly regained consciousness after a pinch. There was a ghost. I saw a head moving in Chunzi's room. It scared me to death. I want to go home. This place is terrifying. Yu Desui clung to Lu San's arm, visibly shaken. Liang Chen sighed. feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement. The timing was uncanny, indeed. Seeing Yu Desui awake brought him some relief. I think you were just dreaming. This presidential suite may be large, but it's an old castle that's been well managed for years. How could it be haunted? Besides, if it were, how could so many people stay here? Just go back to sleep. Liang Chen spoke earnestly, but his words made Yu Desui question his sanity. Brother Chubby, let me help you back to your room. You can't just sit on the floor like that. Yu Desui looked at Liang Chen with a pitiful expression. Liang Chen felt unnerved at the idea of sharing a bed with a grown man. Rolling his eyes at Yu Desui, he turned to Lu Senator, can I sleep with you? I'm really scared. Lu San, equally bewildered, had never shared a bed with another man despite being a driver and bodyguard. After a moment's thought, witnessing Yu Desui's pale face, he reluctantly agreed, fine, just for tonight, though. It's already 2 in the morning. There isn't much time left to sleep. Thus, Lu San closed the door behind them, escorting Yu Desui to his own room. Liang Chen chuckled quietly. This was truly a comical situation. The death god's cloak was indeed real, and its effects were remarkable. He tucked himself under the covers and drifted into a deep slumber. At 6 in the morning, despite only having 4 hours of sleep, Liang Chen awoke feeling remarkably refreshed, free from insomnia and restless dreams. His sleep quality had significantly improved, likely due to the enhancement of his abilities. Just recently, he had felt his health declining, but now he felt rejuvenated, his skin even appearing fairer and smoother. Rise and shine. We're off. Upon entering the living room, Liang Chen found that Lu San and Yu Desui were still asleep. He called out and went to freshen up. As he emerged, Yu Desui was just waking up, yawning and looking utterly exhausted, resembling a panda with dark circles under his eyes. Lu San, on the other hand, appeared as composed as usual. What is going on? It's barely past 6. I'm not fully awake yet, Yu Desui mumbled, collapsing onto the sofa, clutching a pillow and drifting back to sleep. Get up. We heading to Switzerland. What? We just arrived in England. Why are we going to Switzerland? Yu Desui whined, feeling he hadn't fully enjoyed England's culinary delights or explored its scenic spots. Chapter 263. Is the visa difficult to obtain? He sulked on the sofa, his round belly jiggling. What's wrong? Aren't you scared of ghosts anymore? If you want to stay here, Lu San and I can leave without you. You can catch up with us in Switzerland later, Liang Chen smirked, relishing Yu Desui's fearful expression from last night. He was sure Yu Desui wanted to stay in England, so he teased him about the ghost. There are no ghosts, but human nature is quite something. The image of that disembodied head lingered in Yu Desui's mind, causing him to bolt upright from the sofa, his skin crawling. Forgive me. Forgive me, Umatba. He clasped his hands and bowed to the 4 corners of the room, panic filling his eyes. He was convinced he had indeed seen a ghost. Without further ado, he hurried to the bathroom, hastily packing his belongings. With the death goddess cloak, Liang Chen didn't bother asking Lu San for help with packing, as he had only a few items, including a new suit and the cloak. Let us go. In the lobby of the castle hotel, Liang Chen was dressed casually, while Lu San and Yu Desui were impeccably attired in suits, carrying their luggage as they descended. Lu San took care of the checkout procedures, while Liang Chen and Yu Desui settled onto the leather sofas in the lobby. Observing the morning joggers, he opened the panel and sent a message to Song Yuan. We're heading to Switzerland. Once you've completed the procedures, please message me. I'll arrange a flight to pick you up back to Huaxia. Handle it promptly, and feel free to call if there are any issues. After sending the message to Song Yuan, he booked a flight, opting for the earliest luxurious cabin to avoid drawing attention to his instance task. The flight from London International Airport to Zurich Airport in Switzerland would take about 2 hours, from 8:00 to 10:40. Closing the panel, Lu San finished the checkout process. The hotel staff respectfully escorted the trio to the hotel's private vehicle, bidding them farewell with warm smiles. Arriving at the airport at 7:30, they proceeded to handle the visa and boarding procedures. With half an hour until boarding, they dragged their luggage to the visa counter. Hello, may I ask what your purpose for visiting Switzerland is? Although the staff member was English, noticing their Chinese passports, he spoke fluent Mandarin. Tourism. The staff member glanced at Liang Chen's casual attire, frowned, and without further inquiry, stamped the application and handed it to Liang Chen. Upon opening it, he was met with a shocking surprise. What the heck? Visa denied. What is going on? However, Lu San and Yu Desui's visas were approved without issue. Could it be that this visa officer harbors some bias against Liang Chen? Why was he the only one denied? Liang Chen furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with indignation. We suspect you may have intentions to overstay your visa. Hence the denial. The staff member's disdain for Liang Chen was evident. To him, Liang Chen was merely a penniless youth, in stark contrast to the two individuals behind him. Was it because he appeared so shabby? Liang Chen cast a skeptical glance at the staff member. I demand to see your supervisor. Chapter 264. Signing depends on mood. I'm sorry, but the supervisor is currently unavailable. If you have any complaints or suggestions, please feel free to detail them in the mailbox over there. The staff member, with an air of arrogance, dismissed Liang Chen's request. He thought to himself, should this young man manage to reach Switzerland, he might never return to his homeland, wasting resources to repatriate him instead. The approval of visas depended on whim. Unfortunately for Liang Chen, luck was not on his side. Take your documents and leave, the staff member declared smugly. Liang Chen was seething. After all, he had chartered a flight to England. Was his name not listed as a VIP at London International Airport? Without further ado, he took a seat in the lounge area. What should we do, Chenzi? Should Yu Desui and I go ahead? Yu Desui was taken aback. How could his wealthy friend be denied a visa? This made no sense. Don't worry, within 5 minutes, he will be begging me to assist him with his visa. And he will have to respectfully see us onto the plane. Otherwise, he will be out of luck at this airport. With that, Liang Chen immediately activated the control panel. There were still 15 minutes until the flight's departure. Trusting Liang Chen's confidence, Lu Sun took Yu Desui to check in for their boarding passes. Ding. The multiverse search system is retrieving information on the CEO of London Airport. Ding. Information acquired. The panel displayed comprehensive details about London Airport, and Liang Chen promptly dialed the number. Hello. This is Liang Chen. Oh my god, distinguished customer. Avon immediately understood Liang Chen's Chinese. Ever since their last charter, he had been eager to find Liang Chen's contact information, but the phone had always been out of service. Receiving Liang Chen's call filled Avon with joy. This was their most esteemed client. Liang Chen then recounted the visa debacle to Avon. 3 minutes later, a group of sternly dressed individuals in black suits entered the airport's waiting area. The staff member who had processed Liang Chen's visa remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Seeing his boss's serious expression directed at the man he had just rejected, he feared he had made a grave mistake, secretly reveling in his earlier triumph. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Avon rushed forward, showering Liang Chen with apologies. Liang Chen was astonished to witness a man in his 50s exude such sophistication. Please expedite the processing of my visa. I have urgent matters in Switzerland, and with only 8 minutes until departure, I trust boarding has been suspended. Liang Chen reclined casually, placing his documents in Avon's hands. A major client must not be offended. Avon's heart raced, fearing he had offended this golden patron. Gratefully accepting the documents, he made his way directly to the visa officer. From a distance, Liang Chen observed Avon berating the officer, who repeatedly bowed his head, stealing glances in Liang Chen's direction. Minutes later, the visa officer personally completed the documentation, bending low with hands full of the visa materials, respectfully approaching Liang Chen. Mr. Liang, I apologize. Your visa has been processed, and you may board immediately. Chapter 265. Grumbles everywhere. Before he could finish speaking, Liang Chen checked his watch. It was already 8-0-1. Lu San and Yu Desui had not boarded the plane, as the boarding process had closed. Liang Chen scoffed. I purchased a ticket for the 8 o'clock flight, and now it's 8:01. For me, every second counts in millions, and I've already lost 60 million. The flight must have departed by now. In the distance, Yu Desui was stunned. Liang Chen had promised to have them respectfully escorted onto the plane within 5 minutes, and now he wore an imperious expression, looking down on the previously arrogant visa officer. How did he manage that? It was impressive, but what use was that now? The plane had already taken off. For their boss, time equated to money, and with a 2-hour wait until the next flight, did they believe he would squander his time? Lu Sin calmly observed Yu Desui's shock, casually replying, what shall we do now? With Chenzi's temperament, that visa officer might very well lose his job in an instant. Yu Desui felt a pang of sympathy for the officer, realizing he might struggle to find work in the future. Liang Chen's demeanor was as cold as ice, his gaze chilling. The visa officer trembled before him. Hey, the plane is waiting for you, a sudden voice broke through, surprising Liang Chen. Avon, who had never traveled to Huaxia, stumbled through the words he had just learned. The cold sweat on the visa officer's brow increased. Fearing for his prestigious position, he maintained his bowed posture, unable to look up. Liang Chen was astonished that Avon would insist the plane wait for him. Ignoring the visa officer, he followed Avon through the boarding gate, who respectfully bowed at a 90-degree angle, personally escorting Liang Chen onto the aircraft. By the time they boarded, it was already 8:15. Many passengers were visibly impatient, immediately voicing their complaints. Among them were several individuals from Huaxia. What is going on? We've been on board for 20 minutes. The flight was supposed to depart at 8, and now it's already past 15 minutes. Why are we still on the ground? Is there a problem with the aircraft? I heard they delayed the flight for one person. Are you kidding? Isn't our time valuable? I have a job interview at 1 o'clock, and I still need to pack. How can I afford to be delayed? The plane was filled with disgruntled remarks as passengers cast disapproving glances at the three of them. Was it them? Judging by their shabby attire, why should they hold up the flight? The flight attendants, having received instructions from the CEO, worked to calm the passengers. Good morning, everyone. Welcome aboard this flight. Due to personal matters causing the delay, our company will offer each of you a 50 compensation. Please remain calm. We will be taking off shortly, so kindly fasten your seatbelts. Hearing the announcement, Liang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This person certainly knew how to handle matters, but calculating the passenger losses, it must have been substantial. It was only fair. The visa officer had looked down upon him. Although Liang Chen was currently unemployed, he had ample financial resources. How could he have been denied? Moreover, the officer's arrogant demeanor was truly distasteful. If he were to face repercussions for this incident, it would indeed be a fitting consequence. Chapter 266. The spoiled woman. The boarding pass was personally processed by Avon through the VIP channel. Yet the cacophony of grievances and scrutinizing stares on the plane left Liang Chen feeling quite uncomfortable. Holding his boarding pass, he followed the flight attendant to the luxurious cabin. Yu Deshui and Lu San settled in the rear, while Liang Chen occupied the front row. Upon reaching his seat, he noticed a bag resting on it. Although the seat was by the window, it was evidently occupied by someone else, a woman with short purple hair. Dressed in a hip-hop style, chewed on a lollipop, donned sunglasses, and wore headphones, exuding a Beatles-esque vibe. Her arm tattoos were particularly eye-catching. Excuse me, that's my seat. Could you please move? Liang Chen's irritation from earlier events resurfaced. This woman not only occupied his seat, but also ignored his presence as if he were invisible. Liang Chen's tone remained polite, devoid of any overt anger, yet he was deeply unsettled. Still, the woman feigned ignorance. Miss, that is my seat. Kindly make way. Liang Chen waved his hand, gesturing toward her. Removing her sunglasses, she regarded Liang Chen with disdain, her impatience palpable. Why not just pick another seat? Why do you have to sit here? True, there were many vacant seats, but Liang Chen resented the fact that someone was occupying what rightfully belonged to him. Why should he concede to this ungrateful woman? Standing in the aisle, he shot her a cold glance. I simply wish to return to my seat. What is the issue? No, I like this spot, and I want to move. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to hit me? The woman stuck out her tongue, exuding an air of rebellion from head to toe. She removed her sunglasses and applied smoky eye makeup, embodying the essence of a second-rate woman. Noticing her smug demeanor, Liang Chen chose to ignore her and turned away, exiting the luxurious cabin. 3 minutes later, the flight attendant approached the woman, saying, Miss, this seat is Mr. Liang's. Please present your boarding pass and return to your assigned seat. Ugh, let her be. How petty. Afraid of getting a toothache from drinking cold water, and here she is, quarreling with a woman. What a pathetic man. Liang Chen was taken aback by her audacity. Did she dare call him pathetic? He observed her coldly, a twitch at the corner of his eye. 3 seconds later, the boarding pass confirmed she was indeed in economy class, yet she had managed to sit in the luxury section. Unafraid of the attendant checking passes. However, on short flights, checks typically occur before boarding, which allowed this woman to exploit the situation. Miss, your seat is in economy class. Could you please return to your assigned seat? Thank you. Before leaving, the woman shot Liang Chen a glance filled with malice, to which he responded with a smug smile. What's the matter? Have the ability to occupy the luxury cabin, then have the ability to purchase a ticket for it. After reclaiming his seat, Liang Chen felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. While the luxury cabin was not as spacious as a private jet, it was certainly more comfortable than economy class. For Liang Chen, sitting in the luxury cabin was inconsequential. It was merely the sight of that woman's triumphant expression that irked him. Chapter 267. Is youth hostel not good? The flight to Switzerland was short. So Liang Chen hardly slept, merely dozing off briefly. He sensed someone passing by but did not pay it much mind, assuming it was perhaps a flight attendant. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to land at Zurich Airport. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened during landing, the flight attendant announced in fluent English, gently awakening Liang Chen from his drowsiness. The plane's hum finally settled at Zurich Airport. Hey, fatty, we've arrived. Time to disembark. Yuda Shui, deeply asleep, had drooled on Lucen's shoulder. Lucen's expression was stiff, filled with disdain, yet he hesitated to wake him. Upon rising, he noticed Yuda Shui still in a deep slumber, so Liang Chen playfully pinched his plump, tender cheek, calling out loudly, "Oh, all right." Ha ha ha. Just as Yuda Shui was roused, he fell back into a stupor. Liang Chen shook his head in exasperation and raised an eyebrow at Lucen. "I'm up." "I am up." Lucen seized Yuda Shui's hand and gave it a firm squeeze, causing Yuda Shui to spring upright, bleary-eyed and protesting. "Time to get off the plane. If you sleep any longer, I'll leave you here." "Okay, I'm awake, big brother. Stop squeezing, it hurts." Yuda Shui protested, his face reflecting utmost grievance, revealing the red mark left by Lucen's grip. After disembarking, the trio hailed a cab, though cars in Switzerland appeared less vintage than in London. Their driver was a bearded man who might have been mistaken for a certain infamous figure. After explaining their destination, they arrived smoothly at the pre-booked hotel. Liang Chen opted for a youth hostel in Zurich, not wishing to draw too much attention. Though it lacked the grandeur of a castle hotel, for budget travelers, the hostel was undoubtedly the best choice. The sole reason Liang Chen selected the youth hostel was due to his mission to rescue abducted women, aiding their escape from captivity. The taxi halted at the entrance of a quaint alleyway, marked by a wooden sign reading Wohllöfen Hostel, featuring a simple design. The exterior was painted in pastel pink, surrounded by greenery, with white umbrellas and wooden tables adorning the courtyard. "Hey, Chunzi, are we out of money? Is this the hotel we're staying at?" Yuda Shui exclaimed, astonished at the hostel's minimalist decor. "What's wrong? I think the environment here is lovely," Liang Chen replied, equally surprised by the hostel's simplicity, though online reviews praised its comfort, often claiming it had more charm than five-star hotels. Upon entering the hostel, they encountered a diverse crowd of young travelers and couples. The front desk was manned by a typical foreign beauty, with cascading golden waves and a casual attire. Chapter 268. "Where's my card?" "Welcome to Wohllöfen Hostel. Do you have a reservation?" "Wow, you speak English. You're amazing," Yuda Shui gushed, his eyes filled with admiration, though the beauty did not even glance his way. "Could you please show me your passports?" Lucen, who always kept the passports, promptly handed them to the front desk attendant. After confirming the information matched their records, she issued a room key to Lucen. "Now, could someone please sign for the deposit? Each person requires a deposit of 1,000 francs to stay in the youth hostel." Liang Chen instinctively checked his pockets. "Oh no, where's my card?" He searched thoroughly but found no trace of his bank card. "Lucen, please check my luggage to see if my card is there." "All right." Feeling anxious, Liang Chen recalled a fleeting figure he had seen on the plane, stirring an uneasy sensation within him. Seizing the opportunity while Lucen rummaged through the luggage, he excused himself to the restroom. Dialing the Castle Hotel, he explained the situation. After 3 minutes, the response was disheartening. Nothing had been left in the presidential suite, indicating his bank card was likely lost on the plane. After hanging up, he called the airport, only to receive the same reply. Nothing was left at his seat. Reflecting on the shadowy figure, Liang Chen's heart sank. Could he have been robbed on the plane? A sudden thought struck him, sending him to the brink of despair. His bank card had no password. If it fell into the wrong hands, his substantial assets could be exposed. Who would steal his bank card? An image of the woman who had occupied his seat flashed across his mind. She was the only plausible suspect. Yet, he hesitated. What if he wrongfully accused someone? Upon exiting the restroom, it was evident Lucen had found no card in the luggage either, leaving them in a predicament. Yuda Shui's funds were insufficient to cover 3,000 francs, and Lucen was typically not one to carry cash, plunging the three of them into an awkward silence. Is it possible to pay through WeChat or Alipay? Both the bank card and digital payment methods were linked, so if they could use them, it would alleviate the situation. Liang Chen reassured himself that he would find a way to recover his card. "I'm sorry, sir, but we do not accept those payment methods. Would you still like to keep the reservation? If not, I can assist you in canceling it. In disbelief, Liang Chen realized the truth of the foreign experience echoing through social media. Neither Alipay nor WeChat was accepted. It was absurd that a man worth billions would find himself in such a predicament. The three exchanged glances, each sighing in resignation. "Wait, I have some." Suddenly, Lucen produced 3,000 francs from his luggage. Money he had exchanged at the airport earlier, just in case they needed it for a taxi or other expenses, having exchanged 4,000 francs in total. Chapter 269. Catch the thief. At that moment, Liang Chen's only desire was to swiftly locate the thief and retrieve his card. With the room key in hand, Lucen promptly moved their luggage upstairs. The youth hostel had 3 floors, and their room comprised 2 bedrooms and a living area, The main bedroom was for Liang Chen, while the second had 2 beds for Lucen and Yuda Shui. The room was equipped with a gas stove, microwave, refrigerator, and a small living area, primarily catering to students or young couples who might wish to cook for themselves. After setting down their luggage, Liang Chen entered his room and closed the door. Ding! The multi-dimensional search system has activated the bank card tracking function. Once utilized, the system will automatically collect information and relay it to the host. With a wave of thoughts, Liang Chen confirmed that his bank card had indeed been lost on the plane. And it had been stolen. It was evident that the thief would soon attempt to withdraw money or make a purchase. Setting everything up, Liang Chen opened the door, only to find Yuda Shui cheerfully presenting the hot pot base he had purchased earlier. Jumping in front of Liang Chen with a grin, "Sunzi, how about we have hot pot later?" Although the weather in Zurich was delightful, it was Liang Chen's first experience of having hot pot at midday. Not to mention the unfortunate incident of his bank card being stolen, the large youth hostel surprisingly lacked any network payment applications. It was highly unlikely that the supermarket would have them either. How could the owner resort to using employees' funds? His pride was inexplicably pricked. What hot pot were they to have? First, he needed to locate his card. Otherwise, they would be left starving on the streets. Liang Chen was unconcerned about how much the thief might spend. But the amount in his card was substantial. If the thief attempted to withdraw cash, it would expose them. He tossed the hot pot base from the thief onto the table, and Lu San chuckled. "Why not use mine for now? The boss pays me quite well, and I haven't had hot pot in ages." Before he could finish, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The multiverse search system reminds the host. Your bank card has a transaction record. 1 minute ago, 300 francs were spent within 10 meters of the youth hostel. In an instant, Liang Chen sprang into action like a rabbit, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes, just wait. I will catch you." This little rascal was unfortunate to have come so close. "Wait for me. I'm going to retrieve my bank card." Yuda Shui and Lu San were still trying to comprehend Liang Chen's intent when he slammed the door behind him. The two quickly followed his lead, racing to the front desk on the first floor. As expected, the woman who had occupied his seat on the plane stood at the front desk, casually handling check-in procedures while still chewing on a lollipop. Liang Chen rushed forward, his voice low and accusatory. "Isn't it delightful to swipe my card, you thief?" The woman, taken aback, had not anticipated that a man from a luxury cabin would venture into a youth hostel. Frantically, she covered her face and attempted to flee with her luggage. "If you think you can escape, I won't let you go until you're in the police station." Yuda Shui and Lu San descended swiftly. Witnessing Liang Chen gripping the woman's collar with a fierce expression that shocked everyone nearby in a flash, the woman laughed mockingly, her demeanor shifting abruptly as she began to wail, "Oh, husband, I didn't mean to run away from home. Please don't hit me. I'm so scared." Her face transformed dramatically from defiance to desperate pleading as she clung to Liang Chen's legs, incoherently babbling in English about domestic violence. The crowd gathered, casting judgment upon Liang Chen for his alleged abuse, demanding he release the woman. "What is this performance?" Liang Chen thought, bewildered. "Don't speak nonsense. I'm not your husband. You're a thief, and you dare to act? Lu San, call the police and have her arrested. We'll sort this out at the station." Liang Chen's expression darkened, and the crowd, sensing an impending altercation, closed in, forcibly prying his arms apart. The woman seized the opportunity to escape. Aided by the onlookers, "She's a thief. She stole my friend's bank card, and we don't know her." The crowd's outrage at Liang Chen intensified as Lu San rushed to intervene. While Yuda Shui approached, speaking fluent English, the bystanders were baffled. "Which side is telling the truth? She's calling you husband and accusing you of abuse, yet you claim you don't know her. How could she know your bank card's PIN?" As tensions escalated and the crowd grew, it was only a matter of time before the details of the bank account were revealed, potentially drawing the attention of financial authorities and even international police. Liang Chen was indifferent to the money. He simply wished to avoid complications. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. "If you claim I'm your husband, tell me my name, age, where I live, and how many family members I have. The front desk attendant can verify my identity. Apart from my friends, she is the only one who knows my name." The crowd fell silent, turning their gaze toward the woman. "Speak up," Liang Chen urged. "Please, husband, how could you treat me this way? I'm carrying your child. You question my feelings for you, and you hit me 3 times a month. Now, after I spent 300 francs, you treat me and our unborn child like this?" Without skipping a beat, she resumed her act, tears streaming down her face, and upon hearing the key words of pregnancy and domestic violence, the crowd erupted in indignation. "How could you do this? She is pregnant. What's wrong with spending 300 francs? Outrage swelled as people began to rally around her, offering tissues and guiding her to a nearby seat. Some even confronted Liang Chen with clenched fists, their eyes filled with hostility. What is happening in this world? Liang Chen wondered, incredulous. She is clearly a thief, yet it feels as if I am the one in the wrong. Taking a deep breath, Liang Chen approached with a smile. Why, dear wife, since you are pregnant, let us return to our room to rest. Seizing the moment, he swept the woman into his arms, maintaining a sunny demeanor. You will regret this. Let go of me. What are you doing? The woman was taken aback by Liang Chen's sudden action, her petite frame trapped in his strong embrace, mumbling in protest, I'm sorry. Dear wife, I'm taking you and our baby back to our room for some rest. Liang Chen's smile bore an eerie quality, sending a shiver down her spine. Oh no, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have taken his bank card. What a stroke of bad luck to be staying in the same hostel. Thus, Liang Chen carried the woman up to the 3rd floor. With a swift kick, he flung open the door and tossed her onto the sofa in the living room. The woman, now anxious, found herself surrounded by 3 imposing men, their gazes almost devouring her. She knew she could not escape Liang Chen's clutches and felt deep remorse. Big brother, I didn't mean to take your bank card. Please, don't call the police. I realize my mistake and promise I won't do it again. No, there won't be a next time. Liang Chen sneered at her pleas. How can a woman be so shameless? That performance earlier could have earned you an Oscar. Now you realize your mistake. You were quite the actress just a moment ago, claiming to be pregnant with my child. You truly deserve the title of Best Actress. The woman lowered her head in fear, mumbling, I was forced into this. Forced? Is that justification for stealing someone's bank card? This is illegal behavior that must be punished. Otherwise, how will you learn your lesson? Liang Chen's voice rose in intensity as he pulled out his battered phone to call the police, only to feel a tug at his pant leg. The woman clung tightly to him, tears glistening in her eyes, her voice a choked whisper, I was wrong. Please don't call the police if you do. I'll be finished. I only spent 300 francs. Consider it a loan. I had no other choice. As her tears streamed down, smudging her makeup, Liang Chen felt a twinge of sympathy. Forced? I'm curious to hear what other tricks this talented actress has up her sleeve. First, let go of me, and then explain how you were forced to. At his prompting, she released his leg and stood, a smile breaking through her tears. Thank you, big brother. I found your bank card in the aisle of the luxury cabin. After realizing I left my bag in economy class, I returned to retrieve it and spotted the card. But since there were only a few of you in the luxury cabin, I didn't know who it belonged to. So I just took it. Didn't you think to ask us? There were only 3 of us in the luxury cabin. Would it have killed you to inquire? After being cornered like a fish out of water. The woman cried out, recounting the sequence of events. Yet, Liang Chen remained skeptical. Despite not carrying her wallet, her bank card had always been tucked away in her pocket. How could it possibly have fallen in the corridor? Stop crying and continue, she urged. I wanted to follow you, only to discover my wallet was missing. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, I decided to stay, and then I encountered you. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Her words struck Liang Chen as rather insincere, yet the tears streaming down her face had completely smudged her smoky makeup, which he found quite off-putting. He had always preferred women with a more understated appearance. Go wash your face first. As for the truth of your words, I need to ponder it for a moment. All right, I will do it right away. Without hesitation, she agreed to Liang Chen's request, fully aware that her makeup was in disarray. However, this fade was merely her disguise for going out, crafted to appear a bit rough around the edges to deter unwanted advances. The woman entered the washroom with her makeup bag in hand. One disadvantage of the youth hostel was its windowless bathrooms, leaving even a woman with intentions to escape trapped. Moreover, Yu Deshui lingered by the washroom door, ensuring there was no chance of fleeing. Earlier, when they descended the stairs, she had indeed been accompanied by 2 heavy suitcases, which she had not brought upstairs, likely still resting in the lobby. Lu-san, go fetch her suitcases. Yes, boss. Yu Deshui sensed something amiss and inquired. What are you doing? Are you really going to let her go? Liang Chen cast a glance at Yu Deshui before settling onto the sofa, crossing his legs. Do you think she can still evade my grasp? The bank card has been retrieved, but 300 francs converts to a substantial amount in RMB, with the daily room rate hovering around 30 pounds. She has paid 300, suggesting she intends to stay for 10 days. And her earlier claim of pursuing us from the airport implies that her purpose for coming to Switzerland is not for studies. Given the weight of her luggage, it is possible she is here to sell something. If my deductions are correct, Her suitcases must contain quite an array of intriguing items. After Liang Chen's thorough analysis, Yu Dashui felt enlightened. Wow, Chunzi, you must be Sherlock Holmes with such astute observations. The sound of running water echoed from the washroom, and shortly thereafter, Lu San returned, panting from the effort of hauling the heavy suitcases upstairs, confirming Liang Chen's suspicions. It was now time for verification. 10 minutes later, the woman emerged from the washroom, her face cleansed. The transformation left the three men utterly astounded. Yu Dashui rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe that this was the same person.